This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1 Fantasy. Gifts from Distant Relatives. Dear host, hello, congratulations on binding the Spacetime Grocery Store System. ZZZ. Dear host, hello, congratulations on binding the Spacetime Grocery Store System. ZZZ. Dear. Where did the mosquito come from? I'm so annoyed. Suemo muttered, then turned over and continued to sleep. The next second, Suemo woke up suddenly from the dream. Who just threw something at me? Suemo is very angry now. And not just ordinary anger. It's so serious that she didn't even realize that in the room where she lives alone, if she found out that someone threw something at her, it would be a terrible thing. Dear host, hello, congratulations on binding to the Spacetime Grocery Store System. Disrespectful, no, not binding, I'm going to sleep. Suemo has not yet reacted to what happened. It can only be said that today's party A is too troublesome. Not to mention the many conditions, but also repeatedly changing them. She is confused by the changes, and she has not recovered yet. Sorry, the refusal time has exceeded. The host has no right to refuse. Your task is to go to other worlds to open a grocery store, and run it into the world's #1 store. What if I don't? Then I will kneel down and beg you cack. Oh, you beg, I'll sleep. It's useless, the time has exceeded. This system will teleport the host to the first spacetime in 10 minutes. Suemo frowned. I always felt that this time seemed a little different. To be honest, she has received all kinds of random system binding applications since she was a child. What strategy system? Rescue system. European Emperor system. Lottery system. Counterattack system. She has only seen them. And none of them she has agreed to. What is this spacetime grocery store system? She suppressed her anger and suddenly recalled the inexplicable express delivery she received this morning. It was said to be something sent by a distant relative. But she is an orphan. Where did the relatives come from? So she just thought it was a prank. And threw the package into the trash can. Could this system be related to that package? Thinking of this, Suemo got up despite her sleepiness. And then found the package in the trash can. At the top of the package was a letter to Dear Sumomo. I am your mother's sister's daughter's aunt's cousin's aunt's sister's cousin. Please allow me to introduce myself. My name is Ier. To celebrate your coming of age on X/X/XX, I specially prepared this gift for you. I wish you a happy life. Ier. In the box under the envelope was a note on the gift deed. The following is the note. I, Ier, voluntarily gift the Spacetime Grocery Store to Suemo. The effective time is when Suemo comes of age. If the recipient does not want to accept the gift, the recipient can tear up the note before the effective time. If the note is not torn up after the effective time begins, it is assumed that the recipient agrees to accept the gift. Donor, Ier handwritten signature recipient, Suemo automatic signature after timeout. There is another piece of paper below the note. Suemo saw it. It is the deed of the Spacetime Grocery Store. Only then did she realize that she was really in trouble this time. She closed her eyes and exhaled. After a moment, she finally calmed down and figured out what was happening. Don't wait 10 minutes. Just teleport. The system didn't expect that the person who was so resistant just now would accept it so well. So it pressed the input teleportation command. And in an instant, Suemo disappeared from this world. Task details: time and space. Fantasy playing goal. Reach 100 million popularity unfinished. 100 million purple gold coins unfinished. Initial resources. Grocery store *1. Commodity exchange voucher *3. Gold coins *100. Suemo raised his eyebrows. Looking at the grocery store in an unknown mountain valley that was randomly sent by the system. His heart was very calm. Give you 5 minutes to tell me what you know. The system was trembling with fear at the strange power emanating from Suemo. It regretted why it bound to such a host that looked difficult to mess with. And resigned itself to telling everything it knew. This is a fantasy plane where martial arts is respected. The host can earn money and gain fame by selling items in the grocery store. When both conditions are met, you can go to the next plane. A person can only get a maximum of 10 points of fame. You can get 1 point for the first time you come to the store, 2 points for the first time you buy an item, and 1 point for each time you buy an item in the store. When a person contributes 10 points of fame, he will become a fan of the store. Fans can also gain fame by promoting the store. But the value is relatively small. The currencies in this world are from small to large: copper coins, silver coins, gold coins, purple gold coins. And the exchange rate is 100:1. Purchasing goods in the store. Buying new products and decorating all require money. But the consumption will not be counted into the task value. If you want to go to the next plane, you must pay 100 million purple gold coins as travel expenses. There is too much content to cover in 5 minutes. QAQ. Here is a manual for the host to read by himself. The system cried and took out its system manual at the last second of the 5 minutes. Suemo nodded, knowing that it had tried its best. So she was ready to let it go. She flipped through the manual casually, and then looked at the grocery store. Although the location was not good, the internal environment of the grocery store was still quite good. I want to exchange goods. The system didn't dare to ask Suemo why she knew that goods could be exchanged. Nor did it know why she looked more skilled than itself. It opened the mall interface tremblingly, and all it saw were all kinds of items and props it had never seen before. The initial level of the grocery store was only level 1, so even if she had 3 coupons that could be exchanged for any item, she could only exchange for level 1 goods. The level of the grocery store would be upgraded as its popularity increased. And in addition to popularity, it also required money to upgrade. There were many types of goods, including potions, scrolls, props, pets, weapons, etc. But currently only potions, scrolls, and props were unlocked. Potions unlocked primary healing potions, primary mana potions, and primary swiftness potions. Scrolls were temporary space scrolls, and primary beast taming scrolls. Have you decided what goods you want to exchange? The system asked weakly. Suemo responded, and then quickly selected 3 level 1 goods. It seemed that he didn't even think about it, just randomly selected. Chapter 2 Fantasy. Host. You are awesome. Primary healing potion purchase price. 50 silver coin/bottle. Selling price. 1 gold coin/bottle. Introduction. Can quickly heal wounds. System product. Must be a fine product. The efficacy is equivalent to the intermediate healing potion in this world. Primary magical energy potion purchase price. 1 gold coin/bottle. Selling price. 3 gold coins/bottle. Introduction. Can quickly restore the martial arts of warriors. System product. Must be a fine product. The efficacy is equivalent to the intermediate magical potion in this world. Primary taming scroll purchase price. 3 gold coins/sheet. Selling price. 10 gold coins/sheet. Introduction. Can tame fantasy beasts below level 10. Even weak spirit beasts can be tamed. That's all. Please put them on the shelf for me. Suemo raised his eyelids lazily, and began to use the system without any hesitation. The system was weak, pitiful and helpless, and could only work hard under the threat of the female devil. After the initial exchange of the goods, the system automatically gave 5 copies of each item. The system controlled the entire store, and neatly classified and placed the 15 items on the shelves. On the white shelf, there were 5 palm-sized glass bottles in a row. Each bottle was filled with 80% of translucent red liquid, which was the healing potion. Under the healing potion, there were 5 bottles of dark blue liquid, which were obviously from the same series as the healing potion above. As for the taming scroll, it was arranged by the system to hang on the shelf at the back. After doing all this, the system also marked the price and inventory quantity for each product, which was so careful that it couldn't be more careful. After it finished all this, it turned around and wanted to find its host, but found that the person who was here just now was gone. Suemo watched the system busy, and went upstairs to look at where she lived. It was a small bedroom with simple and fresh decoration. It was not big, but it had all the basic items. There was also a vase on the table, and there were a few blooming daisies in the vase, which looked petite and cute. Suemo opened the closet, and even saw some strange clothes in it. If I guess correctly, they should be clothes from this world. Not bad. Suemo nodded with satisfaction. Because of the good accommodation environment, she had a little motivation for future tasks. Although it was not as good as at home, it was not particularly bad, and it could be rated 7 points. Host, I have already placed the goods. Do you want to buy some goods? The system's voice was a little excited. Although the store was not big, it still looked empty with only 5 scrolls and 10 bottles of potions. The system can get a commission when Suemo purchases goods, so it is very passionate about urging the host to purchase goods. Unfortunately, its host never plays by the rules. Purchase goods? Why do you want to purchase goods? Suemo slowly returned to the first floor from the second floor. The grocery store can only purchase goods once a day. Are you sure you don't need to stock up some goods? Suemo shook his head and replied confidently. There is no customer. Why purchase goods? Let's talk about it after they are sold out. As if sensing the system's dissatisfaction and hesitation, Suemo sighed. Tongzi, you should think like this. Things are precious because they are rare. Don't think that there are only so many things in the store. But are they all good things? The system felt that something was wrong. But it couldn't tell. After all, the system's things are its own things. Its own things. How can it say that they are not good? So it can only say that they are. That's right. I don't buy goods just to let customers see that our things are so rare when they come in, so that they can sell them. If there are too many, people will not want to buy. The system suddenly realized. From doubt to enlightenment. Host, you are awesome. Suemo opened the mall with a smile. And then quickly picked a bunch of snacks she liked. And then checked out. In an instant, the basic funds of 100 gold coins were reduced by half. The system watched her spend 50 gold coins without blinking, and suddenly felt heartbroken. You know, for non-commodity items like this, it can't get commissions. How can the system not feel bad? But the next second, it suddenly received some news. And its mood suddenly became very excited. Host, get ready. The first guest is coming soon. Hoo-hoo. What happened to the Saber Tiger Beast? Ah? Are you okay? In the forest of Taming Beasts, 2 young men were in a mess. And one of them was seriously injured. Half of his clothes were almost soaked in blood. And the whole person looked like he had crawled out of a pool of blood. Damn it! Ah! Hold on. I'll take you to a healer right away. Jaeger gritted his teeth. And he struggled to help the person next to him up, enduring the wounds and pain left by the fight with the beast. Unexpectedly, he accidentally pulled the opponent's wound. And he trembled with pain. He panted and persuaded. Don't worry about me. You should just go faster. If you catch up, you won't be able to escape. Jaeger and he are both warriors from the same academy. And they have a good relationship. They originally agreed to come to the Taming Forest to find their pets today. But who knew that a saber-toothed tiger suddenly appeared in the Taming Forest, which has always been home to only fantasy beasts. The 2 young warriors couldn't even beat a level 1 spirit beast. Not to mention that the saber-toothed tiger was a level 5 spirit beast. When the saber-toothed tiger suddenly rushed over, he pulled him away, so he didn't get hurt. Otherwise he would be the one half dead now. Jaeger is not an ungrateful person, and he would never abandon his companions. He would never ignore his savior in order to save his life. You'd better shut up. The more you talk, the more blood you'll bleed. Jaeger gritted his teeth and helped him walk a long distance. Wherever they passed, there was blood from Ahi's wounds. I seem to see a shop in front. Ahi! Wake up! Let's go find the owner for help. Ahi smiled bitterly, thinking that Jaeger was comforting him. When did this Taming Forest open a shop? How could he not know? You know, although there are no high-level beasts here, there are quite a few. If you open a shop here, you will have to endure being harassed by beasts every day. Right? Don't comfort me. Before he finished his sentence, Ahi felt as if he really saw a small shop. Was he dazzled? Jaeger didn't know what Ahi was thinking now. And he didn't have time to think about why there was a shop in a place like the Taming Forest. He just saw that the door was not closed, and walked in directly. Chapter 3 Fantasy, How to Please the Host. Blood dripped all over the floor, making the clean floor full of bright red. Suemo couldn't help but raise his eyebrows when he saw the miserable state of the person who came. Sorry, my friend is seriously injured. Do you have any healing potions here? I can pay for it. Yaege hadn't noticed Suemo at first, because his sight was completely attracted by the 5 bottles of red liquid on the shelf. If he was not mistaken, this should be the primary healing potion. Before he could speak, Suemo walked over, took a bottle of potion and handed it to him. 1 bottle for 1 gold coin. You should put your companion on the chair. Although the bloody smell in the air was very pungent, Suemo didn't dislike it at this time. After all, human life was at stake. It was more important for him to save people first. When Jaeger heard that this batch of primary potions actually cost 1 gold coin, his brows couldn't help but frown. You know, outside, a bottle of primary healing potion is only 30 silver coins at most. But here the price has tripled. But now the situation is urgent. And it is not the time to bargain. Forget it. It is a little expensive. But life is more important. So Jaeger just cursed inwardly as a black businessman. However, he just glanced at it, and found that the owner was pretty good looking. But so what? a good-looking profiteer. Suemo saw that he was busy bandaging his companion. So he went into the kitchen and poured a glass of water for them. After Jaeger treated the wound, he saw a white and delicate hand, handing over a glass of water. Thank you. Jaeger thought about the words he had said in his heart before, and couldn't help blushing. He took the cup of water, first fed it to Ahi, and then he took another cup of water and took a gulp. After drinking the water, his nerves, which had been tense for a long time, relaxed instantly. Strong fatigue and sleepiness swept over him, surrounding him. After a while, he fell asleep leaning against the chair. Tongzi, can you deal with these bloodstains? Although Suemo could clean it up by himself, it was still a bit troublesome, and there was no point in wasting the labor that could be used. No problem, this grocery store has its own repair and cleaning functions. As long as the host gives an order, any dirt or damage can be restored immediately. After receiving the system's affirmative response, Suemo breathed a sigh of relief. She glanced at the dark sky outside, and then looked at the two pitiful people, and finally did not drive them out. Then it should be okay for the two of them to stay here overnight. Right? Can you keep an eye on them? No problem. The grocery store has its own defense capabilities beyond the plane. Even the most powerful person in this world cannot harm this place in the slightest. The host's safety will also be protected by the system. Listening to the system's silly and immature words, Suemo couldn't help but smile. The white little hand scratched her hair, then closed the store, and went upstairs. She was bound to the task by the system without even sleeping. What Suemo wanted to do most now was to go back and catch up on her sleep. As for these two people, the system was here anyway, so she didn't care about them. Thinking so in her heart, Suemo simply washed up, changed into pajamas in the closet, and then threw herself on the soft bed. She had a good night's sleep. It hurt so much. No. Why doesn't it seem to hurt anymore? Ahi opened his eyes, looking at the completely unfamiliar environment around him. He couldn't help but be alert. The first thing he did after waking up was to check his waist and left hand. He was surprised to find that the wounds on his waist and hands were all scabbed. Not only that, the blood and dirt on his body had also disappeared. If he hadn't seen that the clothes on his body were still his original clothes, did someone secretly change his clothes while he was unconscious? Wake up! A lazy female voice sounded. He subconsciously looked up and saw a pretty and beautiful woman standing at the counter. He thought about it, and finally remembered what happened before he fainted yesterday. Thank you for your help and shelter. Suemo responded indifferently, and then stretched out his hand. No need to thank me, just pay. He was stunned. Because he fainted after entering the store yesterday. He didn't know that Jaeger bought a healing potion here. Suemo looked at his silly look and couldn't help sighing. Our store is a small business, and we don't accept credit. Your friend gave you a bottle of primary healing potion, which cost 1 gold coin, and the money hasn't been paid yet. After saying that, Suemo raised his chin. Although his attitude was not gentle, it was also very polite. He remembered that his wound was almost healed, and finally came to his senses. Sorry. Pay now. 1 gold coin buys a life. Not bad, although he only had about 10 gold coins. Took out a gold coin from the purse on his waist, and then, at Sumo's signal, put it into the box on the counter. Ding! Congratulations to the host for earning the first gold coin in your life. Congratulations to you, congratulations. The host is so great you have already earned a gold coin on the second day of opening the store. Suemo resisted the urge to roll his eyes, and directly blocked the system. The block system flipped through the books how to please the host, the 100 most favorite words of the host, and how to become a good and considerate system in his hand with grievance, and then destroyed them all. It was useless. It was blocked. Suemo didn't know what was wrong with the system. Anyway, after receiving the gold coin, her face eased a lot, and then she turned and went into the kitchen. After paying the money, he heaved a sigh of relief, and quickly woke up Jaeger, who was still sleeping beside him. Don't die. I will definitely take you out. I don't know what Jaeger dreamed of, but he kept muttering to himself. He was very moved after hearing these words. He couldn't help thinking, he is worthy of being his good brother. Just when he was hesitating whether to let Jaeger rest for a while, he heard him talking in his sleep again. You must stay alive. Otherwise there will be no one to accompany me every time Teacher Crow scolds people. Teacher Crow is actually the nickname of their teacher, because his pet is a crow. And he likes to wear black clothes. The students call him Teacher Crow. Jaeger and Ahi are quite naughty. And they are always late for class. So every time they take Teacher Crow's class, they will be scolded. Chapter 4 Fantasy. Boss Sue. So the good brother he thought of was just because he wanted someone to be scolded with him. All the previous feelings disappeared, Ah's face turned black, and he pushed him without hesitation. Yage was originally leaning on the chair, but this push directly pushed him to the ground. He controlled the strength of his hand, and the warriors were thick-skinned, so this fall, for Jaeger, was basically the same as if nothing had happened. What happened? Yage touched his head, and after seeing the shelf, he finally remembered what they had experienced yesterday. He turned around and saw Ah. He was neat and tidy, and didn't look like he was injured at all. Are you healed? Although Ahi was still a little angry just now, he also knew that Jaeger cared about him very much. Otherwise, he wouldn't have run half of the forest with him as a burden yesterday, so after hearing his words, his expression eased a little. Well, the potion you bought is very effective. As he said, he also showed Jaeger the wound. The wounds that were torn by the tiger's claws yesterday were now all scabby. This recovery speed is probably almost the same as that of a mid-level healing potion. From this point of view, 1 gold coin is a bargain. Jaeger took back what he said yesterday about the store owner being a black marketeer, and he almost kowtowed 3 times to admit his mistake. Do you two want to come over for something to eat? Just as they were chatting enthusiastically, a voice suddenly came from behind. Suemo was holding 2 bowls in his hands, each of which was filled with noodles. Each of them had a fried egg on top of the noodles. And a sausage. They hadn't noticed it before. But now that they saw it, Ah and Jaeger were struck by a strong aroma. Hey, I'm so embarrassed, I've already troubled the owner for a whole night. Jaeger said sorry, while rubbing against the counter. He sniffed hard, and the aroma immediately filled his nasal cavity. Suemo smiled faintly, and took chopsticks for each of them. Eat it, it's already cooked, it's a waste if you don't eat it. She said so, and the 2 of them didn't say anything. The main reason was that they couldn't say anything. Yesterday, they were chased by a saber-toothed tiger for a whole day, and they almost ran through half of the forest, and didn't eat anything. And then, they slept like this for a whole night. Both of them were warriors, and they had big appetites, not to mention this bowl of noodles, and they felt like they could eat a whole cow. It's so delicious, isn't it better than what the people in the canteen make? After taking a sip of noodles, Yage was almost moved to tears. Ah was more reserved, but he couldn't help but start slurping noodles. Sumo's mouth curled slightly. She knew that, when hungry, no one could resist the temptation of instant noodles. If you can resist, then add an egg. Not enough? Then add another sausage. This instant noodles is not a product in the grocery store, so the price is particularly cheap. With just 1 gold coin, Suemo can buy a large box from the mall. This box contains a full 100 packs of instant noodles. Even the sausage is free, and the price of eggs is not expensive. In just over 10 minutes, cooking 2 bowls of noodles and spending a few silver coins, he could win over 2 people. He made a killing. After eating the noodles, the 2 took the initiative to wash the dishes. They were too ashamed to eat and drink for free without working. Suemo refused to take the money, so of course they had to do what they could. After eating and drinking, Jaeger and the others were ready to leave. Before leaving, Ahi grabbed all 4 bottles of red potion on the shelf without hesitation, and then took 4 gold coins from his purse and put them into the box on the counter. Suemo raised his eyelids and said nothing. Why did you buy so much? Don't eat anymore. You have to know that the annual expenditure of an ordinary family in this world is only 3 or 5 gold coins. They live in the school. Although the food in the canteen doesn't taste good, it is cheap. According to the minimum standard of eating, the monthly expenditure is about 20 silver coins. If you save money, these gold coins are enough to last for 2 years. Although the potion is useful, it is really expensive. Otherwise, they would not say that they would not bring even a bottle of healing potion with them when they came out of the taming forest. Are you stupid? What do you think the effect of this potion is? Allah pulled away and whispered quietly. Then think about how much this healing potion costs. They both saw the effect of this potion. Although it looks like a primary healing potion, its effect is comparable to that of an intermediate healing potion. You know, although the primary potion is only sold for 30 silver coins outside, the intermediate potion requires 5 gold coins. And there is no market for it, because there are too few alchemists in this world. There are even fewer such potions. Ordinary people can't afford potions when they are injured. Most of them go directly to the healer for treatment. Now there is such a cheap intermediate healing potion in front of them. If they don't buy it, they will be foolish. After listening to Ahi's explanation, Jaeger, who is always a half-beat slow, finally understood. It's a pity that there are only 4 bottles. Otherwise I would like to buy some more. Whether he uses it to save his life, or gives it to others, or even as a second-hand dealer, he will not lose money. Although he doesn't have much money, he has saved more than a dozen gold coins in the past few years. Otherwise, he would not be willing to spend money to buy it. What the two of them don't know is that Suemo can actually hear what they think is whispering. The reason is simple. Just because she is the owner of this store, she can control everything in this store. But she didn't care about the two people's little tricks. Anyway, she couldn't change the price. It didn't matter who she sold it to. It was their ability to trade. She wouldn't stop them. Instead, she would try to encourage them to do so. It is said that good wine needs no bush. The location of this grocery store is called the Alley, and it is a compliment. There are only 2 customers at present, but she is counting on these 2 people to help her attract customers. The slender white fingers tapped the table lightly. Suemo turned a page of the book, and before she had time to read it, the 2 people came over again. Shopkeeper. Just call me Boss Su. Sumo's tone was clear and cold. He was stunned, and then hurriedly called Boss Su. Suemo looked up at them, and the meaning in his eyes was very clear. If you have something to say it quickly. He coughed dryly, and then pointed to the shelf. Boss Su, is this healing potion still available? Or, when will new stock be available? Chapter 5 Fantasy, depends on the mood. As long as she showed a dissatisfied expression, he would change the subject directly. Will not make Suemo difficult. But Suemo was not dissatisfied either. She thought for a moment, then slowly uttered 3 words. Depends on the mood. Okay, you are the boss and you have the final say, whatever you want. Ignore Ahi's speechless expression. Suemo once again blocked the silly Tongzi, who had been urging her to buy goods and make money in her mind. If there are many customers, I will consider replenishing the stock as soon as possible. Suemo said this sentence seemingly unintentionally. Ahi and Yaji's eyes lit up. Customers? That's easy. With such a powerful and cheap potion, why worry about customers? Although I don't know why Boss Su opened the store in such a remote place. But Ahi and Yagu both agreed that, as long as Boss Su's reputation is spread, even in the most remote places, someone will definitely come. If you need potions, there are still 5 bottles there. Seeing that the two of them understood what she meant, Suemo began to promote the remaining items in the store. She pointed to the blue primary magic potion on the shelf. After the two looked at each other, Yage went to get a bottle of magic potion, looked down at the price. 3 gold coins/bottle. It's a bit expensive. Yage couldn't help but sigh. Isn't this just an ordinary primary magic potion? In the market, primary things are mostly not worth much. This bottle is at most 2 gold coins. Sometimes you can even buy it for 1 gold coin. But considering that this is Boss Su's shop, they also found the primary healing potion that is comparable to the intermediate healing potion. So can he understand that the effect of the primary magic potion here is also comparable to the intermediate magic potion? Thinking of this, Jaeger gritted his teeth, made a ruthless decision, and took 3 gold coins directly from his purse. What are you doing? He saw him put the gold coins into the box, and then pulled the stopper to drink the potion, and directly reached out to stop him. Of course, I want to test the efficacy of this potion. After saying this, the two of them subconsciously looked in the direction of Suemo, and found that she had left without knowing when. He didn't know what to say. How can you say such a thing as testing the efficacy of the medicine in front of the boss? And you are not afraid of being kicked out. This is too disrespectful. Fortunately, Boss Su is not here. Drink it. He twitched his lips, and watched him gulp down the entire bottle of potion. It felt just like drinking water. Huh? Jaeger smacked his lips, and then looked at the potion bottle in his hand in surprise. Seeing this, he hurriedly asked him how he felt. It feels quite delicious. You know, those potions on the market are so unpalatable, bitter and astringent. But this potion is actually sweet, and it has a berry fragrance. Listening to Jaeger's non-stop chatter, he almost wanted to slap him to death. Is this what he wanted to hear? He obviously wanted to ask how effective this potion was. Fortunately, Jaeger also knew to feel sorry for his 3 gold coins. After complaining about the taste, he closed his eyes and felt the flow of air in his body. It's incredible. They had consumed a lot of energy yesterday to deal with the saber-toothed tiger, and one night was not enough to restore their martial energy. A warrior without martial energy is no different from an ordinary person. He had already checked his martial energy this morning, although it was not as dry as yesterday's, but it was not much. But now, he could clearly feel the flow of martial energy in his body, and there was a constant flow of martial energy into his limbs. Yage could clearly feel that his whole body was warming up. He suddenly opened his eyes, with a look of surprise. Ah thought he knew him very well. Although he did not express his thoughts, he could guess that this result would not disappoint them. Suemo actually knew what was happening outside. In order to make things go more smoothly, she did not interfere with the communication between the two people outside. She believed that these two people would definitely give her a surprise. Finally, when Ah and Yag left, they not only bought out the remaining 4 bottles of potion, but also took away a primary taming scroll. The originally empty shop was left with only 4 scrolls. Suemo sighed with satisfaction, and then closed the shop. Although it was still early, the shop was out of stock. In addition, the store was in a bad location, so she didn't expect any other customers today. The system was stunned at the scene, and couldn't understand why all the potions were suddenly sold out. These two people didn't seem to have much money. Congratulations to the host. Today's income, 30 gold coins. Although it didn't understand, it still dutifully reported today's income, and began to frantically urge the host to purchase goods. Suemo couldn't beat it, and finally spent money to buy some goods to put in the store, and then went to the 2nd floor to rest. At the same time, the two people who left the taming forest finally returned to the academy. Because they didn't come to class this morning, they were criticized by the crow teacher again. Although they wanted to say that they didn't return all night because they were chased by saber-toothed tigers, but the crow teacher didn't believe them at all. Not to mention that saber-toothed tigers are impossible to appear in the taming forest. Even if they really appeared, how could they come back intact? This question also stunned the two of Jaeger. Seeing this, the crow teacher snorted coldly. His eyes were full of distrust. You two are really capable now. Not coming to class is fine, but you have learned to lie. Everyone write me a 2,000-word self-criticism and hand it in to my desk tomorrow. After that, the crow teacher left. Forget it. Forget it. If he doesn't believe it, forget it. Al waved his hand indifferently, and then touched the small bag on his waist. It contained several bottles of priceless potions. 2,000 words, ah. When Jaeger thought of the 2,000 words of self-review, his scalp tingled. He was just about to say, why don't you go to the crow manor to ask for mercy, when a man suddenly ran over from a distance. While running, he shouted at them, Ah, Yag, why are you two still here? Didn't you agree to compete with that young Master Waylon? The two people's hearts skipped a beat at the same time. Oh no, they really forgot about this matter. Now that young Master is still saying that you are cowardly and dare not fight him. What's wrong with you? Chapter 6 Fantasy. The most important thing is that it tastes good. Wei Lin is a young master of a big family. Because his family is powerful, he is usually arrogant and often likes to bully others. In class, everyone gives in to him, and he and Yagu don't want to offend such a rich kid for no reason. But Wei Lin didn't know what was wrong with him. He suddenly started to target the two of them. A few days ago, he even deliberately destroyed the homework they submitted. If they hadn't been seen, Yagu and the other two would have no way to explain themselves. Since then, the three of them would have various conflicts almost every 3 or 5 days. But every time it was Wei Lin who took the initiative to provoke. Wei Lin's family is powerful, the school doesn't want to offend him, but he is also the apprentice of the teacher, so they can fight. As long as it doesn't get out of hand, the school will not intervene. Besides, this is a warrior academy. The school originally supports healthy competition between students. Just the day before yesterday, during the game, Wei Lin played a dirty trick and injured Jaeger, and almost everyone watching saw it. The result of this incident was that Wei Lin apologized, and then the two of them had a rematch, and the time of the rematch was exactly this morning. It was also because of this that Jaeger thought about going to the taming forest to find a combat pet. Wei Lin had a combat pet, and he would suffer too much without a pet. There are still 3 minutes left, there's still time. After saying this, the two of them ran quickly. On the field, a young master who behaved very arrogantly showed a mocking smile. Don't dare to come to the game, then let's count them as giving up. The referee looked at the time and frowned. There are 2 minutes left. In the last 2 minutes, if the contestant has not arrived at the competition venue, they will be deemed to have forfeited. Wei Lin snorted lightly, with no change on his expression, but in fact, he was already very happy in his heart. Yage, Maher, they are probably still lying in the Taming Forest now. They might be eaten alive by saber-toothed tigers, so how could they possibly come to participate in the competition? 1 minute countdown. The referee looked at the time again and began to count down. As time passed by second, Wei Lin's smile grew bigger. Suddenly, 2 figures appeared at the entrance of the competition, and the smile on Wei Lin's face froze. How could it be possible? How could the 2 of them appear here? He had someone sprinkle animal-attracting powder on them. Shouldn't they be being chased by wild beasts in the Taming Forest at this time? Yage and Maher didn't know. How surprised Wei Lin was by their appearance. Both parties have arrived at the competition venue. The competition will start in 3 minutes. Please enter the venue. No matter what. Everyone is here. And they have not exceeded the time limit. So the competition must continue. After the game started, Jaeger began to beat Wei Lin. Wei Lin is just a young master. Although he is also a warrior, his strength is not very strong. Otherwise, he would not use dirty tricks in the competition. Now that so many people are watching, Wei Lin did not do anything. So as expected, he lost the first game. TSK. With this little ability, you can only use some small tricks. Originally, he was chased by the saber-toothed tiger yesterday and escaped from death. His mood was already very bad. As a result, he was punished by the crow minter in the morning. So Jaeger's mood is now extremely bad. He just said he was playing a game. But actually, he was also venting his anger. Wei Lin sneered. I hope you can laugh last. There are 5 games in total. Best of 5. After winning the first game, they rested for 3 minutes. And then continued the second game. Because the first game was won too easily. Jaeger didn't consume any martial energy at all. But Wei Lin was different. He played very hard. So he drank several bottles of primary magic potions when he came off the court. During the break of the game, it is allowed to drink healing or magic potions. Of course, for fairness, any potion that improves ability is not allowed. Once found out, it will be handled as a violation. It seems that this kid is thinking about consumption. Every game consumes a huge amount of martial energy. Wei Lin probably prepared a bunch of potions for himself, which will definitely ensure that he is in the best condition in every game. Don't worry. We still have 4 bottles of potion. Okay. And they are 4 bottles of intermediate magic potion. They can definitely crush this young master. Round battle? They are not afraid. Break time is up. The second game begins. Please take your positions. Just in case. Jaeger drank half a bottle of magic potion before going on the court. The lack of martial spirit was quickly restored. Wei Lin looked at the empty bottles in his hand. And then looked at the other party, who only drank a small sip of potion, and couldn't help but reveal a mocking smile. What kind of competition is a pauper, who can't even afford potion? You are only worthy of being my stepping stone. A bottle of primary potion has to be divided into several times. It's really funny to say it out, because he knew that Wei Lin must be in full condition to compete with him at this time. Jaeger was very cautious. But Wei Lin was not like that. He saw Jaeger drink the magic potion, and he only drank a little bit. So he just thought that his martial energy was consumed a lot. And now, he has not recovered much. Who knew that as the fight went on? Wei Lin's face became more and more serious. How is it possible? When Wei Lin was knocked off the competition stage by him for the second time, he blurted out this sentence subconsciously. Jaeger raised his eyebrows at him proudly. How is it impossible? Young master, you should practice more. It's not a big deal to have more potions. So many bottles of primary magic potions were not as good as a small sip of the potion he bought from Boss Su. He saw this young master drinking potions as drinks, and he almost laughed to death. After all, although this potion can restore martial energy, it tastes terrible. But this young master was determined to beat him, and just drank 4 bottles at once. In the end, he spent money, suffered, and still didn't win. You wait. I don't believe you can win the next time. Wei Lin didn't know it was the potion's problem. He just thought that Jaeger still had a lot of martial energy left. So he defeated him. The next time. Just wait for the next time. He didn't believe that Jaeger still had so much martial energy for him to consume. Jaeger smiled and returned to his resting position. Just like before. He only pulled out the cork and took a sip. There was only 2/3 of the potion left, and the last third was left. His current warrior level is not high, and this third is just enough to restore all his martial energy. The most important thing is, this thing tastes good? When he thought of this, Jaeger began to regret the bottle of primary magic potion that he had gulped down like water before. It was a huge loss. Chapter 7 Fantasy. Is there something wrong with the potion? After drinking it, Jaeger saw Waylon pinching his nose, drinking the magic potion painfully, and staring at him fiercely. Jaeger immediately became interested, and he smiled broadly at Waylon. Then he said silently, "You are doomed to fail." After doing all this, Jaeger did not forget to take out the bottle of potion with the last bit left and shook it at him. "To deal with you, I only need to drink this little bit." Waylon threw the bottle on the ground in frustration, and the light blue liquid spurted out. "Why are you angry with him?" "Just an ignorant young master." Ah sneered. Not afraid that the young master will cause trouble to them when he gets angry, Jaeger snorted lightly. "Let him cause trouble to us whenever he wants." Time passed quickly, and the third game had begun. Because Jaeger had won 2 games first, this game was the deciding game. According to convention, there will be a bet in the final round. He really wanted to bet on Jaeger to win. After all, they knew how powerful this young master was. But because they had used all their money to buy potions, they could only find 2 gold coins on their bodies. He put the money on Jaeger without hesitation. In the bet, the number of people betting on both sides was similar, and there were more people betting on Waylon to win. After all, according to common sense, they inferred that the first 2 rounds were won, which could be said to be the difference in strength. But from the third round, no matter how powerful the warrior was, it was impossible to rely on martial arts to last 3 rounds. They also saw that Jaeger drank only a little magic potion, compared to Waylon who drank bottle after bottle. The gap was really too big. This also resulted in a 1:2 odds for Jaeger, and a 1:1 odds for Waylon. As long as he wins, can get 4 gold coins, plus 2 gold coins of the original amount. Because of the bet, the atmosphere on the field is completely different. "Come on, young master. Defeat him. Jaeger. Go. You've already won 2 rounds. Show your previous momentum. Waylon, don't lose. I'm betting all my dinner money on you." With the encouragement of the onlookers, the 2 played even more fiercely in the third round. Although it seems that they are evenly matched, any discerning person can see that Jaeger is at a disadvantage. This is normal. After all, both of them are level 5 warriors. Jaeger just has more combat experience, so he can defeat Waylon, a young master who rarely has to do anything himself. Twice. After all, how could someone defeat someone of the same level 3 times in a row without recovery? The weaker Jaeger is at this time, the happier Waylon is. He couldn't help but think of how he had treated him before, so he also began to prepare to beat Jaeger. As a spectator, he didn't seem anxious at all. Others couldn't see it, but he knew it. Jaeger was a very mean person. He was teasing others and pretending to be weak on purpose, which would make Waylon angry to death. Nothing could make people more angry and desperate than losing the victory that was within reach. As expected, just when everyone thought Jaeger was going to fall off the competition stage, he suddenly turned around and jumped behind Waylon. Bang! A palm strike, Waylon fell down again and again. The winner is decided. Jaeger defeated Waylon with a complete victory. The referee teacher began to announce the results of the game. Those who bet on Waylon to turn defeat into victory wailed. It's not that they don't want to believe that Jaeger will win, they just don't want to believe that they lost. Waylon looked at Jaeger in disbelief, and when his eyes fell on the bottle of potion in his hand, he seemed to think of something. "I don't accept it. I want to report it. Jaeger cheated." His voice was loud, and almost everyone in the audience heard his voice. The referee frowned impatiently. The result of the game was already obvious, under the watchful eyes of the public. How could Jaeger cheat? It was obvious that he couldn't afford to lose. Waylon looked at the expression on the referee's face, and knew that they didn't believe what he said, so he stood up and pointed at the magic potion in Jaeger's hand. "I suspect that what Jaeger has in his hand is not a magic potion, but an enhancement potion." Enhancement potion, as the name suggests, is a potion that improves strength. For warriors of their level, the primary enhancement potion can help them improve their strength by a whole level. Jaeger looked at Waylon in surprise. He never thought that this young master would be so imaginative. He really took himself seriously. To deal with him, do I still need to drink the enhancement potion? Is it necessary? Anyway, Waylon is also a child who was spoiled by his family. When he saw the expression on Jaeger's face at this time, he just thought that he had hit the nail on the head. I request to check his potion. If there is a problem, Jaeger must withdraw from the competition. This competition is a competition for the entire grade, which is related to the final ranking of a school year. The final ranking will also affect the graduation score and evaluation. So it is an especially important competition. If someone cheats in the competition, it will be directly recorded in the file and become a stain. The referee took a look at the potion in Jaeger's hand. In any case, from the outside, this is a normal bottle of primary magic potion. But now that the contestants have raised doubts, it is not a big deal for him not to solve it. You go and invite the Pharmacist Zina over. The referee summoned a student who maintained order and asked him to quickly invite a special pharmacist to come and test the potion. He communicated with Jaeger and took the potion he had not finished drinking. Referee: it's not that I don't want to give you the potion. This potion is not cheap. Jaeger spoke in a loud voice. Just enough for Waylon, who came over to find out what was going on, to hear. How much is it? I bought it. Isn't it just a primary magic potion? I'll give you one bottle directly. As he said that, Waylon took out 2 bottles of potion that were exactly the same as the one in Jaeger's hand from his pocket. Jaeger clicked his tongue twice and looked at him with disdain. Who told you that this is a primary magic potion? This is an intermediate magic potion. You're exchanging 2 primary bottles? You're fooling me. What Jaeger said at this time was the truth, but in Waylon's eyes, he just didn't want to hand over the potion. And the more he did this, the more Waylon suspected that there was something wrong with the potion, and at the same time, he confirmed his guess. You're fooling me. Do you think I've never seen an intermediate magic potion? Wait for Zina Pharmacist to come over. As long as he says it's an intermediate magic potion, I'll pay you 10 times the price. Jaeger's eyes lit up. He was waiting for Waylon to say this. It's a deal. The referee is the witness. Chapter 8 Fantasy. Oh. Right. Right. I couldn't help but start to laugh. But in order not to be exposed, he could only cooperate and show a worried look. He even pulled Jaeger to whisper, pretending to be at a loss as the matter was exposed. Pharmacist Zina came quickly. As a 3rd-level pharmacist, he is very busy every day. If he was not the only one in school today, the referee would never bother him. Where is the potion? Zina frowned and looked at the referee. He quickly presented the potion in his hand with both hands. He took the potion, first looked at it carefully. That's right. With his experience of refining medicine for more than 10 years, this is definitely a primary magic potion. Despite this, he still pulled out the cork, and then smelled it. Huh? This smell. Waylon saw that Zina's pharmacist's face changed, and he was immediately happy. I knew there must be something wrong with this potion. Yage. You dared to cheat, you'll be expelled. Ah. Yes. Yes. Yes, you're right. Yage rolled his eyes mercilessly, which made Waylon very angry. But when he thought about what he might experience after being found out for cheating, Waylon began to comfort himself. Pharmacist Zina didn't notice the quarrel between them. He smelled the sweet and sour taste and felt more and more that something was wrong. Finally, he reached out and dipped a little potion and put it in his mouth. Pharmacist Zina, this is... The referee glanced at him nervously and saw that his expression became more and more serious. This is an intermediate magic potion. No doubt. As soon as these words came out, Yage burst into laughter. Waylon's eyes widened in disbelief. The referee received a positive response, so he returned to the stage to announce the results of the competition and the verification results. Pharmacist Zina was still holding the potion bottle tightly, while watching and muttering to himself. How could this be? The taste is wrong. And the medicinal materials don't feel right either. Could someone have invented a better way to make medicine? How is this possible? Waylon was so angry that he almost fainted. But he also knew that he couldn't faint at this time. If he really fainted, that would be really embarrassing, but he didn't dare to question Pharmacist Zina, after all. He was a 3rd-level alchemist. In the entire human continent, those with alchemist talent can be said to be 1 in a million, not to mention those who can reach the qualification of 3rd-level alchemist, that can be said to be rare. If he dared to be rude to Pharmacist Zina now, he wouldn't even have to wait for him to go home. The academy would not let him go. You're lucky. Who knows where you got this weird medicine? As he said this, Waylon was about to turn around and leave. But before he took 2 steps, he was stopped by Jaeger. Hey, don't leave. Where's the compensation you promised? Jaeger was not going to let him go so easily. If he didn't teach this guy a lesson, he wouldn't have to trouble him every time. Because you can't afford to lose, you suspected that I drank the potion for improvement, so I need to contribute my intermediate magic potion to Zina Pharmacist. You said it yourself, 10 times the compensation. There's a referee to testify. Wei Lin was so angry that he trembled all over. He pulled the hand that was holding his hand open, then grabbed a handful of gold coins from his pocket, and threw them hard at Jaeger. And Jaeger quickly dodged. Then, they didn't despise him, and directly picked up all the gold coins on the ground and counted them. 31 gold coins. Yag's eyes lit up. He knew that this young master must be rich, and it would be a waste if he didn't cheat him, anyway. It was all his own fault. If he hadn't played a dirty trick before, and was unwilling to admit his mistakes now, and suspected him for no reason, he wouldn't have paid this money in vain. Oh, you are worthy of being the young Master Wei Lin, you are trustworthy. After Jaeger said this, he realized that he had already walked away. Come on, divide the money. Yag smiled, and directly grabbed half of it and gave it to Ah. Ah knew his character, so he didn't refuse, and directly put the gold coins into his purse. Just as they were about to leave, they were stopped by Pharmacist Zina. Don't go. Don't go. Tell me first. Where did this potion come from? Jaeger and he looked at each other. They were both reluctant to say it. But when they thought of what Boss Su said, if there were more customers, she would restock as soon as possible. We bought this in the same store. Oh. Young people. Don't be so slow. Which store is it from? Where is the store? Pharmacist Zina was obviously a little anxious. He loved to refine medicine the most in his life. For the sake of refining medicine, he could basically ignore everything. Otherwise, he would not become the youngest third-level alchemist. Now that he saw this unique potion, he would naturally not miss the opportunity to study it. At this time, Pharmacist Zina had already thought that the potion was made by the owner of that store. What he wanted to do most now was to find the owner as soon as possible, and then ask her for advice on the art of making medicine. Well, this store is in the Taming Forest, seems to be at the easternmost part, at the foot of the mountain in the east. It is quite remote. Pharmacist Zina frowned. Don't lie to me, you two. How could there be a store in the Taming Forest? He was a little helpless. But to be honest, before they actually saw Boss Su's store, if someone told them so, they would definitely not believe it. Pharmacist Zina, we really didn't lie to you, if you don't believe it. Look at him. As he said that, Jaeger pulled open his clothes, revealing a scar that was almost as long as his entire hand, and a wound on his waist that was almost bigger than his palm. Fuck, what are you doing? He couldn't help but curse when his clothes were suddenly stripped. Then he slapped his hand away and pulled his clothes up. What the hell are you talking about? We are all men. Why are you so shy? Yage rolled his eyes, and then continued to say to Pharmacist Zina, we went to the Taming Forest yesterday to find a pet, but we accidentally met a saw-toothed tiger. After briefly explaining the process, Yage told him what happened yesterday. Although Pharmacist Zina still didn't believe it. But he also saw the horrible and hideous wound. Yage even took out a bottle of primary healing potion from the same mysterious shop. I won't take advantage of you two. You can go to my office sometime and pick a bottle of medicine each. After receiving a satisfactory reply, Pharmacist Zina's attitude eased a lot. He put the 2 bottles of potion into his pocket as if they were treasures. By the way, remember to be careful next time you go to the Taming Forest. You are covered with animal-attracting powder. Understand? Chapter 9 Fantasy, Ruining the Place. Since Jaeger and Ahi left, Su-Imo has been living a life of slacking off every day. Every day. The system sighs and complains about the lack of customers in the store, what to do if the business is not good, and so on. Every time he hears these words, Su-Imo will directly block it. Who is to blame for the poor business? If it hadn't chosen such a remote place, would it be necessary? It's been 3 whole days, let alone human figures. Su-Imo didn't even see a beast. Woo woo woo, what should I do if there are still no customers? The system is crying and whimpering. One after another, Su-Mo's head hurts. Without customers, there is no income. Without income, this grocery store cannot continue to operate. If the grocery store cannot continue to operate, it will be destroyed. I didn't want to open a store here. It's just bad luck. It was randomly placed here. Su-Imo resisted the urge to curse and turned down the system's volume. If he hadn't promised the system that he would not block it again, Su-Imo would have locked it up in this small dark room for at least 3 days. What the hell is this place? Did you hear it wrong? How could someone open a store here? No. Young master. Listen to my explanation. I really heard from Jaeger that their potions were bought in the store in the Taming Forest. The follower ran to catch up with the person in front of him with tears in his eyes. Wei Lin was looking around here angrily like a headless fly. Finally, after walking for a while, the follower seemed to see a white spot in front. Young master. Look over there. Isn't that a sign? Grocery store? What a lousy name. Where is the store called a grocery store? The attendant complained, while pulling Wei Lin. After hearing his words, Wei Lin hurriedly walked in that direction. As the distance shortened, the cover of the jungle trees disappeared, and a small store with a strange decoration appeared in their sight. At the same time, Suemo also heard the surprised voice of the system prompt tone that had never been blocked. Someone is coming. Finally, there are customers. It seems that those two silly boys are quite reliable. As the system chattered, Suemo had already seen two figures appear at the door. One was dressed gorgeously, looked very rich, but his demeanor and behavior revealed arrogance, and his eyes wanted to show that he looked down on everyone. The other was much more normal. It's just that he was very attentive and humble to the people around him. It doesn't look like he's here to buy anything, but it looks like he's here to mess things up. Where's the boss? Who's the boss? Come out. As soon as Wei Lin walked into the store, he started yelling before he even looked around. Suemo was sitting behind the counter, but he didn't see her like a blind man. He pretended not to see her, and Suemo pretended not to hear her, and continued to read without even raising her head. Although there were no electronic products for her entertainment in this world, there was still no shortage of books. What's going on? This is the attitude of opening a store? Don't you know that customers are God? These words were said by Wei Lin's follower. For the benefit of the family, he was almost sold to Wei Lin as a servant. The most important task he had to do was to satisfy Wei Lin. Seeing that the woman ignored them, he naturally refused to agree to it, because it was a loss of face for the young master. You can buy it or not. If you are here to mess things up, you will bear the consequences yourself. Suemo didn't even bother to raise her eyelids, and spoke while reading a book. Her tone was calm and normal, but it sounded no different from sarcasm in the ears of the two people. Wei Lin was very angry when he thought that it was because of the things in this woman's store that Jaeger won over him. If it weren't for her, how could he lose? Buy. Why not buy it? Wei Lin sneered and saw 5 bottles of blue potion on the shelf at a glance. This bottle was exactly the same as the one in Jaeger's hand. He directly cleared out the potion on the shelf, and then threw them one by one on the ground. The sound of the glass bottles breaking was crisp and harsh. The light blue liquid flowed on the ground, giving off a faint berry fragrance. How much is it? I'll pay. While saying this, Wei Lin raised his chin. I'm really here to mess things up. What can you do? I'm the young master of the Hao family. Now, this young master has taken a fancy to this store. You tell me how much it costs, and this young master will buy it directly. If you don't want to sell it, this young master will make you unable to run this store. The attitude was very rebellious. Whether it was his previous actions, or the tone of his speech now, it was very disgusting. What he said at this time made the system even more angry. By a fart, this is its store. The person who dares to act wild here has not been born yet. Tongzi, I'll leave it to you. Suemo closed the book, and then sat on a chair to watch the show. The system received a response from the host, and quickly responded, and then directly activated the grocery store's security system. In the blink of an eye, Suemo saw a black shadow rushing down from the 2nd floor. The black shadow unceremoniously picked up Wei Lin and his followers like a chicken. What are you doing? How dare you attack me? The Hao family will not let you go. I am the young master of the Hao family. It hurts so much. Let me go! Fuck. You fucking. Wei Lin struggled, and kept spitting out threats and curses. It's a pity that he couldn't beat this person at all, so he could only let him slaughter him. Especially when he felt the inexplicable oppression from this person. He suddenly felt like a chicken with its neck pinched, and couldn't make a sound. The black shadow carried them to the door, and then threw them directly out of the door. Suemo nodded in satisfaction, and then ordered Xiao Hei, take 15 gold coins from them, and break one hand. After all, he broke 5 bottles of her potion, so he still had to pay her. And because she had warned him in advance, he didn't listen and smashed her things. So breaking a hand was a lesson. The person summoned by the system had no name, and his face couldn't be seen clearly. He was all black, so Suemo just called him Xiao Hei. Anyway, he knew who he was calling. Yes, Xiao He responded, then squatted down and pulled the hand that had just broken the potion bottle. And broke it hard. After a wailing, Xiao He grabbed Wei Lin's purse, counted 15 gold coins from it, and then threw the rest of the purse back. This time I'm just teaching you a lesson. If you dare to come here and cause trouble again, it won't be a matter of one hand. Wei Lin was so scared that he couldn't speak. He seemed to feel an extremely strong pressure from the Black Shadow. His father, the head of the Hao family, was a level 10 martial artist. And the pressure just coming from the Black Shadow was even more terrifying than that of a martial artist. How could such a small shop hide such a powerful person? Chapter 10 Fantasy, Morin Mercenary Group. Since he found out that Xiao He actually had a power more terrifying than that of a great martial artist, Wei Lin left the Taming Forest in a hurry. He was afraid that if they changed their minds, they would just kill him. Although he was arrogant and willful, he was not a fool, and he knew who he could not afford to offend. If he had known earlier that such a person existed in such an inconspicuous little shop, he would definitely not have taken the initiative to provoke Su Mo just now. ***. I'm so angry. What kind of person is this? The system complained to Su Mo angrily. Su Mo was much calmer. She didn't even need to think to know that. The man must have found this place because of Jaeger and the others. Otherwise, no one would come here to mess things up for no reason. It must be that Jaeger and he used this potion to make that man suffer, and that man got the location of the grocery store from somewhere, so he came here to mess things up. Not long after, the system sensed that there was someone not far from the grocery store, and seemed to be heading in this direction. Why are you here again? Didn't you learn enough? The system promptly reported the outside information to Su Mo. Su Mo frowned and comforted the system. Don't worry. It may not be those two people just now. Xiao He is so powerful. As long as he is not a fool, he will not come back to cause trouble after suffering a loss. Isn't this just looking for death? But today is very interesting. Why are the customers coming one after another? Just when Su Mo was hesitating whether to buy goods, the customers outside the door had already walked in. And there were quite a few of them. 1, 2, 3, 7, 8. There are actually 10 people in total. Congratulations to the host. The number of new customers visiting the grocery store has reached 10. And the popularity has increased by 10. Congratulations to the host. The popularity of the grocery store has reached 30. And the store can be upgraded to level 2 by spending 50 gold coins. Do you want to upgrade? Su Mo was busy greeting people. And now she had no time to care about what the system said. She looked carefully and found that the people were dressed in a rather strange way. Their clothes were simple and capable. Their movements were also clean and neat. And their weapons were shining with cold light. It was obvious that these were weapons that had been sharpened, stained with blood, and might have killed people or beasts. You are Boss Su, right? The person who spoke was a very beautiful woman. If I guess correctly, she should be the one who took the lead among this group of people. Although these people looked ferocious, their attitude was still relatively good. At least it's much better than the two people before. Su Mo nodded. I'm the boss here. What can I do for you? The beautiful woman showed a charming smile. I'm Xian Wu, the leader of the Morin Mercenary Group. So it's a mercenary group. No wonder these people look different from others. Su Mo nodded, motioning her to continue. Then Xian Wu took out a bottle of healing potion. Su Mo recognized at a glance that this potion was sold by her. Because anything in a grocery store, there will be an S mark on the corner. Whether it's a logo or an anti-counterfeiting mark, it's easy to recognize anyway. So far, she has sold 15 bottles of potion, and 5 bottles were smashed, so the potion in Xian Wu's hand could only have come from Jaeger and the others. I bought this from 2 people on the black market. They said that this medicine is as effective as an intermediate healing potion. We have indeed tried it, and it is quite effective. As the leader of the mercenary group, Xian Wu accepted a mission to escort a batch of goods a week ago. However, he encountered robbery on the way, and one of his members was seriously injured and in critical condition. Neither ordinary healers nor primary healing potions could save him. For the lives of his members, Xian Wu went to the black market to try his luck and see if he could find someone selling intermediate healing potions. As a result, he did not find the intermediate healing potion, but saw 2 people holding primary healing potions and saying that this was an intermediate healing potion. It can be said that he was desperate and had no choice but to buy the potion. He was prepared to be cheated, and buying the potion was just a last resort. He did not expect that what the two people said was true. After drinking the potion, the wound that had been bleeding for a long time finally stopped bleeding. Although the wound was still very horrible, at least her life was saved. After discovering that the potion worked, Xianwu quickly asked someone to go to the black market to buy all the remaining potions. However, the two people said that they only had 4 bottles of potion in total. 2 bottles should be kept for their own use, and they could only sell her 1 more bottle at most. Xianwu originally thought that 1 bottle would be fine, which was better than nothing. Unexpectedly, the two people told her the location of the store directly. If it had not been confirmed that the efficacy of the medicine was not a problem, Xianwu would have suspected that the two people were agents. Suemo raised an eyebrow. So, does Captain Xian still think that the two of them are agents? Xianwu smiled and waved to call someone over. It was a sturdy man who was 8 feet tall. He was only wearing a short-sleeved shirt and a jacket-like shirt on the outside. After taking off the jacket, a wound that almost spanned half of his chest was exposed. The wound had scabbed over now, but it still looked very scary. A large area of skin was pitted and looked like a centipede. Even Suemo couldn't help but sigh after seeing it. He was so seriously injured, but he was still alive. It seemed that he was lucky. It just so happened that they ran into Jaeger and the other two who were selling potions. Otherwise they would have died. The missions of our mercenary group are not low, so we want to buy more potions from Boss Su to store for use. Although I know that this is only an intermediate healing potion, and not a panacea. But there is a lack of intermediate and higher potions in the market now, so it is understandable that she attaches so much importance to it. Suemo pointed to the shelf, and then pointed to the box. There are 5 more bottles. The price is marked on them. Just put the money here. Xianwu smiled faintly and said nothing. One of the mercenary group members paid the money, and then carefully put away the 5 bottles of potion, fearing that they would be dropped or smashed. 5 bottles may not be enough. Boss Su. You see? Suemo shook his head. Don't worry. Maybe there will be more tomorrow. Xianwu had no choice. She couldn't hold a knife to Sumo's neck and force her to restock. In fact, what Xianwu didn't know was that she really didn't need to worry, because there was something more urgent than her. Host, are you really not going to restock? 10 people. How much money will you lose? Listen to my arrangements. I guarantee that you can make more money in 2 days. Chapter 11 Fantasy. 3 tasks. As soon as it heard more money, the system immediately became quiet, as obedient as a chicken, and said nothing. Boss Su, would you like to think about it again? Xianwu looked at Suemo with reluctance. Suemo also looked at her, and then began to promote the scrolls at the back. How about, Captain Xian? Can you take a look at the scrolls at the back? They are also very useful. Xianwu twitched her lips, and the image of a beautiful and charming beauty disappeared without a trace. Okay, I'll come back in 2 days. Although it was a pity that I couldn't buy more healing potions, at least I had 5 bottles. As long as those people stopped targeting them, it would still be enough. If they hadn't taken on a task to do in the past 2 days, Xian, we would have even wanted to stay in the grocery store and wait for Boss Su to restock. After confirming again and again that there would be no restocking today, Xianwu waved her hand and bought all 4 scrolls. After they left, Suemo closed the shop directly. Upgrade it. Confirmed to upgrade the 2nd level grocery store. Gold coins *50 have been deducted. The system deducted the gold coins happily. Then, Suemo could clearly find that the size of the grocery store and the layout of the built-in furnishings had changed a lot. First of all, the number of shelves increased, and the open space in the middle of the store became a little bigger. Not only that, there were chairs placed around the store. The grocery store has been successfully upgraded to level 2, rewarded with 1 commodity exchange voucher. Now open the level 2 mall, unlock the task system. Please select at least 1 task from the following 3 tasks and complete it. 1. Within 1 week, sell 100 bottles of primary healing potion 0 out of 100 task reward. First level commodity exchange voucher *1, reputation plus 102. Within 1 week, sell 100 bottles of primary magic potion 0 out of 100 task reward. First level commodity exchange voucher *1, reputation plus 203. Within 1 week, sell a total of 30 bottles of intermediate healing potion and intermediate magic potion 0/30 task reward. First level commodity exchange voucher *1, Reputation plus 30. Sumo glanced at these tasks, and then took them all without hesitation. After accepting the task, she began to allocate the funds on hand. Initially, she spent 100 gold coins, spent 50 gold coins on daily necessities, and the net profit of the grocery store was 82 gold coins and 50 silver coins. Upgrading cost 50 gold coins. In other words, the initial 100 gold coins had all been spent. The remaining funds on her body were exactly the net profit income. Sumo opened them all, and then exchanged for the intermediate healing potion. Intermediate healing potion purchase price, 3 gold coins / bottle sales price, 10 gold coins introduction. It can quickly heal wounds, stop bleeding and pain, and will definitely not leave scars after the wound heals. This is the best choice for beauty lovers. Then she started to purchase 35 bottles of primary healing potions, 20 bottles of primary magic potion bottles, 5 primary beast taming scrolls, 10 bottles of intermediate healing potions. Then, settlement. Consumption gold coins * 82.5. There was no money left. Sumo nodded with satisfaction. Now that the goods have been received, the next thing is left to the system. The system received the commission and happily helped the host to put the items on the shelves one by one. Captain, there seems to be a spirit beast over there. Xianwu was shocked and quickly ordered everyone to stop. Then he asked the person who spoke, "Are you sure? Did you see it right?" Another task they took this time was to go to the swamp to collect manlu flowers. Before coming here, they asked someone, and the monsters in the swamp were at most fantasy beasts. Although they had heard from others that there would be spirit beasts, the possibility was very small. Their source of information was the most famous local know-it-all, so they did not doubt the accuracy of the information. They had made many preparations before coming here, and brought all the potions bought from the grocery store. It seems that there are really spirit beasts here. Xianwu frowned. Their mercenary group is quite strong. The weakest one is already a 9th level warrior. And there are 4 martial artists. It is not that they have no confidence in dealing with spirit beasts, but it is still a little dangerous, and there is a high possibility of injury. After thinking for a while, Xianwu decided to give it a try. You know, the reward for this task is 5 purple gold coins. If they give up, they will naturally be unwilling. Moreover, the task has been accepted. If they give up, it will also affect the reputation and credibility of their mercenary group. Ahu and I will go to the front to check the situation. The others stay where they are. Don't act rashly. Ahu was the one who was seriously injured before, and then was saved by medicine. In this group, he and Xianwu are the strongest. One is a 3rd level martial artist, and the other is a 2nd level martial artist. Otherwise, he would not have been injured so badly before. He was stabbed to cover everyone's retreat. Now his wound has completely healed. Although the scar is still very scary, it does not affect his actions. Yes, Captain. Everyone obeyed Xianwu's orders very well. Although they were very worried about the safety of the two of them, they also knew that if they acted without authorization, they might drag them down. Let's go! Xianwu took Ahu with him, and the two of them moved forward carefully. Let alone the sound, I dare not even breathe quickly. The senses of spirit beasts are generally very sharp. Even the slightest movement may attract its attention. Captain, I seem to smell a bloody smell. Xianwu frowned slightly. Now she could not care about asking Ahu to stop talking, because she also smelled this smell. It was a very strong and pungent smell. This is the smell of a black python. When Xianwu was a child, she was bitten by a black python that had just hatched. She will never forget the disgusting stench. This is the smell of the venom secreted by the black python. No, there is more than one spirit beast in front. If there is only one black python, there is no way there would be such a strong smell of blood. The monster is not sick. It will not hurt itself for no reason. The only possibility is that it fought with other monsters. The reason why there is no movement now is that the two monsters are most likely fighting to the end. And both are injured. I saw it. It is indeed a black python. And the other is a flame lion. The black python is a level 5 spirit beast, and the flame lion is a level 6 spirit beast. Logically speaking, the flame lion can definitely beat the black python. However, the black python is poisonous, so don't underestimate its low level. It is not uncommon for it to kill spirit beasts that are several levels higher than it. Xianwu used his hands to push away the bushes that blocked his view, and clearly saw a circle of black and purple flowers around the two spirit beasts. This is their mission on this trip. Manlu Flower. Chapter 12 Fantasy, Flame Lion and Black Python. What should we do now? Should we give up the mission? The strength of a level 5 spirit beast is equivalent to that of a level 10 martial artist, or even a great martial artist. Even if they had 10 people, they were no match for these two spirit beasts. Even if these two spirit beasts were seriously injured, they could not possibly deal with them. After all, a lean camel is still bigger than a horse. I think the Black Python and the Flame Lion are both seriously injured, but they are too close to the mango flowers, so it is not convenient for us to collect them. If they were farther away, they could sneak over to collect them and run away. Thinking that these two spirit beasts were so seriously injured, they would not bother to care about them. But because they were too close, there was no guarantee that the spirit beasts would not think they were a threat, and kill them. Just when everyone was frowning, someone suddenly made a strange cry, and everyone's eyes were focused on him. Xianwu frowned slightly. What's wrong? The man shook his head quickly, then nodded, and took out a scroll from his bag. Xianwu recognized this scroll, which he also bought from Boss Su. It seemed to be a primary taming scroll, and one scroll cost 10 gold coins. If it wasn't for giving Boss Su face and trying to please her, Xianwu wouldn't have bought it at all. Primary taming scrolls are not rare in the market, and one scroll costs only 5 gold coins at most. The man who took out the scroll swallowed nervously, and then weakly made a suggestion. How about, let's try to subdue these two spirit beasts? When this was said, if they hadn't known each other for a long time and knew that he wouldn't joke easily, they would even think that this man wanted them to die. Taming a spirit beast with a primary taming scroll? Are you crazy? Sometimes even a fantasy beast may not be tamed with this primary taming scroll. Xiaoli, I think you haven't woken up yet. That's a spirit beast, not a fantasy beast. The kid must be stupid. Stop scolding. Stop scolding. If it doesn't work, let's give up the task. Although 5 purple gold coins are a lot, it's not a bad idea to take other tasks. Besides, we now have the healing potion bought from Boss Su, which also provides a lot of security. Xiaoli wiped the sweat from his head, and finally got the topic after a long time of effort. The problem is, this primary taming scroll was bought from Boss Su's store. After he finished speaking, there was silence on the field. Xianwu seemed to understand what he wanted to say. Since even the primary healing potion in Boss Su's store can be as effective as the intermediate healing potion on the market, then maybe even a primary taming scroll can reach the strength of an intermediate taming scroll. Although an intermediate taming scroll cannot tame spirit beasts, the two spirit beasts over there are seriously injured. The taming strength of a demon beast in a normal state and a seriously injured state is completely different. Captain, I saw it when you asked me to buy the scroll. It says below the scroll that it can tame fantasy beasts below level 10, and even weak spirit beasts. If someone else said this, Xianwu would definitely not believe it. If it was a scroll from someone else's shop, Xianwu would definitely not believe it either. But the person who said it was a teammate she trusted, and the scroll was also bought from Boss Su. Now what was in front of her was not just the temptation of 5 purple gold coins, but an opportunity to get 2 spirit beasts as pets. Here, everyone can only tame 1 demon beast as their own fighting beast in their lifetime, and the taming scrolls on the market are also prepared for this purpose. But because the taming strength of the primary taming scroll is too poor, generally, it can only tame fantasy beasts below level 3. And these low-level fantasy beasts still need to spend a lot of time, energy, materials to cultivate. It is not certain that they can be cultivated successfully. So this also leaves to few people on the mainland actively looking for their own fighting beasts. Only the children of those big families have the capital to use higher-level scrolls, tame higher-level demon beasts, and can better cultivate these demon beasts. These are 2 spirit beasts, Captain. Do you think Boss Su lied to us? Is this primary taming scroll really that powerful? If it was just 5 purple gold coins, Xiaoli would definitely not care. Although it was a lot, it was not so much that they could risk their lives. But if it was 2 spirit beasts, it was still very likely that they would be tamed by them, then it would be completely different. This value is completely immeasurable. Once they are tamed, the strength of the mercenary group is equivalent to adding 2 great martial artists. And they are absolutely loyal. In the end, they decided to take a risk. They only relied on healing potions and taming scrolls. The weakest few people in the group were left behind, while the others tiptoed towards the 2 spirit beasts. After seeing a huge lion head, Xianwu stopped. She took out the scroll, unfolded it, and continued to move forward. The flaming lion seemed to feel threatened. It endured the severe pain in its body and roared at the mercenaries. Everyone felt a pain in their chest. Their blood surged, and their mouths were filled with a bloody smell. The weaker ones had already started to vomit blood. They quickly took out the healing potions bought on the market from their bags and started drinking them. They did not dare to use the ones bought by Suemo easily. Although Xianwu did not vomit blood, she was not much better, because she was holding the scroll. The flaming lion felt that she was the biggest threat, so the attack on her was more powerful. At this time, she felt that her whole head was buzzing with pain. Is this the power of the spirit beast? Everyone was extremely shocked. Even if they were seriously injured, they could still hurt them with a roar. Since they were here, Xianwu would naturally not give up. So she moved forward under the pressure of the spirit beast. The huge lion eyes stared at her intently, revealing endless threats and bloodlust. There is no doubt that if it weren't for the fact that the flaming lion was injured, it would definitely bite all these humans to death. You have been injured so badly. And you are also poisoned. You will die if you stay here anyway. Why don't you come with us? The poison of the black python is not so easy to deal with. Xianwu has a deep understanding of this. Spiritual beasts, like the flaming lion, are generally intelligent and can barely understand the meaning of their words. It knows that it is about to die, but it does not want to succumb to humans. So there is another roar, and the taming scroll in Xianwu's hand is torn. She is nervous and takes out another taming scroll. Chapter 13 Fantasy, Little Yellow. Xianwu gave up trying to persuade it. While the flame lion was not reacting, she tore the taming scroll directly. A white energy flew into the flame lion's eyes, and the flame lion seemed to feel a force enveloping itself. It was eager to break free of this force, so it used all its strength to stand up, and then used the last blow in the direction of the crowd. The long and powerful tail swept across, and those who could not dodge in time could only be hit hard and flew away. Among them, Xianwu, who was closest, was the most seriously injured, and spit out a mouthful of blood directly. The strong impact made her faint directly. "Ah, Wu! Captain!" After the flame lion's attack, the body finally couldn't bear the burden, and then fell heavily to the ground. At this time, everyone had no time to care about its situation, and they hurriedly got up and ran to Xianwu's side. "Potion! Where is the potion I bought from Boss Su?" Don't worry, it's here, don't break it." Everyone was busy feeding Xianwu with a healing potion, and her pale face gradually turned rosy, and they breathed a sigh of relief. After seeing that Xianwu was fine, Ahu began to check on the condition of the spirit beast. After he cautiously bypassed the huge body of the flaming lion, he unexpectedly found that all the wounds on the monster's body had disappeared. It was just that its body was still stained with mottled blood and dirt and grass on the ground, so if you didn't pay attention, you wouldn't be able to find that it had recovered. In the blink of an eye, another 2 days had passed. During these 2 days, the grocery store's business slowly began to improve. First, yesterday, a strange old man came. He kept talking about wanting to see the senior alchemist in their store. Although Suemo repeatedly explained that these potions were obtained by herself, and there was no alchemist, the old man did not believe it. Finally, there was no choice, and the old man stayed in the grocery store. Suemo saw that he was willing to stay, so she stayed. Anyway, it would not affect her business, and he, a weak alchemist, could not do anything in the store. This old man was the Pharmacist Zina. After getting the potion from Jaeger, he took the potion and began to retreat, as if he was determined to study the 2 potions. But he failed in the end. The 2 bottles of potion were all used up. He went to find Jaeger and the others, and they also said that their medicine had been sold. In desperation, Pharmacist Zina could only come to the Taming Forest to find this mysterious grocery store. "Boss Su, please let me meet that alchemist. I really have no ill intentions. I just want to talk to him about my experience in alchemy. If it really doesn't work, if these things are not convenient to disclose, then I can directly become his apprentice. What do you think? It is not something that an ordinary person can do to have a 3rd-level alchemist as an apprentice." Because of Jaeger's introduction, the grocery store has initially had some fixed customer flow, and most of these customers are students, who all know Pharmacist Zina. Seeing that he wanted to meet the mysterious pharmacist in the grocery store with such a humble attitude, they couldn't help but feel shocked. At the same time, they also felt that the potions on the shelves began to shine. Even a 3rd-level alchemist has to come here to learn. Could he be a 4th-level alchemist? Are all the potions here the work of 4th-level alchemists? The more they thought about it, the faster they moved their hands. After a while, the potions on the shelf were gone in an instant. One gold coin after another fell into the box. Congratulations, host. Today's income is 542 gold coins. Finally broke through 500 gold coins. Boss Sue, what do you think? For a man with a strong will like Zina, Sumo couldn't do anything about him. After all, he didn't make trouble, and he didn't affect her business, so she couldn't find a reason to kick him out. If she forced Xiaohei to throw him out, it wouldn't be impossible. But Sumo didn't want to do that. Tongzi, are there any alchemist notes or something like that in the mall? Yes. Yes. But there is only one copy, and you can't take it out of the store. You can only read it in the store. It would be easy if there was one. Sumo's frown relaxed. She asked the system to put the alchemist's notes in an inconspicuous corner. No one noticed. In a corner of the grocery store, several notebooks that looked very old appeared on the bookshelf. Pharmacist Zina, I can tell you for sure that I am the only one in this shop. Zina seemed to want to say something, but he had been here for so many days, and indeed had not seen anyone except Boss Sue, so he did not think she was lying. If there was really no one else, where did these potions and scrolls come from? Could it be? Thinking of this, Zina's eyes turned very hot when he looked at her. Suemo twitched her lips, fearing that he would misunderstand that these potions were made by himself, and then start to pester her. So she raised her hand and pointed to the bookshelf. It is inconvenient to disclose the source of the goods in the grocery store. If Pharmacist Zina really loves to make medicine, I have a few pharmacist's notes here. Just before she finished speaking, she saw Zina running towards the direction she pointed. Zina looked at the few notes placed casually on the bookshelf, with the shells already withered and gray. While happy, he also felt very distressed. How can such notes be left outside casually? What if someone steals it and breaks it? Fortunately, the notes are not broken. He held the notes to himself, looking like he had found a treasure. Boss Sue, can I read all these? Suemo nodded. It was specially exchanged for him. Of course he could read it. Yes, but you can't take it out? You can only look at it in the store. China agreed immediately. No problem. No problem. I will never take it out. Don't worry, Boss Sue. I will never reveal the contents. As he said that, he took the notebook and read it carefully on the chair. He was still muttering to himself while reading. Seeing this, the guests couldn't help but pay 12 points of awe to this mysterious grocery store, and this mysterious Boss Sue. He could easily take out something that even a third-level alchemist would find precious. This boss. Not simple. Boss Sue. I'm here. Where's the potion I promised you? Xianwu's charming voice came from outside the door. Suemo looked up and noticed a ball of golden fur in her arms. Xianwu noticed her sight, took out the things in her arms, and placed them in front of Suemo. How is it? This is my new combat beast, called Xiao Huang, cute. Isn't it? It's a spiritual beast. Xiao Huang? Suemo looked at Mr. Xian speechlessly, who didn't think there was anything wrong with the name at all, and was even a little complacent. Chapter 14 Fantasy, Little Black Snake. Then her eyes fell on Xiao Huang, whose eyes were full of dissatisfaction and disgust. Is this a flaming lion? Suemo had read a lot of common sense about this world during this period. This included various monster records, compendium of materia medica, so she recognized Xiao Huang at a glance. Roar! Xiao Huang gritted his teeth in dissatisfaction. Then he roared fiercely. But if it was in its original form, if it roared like this, it would definitely be earth-shattering. But it is too small now. At the beginning, Xianwu used up the taming scroll, although he successfully tamed it, and all the wounds on its body were healed, but its size returned to its infancy. At this time, no matter how fierce it looks, it will only make people feel cute. The roar also turned into a coquettish low moan of a young beast. Suemo felt that her hands were a little itchy, as if she needed to touch something furry. But she still remembered that this was someone else's fighting beast, so she didn't do it casually. But Xianwu cared about her very much, so he had seen the love flashing in her eyes. Boss Sue. Feel it. Xiao Huang's fur is soft and comfortable. Xiao Huang looked at his master in shock. It never thought that it, a once majestic spirit beast, would become a woman's plaything after becoming someone else's fighting beast. Roar! Roar! Let me go. Since the master agreed, Suemo would not be polite. The two of them ignored Xiao Huang's thoughts, and turned a blind eye to his resistance. Suemo flexibly used the same method he used to pet a cat to pet the lion. After a while, the flaming lion that was struggling just now became docile. Boss Su, it seems that Xiao Huang liked you very much. When he heard the name Xiao Huang again, it bared its teeth in dissatisfaction. Suemo couldn't help but cough dryly. Why don't you consider giving it a new name? It's really unfair for a spirit beast to be called this name. But this is not his fighting beast. Suemo can't make the decision, and can only give her his own suggestions in a tactful way. Xianwu didn't think it was a big deal. Isn't this name bad? Its fur is golden yellow, and most importantly, this name is easy to remember. By the way, speaking of this, I still have to thank Boss Su. Suemo? What's wrong with me? Looking at her slightly puzzled eyes, Xianwu smiled. She told him about the day they encountered two spirit beasts fighting, and how she tamed the flame lion with the taming scroll in order to pick the manluo flower. Suemo paused while stroking the lion. Then she said, the black python didn't run away either. We saw it later when we were leaving, and it was taken in by another person in our group. Now its name is Little Black Snake. Suemo. This is a completely consistent naming style. You are worthy of it. Hearing that his mortal enemy was also tamed and given a name like Little Black Snake that had no dignity, the flame lion shook its tail in satisfaction. At this time, it had completely forgotten that it and the Little Black Snake had the same experience. Just be happy. Xianwu looked at the shelf and found that it was empty. Without thinking too much, it must be because I came late, which caused the store to sell out. Boss Su, do you want to restock some more? Otherwise, I will have to make a wasted trip. Xianwu winked at her, and then frantically hinted to Xiao Huang to start acting like a spoiled child. It was a pity that Xiao Huang was still holding a grudge against her for handing herself over to another woman as a plaything, so she didn't want to pay any attention to her. However, no matter what Xianwu did, it was useless, because Suemo had already used up the number of purchases today. Wait until tomorrow. Seeing that Xianwu was a little disappointed, Suemo added, now the store will restock every day. As long as you come early, you can still buy it. In this regard, Xianwu could only sigh. Well, I should have come earlier today if I had known. It was true that she slept late today. Otherwise she could have bought it if she came earlier. After all, the store is not well known now, and most of the customers are Jaeger's classmates or friends. At most, the people from Warren's mercenary group will be added. The former came here because they heard the introduction, and they haven't used the things in the grocery store, so they don't know how useful they are. But once they use them, the existence of the grocery store will spread from 1 person to 10 to 100. Suemo rubbed Xiao Huang's head. When it was about to roar in dissatisfaction, he skillfully grabbed a handful of dried meat from the snack bag. Smelling the faint meat fragrance lingering on the tip of his nose, Xiao Huang finally couldn't help it. It ate all the dried meat in Sumo's hand in one bite. The excellent salty fragrance made its eyes light up, and its tail restlessly hooked the snack bag, as if it was ready to get more to eat. Seeing this, Suemo simply took a plate and poured out all the dried meat, and then put Xiao Huang next to the plate. Roar! It lowered its head, and began to eat with satisfaction. Seeing this look of relish, Xianwu was a little greedy. Since there is nothing else, this dried meat is for sale. I will buy some back for Xiao Huang to eat. As she spoke, she couldn't help but glance at the plate. Those who knew that she was buying food for the flame lion. Those who didn't know thought that she wanted to eat it herself. The thing that Suemo lacked the least was all kinds of snacks. In view of the fact that Xianwu had contributed so many gold coins and fame to her before, Suemo generously gave her 3 bags, each weighing 1 kilogram. It's for you. No need for money. Just help me attract more customers. Xianwu naturally agreed. So Suemo successfully bribed another person with delicious food. Although she didn't buy anything, Xianwu was satisfied and left with snacks. Before leaving, she took the reluctant Xiao Huang away by force. It wasn't that she didn't want Xiao Huang to stay here, but it was injured and needed to go back to take medicine and recuperate. Xianwu was also worried that it would cause trouble here, which would be bad if it angered Boss Su. After she left, Suemo closed the store. Unlike before, the store now closes at a relatively early time. But every time, the store is always empty. Congratulations to the host. Task 1. Task 2 completed. Task 3 progress 15/30. Rewards issued. Suemo looked at the 2 first-level commodity exchange coupons in the system package. After thinking for a moment, he asked. This level of commodity exchange coupons should be synthesizable. Right? The system has become accustomed to the host's inexplicable familiarity with the process of the grocery store. This host is very mysterious. Yes. Chapter 15 Fantasy, Xuanwu Pill and Shisui Pill. Every 3 low-level commodity exchange coupons can be combined into a higher-level commodity exchange coupon. But Suemo only has 2 level 1 coupons now, and 1 more is missing. Commodity exchange coupons are props for exchanging new commodities. Without this, she has no way to buy new commodities. But Suemo is not in a hurry at all. Level 1 exchange coupons should be available for purchase. Right, how much is one? The system was so shocked that it couldn't speak. It clearly remembered that it had not mentioned this matter. How did she know? Tongzi, if you don't say anything, I will block you. You can buy it. You can buy it? One only costs 100. The 100 here naturally means 100 gold coins. Suemo bought 4 without hesitation, spending 400 gold coins, plus the 2 that completed the task, just enough to combine 2 level 2 exchange coupons. Host, how do you know that level 1 exchange coupons can be purchased? Suemo was carefully selecting commodities, hearing its question, replied with 2 words casually. Yes. While she was talking, she exchanged 2 more items. Xuanwu Pill purchase price, 20 gold coins / piece. Selling price, 100 gold coins / piece. Introduction. It can improve the strength of warriors below the level of Grand Martial Master. Strength cannot be increased rashly. Even after taking the pill, it needs to be consolidated by itself. Shisui Pill purchase price, 30 gold coins / piece. Selling price, 150 gold coins / piece. Introduction. After taking it, the medicine can expel impurities from the warrior's body, making the future martial arts journey smoother. Note, non-martial artists are prohibited from using it, otherwise it will endanger their lives. And the consequences will be at their own risk. Host, don't you want to exchange for the intermediate magic potion? It was already surprising that Suemo exchanged 2 second-level commodity exchange coupons. It thought it was going to exchange for an intermediate magic potion and another item. But it turned out that she had never thought about exchanging for an intermediate magic potion. Suemo calculated the funds on hand, and then began to purchase goods. After hearing the system's question, he lazily replied, they are not strong. And it is a waste to use intermediate magic potions. The primary ones are enough for them. It's like playing a game. Because the player's levels are generally low. The upper limit of their mana is also low. The primary magic potion is enough to restore their mana to full. So naturally they don't need intermediate magic potions. Only when their levels are high and their mana upper limit is high, the intermediate magic potion will be useful. Now, of course, the main thing is to exchange for things that can improve their strength. The stronger the customers are, the more they can make money. When they have more money, they will think about coming to the store to buy things. Otherwise, without money, everything is empty talk. Because she bought the first level exchange voucher, Suemo is short of funds now. However, she exchanged Xuanwu Pill and Shisui Pill mainly to promote the reputation of the grocery store. So the quantity is not important. As long as they know that the grocery store has these 2 things, they will try their best to buy them in the store, and remember this grocery store. Therefore, Suemo did not purchase Xuanwu Pill or Shisui Pill. She only needed the 5 pills given after the exchange. She used the rest of the funds to buy potions and primary beast taming scrolls. Rare things are valuable, but not many people can afford them. She still has to rely on these little things to accumulate funds. As usual, after she bought the things, she let the system arrange them by itself. Remember to put the Xuanwu Pill and Shisui Pill in a conspicuous place. And the words on the drug instructions should also be more obvious, because these 2 kinds of pills do not exist on the market. In order to reduce her workload and prevent people from asking her about the effects of these 2 pills, Suemo simply let the system directly display the efficacy of these 2 medicines. No problem. I'll take care of this kind of small matter. I will definitely satisfy the host. The system just received a commission for purchasing goods and started working happily. It's good to bind a powerful host. No need to think. Just sit and get paid. It just heard this morning that the system that had been at odds with it before was badly cheated by its host. Not only did it fail to complete the task, but it also lost a lot of money. This made it proud. It saved the system from always mocking itself for not being able to find a bound host. Boom! A punch was thrown, and the number on the instrument that detects the strength index value soared. Jaeger's eyes lit up when he saw the number that was 1/3 higher than the last index value. I've advanced. I've finally reached the 6th level of warrior. He had just advanced to the 5th level of warrior 2 months ago, but in less than 2 months, he actually advanced again. This speed is not fast. But it is definitely faster than most people. What a pity. He looked at the number on the instrument with some regret. When he was promoted to the 5th level of warrior, he was half a month slower than Jaeger, so even though he had been practicing hard during this period, he still didn't advance. How's the situation here? Jaeger looked over happily, and was also very happy after seeing his index. Hey, I thought something was wrong. You look so sad. Aren't you much better than others? In a week at most, you will probably be promoted. Nodded. Although he is still a level 5 warrior now, he has already touched the edge of level 6 warrior. A week is indeed enough. But their potions have also been used up. The reason why they can make rapid progress during this period is that they rely on the primary magic potion bought from Boss Su. As long as the martial energy is consumed, it will be replenished immediately. Repeatedly. They used all the time to recover their martial energy to practice, which is much faster than others. Let's go to the grocery store tomorrow. I heard from those people that Boss Su seems to have new things tomorrow. Speaking of which, they haven't been to the grocery store for nearly a week. If they hadn't been busy with things in the academy, they would have wanted to rush to the beast taming forest directly. However, although they didn't go, they attracted a lot of customers for Su Mo. Because the two of them practiced quite frequently during this period, they attracted a lot of people's attention. Whenever someone asked, they would take out Boss Su's potion and introduce it. In this way, they had unknowingly attracted a lot of customers for Su Mo. Go! Of course, Jaeger responded, and then turned out his small treasury. Since they were going to the grocery store, they naturally had to prepare money. Otherwise, without money, how can we buy things? Luckily, they have made a lot of money during this period, otherwise, it would not be enough for spending. I just don't know what new things Boss Su has prepared. Chapter 16 Fantasy, the first grocery store. No matter what it is, it must be good stuff. Sister Wu, how is it? Didn't you go to Boss Su to buy something? The person who spoke was Yunling, the only female in the mercenary group besides Xian Wu. Xian Wu secretly hid the dried meat, and then nodded. The tone was a little regretful. I went too late, all of them were bought up. But she had received accurate information from Boss Su. The stock will be restocked tomorrow. And there are new things on the shelves. This is enough to make up for her regret of not buying anything today. Of course, the most important thing is that she got the dried meat. On the way back, Xian Wu opened a bag and tasted it, and found that it tasted really good. The only bad thing is that it tasted too good, which made Xiao Huang always fight with her for it. If the monsters don't like this dried meat, it would be good if humans like it. Let's go buy it tomorrow, Captain. Remember to take me with you. I've saved a lot of money and want to buy things. Yunling felt a little regretful. But she thought about it, and felt it was normal. Boss Su's things are so good, there must be many people who want to buy them. Okay, I'll call you before I go tomorrow. Xian Wu nodded. After all, we are all family members. We might be able to get more potions if we go together. These potions are all good things. It's a good choice whether you keep them to save your life or give them to others. Especially the scrolls of Taming Beasts. 2 scrolls were used to tame the little yellow snake before, and the last 2 scrolls were also contributed to the little black snake. They also need to buy some scrolls of Taming Beasts as reserves. It would be best if everyone in their mercenary group could have a spirit beast in the future, not to mention the improvement in strength. There are more tasks to take on, and just taking it out for a stroll is very impressive. After the two of them said hello, Xian Wu was about to leave. Unexpectedly, Yunling suddenly stopped. By the way, I seem to smell a fragrance. Do you smell it, Captain? Xian Wu's heart skipped a beat. Not really. Right? Is the smell of this dried meat so strong? She had a guilty smile on her face. No. Right? Where is the smell of meat? Did you smell it wrong? Yunling looked at her suspiciously. This smell is indeed very fragrant, but did she just say that this is the smell of meat? She narrowed her eyes, showing a malicious smile. Sister Wu is not kind. You actually lied to me. I didn't say it was the smell of meat. Xian Wu looked at her helplessly, then took a bag of unopened dried meat and stuffed it into her arms. Then he whispered in her ear like a thief. Boss Su gave it to me. I only have 3 packs. Xiao Huang also likes to eat this. It's not enough for me alone, so I have to share one with you. Yunling smiled sweetly. Then he held Xian Wu's hand and acted coquettishly. I knew Sister Wu was the best to me. Xian Wu snorted and pinched her face hard. Yunling was not angry. He tore open the package, took out a piece of dried meat, and put it in his mouth. The unique salty fragrance mixed with a slight spicy taste. The dried meat smelled fragrant. And it tasted even better. It's delicious. I remember that when I went there last time. Boss Su didn't seem to sell this thing. If she knew there was such a thing, she would definitely buy a lot of it. It's just this little bit, not enough to fill her teeth. Xian Wu, it's true that it's not for sale. It's not for sale, Boss Su's own snack. She took it out today to amuse Xiao Huang. I can't buy it even if I want to. Yunling felt a little pity. Such delicious food can't be bought. Then, her eyes fell on Xiao Huang, who was chewing a bag of dried meat. Sister Wu, how much dried meat do you think we can get by selling Xiao Huang to Boss Su? There are so many spirit beasts anyway. We can just catch another one when the time comes. Xiao Huang was inexplicably affected and was about to be sold for dried meat. Roar, 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 roar. Of course. Yunling said this as a joke. Although this joke made Xian Wu feel a little moved for a fraction of a second, she was not prepared to turn this feeling into action. After all, Xiao Huang is still very well behaved. Although he looks fierce, he is still quite obedient. Just a little arrogant. Anyway, the two of them have already decided that they must go to Boss Su's shop to buy more things tomorrow. And then bring back some more gift snacks. At this time, Su Mo didn't know that her snacks had been targeted by someone. She is now dealing with a world problem. Naming the grocery store. In fact, when the grocery store was upgraded to level 2, the system had already reminded her to give the grocery store a resounding name. But she was just a bad namer. So this matter was put on hold again and again. But according to her arrangement and budget, there should be a large number of customers coming to the store tomorrow. It would be inappropriate not to name it now. A good name can make everyone remember the grocery store forever. Host, have you decided on a name? The system was really scared by her. This woman actually wanted to name the grocery store directly as grocery store. Isn't it just here? She had previously complained about Captain Xian naming the flame lion Xiao Huang. But she, who named the man in black Xiao He, and the grocery store, didn't seem to be much better. Su Mo scratched her hair in distress, then closed her eyes, and randomly pulled out a book, then randomly flipped a page. Her fingers moved randomly, and finally stopped. She opened her eyes, and saw that her fingers fell on the word first. Maybe this is fate. Su Mo sighed faintly. Tongzi, I've decided. This grocery store will be called Number 1 Grocery Store. For someone who is bad at naming, this name is actually pretty good. Anyway, they will all make a lot of money, and do great things in the future. So what's wrong with naming it Number 1? Anyway, the things in her store are the only ones in the world. And they are also the best. The system felt confused for a moment. How can you be so capable? But the host is really amazing. Tongzi believes that the host can definitely run the grocery store into the best grocery store in the world. The system smiled falsely. And under Su Mo's dangerous expression, it silently changed the name of the grocery store to Number 1 Grocery Store. At the same time, the sign outside the grocery store was quietly changed. The two words Number 1 were shining with gold, and were particularly conspicuous. Just like that, a Number 1 grocery store that would be popular all over the continent in the future was born. No one knew what the origin of this Number 1 grocery store was. I don't even know who the Boss Su here is. Chapter 17 Fantasy, Primary Space Scroll. She always comes up with some strange, but quite powerful things. And in the first grocery store, there will never be anyone who makes trouble, because those who make trouble have already received a severe lesson. They are afraid of this place, but they like it very much, because there will always be things they need here. Even the most powerful people on the continent dare not act rashly here, and they have to be polite to Boss Su. Of course, this is all later. On the first day of the opening of the first grocery store, Su Mo was still asleep, and was awakened by the system. She had a dark face, and her voice gradually became cold. You'd better have something to do. The system trembled. But it took another look at the guests, who had been waiting at the door for a long time, and boldly began to urge Su Mo to open the store. Su Mo took a deep breath. In his heart, he secretly decided to hang the business hours at the door. Especially when she was sleeping, the door would not be open no matter who came. Forget about today. From today on, a sign indicating the business hours will be hung at the door. The system responded timidly. Sumo got up quickly, and then went downstairs to open the store. The first person she saw after opening the door was Xian Wu, and Xian Wu also saw the sleepy face of Boss Su. It's so late, Boss Su just woke up. Sumo nodded lazily, made room for them, and crouched on the counter. This lazy look made her look like a kitten that hadn't woken up yet. In fact, Sumo's appearance was very beautiful. It's just that people in this world only focus on strength, so they all ignored Sumo's appearance. Xian Wu looked at Boss Su like this, and her hands also felt a little itchy. However, she did not dare to be presumptuous, so she could only put Xiao Huang next to Boss Su, and then hurried to buy what she wanted. There were many people who came to buy things early in the morning. It would be bad if she couldn't grab it later. Roar! Xiao Huang stretched out his claws and pushed the people around him, and then began to look around for the dried meat he ate yesterday. Sumo frowned slightly. Don't make trouble. She held Xiao Huang with one hand, and then rubbed the lion's head skillfully. Although Xiao Huang didn't like others to play with him like this, he still remembered what Xian Wu said to him yesterday. There is no dried meat at home. You have eaten it all. If you still want to eat, you can find a way to please Boss Su. Earn your own food. Understand? For the dried meat? Xiao Huang swallowed his anger, sat there obediently, and let himself become a woman's plaything. Sumo stroked the lion for a while, and the irritation of not being able to sleep well because of being woken up in the morning gradually faded away. The dried meat is over there. Take it yourself. Take as much as you want. No damage. And no waste. For the cute furry creature, Sumo's tolerance is still very high. When Xiao Huang heard this, the golden lion's eyes suddenly lit up. It saw a few light jumps, and quickly brought back 2 bags of dried meat. Sumo glanced at it, although he knew it took too much, but he didn't say much. The system that saw all this only hated that it didn't have hair on its body, otherwise how could the host be willing to keep enslaving it? Boss Su. Long time no see. Before the person entered the store, the hearty voice came in. Jaeger walked into the store excitedly and looked around. As a result, he found that the store was completely different from before. When they came that time, the grocery store was empty, and there were only a few items on the shelves. Not only that, there was no place to rest in the store. Although there was a place to rest at that time, there was no one. Now it's better. The store is bigger, there are more items. And there are chairs. The medium-sized store is almost full of people. It's been a long time. Sumo was still very polite to the first customer of the store. Especially, she also knew that the reason why the grocery store had so many customers during this period of time was that Yage and Ahi had contributed a lot. She took out the things she had prepared. A small gift for you, some food. When it comes to food, Yage's first reaction was the bowl of noodles that Boss Su cooked for them when they woke up after staying here overnight. It was absolutely delicious. Although they went to the cafeteria to eat a lot of noodles later, it was not as delicious as that. And they also found out that they couldn't buy that noodle outside. In other words, this should be the only one in the grocery store. Boss Su, do you have that noodle? The one we ate last time. He thought it was not good for Jaeger to say it so directly. But because he wanted to eat it, he just coughed dryly, and then looked at Sumo with some expectation. Sumo nodded. It's just instant noodles. There are too many. You guys buy things first, and take them after you finish shopping. They had nothing in their hands, and there was no bag to put things in, so it was not convenient to take them now. Thank you, Boss Su, he said with a smile. Then he took Jaeger to see what the new products that others were talking about were. There were actually 4 new products today, in addition to the Xuanwu pill and Shisui pill bought yesterday. Sumo later bought 2 more things. These 2 things are the primary swiftness potion and the primary space scroll. On the one hand, this is to enrich the variety of goods in the grocery store. And on the other hand, it is because there is still some surplus funds. Primary swiftness potion purchase price, 2 gold coins / bottle sales price, 5 gold coins / bottle introduction. It can greatly increase the speed of warriors in a short period of time, without any side effects. Primary space scroll purchase price, 10 gold coins / sheet sales price, 30 gold coins / sheet introduction. There is a 10-dimensional space inside, which can only be stored but not taken out. If you want to take out items, you need to tear open the scroll. The reason why these 2 were not chosen as products before was mainly because they were too expensive, and the usage rate was not high. Therefore, for a grocery store that did not have loyal customers in the early stage, no one would buy them. Only healing potions and magic potions, which everyone has seen and used, and are frequently used, are the most suitable for opening up the market and attracting customers. Wow! Is this space scroll real? One of the customers looked at the scroll that suddenly appeared, walked over to take a look. Then he quickly showed a surprised expression. What space scroll? Is there such a thing? On this continent, there are space storage devices, but the price is very expensive. Even the family of the young Master Wei Lin has never owned one. Whenever there is news of a space storage device, it will inevitably attract countless families or powerful people to come and rob or buy it, let alone a space of 10 square meters. A few days ago, there was a space storage device of 1 square meter in the auction house. It was directly auctioned off for thousands of purple gold coins. Chapter 18 Fantasy. Tool, but what did they see now? Space scroll, and it was as big as 10 square meters. If it was put on the auction house, would it cost tens of thousands of purple gold coins? This is not a lie. I have never heard of such a thing as a space scroll in my life. A warrior who had only been here once couldn't help but question it. Although he admitted that the healing potions and magic potions here were indeed very effective, and the price was also very cheap. But this did not mean that he would think that everything in this store was like this. After all, storage space was still too far away and too precious for them. How could it appear casually in such a remote and unknown small grocery store? You could only go in but not out. You have to tear up the scroll to take things out. It turns out that this is a disposable space scroll. I was wondering why it was so cheap. Another customer read the introduction of the space scroll carefully. The storage space device sold at the auction house is not disposable, and you can take it out whenever you want, and store it whenever you want. It's not as troublesome as a space scroll, which can only store things but not take things out. And you only bought a disposable item for 30 gold coins. You really don't treat money as money. Cheap? How can something worth 30 gold coins be cheap? Who knows whether the effect of this scroll is real or fake? What if it's fake? 30 gold coins will be wasted. The person who first saw the space scroll said sarcastically. In his opinion, this store is probably a store that got a few bottles of potions with stronger effects from somewhere, and then opened a store to deliberately sell these potions at a low price. After they all believed it, they started selling fake goods. Maybe after they believed it and bought the things back, the store would run away. Don't talk nonsense. There are no fakes in my store. Since others noticed the space scroll, Suemo began to pay attention to the things there. When he heard others' doubts, Suemo didn't get angry. After all, this was something they had never seen before, and it was normal to doubt. Who knew that after hearing Sumo's rebuttal, the warrior felt that he had lost face. He just didn't believe that such a small store would sell such precious things. Why are you talking nonsense? How can you prove that this scroll is real? The warrior said to Suemo with his neck stiff. The people around him all stayed away from him silently. Although others didn't believe it, they were smart not to say it out loud. After all, they were still thinking about buying the potion here. If they offended Boss Su for the sake of a moment's pleasure, they wouldn't even be able to buy the potion. You'll know it's real after you buy it. Suemo wouldn't really use a scroll to test it for them. This kind of thing is a matter of belief or not. If you believe it, buy it. If you don't believe it, don't buy it. Since she dared to sell it, she naturally has the ability to deal with the consequences of whether it's real or fake. What if it's fake? Will you return the money? Suemo shook her head. Because it's not fake, there's no such thing as a return. The noise here attracted the attention of others. In particular, Xian Wu, who thought she knew Boss Su well, came over. She saw the source of the noise at a glance. The primary space scroll. After seeing the introduction below, Xian Wu was so happy that she seemed to jump up. Boss Su, is your scroll real? Yunling looked at the leader, who was almost laughing like a fool, and hurriedly reminded her to pay attention to her image. Yeah. Suemo answered patiently. I bought it. Xian Wu, who had just used the scroll from Boss Su and obtained 2 spirit beasts, chose to believe her without hesitation. Maybe for others, this scroll is useless, but for a mercenary group like them, this scroll is very useful. For example, when they start to do the task of transporting goods, they can just stuff the goods into the scroll, and then walk on the road openly, without worrying about being robbed by others, because they can't see what they have on them. When the goods are delivered to the destination, just tear the scroll, the things will come out. In addition, they often take on some work of hunting monsters in various places. The bones, flesh, and fur of those monsters are all good things. but they are always abandoned because they are too heavy. With the space scroll, they can completely take all the things and sell them when they are full. Although it is a pity that it is a one-time thing. But overall, the convenience is far greater than its value. Only 10? What a pity. Xian took all 10 space scrolls, counted the number, and couldn't help feeling a little regretful. Yunling always believed in her sister Wu, and she had also seen the power of the beast taming scrolls here. So when she saw Xian Wu was going to buy all 10 space scrolls, she didn't stop him. Instead, he took out his wallet and prepared to pay. No one expected that things would develop to such a point. In their opinion, things that might be fakes were sold so easily, faced with their doubts. The person who raised the question before felt more and more embarrassed, especially when he saw that other people began to believe in the role of the space scroll because of Xian Wu's generosity. He couldn't help but shout loudly, "You don't really believe it? In my opinion, these two women are the boss's accomplices. The three of them are basically together. They are agents. Do you understand? You are not really stupid enough to believe that there is such a thing as a space scroll. Even if there is, why doesn't she sell it at the auction house? Doesn't she want to make more money?" Although this person was making trouble, but Suemo had to admit that he was right in one point. She really wanted to make more money. If there were no system restrictions, she really wanted to throw all the things here to the auction house to sell. Why should I, the leader of a level 4 mercenary group, be someone else's agent? Do you think I'm short of money? In Xian Wu's opinion, although Boss Su looks a little cold, he is actually a very nice person. This can be seen from the little yellow in her family, who is still eating dried meat. If she really wants to make money, she can just raise the price of primary healing potions, primary magic potions, or even intermediate magic potions. Isn't this more profitable than selling a few space scrolls? Just because she doesn't raise the price, she can't be a cheating profiteer. Suemo, sorry. I want to raise the price, but I can't. Level 4 mercenary group. I was wondering why it looked familiar. The logo on her clothes is the emblem of the Morin mercenary group. Chapter 19 Fantasy. Just make do with it. So it's the Morin mercenary group. I've heard before that their leader is a woman. I thought it was fake, but it turned out to be true. Since she is the leader of a level 4 mercenary group, there is no need for her to be a shill. Why would she help others to fake things when she can do anything else? So this space scroll is real? Can it really be used as a storage space? The warrior's face turned pale, and he couldn't speak. He never thought that things would go this far. Xian Wu glanced at Boss Su. Although she revealed her identity, some people here still doubted it. She thought about it, and took out a space scroll in front of everyone and unfolded it. Then, while Xiao Huang was not paying attention, she put the jerky he was eating into the space scroll. Xiao Huang was caught off guard and bit into the empty space. Looking confused, after it reacted, it immediately started to roar at Xian Wu. Roar, 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 roar. Xiao Huang, stop eating if you're still eating. Are you polite? Everyone who saw the scene was stunned. A few seconds later, they cried out in surprise. Fuck, it's real. What did I see? It's really a space scroll? The thing just disappeared? Is it so useful? 30 gold coins. This space scroll can be bought with only 30 gold coins. I should have bought one earlier. Although I can't use it, I can show off. If it doesn't work, I can sell it at the auction house. At some point, the warrior who had raised doubts had left the grocery store. Silently. Now the only sounds in the store were the discussions of the crowd. Xian Wu was fondling the scroll in her hand, completely ignoring the battle beast Xiao Huang who was glaring at her. Although the space scroll is disposable, as long as there is space inside, or it has not been torn, it can be used all the time. After all, such a space scroll cost Xian Wu 30 gold coins. She would not tear up the space scroll just to take out the meat jerky in the space. Fortunately, Suemo also knew that Xian Wu was doing this to help her, so she took a large box of meat jerky and put it on the counter. If you like it, I'll give it all to you. These little things are not expensive. It's okay to give them as gifts, just as a thank you for helping her today. Really, Boss Su? I love you so much. Xian Wu's eyes lit up, and she rushed over. There were more than a dozen packs of meat jerky in this large box, enough for them to eat for a while. Of course, the prerequisite is that they are not discovered by others. If other people saw it, it would probably be all gone in 2 days. Is this thing so delicious? Yage grabbed a bunch of potions in his hand, and was about to pay. Unexpectedly, he saw such a scene. He suddenly felt a little eager. Especially when he smelled the spicy smell after Xiao Huang tore open the package. His saliva began to secrete uncontrollably. It depends on personal preference. It should taste okay. Yage swallowed his saliva, but because he thought of the taste of instant noodles he had eaten before, he finally didn't say that he wanted to replace the instant noodles with jerky. The noise they made quickly attracted the attention of other customers. But they were not familiar with Sumo, so they did not dare to come up and talk casually. In order to avoid being tempted by the food, they could only pay and leave quickly. Sumo watched the customers leave one by one, and could not help but feel confused. She always felt as if something was missing. That's right, where were the Xuanwu pill and Shisui pill she bought? Didn't they agree to let the system help her put them in a more conspicuous place? Why didn't she see these two things in the store? It didn't make sense that these people even found the space scroll at the back, but didn't find these two things. Tongzi, where did you put the Xuanwu pill and Shisui pill? The system felt a little innocent. Didn't it say that it was asked to put these two things in a conspicuous place? So it put them on the signboard. This is definitely conspicuous enough. Anyone who comes here can see them. Although it doesn't know why these people don't seem to see them. I put them on the sign outside. You can't blame me for this. The sign is so conspicuous. It's their problem that they can't see it. In order to avoid being scolded by the host, the system stubbornly began to quibble. Sumo took a deep breath, trying to comfort himself not to be angry. So have you ever thought about why they can't see it? The system was also confused, with a question mark on its face. It couldn't understand why these people couldn't see what was on the sign. So it could only go out and take a look. After a while. I know why. Didn't we change the sign yesterday, and then the original sign, and everything on the sign were all replaced? That is to say, it did put the things on the sign. But because the sign was replaced, the two kinds of pills were also replaced. So it's not that others can't see it, but there's nothing on the sign at all. Sumo didn't know what to say at all. Forget it. You can put it up now. Oh, by the way, remember to put it in an inconspicuous place. Okay. No matter how stupid it is, it's her own system after all. What else can she do? Just use it. It can't be replaced. The system, which was in a strong sense of self-blame, responded softly. Then it found a corner that no one else noticed, and quietly put the 10 bottles of medicine up. Although the location was inconspicuous. But because there were many customers in the store, they walked back and forth a few times, and soon found the 10 bottles of things containing a black pill in the corner. What is this? Is there something here just now? I clearly remember that there was nothing. Fuck, what the hell is this? It's so expensive. It's more expensive than the space scroll. Just a pill costs 100 gold coins? What the hell are you talking about? It's expensive for a reason. You didn't even pay attention to what's written on it. The person who is shocked by the price before didn't say a word after seeing it can improve the strength of warriors below the level of great warriors. He just opened his mouth wide. Are you saying this for real? Really? There is really a pill that can improve the level of warriors? The young warrior swallowed his saliva in disbelief. When he spoke, he felt that his whole mouth was very dry, and the words he spoke were hoarse and stumbling. And his friend was also a little hesitant, and couldn't make a decision for a while. Chapter 20 Fantasy, Discussion. Actually, I think it should be true. If it is to cheat money, wouldn't it be placed in a conspicuous place for everyone to see? Since Boss Su has placed it in such a corner, it must be seen by people with destiny, and only those who believe can buy it. The young warrior was somewhat convinced. But what's the use of being convinced? They don't have 100 gold coins to buy this Xuanwu pill. And with their strength, it's a waste to eat this. By the way, that person has been collecting treasures to improve strength. What do you think of this thing? That person he mentioned is actually the young master of their family. Because of his low talent, he is over 20 years old this year, and is still only a third-level warrior. The head of their family is almost worried about losing his hair. You know, poor talent is nothing. The worst case is to rely on various things to cultivate it. But he has used so many good things, and his strength still hasn't increased. After a while, there will be a competition within the family. If this year, their young master still loses, then the position of the young master will be replaced. No matter how much the head of the family wants to protect his son, it is useless. After all, the family cannot allow a person with such low strength to become the future heir of the head of the family. When they were young, they were bullied in the family once, and it was the young master who helped them. Although the young master himself may not remember this incident, they all remember it in their hearts. They didn't have the strength to help him before, but now that they have seen it, They will naturally not miss this opportunity. I think it's feasible, but I'm afraid that the young master doesn't believe us. This is a big problem. If they hadn't seen the magical thing called the Space Scroll today, and they had used the potion from Boss Sue, and knew that the medicine had a strange effect, they wouldn't believe that there would be such a treasure in the world that could improve strength after eating it. And, even if the young master believed us, what if he came here and the thing was gone? Since they are willing to believe it, there is no guarantee that others will believe in the effect of this medicine. 100 gold coins is a lot for them. But for the real rich people or the children of big families, this is nothing at all. Especially here is a level 4 mercenary group leader. If it weren't for the remote location here, she would have seen this thing long ago, and then swept it all away. How about we go and discuss it with Boss Sue? Then go and ask. I feel Boss Sue is a nice person. She didn't get angry even though that guy was making so much trouble just now. If it were me, I would have kicked him out long ago. So the two of them pushed and shoved towards the counter. Although Suemo already knew their purpose, she still had to pretend not to know when she saw them coming. Boss Sue. The young warrior smiled shyly at her. He looked a little nervous and embarrassed. Suemo glanced at him, then nodded at him. Is there anything? The two people opposite looked at each other. One of them said very politely, It's like this. We saw that there was Xuanwu Dan in that place. We don't have so much money on us for the time being. But we promise. We will definitely come to buy it tomorrow. Can you trouble Boss Sue to keep it for us? Suemo narrowed his eyes, revealing a little doubtful expression. Her fingers tapped the table lightly, making a rhythmic sound. The sound was clear and bright. But for the two of them, it seemed to be tapping on their hearts. Again and again. A sense of tension rose inexplicably. If it really doesn't work, then I won't bother you. The young warrior sighed. Although this result was expected, he still felt a little regretful. But he didn't blame Suemo for anything. She opened a store to sell things, and she was not familiar with him. So why should she leave things for him? What if he didn't come to buy it tomorrow? Then she would have left it for nothing. You need Xuanwu Dan. But you shouldn't use it yourself. Right? The young warrior saw her ask this, although he didn't know how she knew. But he nodded. Since Boss Sue asked this question, does it prove that there is still hope? It is not for us, but for our young master. Suemo pointed in a direction. If it is not for your own use, then you can't buy it. The two people on the opposite side were stunned. Then, they looked in the direction of Sumo's finger. It was written on it that Xuanwu pill and Shisui pill cannot be taken out of the store for use, and they must be taken immediately after purchase. Obviously, this piece of paper was posted on the wall so close. But they didn't notice it just now. I think it was because they were too excited to see Xuanwu pill, so they didn't have the mood to care about other things. Why don't we just forget it? The young master is busy with affairs every day, and he has been practicing hard recently. What if this doesn't work? Wouldn't it be a waste of his trip? They were a little hesitant at first, but after seeing this rule, they changed from hesitation to giving up. If your young master is willing to come and buy it, I can help keep a copy. This rule is mainly for a publicity effect. If someone uses this pill in the store and successfully advances, then other people in the store who see it will also want to buy it. Even if they don't buy it, they will definitely remember this medicine in their hearts. Even if they mention it when chatting with friends, the purpose of this publicity will be achieved. Of course, in addition to this, there is another reason for her arrangement. To prevent someone from taking the pill to the outside to hype and promote it only and make huge profits. Although potions can also make profits, the profits are far less than these two things. After all, pills improve permanent strength, while potions are only one-time consumables. There is no comparison between the two, and there are substitutes for potions. Even if the primary potions in the outside market are worse than those in the store, they are not unusable. But these two medicines are different. In the whole world, only here, she has one of a kind. Is what Boss Sue said true? After Sumo's affirmation, they were both extremely excited. They began to waver in their hearts. Suemo nodded. It was just a bottle of medicine. Anyway, she calculated that it would probably not be sold out today. Even if customers came later and bought it, she could just restock it, and according to what these two people said, if their young master really had difficulty improving his strength, and the things she had here could improve his strength, then it would also be a good promotion for the grocery store. Chapter 21 Fantasy, Madness Caused by Xuanwu Pill. We will tell the young master this when we go back. If he doesn't want to come, then forget it. Anyway, we always need to try it. What if this medicine is really useful? What if the young master really believes what they say and comes to buy the medicine? Then this is undoubtedly the best result. If the young master doesn't come, I will save money to buy one myself. After all, he promised Boss Sue that he would definitely come to buy it tomorrow. If the young master doesn't come, then he can only buy it himself. Although his warrior level is a bit low, it is a bit wasteful to take this medicine, but there is a chance to improve, don't miss it. As they talked, the two people were ready to leave. They were almost impatient to go back and tell their young master about this matter immediately. Of course, before going back, they still need to buy a few bottles of potion first. After all, the efficacy of this potion is indeed strong, which can also add some credibility to their words. After watching the two of them leave, Suemo lazily lay back at the counter, until she saw Xianwu coming back with a bunch of potions. Suemo felt her eyelids twitch, and she began to think about whether to increase the purchase limit of each potion. She actually wanted to do this before, but because there were few customers before, and there were few things to buy, there was no need to make this restriction. Now, Boss Sue, I just heard your conversation with those two people. Tell me, what is the Xian something pill? At this time, Xianwu was like a cat that smelled fish, following the smell, and just heard something, and hurried over to ask Suemo. She was really smart and sensitive. There, and here are the rules. Suemo pointed to the place where the Xuanwu pill was placed, and then asked her to read the rules posted on the wall first. Xuanwu pill and Shisui pill cannot be taken out of the store for use, and must be taken immediately after purchase. Can't be taken out? Xuanwu pill. What Xuanwu pill? Jaeger, who had just finished shopping not far away and was about to come over to pay, also keenly heard such a strange thing. Seeing this, Xianwu hurriedly ran to the place where the pills were placed, and picked up 4 medicine bottles with one hand, as if she was afraid that someone would rob them. Because she was very fast, she didn't notice the price on it at all. After Yunling came over, he weakly pulled her sleeve and pointed at the 3-digit price on it with his fingertips. Sister Wu. Cough. We don't seem to have brought that much money. They only brought 5 purple gold coins in total, which is 500 gold coins. Just buying the space scroll cost 3 purple gold coins, and the remaining 2 purple gold coins were used by them to buy various potions. Now I can't even squeeze out a purple gold coin, let alone buy these 2 things. Ah, I should have brought more money. Xianwu sighed regretfully. She looked at the bottle in her hand, hesitated for a long time, and finally gritted her teeth and bought a bottle of Xuanwu Dan. Then they put back some of the potions they had already chosen, and only then did they have enough money. Ah! Come here quickly. Look what good stuff I found. Xianwu's footsteps froze, and she cursed him in her heart, saying that he was a fool. How could he shout so loudly after finding something good? Is she afraid that others won't find out, or what? Thinking of this, she quickly pulled Yunling to pay the bill. Remember to finish eating here before leaving. Suemo saw her in a hurry, and reminded her. Yunling, come here. This is for you. Yunling had just seen the effect of the Xuanwu pill. She thought Xianwu bought it for her own use, but she didn't expect it to be for her. Yunling was touched. Sister Wu. She was about to refuse, but Xianwu pulled her over. Then, Xianwu pulled the stopper on the medicine bottle and poured it directly into her mouth. Yunling, who am I? Where am I? What happened? Yunling swallowed the pill with a confused look on her face. Then, her face suddenly became a little serious. Xianwu looked at her nervously. A strong martial spirit filled her whole body, and she broke through the bottleneck that had been blocking her before. A warm current was flowing all over his body. This was the state and proof of his promotion. A burst of energy suddenly burst out. Jaeger and he looked at each other, and they both understood how precious these seemingly insignificant bottles of medicine in front of them were. Unfortunately, no money. He sighed. Forget it. Forget it. Let's not dwell on it. Let's go back after buying the potion. We'll come back to buy it when we have enough money. That's the only way. After saying that, Jaeger and he paid the money and left with the potion and a large box of instant noodles. Compared to their calmness, others were completely different from them. The energy impact generated by Yuling's breakthrough attracted almost everyone's attention. This person seems to be from the Morin mercenary group. Right? She is so powerful at such a young age. I am so envious. How did she suddenly break through? And it seems that she has broken through to become a martial artist. I seem to have seen the leader give her something to eat. And then she broke through. Don't bluff me. How can someone break through by eating something? If there is such a thing, I must buy a bunch of them and eat them like candy every day. I found it. She just ate this. Everyone. One person looked at the small medicine bottle in front of him excitedly and read the introduction on it carefully over and over again. Then, while everyone was around, he quickly took a bottle and ran away. Of course, he was just running out of the encirclement. And he didn't mean to rob. He just wanted to try the taste of this pill quickly. So the second lucky person who grabbed the Xuanwu pill quickly put the pill into his mouth. After a while, everyone felt a burst of energy shock again. So they went even crazier. Advancement in front of them, and two people. This can't be faked, no matter where you look for a shill. It's impossible to find two shills who advance at the same time, and one of them advances directly from a level 10 warrior to a martial artist. Because of the enthusiasm of the crowd, the last 3 bottles of Xuanwu Dan were quickly sold out. Those who didn't get it were regretful and dissatisfied. Those who got it, after paying the money, took the medicine happily, and then began to break through. In a blink of an eye, 3 more people successfully advanced. Suemo saw that the situation was getting out of control, and finally stepped forward to control the situation. You have also read the introduction of Xuanwu Dan. After all, drug breakthrough is not one's own strength. Chapter 22 Fantasy, Young Master Lin. People who have taken Xuanwu pills, it is best to consolidate their own strength during this period. If you are too aggressive, the level of a warrior will be like a dead tree that is strong on the outside but dry on the inside, which can be easily pushed down. Starting from today, 5 to 10 Xuanwu pills will be put on the shelves every day, and those who have taken Xuanwu pills within 10 days cannot buy them. The hearts of the people were chilled, and none of them dared to be presumptuous. Although this Boss Su did not look like a warrior, just because she could take out so many magical and precious things, it was known that Boss Su must be extraordinary. What's more, what she said made sense. Where in the world is such a good thing? You can buy strength with money. The pills can only play an auxiliary role, and more still depends on themselves. In addition, whoever buys something in the store, unless you don't have money to buy it, it belongs to whoever gets it, and it is forbidden to rob. These are the most basic rules. Even if Suemo doesn't say it, most people will abide by it. Even if a small number of people had some thoughts. They gave up these thoughts after hearing what Suemo said at this time. Since the Xuanwu pill could not be bought, the others set their sights on another bottle of medicine. The Shisui pill. If they were from Sumo's world, they would definitely be familiar with this name. Shisui pill, as the name suggests, is to cleanse the warrior's bone marrow and expel impurities from the body. The result of doing so is to improve the warrior's qualifications and speed up the future training. But the people in this world don't understand this thing at all, have never heard of such a thing, and have no concept of cleansing bone marrow. However, out of trust in Boss Su, the marrow cleansing pill was also bought by 3 of them. Before taking the marrow cleansing pill, Suemo asked them to use it in the newly built small room on the 1st floor. Those who did not understand it were puzzled and obediently entered the room. Only Suemo knew that, after using the marrow cleansing pill, the human skin surface would discharge a lot of impurities, and the poorer the qualifications, the more impurities. These things smelled pungent and unpleasant, and were not elegant, so Suemo specially prepared a bathroom for them. The bathroom was fully equipped, not only for bathing, but also for washing and drying. In order to make these modifications, Suemo also spent a lot of money. Because everything in the room was invisible to people outside, they could only guess what happened inside. After a while, the first person came out. Everyone saw him with ecstasy on his face, walking quickly to Boss Su, thanking him sincerely and earnestly. Then he left the grocery store quickly. This scene, everyone looked confused. Only Suemo knew, this person must be in a hurry to go back to practice. A clogged water pipe with impurities inside is definitely different from a brand new water pipe without any impurities inside. After feeling the brand new, refined body, uncomfortable is one aspect, more definitely excited, and can't wait to go back to practice. It seems that the person just now didn't advance? Why are you so happy? And I don't see any impurities on them. Who knows, just now the speed was slow. After the second person comes out, why don't you ask him? After a while, the second person and the third person came out together. Like the first person, they went to Suemo to thank him first, and then hurried out the door. This time, They did not leave as smoothly as the first person. Wait a minute. Two guys. Tell me. How is this medicine? Yes. What exactly is that impurity? I see that there is no difference between you three going in and coming out. Perhaps because of the bone marrow cleansing. Their whole body was relaxed. So their mood also improved a lot. Although they were eager to go back to practice. After seeing so many people asking questions, they also wanted to help Boss Sue promote it. There are so many impurities. No wonder my aptitude was not good when I was a kid. You don't know? After taking the medicine, a pile of black mud appeared all over my body. It was so smelly. Fortunately, it was in the room. Otherwise it would be so embarrassing. Boss Sue is considerate. There is a bathroom inside. And there are laundry and drying equipment. It looks very strange. Now that the impurities have been discharged, I just feel a lot more relaxed all over my body. The most important thing is that I feel that my cultivation speed seems to have increased a little. The two people talked back and forth, and basically told the whole story. But these people have never taken the medicine, nor have they seen others take the marrow cleansing pill. So they are still confused and don't understand what they heard. After the two people said this, they left. Only after using the marrow cleansing pill can you experience this feeling. They can't say it, because they are really anxious. So other people don't stop them anymore. Although they still don't know the specific effect of this marrow cleansing pill, they have a clear understanding that this marrow cleansing pill is also a good thing. Unfortunately, when they came to their senses and wanted to go back to grab the last 2 bottles of pills, they found that the shelves were already empty. It turned out that someone had rushed into the room with pills while they were asking questions. No matter how these people beat their chests and stamped their feet in frustration, the people who grabbed the last 2 bottles of marrow cleansing pills felt happy and light all over their bodies. They were happy and thankful that they were quick. Otherwise, they would not be able to grab them. Unfei, your father doesn't want this to happen. But you also know. Lin and Fei shook his head, and then stopped his father from continuing to say, Father, there is no need to say more. If I still lose this competition, I will give up the position of the young master. The head of the Lin family sighed, and a strong sense of self-blame and helplessness surged in his heart. This is the child he likes the most and trusts the most. He has seen his efforts. But some things are not useful just because you work hard. Some people are not talented, and they may not even be able to become a warrior in this life. And they cannot even get involved in martial arts. Lin Anfei is actually in this situation. However, from childhood to adulthood, he has been fed with all kinds of rare treasures, which barely cultivated him to the 3rd level of warrior. But this is far from enough. You know, in the family, even the most average children, at his age, are already the 6th or 7th level of warriors. But he is only at the 3rd level of warrior now. The youngest 3rd level warrior in the family is more than 10 years younger than him. I haven't told your mother yet. Chapter 23 Fantasy, Martial Arts Assistant. Although everyone knew about this, no one dared to tell Mrs. Lin. After all, Mrs. Lin is not a warrior, and she is not in good health. And they are afraid that she will get angry and hurt. Don't tell mother about this. It's better to keep it secret for now. After all, he is not the kind of person who will go back to his mother when he is wronged. As the head of the family, his father has many things to consider, and Lin Anfei understands him very well. A family has a large population. Not just their family. Because of his lack of strength, the elders have been pressuring him for several years. It is not easy for the head of the Lin family to help him drag it on until now. If he wants to hate, he can only hate why his talent is so poor. Head of the family, the 2nd elder wants to see you. The 2nd elder is actually the one who is most opposed to Lin Anfei becoming the young master, because he has always hoped that his grandson can become the young master. And his grandson is also very ambitious. He is the same age as Lin Anfei. But now, he is already a level 10 warrior. He is only 1 step away from breaking through to the martial arts master. He came here now. Needless to say, it must be for the position of the young master. Anfei, you go back first. I will go to see the 2nd elder. Lin Anfei hesitated for a moment. His expression was hesitant, and finally turned into a sigh. Yes. On the way back to his yard, Lin Anfei was in a very depressed mood. Those who had been serving him were silent. He didn't really like the position of the young master, but he didn't want to be a burden to his father. From childhood to adulthood, he has always been the one who protected me. As a result, When I grew up, he still had to resist the pressure from the family and the elders. This inevitably made him feel very frustrated. Young master, there are 2 children from the side branches who want to see you outside, saying that they have something important to do. Lin Onfei frowned slightly. People from the side branches? He didn't remember the people from his own side branches, let alone any important matters. Now everyone knows that he, the young master, is just an empty shell with a name. Even if he wants to find someone, he will definitely go to find his good cousin. After all, when he gives up his position, he will be the best candidate for the young master. Now I'm afraid that many people want to curry favor with him. Let them in. Anyway, he has nothing to do now, so it doesn't hurt to meet them. It just so happens that he also wants to see. At this time, why would someone come to see him? Today's store income, 2,022 gold coins. Congratulations to the host. Income exceeded 1,000 gold coins. Congratulations to the host. Income exceeded 2,000 gold coins. Congratulations to the host. Popularity exceeded 300. Task 3 completed. Rewards issued. After closing the store, Suemo heard a jingle in his head like firecrackers. Suemo stretched. Tonzi. Here, please tell me. Hang a sign outside, just write business hours, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. every day. To be honest, Suemo originally wanted to write 11 o'clock, but after thinking about it, it would not be good to be too late, so he reluctantly moved it forward by an hour. But even so, she received the system's shocked roar. 10 o'clock? Host, you can't be so lazy. Suemo raised her eyebrows. She didn't think she was lazy, because the things had been sold out long ago. Tonzi, you can't think so. I'm thinking about the grocery store. Suemo controlled her tone, and tried not to sound like a bad guy who was fooling a little fool. There are so many grocery stores in the world. If we want to leave a mark in everyone's mind, we must have our own characteristics. Characteristics? Yes. For example, the opening hours, the types of goods, and the rules in the store must be unique in the world. It is indeed unique in the world. Where is there a store that opens at 10 in the morning and closes at 8 in the evening? The system secretly complained in its heart, but it didn't dare to say it out loud. The main reason was that it felt that the host was right. Their grocery store is the best in the world, so it must have its own style. And look, what time is it now? All the things in the store have been sold out. There is no point in continuing to open the store. After saying so much, only this sentence is not deceiving. System inner, that's because you don't want to buy more. System outer, right. Right, host. You are awesome. Host is always right. So one person unified, hit it off not really. The system silently hung the business hours sign outside the door. And Suemo opened the mall, and began to look for a new exchange target. If she remembered correctly, Task 3 should have rewarded a second-level exchange voucher. Use it earlier, and make money earlier. But she searched for a long time in the mall, and didn't find any suitable products. Finally, her eyes locked on a machine's second-level martial arts assistant usage consumption. Energy Stone *1 Introduction. The martial arts assistant can detect the body of the warrior, and give the most appropriate opinions and suggestions. If there are martial arts secrets that are most suitable for the warrior in the grocery store, then a prompt will be given directly. Each use requires consumption of Energy Stone *1, and the purchase price of Energy Stone is 50 gold coins/piece. Note, it should be noted that the second-level martial arts assistant can only provide assistance to the level below the Great Martial Arts Master. Higher-level warriors need higher-level martial arts assistants. In short, the martial arts assistant is actually equivalent to a teacher. And it is a teacher who knows you completely. Know your strengths and weaknesses. Know your physical shortcomings. And know what kind of practice and growth you are most suitable for. It will give the most suitable practice advice for you, allowing you to get twice the result with half the effort on the road of martial arts. Tonzi, if I want to buy a martial arts assistant, will you give me an energy stone? One energy stone costs 50 gold coins, which is not cheap. So far, among all the products she has, the most expensive one is the Marrow Cleansing pill, which costs 150 gold coins per piece. Yes, I will give you 5 energy stones. The system answered decisively. No matter what it is, as long as it is the first exchange, 5 products or 5 opportunities to use will be given directly. In addition, a warm reminder, the martial arts assistant has durability. The average durability of a martial arts assistant is 1,000, which means it can only provide help to 1,000 people. After the durability is consumed, the martial arts assistant needs to be repaired before it can be used. 1 point of durability repair consumes 10 gold coins. In other words, the cost of using a martial arts assistant once is 60 gold coins. This cost is really a bit high. Under normal circumstances, Suemo felt that he should set the price at least 300 gold coins. But if the price is so expensive, there is no way to make it possible for everyone to use the martial arts assistant. Chapter 24 Fantasy, Energy Converter. After all, this thing is different from pills and potions. It is more suitable for popularization among the people, and it is best to help more people. But even if Suemo sells it at a cost of 60 gold coins, it is not cheap. Suemo sank her eyes, as if she was thinking about something. After a while, she slowly said, "Is the energy stone only available by purchasing it?" The system listened to her, and quickly flipped through the system manual. Finally, in the last few pages, the description of the energy stone was found. "It seems to be, I found it, host. See if it is this." The system happily put the manual in front of Suemo. The page that was spread out was the introduction of the energy stone. Energy stone. A blue stone containing powerful energy. Its energy is the same as the energy contained in the warrior's body. When the warrior's level reaches the 3rd level or above, the warrior's energy can be condensed through the energy converter, and it becomes an energy stone after condensation. Energy converter? After hearing about this thing, Suemo immediately went to the mall and found this thing on the last page. This is an item that can be exchanged with a first-level exchange voucher. Tongzi, buy a first-level exchange voucher. Okay. Boss Su is now very rich, and just earned more than 2,000 gold coins, so he doesn't care about this small 100 gold coins at all. In a flash, 2 instruments, one large and one small, appeared in the store. The one on the left is smaller, which is the energy converter. The warrior only needs to hold the converter, and then input energy into it, and the energy converter will monitor the warrior's body in real time. If the warrior's body is overwhelmed and can no longer transmit energy, it will automatically stop. Of course, the warrior can also stop transmitting energy at any time by leaving the converter with both hands. After stopping, the energy converter needs 5 seconds to condense energy. After 5 seconds, the energy stone condensed this time will appear at the exit below. The higher the warrior's level, the more energy stones can be condensed at one time. The most important thing is that this energy converter has no durability. That is to say, it does not need to be repaired, as long as it is not damaged by human violence after purchase. It can be used for a lifetime. It can be said to be quite cost-effective. It's quite convenient. Suemo patted the energy converter, and then looked at the martial arts assistant on the right. There is a number 2 engraved on the top of the martial arts assistant. It should be the meaning of marking a 2nd-level martial arts assistant. The method of using this thing is also very simple. The warrior only needs to put the energy stone into a groove, and then walk into the detection cabin of the martial arts assistant. In less than a minute, the result can be obtained. The higher the warrior's level, the more time it consumes. The 1 minute here is just the upper limit, not the lower limit. If only a level 1 warrior enters, it will probably take only 1 or 2 seconds to finish. Sure, then let them be self-sufficient in the future. The warriors input energy by themselves, obtain energy stones, and then use the energy stones they obtain to test, so that the cost can be controlled to only 10 gold coins for the repair cost. Suemo thought about it, and felt that this was still not enough, so he called the system to let it write a special rule and usage method and posted it next to it. Looking at the area that had been completed, Suemo nodded with satisfaction. She is now looking forward to the surprises these warriors will get tomorrow after using the martial arts assistant. Lin Si. Lin Lu. Is this the place you are talking about? In the depths of the Taming Forest, a young man walked back and forth with 2 servants. Although their faces were calm, an inexplicable joy and excitement could be seen from them. Yes. Yes. Yes, it's here. If Suemo saw these 3 people, she would definitely find that 2 of them were the 2 young warriors who asked her to help leave a portion of Xuanwu Dian this morning, and the one following them was their young master Lin Anfei. Number 1 grocery store? Lin Anfei saw the sign on this seemingly strange-looking shop from a distance. He couldn't help but read out the content on it softly. Then he laughed. Boss Su is really arrogant. The title of number 1 is not something that anyone can claim. Although Lin Anfei had to admit that the potions given to him by these 2 branches were indeed the best in the market. But this was a grocery store. not a potion store. If a grocery store wanted to be the best, then everything had to be top-notch. Although Lin Lu knew that his young master had no ill intentions in saying this, he was also worried that Boss Su would get angry if he heard it. So he reminded him quietly, "Young master, Boss Su's stuff is really amazing, not to mention the potions. She even has space scrolls." Lin Anfei was stunned. Then he began to search his mind for the word space scroll. But he found nothing. If it was a storage space device, then he knew. Seeing some doubts on his face, Lin Si immediately explained, "Boss Su has a primary space scroll in his store, which is 10 square meters in size, and can be used as a storage space device. The only disadvantage is that it can only take things in but not out. If you need to take out the things inside, you have to tear the scroll open." As if he was afraid that he would not believe it, Lin Lu continued to add, "This morning we met the leader of the Morin mercenary group. She was also in the store, and then she bought all 10 space scrolls. There was originally someone making trouble, but the leader used it in front of everyone, and we saw the things disappear with our own eyes. A scroll that can be used as a storage space device, and it looks real?" This time, Lin Anfei finally began to pay attention to this seemingly inconspicuous little store. Although he was not strong enough, he had been helping the family manage business for many years. He thought he had seen many rare treasures, but he had never even heard of this thing. "It seems that I came to the right place." As he said this, Lin Anfei's eyes showed some surprise and interest. Although he was not familiar with Lin Si and Lin Lu, he did not think that these two people needed to deceive him. After all, he only had the title of young master. Even if these two people deceived him, they would not get any benefits. Moreover, these two people said that they had received his favor in the past, so they came to tell him after discovering the things in this small shop. Lin Anfei hated the infighting in the family the most, so he did help many disciples in the past. According to their words, he believed them a little. Chapter 25 Fantasy, Stupidity. Just as the three people were walking towards the store excitedly, they saw from a distance that the store seemed to be closed. Lin Si and Lin Lu were a little embarrassed. They only wanted to bring the young master to buy things quickly, and completely forgot how popular the things here were. When they left, there were not many things left in the store. It has been so long now, the things in the store must have been sold out long ago. If they are sold out, then the store will be closed. Although they asked Boss Su to keep the medicine, they agreed to do it tomorrow, so it will not affect Boss Su's closing of the store. Thinking of this, the two of them were even more embarrassed, letting the young master accompany them for a wasted trip. Although the young master himself did not say anything, the two of them were very embarrassed. "It seems that we are not destined to meet today." Lin Anfei saw that the store was closed, and knew that it was a coincidence, and it was no wonder that these two people were so. So he just sighed, and said nothing more. Lin Si seemed to see a sign hanging at the door of the grocery store, and hurried over to see it. This sign was exactly the business hours that Su Mo asked the system to display. Looking at the words 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. every day, Lin Si twitched his mouth speechlessly. Not only that, he also saw a line of small words below. "This store purchases goods once a day, and the goods will not be returned. If they are sold out, the store will be closed." After reading the content on the sign, Lin Si ran back and told Lin Anfei about it. While speaking, he also looked at Lin Anfei's expression, fearing that Lin Anfei would be angry, and he would not come tomorrow. Unexpectedly, Lin Anfei was not angry, but laughed. "Now we are asking for help, so we have to follow other people's rules. Since this Boss Su has set the rules, then let's follow her rules." Lin Anfei said this, but in fact, he was more and more interested in this grocery store. It's just that it's useless for him to be interested now. Su Mo won't open the door anyway, because she is sleeping now. A new day, Su Mo was still woken up by the system. She rubbed her eyes, and the strong emotions in her eyes made the system tremble. The system began to explain with a strong desire to survive. "Host, it's already 9:55. You said you would open the door at 10 o'clock. It believes that its host is still very reasonable, will not scold the system casually." Su Mo's eyes were instantly clear. After that, she completed the one-stop operation of changing clothes and washing at a rapid speed. Then he heated a cup of milk. While drinking it, he went to the door and opened it. Yesterday, when the store opened so early, there were many customers. Not to mention that Su Mo delayed the opening time today, there were dozens of people standing at the door. And Su Mo could clearly see someone rushing over here not far away. "Good morning, Boss Su." "Boss Su." You look so beautiful today. Hello. Boss Su. Okay. Okay. Sumo greeted them perfunctorily, then sat back at the counter and started to eat his breakfast. Boss Su. Why don't you consider buying more goods? Yes, especially the space scroll. Why didn't I see it today? No space scroll today? I want to buy a few to show off. These people who were talking were all frequent visitors to the store these days, so Sumo felt that they looked familiar when he looked at them at this time. But even though they looked familiar, Sumo would just listen to what they said, and the specific arrangements would still depend on her own ideas. When there are more types of goods in the future, some things will not be available every day. As for purchasing, let's consider it when there are more people in the future. Sumo answered their questions ambiguously. Although these people did not get a definite answer, at least Sumo gave a general idea, which is better than saying nothing. Boss Su. We are here. The person who came was Lin Si, and Lin Lu followed behind him. There was also a man standing in front of him who was very elegant, but Sumo had never seen him before. Sumo thought about it, and knew that this person should be the young master they were talking about. She narrowed her eyes, looked at Lin Anfei, and spoke in a clear and cold voice. 23 years old. A third-level warrior? Lin Si and Lin Lu's hearts skipped a beat. Although the young master has a good temper, for him, being only a level 3 warrior at the age of over 20 is a pain point in his life. Anyone who is hit on the pain point for no reason will not be happy. They are now afraid that the young master will be angry. If the two of them quarrel, they don't know what to do. However, they still underestimated Lin Anfei. He did have some reservations about his own strength, but he did not hear any sarcasm from the mouth of this Boss Su. In other words, she was just stating a fact, not deliberately bringing up this matter. Lin Anfei is not so petty that he doesn't allow others to talk about his poor strength. Yes, Boss Su has good eyesight. Sumo shook her head. It wasn't that she had good eyesight, but the system told her. Lin Anfei didn't know what she meant by shaking her head, but she didn't say it, so he pretended not to see it. I'm Lin Anfei. I heard that Boss Su has medicine that can improve the strength of warriors, so I came here to buy it. His attitude was very good, and he did a perfect job of asking for help. Sumo liked polite people, so when she saw him act like this, her attitude also improved a lot. She knew that Lin Anfei came for the Xuanwu pill, but she didn't mention the Xuanwu pill. Instead, she asked him a question. Young Master Lin, have you ever thought about why it is so difficult for you to improve your strength? Lin Anfei was stunned, and then he subconsciously answered, maybe it's because Lin is stupid. This reason was almost deeply rooted in his heart. Because her mother was just an ordinary person. She didn't have the talent to become a warrior. So after she and her father got together, she gave birth to a poor talent. When he was young, he was full of resentment towards his mother because of this. When he grew up and became sensible, he began to face up to his talent problem. Maybe it was because of bad luck. Or maybe it was because he had no chance to practice martial arts in his life. That's why it happened. Maybe. These 3 words made Lin Anfei dizzy. It was the first time he met someone who spoke so mysteriously. Sumo glanced at him and continued. It is said that hard work can make up for lack of talent. But Master Lin has been making up for it for so many years. But has it been effective? Can talent really determine the future directly? Lin Anfei thought about this sentence carefully for several times, and seemed to have some feelings in his heart. An idea came to his mind. Chapter 26 Fantasy. It's so hard to pretend. Before he figured it out, Sumo said the last sentence. Even if talent can really determine so much. But talent, that's innate. But are you really born with such poor qualifications? Sumo said this very straightforwardly. Lin Anfei is the young master of a big family after all. How could he not understand such words? She almost pointed at his nose and said, You are a fool. You don't even know that you have been harmed by others, and you actually think that your poor strength is because of poor talent. Even Lin Si and Lin Lu heard something wrong in Boss Su's words. But because Lin Anfei was present, they didn't dare to ask directly. Lin Anfei took a deep breath, and his mood was very complicated for a while. This time he sincerely bowed to Sumo, and his tone was a bit grateful and sincere. Then, may I ask what Mr. Su thinks Lin should do now? Sumo did not speak, but pointed to the 2 large instruments next to him. This is the energy converter, and the martial arts assistant. Although Lin Anfei did not know what these 2 things were, when he entered the door before, he saw these 2 very conspicuous things at a glance. At this time, Suemo reminded him. He took Lin Si and Lin Lu to check. After the three of them walked over, Suemo sighed faintly. What's wrong with the host? Is it difficult to deal with this matter of young Master Lin? Suemo was silent, and did not speak. This was the first time that the system saw its host like this, and it could not help but be a little surprised. At the same time as being surprised, it was also a little confused and bewildered. It was not until a moment later that it heard Suemo say something like a complaint. Suemo, it's so hard to pretend. System? Compared to the way of speaking that was so long just now, but in the end, it couldn't say a single point. Suemo still prefers to speak human language. But he is the young master after all. You still have to pretend to be a little deeper to make people believe it, otherwise. If Suemo directly told him, you have been harmed, go and check it with the martial arts assistant, Suemo dares to guarantee it. The image and style of this grocery store will definitely be greatly discounted in the heart of this young master. This is what Suemo doesn't want to see. In fact, the reason why Suemo cares so much about Lin Anfei is that he has his own ideas. Now the customers of the grocery store mainly come from three aspects. One type is people who accidentally enter the taming forest and discover the grocery store. This type is like Jaeger and Ahi at the beginning. One type is students of the academy. Most of these are introduced by Jaeger and Ahi. Another type of customers are old customers who have used the things in the grocery store and found them really useful. And then, they spontaneously promote them to others and attract customers. With only these three types of customers, if the grocery store wants to expand and improve its popularity, the speed will be very slow. So Suemo always needs more people to help her promote. And they must be powerful, have status, and speak words that are convincing enough for others. Lin Anfei is the best choice at present. It is almost known to everyone in the city that the young master of the Lin family is so old and still so weak. As long as the things here solve his problems and improve his strength, then Lin Anfei himself will become the best living signboard of the grocery store in the future. With the status and strength of the Lin family, most people will believe what he said. After all, there are 4 major families in Pigeon City where Suemo is currently located, and the Lin family is one of them. The second is the Hao family where the young Master Wei Lin is from before. Suemo has never met the people of the other 2 families, and has no chance to meet them. So she can only count on this young Master Lin for now. But it seems that things are going quite smoothly for now. This young Master Lin is a smart man, and he probably knows the purpose of doing this. But he doesn't care. As long as he can solve his problems, he naturally doesn't mind helping the grocery store to promote it. Please take the energy stone. Speaking of which, Lin Anfei has prepared the energy stone according to the instructions on the paper. Then, he put the energy stone into the groove of the martial arts assistant, and then stood in. The moment the person was detected, the martial arts assistant closed the hatch. For a moment, almost all the customers in the store came to watch. These people had actually discovered these 2 big things a long time ago. They all wanted to try them. But they didn't dare to try them. Now that someone finally became a test subject, they naturally came to see the excitement. It's great to see if this martial arts assistant is really as powerful as described above. Can it really give reasonable analysis opinions based on the different physical qualities of each martial artist, and their own strengths and weaknesses? If this thing is really useful, then I might even save money on going to the academy. Do you think this martial arts assistant is really useful? It is useful. Boss Sue. Don't you know? She has a lot of weird things here. If it is really useful, then I can let my son drop out of school. The tuition fee for a year is several hundred gold coins. It's better to come here and test it a few times with this money. I think you are stupid. Right? Even if the machine is really useful, it is definitely not as good as a teacher. Besides, a martial arts assistant can only give advice. And specific practical experience still needs to be learned and accumulated in the academy. What this person said makes sense. No matter how powerful the martial arts assistant is, it is impossible to completely replace the academy. At most, it can provide you with some help when you don't know how to move forward. This is also the reason why Suemo thinks it is not worth 60 gold coins. In fact, she thinks 10 gold coins are a bit expensive. But there is no way. This is already the cost price. As for energy stones, the guests can be self-sufficient. If there are really warriors below level 3 who need to use them. Suemo has also prepared spare energy stones. There are 100 spare energy stones. 1 gold coin is required for each. The source of spare energy stones is also these warriors. As long as there are less than 100 spare energy stones, The system will automatically purchase energy stones from everyone at a price of 1 gold coin per piece. When it reaches 100, the purchase will stop. In fact, the system is equivalent to an intermediary that does not charge a handling fee, selling a guest's energy stone to another guest. Those guests can not only make a little money, but also help others. Not only is it convenient, but it is also simple. Unknowingly, time passed by second. Suemo could already see the number on the martial arts assistant rising from 0 to 42. In other words, 42 seconds had passed. Logically speaking, a level 3 warrior would only take 5 to 10 seconds of the martial arts assistant's time at most. Lin Anfei's timing was really a little off. Chapter 27 Fantasy, Stone Spider Poison. It seems that Lin Anfei's body is really in big trouble. Another 5 seconds passed. The hatch finally opened. The crowd breathed a sigh of relief. If this person doesn't come out again, they will all suspect that this machine is eating people. The martial arts assistant has analyzed your information. Do you want to report it? Regarding the analysis results, the warrior has 2 choices. One is to report directly, so the martial arts assistant will directly tell the results. If you choose not to report, then the martial arts assistant will print out a piece of paper, which contains the inspection results and suggestions. This is also the first time Lin Anfei has used this thing, and he didn't know what to choose for a while. 5 seconds passed. The martial arts assistant began to automatically report the results after a timeout. The person being tested, bone age is 23 years old, level 3 warrior, excellent talent. Bone age is 23 years old, only level 3 warrior. Is this called excellent talent? Then those who are over 20 years old and level 4 or 5 are all geniuses. Is this martial arts assistant really reliable? As soon as the announcement came out, everyone couldn't help but start talking about it. All of them had great doubts about this result. Even Lin Anfei himself began to frown. Until they heard the following sentence. The person being tested has stone spider poison in his body. Stone spider poison can block the warrior's meridians over time, causing the flow of martial energy to be blocked, affecting the cultivation and advancement. The assistant suggested taking the detoxification pill first to remove the stone spider poison in the body, and then taking the marrow cleansing pill to remove impurities in the body. Stone spider poison? What the hell is this? Although no one has heard of what stone spider poison is. But it can also be understood that the reason why Lin Anfei's martial arts level is low is not because of his talent, but because he was poisoned. He can even detect poisoning, and can also give specific treatment advice. Is this martial arts assistant really that powerful? No matter how others discuss. Lin Anfei's face has turned ashen. He clicked on the martial arts assistant, paid for a printout of the results, and then left the encirclement of everyone's attention. As soon as he left, someone who had been prepared for a long time immediately grabbed the position. As soon as the energy stone was placed, the test began. The martial arts assistant's voice was neither loud nor soft, but Suemo could definitely hear it. She originally thought that this person had good talent, and it shouldn't be that he had only achieved this in the past 20 years. So she said that, but she didn't expect it to be true. Tongzi explained the poison of the stone spider, although the martial arts assistant also explained. It was not very detailed. Suemo wanted to understand it more specifically. Being treated as Baidu Encyclopedia System, it is the toxin carried by a spider called stone spider. One bite will cause poisoning. If not treated in time, the toxin will slowly spread to the internal organs, devouring the meridians and blood. As time goes by, part of the toxin will be transformed into impurities to block the meridians, causing the meridians to narrow, and the martial energy to flow poorly. This is why Master Lin has practiced so hard, but has not achieved any results. Suemo nodded to show that he understood, and then opened the mall to start looking for the detoxification pill. After all, the martial arts assistant said that this can be used to remove the poison of the stone spider. Then she would exchange it and sell it to Lin Anfei. Just as if it was a good sale, the future cooperation would be easier and more enjoyable. But she thought it was good, but she found out that this poison-removing pill was actually a third-level product, and she couldn't exchange it at all now. Just at this time, Lin Anfei had already come over with the result given by the martial arts assistant, and the first thing he did was to thank Suemo for the second time. Otherwise, how can it be said that although his strength is not high, he can still sit firmly in the position of the young master for more than 20 years? Isn't it because his attitude is humble and polite? If it weren't for the poison, he must be a very powerful person now, not just a young master of the Lin family. Yunfei thanks Boss Su for reminding me today, otherwise I'm afraid I would complain about the world for the rest of my life. If he was born with bad talent, it would be fine. Lin Anfei could still accept his fate, but if someone wanted to harm him, thinking of this, Lin Anfei's eyes were cold. Suemo waved his hand, without saying anything, which was considered to be his thanks. I wonder if Boss Su has any detoxifying pills or cleansing marrow pills. After thanking him, Lin Anfei brought up the business. He had just walked around the store, but didn't see any detoxifying pills. He did see the price tag for the cleansing marrow pills, but it was empty, which showed that they had been sold out. He had only asked out of luck, but he didn't expect Suemo to actually take out a bottle of medicine from the drawer. Cleansing marrow pills, 150 gold coins. Lin Anfei's eyes lit up. He immediately paid, and then took the bottle of medicine. Suemo nodded with satisfaction. I don't have any detoxification pills for now. You can use the marrow cleansing pill to remove impurities from your body first. Although the martial arts assistant said to take the detoxification pill first, then the marrow cleansing pill. It is actually okay to take the marrow cleansing pill first, but it will only treat the symptoms and not the root cause. If the toxins are not removed after a period of time, the meridians will still be blocked, and you will need to take the marrow cleansing pill again. You can also choose to wait until you have the detoxification pill, and then take the marrow cleansing pill. In no more than 3 days, the detoxification pill will be in stock. The condition for the grocery store to be upgraded to level 3 is to reach a reputation of 1000. After this period of accumulation, the reputation has now reached more than 800. According to the current customer flow, the remaining 200 can indeed be completed in 2 or 3 days. Of course, it's okay to take it now, but because the toxins are still there, the process will be painful. After the impurities are discharged, your cultivation speed will return to normal. Suemo is still hesitating whether Lin Anfei is worth wasting a level 3 exchange voucher to exchange for the detoxification pill. A level 3 exchange voucher is equivalent to 3 level 2 vouchers, 9 level 1 vouchers, which is 900 gold coins. The detoxification pill is still too niche. Even if it is exchanged, there will not be many people who buy it. After all, not everyone is poisoned like Lin Anfei. However, Suemo finally decided to exchange it, helping Lin Anfei. She believes that she can get more. Thank you, Boss Su. In order to prevent them from not seeing it, there are some instructions on the bottle of the marrow cleansing pill. So after Lin Anfei finished speaking, he went straight to the small room specially prepared for people who take the marrow cleansing pill. Lin Si and Lin Lu accompanied him throughout the whole process. Seeing the young master enter the room, the two of them had nothing to do for a while, so they simply prepared 2 energy stones, and then went to the martial arts assistant to wait in line. Chapter 28 Fantasy Breakthrough. Perhaps because of the example of Lin Anfei, everyone's enthusiasm for martial arts assistants far exceeded Sumo's imagination. This is really the first time, after opening the store for so long, the shelves are still full, because they are busy queuing up to check. Although each person only takes a few seconds or 10 seconds, there are so many people, so a long queue is formed in this small store unconsciously. Because everyone knows that Boss Su doesn't like others to make trouble, so everyone is very disciplined. There is no such thing as noisy queue jumping. After all, no one wants to be blacklisted by Boss Su. It has been more than 20 minutes since Lin Yunfei entered the small room. Lin Si and Lin Lu had already bought things and waited outside the door for a long time. They didn't see anyone else use the marrow cleansing pill yesterday, so they don't know what will happen after taking this pill. But seeing that Lin Anfei hasn't come out for so long, it's inevitable to worry. Boss Su, I'm sorry to bother you, our young master. Finally, Lin Si couldn't wait any longer. Although he had been comforting Boss Su that there shouldn't be any danger here, his reason always drove him to ask Boss Su about the situation. Suemo also knew that Lin Anfei had been in there for a while. Although he had to take a shower and clean up, the people who had used the marrow cleansing pill came out in 10 minutes at most, but it took Lin Anfei more than twice as long as them. Host, young Master Lin has made a breakthrough in there, and it will probably take a while before he can come out. Breakthrough? Sumo's eyes flashed with surprise. After the system explained it, she quickly understood. Then, she turned to Lin Si and said, he is breaking through inside. If you are really worried, you can go in. This small room is actually open to anyone. It is not necessary to be prepared to take the marrow cleansing pill to enter. No. 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 It would be bad to disturb him if you rush in during the breakthrough. Lin Si shook his head frantically. While feeling happy, he was also afraid that Su Mo would misunderstand. Martial artists are most afraid of being disturbed during their practice, especially when they are advancing and breaking through. Any slight movement may affect their success. There have been cases where half of their cultivation was directly lost due to being disturbed because of the advancement. Lin Si did not dare to take this risk. Su Mo responded without comment. 10 minutes later, only the last 3 or 2 people were left in the team of martial arts assistants. And then, they heard the sound of a door opening from the small room. Lin Si and Lin Lu looked over quickly. Just by feeling, they felt that the young master was completely different. If he used to be introverted, and all his emotions were hidden under a gentle surface, then he is now showing his edge. Although people still can't see his emotions, but mentally, he looks much better than before. Young master, I heard from Boss Su that you just broke through in there? Seeing that he was fine, Lin Si and Lin Lu breathed a sigh of relief, and then ran up to ask curiously. Lin Anfei looked at Su Mo with some surprise. It seemed that he had never thought how Su Mo knew what happened to him in there. But when I thought that she could come up with so many things, I thought she must have her own special means. Thinking of this, Lin Anfei was relieved. Well, now I am already a level 6 warrior. Although this strength is still a bit low compared to his age. But they have finally seen results. It is better than eating so many things in the past 20 years. But only rising 3 levels. The Marrow Cleansing pill itself does not have the effect of improving the strength of a warrior. The reason why Master Lin broke through 3 levels in a row is because of the residual true qi in the body that was not swallowed by the stone spider poison in time. Although the stone spider poison will seriously affect the improvement of strength. But it is more about blocking the true qi between the meridians, preventing them from flowing to the dantian. Occasionally swallowing some, as nutrients, breeds more stone spider poison. Now that the impurities are discharged, the plug blocking the true qi is gone. They can enter the dantian smoothly, thus allowing Lin Anfei to break through. It is conceivable. After being devoured by the stone spider poison for more than 20 years, Lin Anfei's strength can still reach the 6th level of warrior after being untied. If there is no stone spider poison, he would have become a martial artist long ago, or even close to a great martial artist. After listening to Su Mo's explanation, Lin Anfei quickly understood. While he was grateful and excited, he also hated the person who murdered him more and more. Boss Su. Lin Anfei bowed again, preparing to thank him. But before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Su Mo. She waved her hand. I have heard enough words of thanks today. This is what I should do. Lin Anfei smiled and thanked him. Then he said what Su Mo wanted to hear the most. Such a good place, maybe more people should know about it. Looking at Lin Anfei's back as he left, Su Mo's little calculations flew in his mind. It seems that he didn't make a mistake. The next few days will be lively. After leaving the grocery store, Lin Anfei took Lin Si and Lin Lu and rushed towards the family. He enjoyed the feeling of relaxation and comfort, and his heart was more and more grateful to the 2 people beside him. Although Boss Su was the one who really helped him. But Lin Si and Lin Lu also made great contributions. If it weren't for them, I'm afraid I would have to wait for several months, when Boss Su's store became famous, and he would have the opportunity to know such a magical little store. By then, I'm afraid he would have been trampled into the dust by the second elder and his good cousin. Are you 2 interested in working with me? Due to his position, Lin Anfei couldn't repay a drop of water with a spring of water. But he is not an ungrateful person. If these 2 people are willing, they can find a good job beside him. Lin Si and Lin Lu were stunned at first, and then they were ecstatic. We have actually wanted to work under the young master for a long time, but unfortunately, they are a few years younger than Lin Anfei. One is a level 6 warrior, and the other is a level 7 warrior. Although their qualifications are not too bad, they are just mediocre. In the past, everyone around Lin Anfei was an elite, so it was naturally not their turn. But Lin Anfei didn't care about their strength. He only cared about loyalty. Since these 2 people dared to come to help him when he was about to lose power, he didn't mind giving them some trust. Strength doesn't matter. With Boss Su here, what are you still worried about? Chapter 29 Fantasy, Attracting Beast Fans. Lin Si and Lin Lu's eyes lit up. Yes, Boss Su is here, with Lin Anfei's case. They now have full trust in Boss Su and the grocery store. Think about the Xuanwu pill, and then think about the Shisui pill. There are even space scrolls. They are all good things. With these things, improving strength is not easy, but it feels much simpler than before. In addition, The young master himself proposed this matter. He must not care about their strength. Otherwise, he can just give them some benefits to get rid of them. There is no need to mention it specifically. We are willing to follow the young master. Lin Anfei nodded, and took a token and handed it to them. Take this to the housekeeper, he will know what to do. Although his position as the young master is unstable, the people in the inner residence are all his father's own people. This is still reliable. The most important thing he needed to do now was to go back quickly. Tell his father about his poisoning and his improvement in strength. At the same time, in the Warrior Academy, Jaeger and Ahi took the magic potion they bought a few days ago and began to practice frantically. Finally, Ahi advanced 4 days earlier than expected. Congratulations. Isn't this the youngest 5th level warrior in our school? It must be the youngest. I remember that the youngest 5th level warrior in our academy seemed to be 17 years old. He is only 16 this year. Isn't this a full year early? What's this? If I had Ba Su's potion when I was 16, I could also be promoted to a 5th level warrior. Okay. The people around were all classmates, listening to their words of envy, jealousy, or sourness. He smiled and did not answer. Although he improved so quickly, it was due to the potion of Ba Su, but it was more due to his own efforts. After all, the magic potion can only restore martial energy, and it cannot directly increase true energy to achieve the effect of promotion and breakthrough. So he deserves his current achievements. Okay. What are you so jealous about? It's as if you have practiced for more than half of Ahi's time. Jaeger is not as good-tempered as Ahi. After rolling his eyes, he pulled him away. Let's go. Teacher Yu is looking for you. Why waste time talking to them? Teacher Yu is the teaching teacher of the academy. He is also Ahi's teacher. And Ahi is also his only disciple. Hearing that the teacher is looking for him, Ahi quickened his pace and rushed to the office. Knock knock. Teacher, it's me. After a few seconds, Ah heard a voice from inside. Come in, Yage. Come in too. Yage didn't expect that Teacher Yu actually knew that he was outside the door. And he actually let him in. Pushing the door open, the two saw at a glance that Teacher Yu was not the only one in the office. Why are you here? Yage frowned and curled his lips, with disgust on his face. There was even some hatred in his eyes. It was Ahi who pulled his sleeve in time to remind him, so he didn't lose his composure in front of Teacher Yu. Come on, say what you just said to me to them again. Yu frowned, with a serious face. Only Ahi knew that Teacher Yu's appearance was actually bluffing most of the time. In fact, he is a very gentle teacher. But because gentleness cannot control students, so he will package himself into a stern and fierce appearance. But now it seems that Ahi does not think that Teacher Yu's expression is fake. This is the first time he has seen him like this. He looks really angry. The other person in the office is actually Jaeger, and Ahi's roommate. His name is Pyri. He is a bit timid and cowardly. Originally, the relationship between the three of them was quite good. But later, after he flattered Wei Lin, the relationship between the three of them became much weaker. But if it was just like this, then Jaeger would not hate him to the extent of it. After all, people with different ideologies cannot work together. He is willing to flatter Wei Lin, which is his own business, and Jaeger will not say anything. But after Wei Lin knew that Pyri was their roommate, he often tried to sow discord between them. Pyri was timid to begin with, and could only listen to him, and repeatedly persuaded Jaeger and Ahi not to go against Wei Lin. As time went by, the relationship between the three people became worse and worse. Especially when Jaeger found out that their homework was destroyed last time. Pyri also had a contribution behind it. There was no classmate friendship left between them. Why are you dithering? Just tell me what you have to say. I can't stand your attitude. Jaeger endured it for a long time, but finally couldn't help it. But after all, he was concerned about the teacher, so he used mild words. If it were any other situation, he would have cursed. Pyri was startled by Jaeger's loud voice, and his body trembled. I'm sorry, I really didn't mean it. It was Wei Lin who forced me. While he was speaking, he couldn't stop crying. Looking at Jaeger, he was furious. What he said made it seem like they were the sinners. Ah couldn't help but frown. He glanced at the teacher, and felt that today's matter might not be that simple. It was you who helped Wei Lin, and now it's you who said it wasn't intentional. You've really said all the good things, and we are only allowed to say bad things? Pyri looked up at Ahi. There was surprise and disbelief in his eyes. He seemed to have never expected why Ahi, who was always gentle, would attack him so fiercely. But he had completely forgotten what he had done. If others could still maintain their original gentle attitude after he had done so many things to hurt others, then it would not be called gentleness. It would be called stupidity. Yage is right. If you have anything to say, please tell us quickly. Don't waste everyone's time. He just broke through. In order to break through, he has not rested for more than 20 hours. If the teacher hadn't called him, what he wanted to do most now was to go back to the dormitory, lie on the bed, and sleep for a day and a night. Pyrie sobbed, and then stammered, You were going to the Taming Forest that day. It was me and Master Whalen who told you. Yage turned away in disgust. And Master Whalen? He has been a slave for so long that he doesn't even know how to be a human being. They called Master Whalen, but that was just a joke and a mockery. But Pyrie really regarded him as his own master. And then what? You told him? And then gave him the opportunity to lure beast powder on us? Chapter 30 Fantasy, Lingyun Competition. The beast-attracting powder was told to them by Pharmacist Zina. As the name suggests, this thing is used to attract monsters. In the past, it was used to attract monsters. But this powder appeared on them, then they became the targets of monster attacks. No wonder a saber-toothed tiger came that day. It turned out to be because of this. Pyrie hoped that he could stop talking here. But he saw the deep meaning in Teacher Yu's eyes, and couldn't help but tremble all over. Then, he shouted loudly like a broken jar. It wasn't young Master Wei-Lin. Who did it? I put the beast-attracting powder on you. When these words came out, Yage and Ahi were both stunned. At first, they only thought that Pyrie was just an accomplice, but they never thought that he was the murderer. Damn it! You're a fucking idiot, you beast! Yage couldn't bear it anymore, and punched him directly. No, I didn't want to do that either. It's all Master Wei-Lin's fault. Don't you think you deserve it? It's time, and you're still calling him master? Yage punched him twice more in anger. Took a deep breath and watched coldly. If it was before, he would definitely stop it. But now, he didn't have the intention of repaying evil with kindness, and treating the murderer who killed him well. Only the two of them knew how dangerous the situation was that day. If he hadn't pushed Jaeger away in time, he would have been a corpse lying on the ground now. If they hadn't been lucky enough to walk into Boss Su's shop, he would be a corpse lying on the ground now. This was no longer a common prank. It was a real murder. Although they all knew that it was Wei-Lin who had instructed Pyrie to do this. He could have given up, even if he had just told them or hinted at them afterwards. But he did nothing. Even on the day they left, Pyrie was not in the dormitory at all. I don't know if he was guilty or didn't want to face them. Okay. Stop fighting. The teacher will handle this. Seeing that Jaeger was going too far, Ahi pulled him back. Yu was very satisfied with Ahi's calmness and restraint. In fact, he himself was not a violent person. Nor did he like to fight violence with violence. But this incident really endangered the life of his only apprentice. In public, this was a student trying to murder another student. And as a teacher, he had the responsibility to handle this matter. Personally, the victim was his apprentice. And he wanted to support his apprentice. Otherwise, he would not have watched Jaeger beat someone in front of his teacher. He did not stop it. Both to let them vent their anger, and to believe that Ahi knew his limits. You go back first. This was what Teacher Yu said to Pyrie. To punish a student, as long as the evidence is solid, it can be dealt with at any time. And there is no rush at this moment. He called the two people not just for this matter. But there are more important things to explain. As soon as he heard that he could leave, Pyrie ran away. Not looking like he had just rolled on the ground after being beaten. Teacher asked us to come here. Is there anything else to say? He also guessed what he meant. Teacher Yi nodded, and then took out 2 registration forms from the drawer. This is the Lingyun competition next month. Teacher hopes that you too can participate. The Lingyun competition is a competition organized by all the martial arts academies on the entire continent. Although it is called a competition, it is actually a competition between all the academies. The martial arts academy where Jaeger and his friends are is called Tianlu, which ranked 104th in last year's Lingyun competition. Although it did not even make it into the top 100. There are so many academies on the entire continent that they can be counted in tens of thousands. Let alone the top 100. Those who can make it into the top 1,000 or the top 500 are already considered very good. The Lingyun competition is mainly based on age. For example, from the age of 12 when entering school, to the age of 18 when graduating. Each age group has its own competition. The winner can accumulate points for his own academy, and the points are the standard for determining the final ranking. Anyone who enters the top 500 will become the first choice of the world's warriors. The top 100 will be even more sought after. As for the top 50, the top 10, at least Tianlu Academy can forget about it at the moment. The first place in previous years was competed by 3 first-level academies, with a history of 1,000 years. It's either you or me, and other academies can forget about it. Thank God for being in the top 10. As the 2 best people in this age group, Teacher Yu naturally hopes that the 2 of them can bring glory to the academy and contribute their own efforts. The academy naturally rewards participating students, especially those who win and get points, which brings countless benefits, not to mention other things. Just the fact that the academy allows students to enter the library and browse the ancient books at will is enough to make students ecstatic. Lingyun competition? Students remember that this quota seems to be a competition within the academy. Since there are so many benefits, everyone naturally wants to participate. However, because there is a limit on the number of contestants, the academy naturally cannot select all of them. Instead, it is a survival of the fittest, and only the best ones are selected. The reason why Wei Lin cared so much about winning or losing the competition before was also partly because that competition would affect the quota for the Lingyun competition. Teacher Yu nodded. Under normal circumstances, you need to compete. But this year's Lingyun competition is advanced. It is advanced, which means that they don't have much time to arrange the competition and select students. So basically every teacher has a few recommended quotas. The academy will select students based on the teacher's recommendation and the student's own strength. He and Yagu ranked very high in the previous competition. One of them is the youngest 5th level warrior in the academy, and the other is also strong. So it is not surprising that Teacher Yu directly recommended them. Yagu and He looked at each other, and then quickly took the registration form, took a pen and started to fill in the information. After filling in all the information, Teacher Yu gave them a card and asked them to practice well during this period. The card is the access card for the academy's exclusive training room. Generally, only teachers or students ranked in the top 10 of the academy have it. Originally, the 2 of them were in the top 10 this year, but because the previous class had not graduated yet, the time for issuing the access card was postponed. Teacher Yu simply gave them his card, until the 2 walked out of the office. The whole person was still a little confused. Chapter 31 Fantasy, Body Tempering Potion and Teleportation Scroll. They never thought that the quota that other students were vying for would fall into their hands so easily. Where are you going? Seeing that Ahi's goal was not the dormitory, Yage quickly pulled him back. He looked in that direction. If I remember correctly, that should be the location of the practice room. Go practice, otherwise, it will be so embarrassing if you lose the game. It's okay to embarrass your own people. The most important thing is that they represent the entire Tianlu Academy. If they lose, they will embarrass the entire academy. Are you stupid? You haven't rested for more than 20 hours, and you're still practicing? Aren't you afraid of sudden death? Although Jaeger's words were a bit harsh, it has to be said that this is correct. It can only be said that Teacher Yuya's trust gave Ahi a boost of energy, and his whole spirit and energy inexplicably came up. The fatigue brought by the previous practice was swept away, only full of motivation remained. Why don't you take a rest now? Tomorrow we will go to Ba Su again, and buy the Marrow Cleansing pill before we practice. If they hadn't had enough money, they would have wanted to buy the Marrow Cleansing pill a long time ago. They finally saved up the money, so they would buy it sooner and enjoy it sooner. It just so happened that they ran into the Lingyun competition. They could also take advantage of this opportunity, using the body tempered by the Marrow Cleansing pill to improve their strength faster. Ah thought about it, and felt that what he said made sense. The body that didn't feel tired before suddenly became weak after hearing what he said. Congratulations to the host. Today's income, 5,120 gold coins. Martial Arts Assistant use times, 32, cumulative income, 320 gold coins. Because the Martial Arts Assistant is a business that doesn't make a penny. Therefore, Sumo did not let the system include the income of the Martial Arts Assistant in the total income. Instead, it was listed separately. After all, the amount of gold coins earned every day, the amount of gold coins needed to repair the durability of the Martial Arts Assistant. Even so, the money earned today is more than twice that of the previous day. The popularity has also soared from more than 800 to nearly 880. It seems that in 2 days at most, the grocery store can be upgraded to level 3. It is the usual purchase. This time, Su-Mo bought a lot of Xuanwu Dan and Shisui Dan for preparation. Then only let the system take a part of it and put it out. As for other potion scrolls, and so on. I bought 500 bottles of primary potion, 50 space scrolls, and 50 animal taming scrolls. Since the secondary goods only have healing potions, Su-Mo also bought 100 bottles. After buying all these things, Su-Mo spent a total of 3,700 gold coins. There are still 1420 gold coins left. At this time, she was hesitating whether to buy a few more coupons to exchange for some goods. Su-Mo didn't plan to keep the remaining money. Money is a waste if you don't use it to make money. Because there are too few types of goods in the store now. So far, the main profit of the grocery store still depends on potions. After all, not everyone can afford scrolls. Before big customers like Xian Wu or Lin Anfei come, Su-Mo better need some inexpensive but practical goods. She thought about it, and picked out a few goods that she thought should have a good market. Primary body tempering potion purchase price, 2 gold coins / bottle sales price, 5 gold coins / bottle introduction, suitable for anyone under 10 years old. It can initially temper the body, strengthen body functions, and improve the talent of warriors. Primary amulet purchase price, 10 gold coins / sheet. Selling price, 30 gold coins / sheet. Introduction. It can resist the full force attack of spirit beasts or martial artists. After resisting the damage, the amulet is broken and cannot be used again. Primary teleportation scroll purchase price, 5 gold coins / sheet. Selling price, 15 gold coins / sheet. Introduction. After positioning, you can return to the positioning location by tearing the scroll. Primary teleportation scroll can only be used once, the distance is unlimited, and the number of people to be teleported is not more than 3. Among these 3 things, only the primary body tempering potion is a product of the first level mall. The other 2 are products of the second level mall. Among them, Su-Mo must buy the primary body tempering potion. Although this thing has great restrictions, only children under 10 years old can use it. But it is cheap. In such a world where strength is respected, Su-Mo believes that there will be many people willing to buy this potion for their children. And this thing is not useless for children over 10 years old. It's just that with the increase of age, the body has been fixed. At this time, using the primary body quenching potion, it seems a little inadequate. If you really want to quench your body, you either take a lot of primary body quenching potions, or you can only wait for intermediate or advanced potions. But that's a matter for the future. Anyway, the primary body quenching potion has been bought by Su-Mo. There are more than 1,300 gold coins left, which is only enough to buy another product because she needs to keep some money for backup. Then buy these 2 products by the way. After thinking again and again, Su-Mo chose the primary teleportation scroll. Apart from other things, some rich people will definitely buy it. After all, this thing is really convenient. And the more you use it, the more addicted you will be. The grocery store is so remote and far away. With the scroll, it is more convenient for them to come to the grocery store. 50 bottles of primary body quenching potion are purchased. 100 gold coins. 50 primary teleportation scrolls are purchased. 250 gold coins. Finally, 670 gold coins are left for turnover. In this way, a day's work is completed. Su-Mo stretched happily, and then went to get food for herself. Although it is troublesome to open a store after binding to this system. But at least there is no worry about food and clothing. It seems to be easier than in the previous world. For a salted fish like her, who only food and sleep are not to be missed. This is simply the dream retirement life. Compared with Su-Mo's leisurely style, the Lin family at this time seems to be overcast. Hidden under the calm surface, there are turbulent waves. All the elders of the Lin family gathered in the ancestral hall. The head of the Lin family stood in the main seat. Next to him stood the young master Lin Anfei. The story started half an hour ago. After Lin Anfei came back from the grocery store, he rushed all the way back to the family. Along the way, he repeatedly recalled his childhood memories. In his impression, he seemed to have never come into contact with spiders. The only possibility was that he took advantage of his unconscious state and poisoned himself. For example, when he was sleeping. This is actually not difficult to think of. After thinking it through, Lin Anfei began to recall the various things that happened around him in the past. The only thing that made him suspicious was when he was 7 years old. One day, his cousin came to play with him. As a result, When his cousin went back, he found that his jade pendant was missing. Chapter 32 Fantasy, Tell the Truth. It was later found out that it was a servant around him who stole it. Then, the servant was driven out of the Lin mansion. Originally, he had gradually forgotten about this matter. But because of what happened today, he remembered it again. You know, the servants of the Lin family basically signed a contract to sell themselves. Until the deadline, they are not allowed to leave on their own. There is no such thing as redemption. Unless the master wants to drive him away, or the person is released from the contract by the master of the Lin family. The initiative is completely in the hands of the Lin family. Although the conditions seem to be very harsh, the monthly salary of the Lin family is very high. And they don't beat, scold, or enslave servants at will. So even under such seemingly harsh conditions, some people don't even want to leave. Since that servant could become his personal servant, the monthly salary and treatment are naturally needless to say. He still remembers the jade pendant of his cousin, which is actually just an ornament, and is not worth much at all. In other words, there was no need for this servant to steal. Unless he deliberately wanted to take this opportunity to make a mistake, and then be kicked out of the Lin family. Then why did he do this? Why did he want to leave the Lin family so urgently? If it was just this, Lin Anfei might not be suspicious. But in this world, every child will undergo an aptitude test every year before the age of 10. The reason for once a year, mainly to prevent testing errors and missing geniuses. And when he was 7 years old, it was exactly the time for his first test. He even remembers now how the test stone in his hand changed from green to white in a year. On this continent, everyone uses the test stone to test their aptitude. The test stone can change into 7 colors: white, green, blue, yellow, purple, orange, black. Among them, white aptitude is the lowest quality. Most ordinary warriors are blue or yellow. More colorless ones do not have the talent to become warriors. Anyone who can reach the purple level or above can be called a genius. Such people not only practice very quickly, but also have high comprehension. If his green aptitude when he was 7 years old was placed in an ordinary family, the whole family would be crying with joy. But in a big family like the Lin family, it is the worst. Moreover, when he was 8 years old, that is, when he tested his aptitude for the second time, the test stone did not even have green, but only white. He did not know why before. Now he finally knows. It is likely that during this year, the poison of the stone spider has blocked his meridians, so such a rubbish aptitude and talent was tested. With this guess, the first thing Lin Anfei did when he returned to the Lin family was to find the test stone. Seeing the completely different color from before, his face darkened. "Father, it's me." He hurried to the study and knocked on the door. According to the housekeeper, the head of the Lin family should still be in the study at this time. "Come in." As expected, he immediately heard the reply from inside. After entering the door, Lin Anfei closed the door carefully. It was the first time that the head of the Lin family saw him so serious and nervous. So he couldn't help but cheer up. "Xiao Fei, what happened?" "Father, look." Lin Anfei took out the test stone from his pocket, and then began to input true energy into it. The next moment, the test stone began to flash a faint purple light. The Lin family master was so shocked that the teacup in his hand fell to the ground. The sound of the shattering was crisp and piercing. The servants asked outside the door. Lin Anfei put away the test stone and asked them to come in and clean up the fragments. During this time, the atmosphere in the room was terribly stiff. After the people went out and closed the door, the father and son started a heated discussion. Lin Anfei told the Lin family master everything that happened today in detail. How is it possible? The Lin family master gritted his teeth and subconsciously wanted to vent. But he finally retracted his hand that was about to slap the table, in order not to attract the attention of people outside. "I know you may not be able to accept these things for a while. Father, let's take a look at my current strength first." Although Lin Anfei is the son of the Lin family master, but what he just said is really too shocking. Whether it was poisoning, or the marrow cleansing pills in the grocery store, or the martial arts assistant. For a while, the head of the Lin family had no way of accepting so much information. The best evidence was that he was now a level 6 warrior. The head of the Lin family sighed, put his hand over, and looked carefully. It's actually true. Logically speaking, if Lin Anfei, as his child, really found the reason for his strength being blocked, and successfully removed the constraints, his strength would be improved. This should have been something that made him very happy and excited. But the head of the Lin family was left with only sadness in his heart. It was because the impact of the poisoning on him was much greater than this. I think I have been dedicated to the Lin family for decades. I never thought that a person could harm my child. As for who harmed Lin Anfei, there was no need to think about this matter. Except for the second elder's family, who had been eyeing the position of the young master. There was no one else. They were not stupid enough to think that this was just an accident. Stone spiders are not common species. And even fewer people know about the poison of stone spiders. Otherwise, after so many years, the doctors of the Lin family would not have failed to find out that something was wrong with Lin Anfei. Such a rare thing appeared next to Lin Anfei, and bit him without him knowing it. It can only be said that if there are too many coincidences, it is not a coincidence. It is a long-planned strategy. The head of the Lin family never thought that the truth of the matter would be like this. He was so angry that his face turned red. Seeing this, Lin Anfei hurriedly spoke to comfort him. "Father, there is no need to be so angry. After all, the problem with me has been solved." In order to prevent the head of the Lin family from thinking too much, Lin Anfei told him that the poison in his body had been completely solved. He did not mention the matter of the detoxification pill. As for other things, he did not hide them. Now is not the time to be angry. Being angry will only damage your body, and it will not help you in any other way. He has already asked someone to find the servant, who was driven out because of his dirty hands and feet. As long as they find the person and other evidence, they can deal with the second elder's family according to the clan rules. Now Lin Anfei's body has recovered. Although it has been delayed for more than 20 years. He has a good talent, and will definitely achieve something in the future. It is completely possible for the Lin family to be handed over to him. I came here today mainly to make my father feel at ease. Because of the matter of the young master's position, the head of the Lin family has been worried for a long time. Lin Anfei naturally didn't want him to worry about it anymore. Chapter 33 Fantasy, Kai. How could he not understand Lin Anfei? His own son, the head of the Lin family nodded, and felt quite happy. In order to prevent the second elder from getting suspicious, Lin Anfei did not stay for too long and left. As a result, when he returned to the yard, he heard that the person he was looking for had been found. Found it so quickly? Lin Anfei was overjoyed. After the surprise, he was still more confused. After all, it happened more than 10 years ago. Time has passed, things have changed. Let's not talk about whether the person is still there. Even if he is alive, it may not be found in the vast sea of people. How could he be found so smoothly? How long has it been? It's not even an hour. The man saw that Lin Anfei looked strange, and he immediately explained. He has changed his name now. He used to be called Juzi, but now he is said to be changed to Asai. It's also good luck. This guy owed gambling debts, and we happened to run into him. After being kicked out of the Lin mansion, Asai was going to leave the city, but for some reason, he came back again. Not only that, he also got addicted to gambling. Those who know about gambling know it. In the hands of the dealer, it's impossible to win. So Asai naturally owed a lot of gambling debts. Originally, he had no money, so he couldn't gamble. But according to the people in the casino, this man seemed to have a close relationship with the Lin family, one of the 4 great families. Because whenever he owed gambling debts, he would always ask for an IOU, and then ask them to go to the Lin family to find someone to get the money. At first they thought Asai was a liar. How could a small thug like him be related to the Lin family? But the facts proved that they did get money from the Lin family. From then on, Akai became a frequent visitor to the casino. Whenever he won, he would take the money himself. Whenever he lost, he would write a note for them to go to the Lin family to get it. Have you found out who gave him the money? The other party nodded, and then took out an account book. He had specially asked the housekeeper to get it. According to the records here, Master Li has been spending money frequently in recent times. You know the people in the account office. Master. They are used to stepping on the powerful and praising the weak. Master Li is Lin Li, his cousin, the grandson of the second elder. He is also the genius of the family at present, and the person who is most likely to inherit his position as the young master. Under normal circumstances, such frequent spending of family money, even if the amount each time is not much, but if it happens too many times, the account office will definitely not agree. After all, this is the property of the entire family. Not just yours. But perhaps in order to curry favor with Lin Li, the accountant agreed to his funding application every time. Put away the account book. Make another copy. and then return this one to the housekeeper. This can also serve as evidence to a certain extent. Every family member is basically not short of money, unless they gamble like Akai. Otherwise, they would never spend so much money. If it was just the two of them competing for the position of the young master, the other elders might still stand by and watch. If it involved the interests of the entire family, they would definitely not be able to sit still. Yes. Just as the subordinate was about to leave with the account book, a person suddenly ran in from outside. Lin Anfei recognized this person, as he was his father, who was also the person around the head of the Lin family. Seeing him in such a hurry, I'm afraid something big has happened. Young master, it's not good. The head of the family asked me to tell you that the second elder, the third elder and the sixth elder have invited the remaining elders, and they are in the ancestral hall now. It is said that the young master is going to be replaced. The head of the family asked you to go first. But don't act rashly. He will handle this matter. What? The second elder? That villain. It's not enough to do secret tricks. Now he is pressing step by step. It was clearly agreed before that if he lost the competition 10 days later, the position would be given to Linley. Why did he suddenly get anxious? Did he know that he and his father had discovered the poison of the stone spider? He couldn't think too much. Lin Anfei had already quickened his pace at this time and rushed to the ancestral hall quickly. This led to the previous scene. The head of the Lin family, the young master, and the 6 elders were all gathered in the ancestral hall. The purpose of the second elder was very clear. He just didn't intend to keep his promise, and wanted to let his grandson become the young master in advance. But the head of the Lin family naturally disagreed. The candidate for the young master can only be decided by the head of the family. So the second elder found other elders to put pressure on him. The second elder, head of the family. It's not that I don't give you face. I have watched the young master grow up since he was a child. I have also seen his efforts. No one wants such a thing. Seeing the second elder showing a hypocritical look, if Lin Anfei hadn't known the truth, he might have believed it. The young lady of the Har family has taken a fancy to Linley. But the Har family has said that the eldest lady will only marry the young master. This is very contradictory. The eldest lady fell in love with Linley, but she only wanted to marry the young master. But the young master now is Lin Anfei. Why did the second elder suddenly break the contract so confidently? It turned out that there was a relationship with the eldest lady Hao, thinking that the second elder had unknowingly united with people from other families. Except for the second elder, the third elder and the sixth elder, who had known about it for a long time. The faces of others were very ugly. The head of the Lin family flicked his sleeves and said coldly, "So what? You can't wait for 10 days. I think this eldest lady is not a good person. I'm afraid she can't get married." His words made the second elder's face turn blue and purple. The relationship between the 4 families has always been very delicate. Although they are in a competitive relationship, they have always suppressed other small families to prevent them from snatching their territory and resources. Marriage is not uncommon, but few people directly ask to marry the young master. It is probably because they are worried that the future head of the family will be disturbed emotionally. Therefore, it has always been a tacit unspoken rule that the young master is not allowed to marry. However, this unspoken rule was broken last year. It was because the young lady of one of the other 2 families directly married the young master of the other family. Some words. The head of the family should be careful about what you say. The second elder snorted coldly and spoke gloomily. Then someone laughed. Everyone was just trying to see who had such courage, but it turned out to be the eldest elder. The eldest elder is the strongest, and has always been the law enforcer in the family. In order to ensure absolute fairness, he has never taken sides. Let the head of the Lin family fight with the second elder. It's true that he is a little anxious. Don't you think that the abandoned child of others is picked up by your grandson as a treasure? The words of the eldest elder were merciless. The second elder's heart tightened. How could he forget? This old man doesn't like family marriages the most. Chapter 34 Fantasy. The second elder exposed. The second elder did not want to talk more about this matter, so he turned the topic back. Everything was attacking Lin Anfei for his poor talent, low strength, and inability to take on the responsibility. Knowing that his son had successfully detoxified, the head of the Lin family only pretended to be angry at this time. In his heart, he was sneering and mocking. The second elder is so anxious, I'm afraid he is guilty. Lin Anfei said this out of the blue, which made everyone stunned. In their eyes, this young master actually had no sense of existence. Because of his poor talent, He always thought that God would reward hard work, so he spent a lot of time on cultivation. It was only when he found that it was ineffective later that he gave up and turned to running the family shop. What these elders had to admit was that Lin Onfei was indeed a genius in business. In just a few years, he saved many shops that were about to go bankrupt. It also earned a lot of money for the family. This is why they can tolerate Lin Onfei sitting on the position of young master for so long. However, they did not expect that Lin Onfei, who has always been low-key, would actually speak up and contradict the elders on such an important occasion. This made the elder, who was neutral but always abiding by the rules and etiquette, frown. But he also knew that the second elder was not kind in this matter, and the previous matter about Miss Hal, so the elder did not say anything. But he did not speak, as the protagonist of the words. The second elder. He naturally had to express his position. Why am I guilty, young master? You? Lin Onfei has been a tool man for more than 10 years, and has always been unknown. The outside world only knows that there is a genius like Lin Li in the Lin family. But basically no one knows about him. The young master. This time, he was not going to continue to endure it. Since the second elder is not guilty, then when you meet the next person, don't be surprised, and don't change the subject. As he said, the subordinates, who had been arranged by Lin Onfei long ago, dragged a person in. After the second elder saw that face, although his face did not show any emotion, his pupils could not help shrinking. Everyone present was an old fox. How could they not see the clues here? This is the Lin family ancestral hall. It is not a place where any outsider can enter. Come on, drag this person away. After hearing the words of the second elder, the people outside hurriedly prepared to come in. Stop right there. I see who dares to listen to Lin Gui. The head of the Lin family slammed the table, and stunned everyone. The Lin Gui he was talking about was the second elder. Why is the second elder so anxious? What about the ancestral hall? Lin Onfei sneered. He paused, looked at the first elder, and continued. It's a good opportunity to let the ancestor see how the second elder instigated others to murder the family members. The second elder stood up and shouted angrily. Don't say some things, young master. You must be prepared to be punished for the crime of slandering the elders. Lin Onfei, who already had solid evidence, was not afraid of his intimidation at all. Whether it is slander or not, the elders will know after hearing it. He took the teacup and threw the person on the ground to wake him up. The knocked out Akai woke up slowly. He looked up and saw Lin Onfei's cold face. He was shocked and trembled all over. While retreating, he was still mumbling to himself. I said everything, don't kill me. Young master. I was wrong. I shouldn't have listened to the second elder and poisoned you. The second elder's face became darker and darker. In the end, he actually waved his hand to attack Akai. But he was stopped by the first elder, who had been watching him. Lin Gui. The second elder's face turned pale. If it was just the head of the Lin family, he would not be afraid. If it was the first elder, Akai, who obviously knew that he had escaped death, stared at the second elder. His tone was full of resentment. You actually want to kill me, old man. I have done so many things for you. You actually want to kill me. You didn't expect it. I'm not dead at all. You hired so many people to kill me, and what happened? I'm still alive and well. Akai is just a countryman after all. When he got angry, he said all kinds of dirty words. However, the people present were obviously more concerned about the poisoning he had mentioned before, so they didn't care about what he said now. You're talking nonsense. I didn't ask anyone to kill you. The second elder, who was always calm and cautious, broke his defense for the first time. He wanted to kill this person directly, but the first elder was next to him. He had no chance at all, and no way to do it. So he could only watch Akai talk about more and more things. Perhaps he knew that he could only survive by talking. So Akai almost told everything he knew. The second elder naturally couldn't admit it. But his previous words and deeds had exposed that he did have a great relationship with this person. So no matter how he defended himself, he would definitely not be able to pass the test of the great elder. So today's matter ended with such an absurd result. In order to prevent the second elder from using his eloquent defense to get rid of himself, Lin Onfei also brought all the evidence he found, especially the account book. Then he personally delivered it to the great elder. The great elder hated family infighting the most, especially when it came to murdering the future head of the family. He thought Lin Li was unaware of this matter. He never expected that at the age of 7. He already knew to help his grandfather murder fellow disciples, just for the position of the young master. So today's crisis provoked by the second elder ended with the second elder. Linley was directly deprived of the right to succeed the position of the young master. But this does not mean that Lin Anfei has secured the position of the young master. After all, without Linley, there are others. He is just the one with the greatest potential and the most likely to replace him. Because family disgrace should not be made public. This matter was only known to insiders. After discussing with the head of the Lin family, Lin Anfei did not tell the owner that his physical problem had been solved. He also needed to use this time to see the people around him clearly. He did not want the incident of Asai to happen again. It was just poisoning before. The next time, it might be his life. It was precisely because they did not know the real situation. So those who were not as good as Linley, but thought they were much stronger than Lin Anfei, started training like crazy, just because they knew. In the family competition 10 days later, the winner would become the young master. It was a new day again. Su Mo did not sleep in today, but got up early in the morning. The system was shocked by her behavior. It was so eye-opening. He could actually see his host get up on his own initiative in his lifetime? And so early! Chapter 35 Fantasy. Saber-toothed Tiger Cub. I'm afraid the sun is rising from the west today. Su Mo ignored the system that was talking nonsense in her heart, and went straight downstairs after washing up. Tongzi, can Xiaohei go out with me? The system didn't know how to answer this question. Su Mo herself could definitely go out. It's just that she was lazy and stayed at home, and didn't want to go out at all. Every day she either opened the store or ate and slept. Now it's rare for her to go out, and she, a weak woman who is powerless, naturally needs a bodyguard. After all, this is the Taming Forest. Any ordinary, the lowest level 1 monster can be easily dealt with by her. Should be. Okay? Su Mo nodded, and then called Xiaohei, and left the store. The system watched Xiaohei follow her away, stunned. The should had said was just a casual remark. Why can Xiaohei really leave? This is the disadvantage of not exercising regularly. Su Mo took Xiaohei around in the beast taming forest. The long journey made Su Mo very tired. Luckily, she brought a teleportation scroll when she went out, otherwise it would be too bad to walk back. Woo! Just when they walked to a stream, Su Mo listened. Faintly, she heard a few whimpers. Her eyes scanned the surroundings. Finally, they fell into a bush. Xiaohei. After an order, Su Mo hadn't said anything yet, a black shadow swept forward. And then, the roar of the monster came from there. Not long after, Su Mo saw Xiaohei holding a golden furry thing that was not even as big as a basketball. System? System, is this a saber-toothed tiger cub? If Jaeger and all were here, they would definitely find that the dead saber-toothed tiger in front was the one that chased them. It is now dying. It is only because of pregnancy that its strength has been greatly reduced. Then it had a fight with other monsters, and it could not survive today. The monster that killed it, and was about to eat the saber-toothed tiger cub, had been killed by Xiaohei. Su Mo took a look at the saber-toothed tiger cub. Although its body was covered with blood and dirt on the ground, Su Mo did not dislike it at all, and took it directly. Go and bury it. Xiaohei nodded, and then returned to the place where he had picked up the cub before. I saw an 8-foot-long saber-toothed tiger lying on the ground, completely dead. And beside it lay the bodies of a group of wolves. No wonder the spiritual beast-level saber-toothed tiger suffered. It turned out that it encountered a large number of wolves. Xiaohei casually waved his palm. The strong energy impact caused a huge deep pit to appear on the ground. Then he put the saber-toothed tiger into the pit. After he finished all the work, he returned to Su Mo's side. Su Mo retracted his hand that was stroking the fur, and tore open the transmission scroll. The next second, the two of them appeared at the door of the store. It is not allowed to set a mark point in the grocery store, so she can only set it at the door. After completing the task, Xiaohei went up to the second floor, and then disappeared at the stairs. Su Mo carried the saber-toothed tiger cub into the small room downstairs, and then cleaned the dirt on its body. As she was busy, the system kept buzzing in her ear. Host, how did you know the saber-toothed tiger cub was there? No. It doesn't look like a saber-toothed tiger to me. Host, are you going to adopt this cub? Host. Su Mo's forehead had obvious blue veins popping out. She twitched her mouth speechlessly, and then manually muted the microphone. System. You said you would not block me anymore. Su Mo. Oh, I forgot. After she finished cleaning the cub, the shield was lifted. But the system was now hiding in the corner and drawing circles in grievance. You will know some things later. But you are right. This is indeed not a saber-toothed tiger. It just looks very similar. The real saber-toothed tiger cub is dead. But it was not killed by wolves, but was born dead. If you say that it is a saber-toothed tiger, then it is not wrong. The system is quite easy to coax. It just heard Sumo's reply, and happily recovered from the state of autism. So what kind of cub is this? Why do I always think it looks familiar? This time, Sumo did not give an answer. Instead, he asked the system to buy some things that the cub can use and put them outside. Even if the cub is sleeping soundly, it will wake up after being tossed around by Sumo for a long time. This cub is no exception. It opened its wet eyes, and there was a look of confusion in its eyes. Sumo's heart softened when it looked at her. Finally, she couldn't help but kissed its ear. The cub's body trembled, and then stretched out its pink tongue to lick her fingers. Sumo, yes. A little cute. Sumo always knew that she was an invisible plush lover. I won't talk about her love for petting Xiao Huang before. In the past, she also liked to play with cats and dogs when she saw them. It's just that she didn't have time to raise them. And she didn't know how to raise them. So she was the only one at home. Now she finally has the opportunity to have a furry one of her own. You will be called Tauzi from now on. Remember? The cub, Sumo smiled and rubbed its head, and then took it to dry after washing it. After all these things were done, it was time to open the store. Sumo prepared food for Tauzi, and then went to open the door. People outside filed in. Sumo found that there seemed to be a lot more new faces today. As usual, Sumo flattered everyone, and she agreed to all of them. But when faced with their questions, she didn't answer any of them. I saw the space scroll. Are you stupid? What are you saying after seeing it? Just buy it yourself. It seems that everything is restocked. Fortunately, I brought money today. My marrow cleansing pill. Don't squeeze me. Ha ha ha. I got it. Come on. Brothers, I'll go first. After a while of noise, the first to sell out were the marrow cleansing pill and the black tortoise pill, because Sumo only put out 10 bottles of each. Those who bought the black tortoise pill ate it directly. As for the marrow cleansing pill, because there were only 3 places in the small room, they had to queue up. But no matter what, they didn't mind queuing up. Anyway, they bought it, which is much better than those who didn't buy it. Ah, I got 2 bottles. Jaeger squeezed out of the crowd happily holding 2 bottles. Chapter 36 Fantasy. You are worthy of it. Ah, he glanced at the bottle in his hand, then raised his hand and shook it. I saw that he also had an identical bottle in his hand. I got it too. Ah, he pulled the corner of his mouth. He had never expected that. Dozens of people were fighting for something together, but the 2 of them actually got 3 bottles in total. Ahem. Yage couldn't help but cough dryly. What they got were all marrow cleansing pills, not Xuanwu pills, and it was useless if one person took too much. And they couldn't take it out. So now there is an extra bottle. Why not put it back? After hearing the noise from their side, many people with sharp ears quickly surrounded them. You are so handsome. Brother. By the way, do you have an extra bottle of marrow cleansing pill? How about selling it to me? 200 gold coins. I want it. You want marrow cleansing pill for only 200 gold coins? I'll give you 300. 500 gold coins. I'm telling you, I brought 10 purple gold coins today. You definitely can't rob me. Seeing the situation was about to get out of hand, Yage was a little panicked. Although he had thought of becoming a second-hand dealer before, since the first time he went to the black market to sell those bottles of primary healing potions, they never did it again. Not to mention that they are still in Boss Su's shop. In front of her, making several times the price, Yage thought he was not so thick-skinned. Just when he didn't know what to do, a familiar voice sounded like fairy music. Give it to me. Sumo had walked over from the counter without knowing when, and was now reaching out to Jaeger. Ah, okay. Okay. Yage was as if he had been pardoned, and quickly put the marrow cleansing pill into her hand. Then, he hurriedly left the encirclement. The thing that everyone was rushing to get was like a hot potato to him at that moment. When these people saw that the marrow cleansing pill had fallen into Sumo's hands, they couldn't help but sigh. Then, they began to look at her expectantly, as if they hoped that she could put the marrow cleansing pill back on the shelf. Will they have a chance to grab it then? Who knew that Sumo didn't do that, but directly put the bottle of marrow cleansing pill away? Everyone was a little dissatisfied for a while, until they heard Sumo's next sentence. 10 bottles of Marrow Cleansing pill will be put on the shelf tomorrow. When this was said, everyone felt very satisfied. Anyway, there are so many people here, and there is only one bottle, and there is a high probability that they won't get it. It's better to wait until tomorrow. There will be 10 more bottles tomorrow. Will the probability go up? If I can't grab it again, it will really be my own problem. Okay, I will definitely come early tomorrow. I don't believe it. I can't grab one bottle out of 20 bottles. Those two guys are really lucky. They grabbed 3 bottles. I wish I could have this luck in the future. I will call a few people to help me grab it tomorrow. I don't believe it. Suemo put away the Marrow Cleansing pill and ignored the comments of these people. When she walked back to the counter, she found that Tozy had finished drinking the milk. Not only that, the various snacks such as dried meat prepared for it had also been eaten up. But Tozy didn't seem to be full yet. The whole body was lying on the edge of the box where Suemo stored other snacks. And the little butt was sticking out. Suemo. She reached out and took Tozy off the box. And then took a few bags of snacks for her, and tore them apart, and placed them beside her. You can only eat these. If you eat more, I won't feed you anymore. Suemo threatened in a light tone. Tozy whimpered, and then hugged Sumo's fingers, and rubbed them to show her agreement. Seeing this, Suemo just left it alone. On the other side, the guests, who didn't get the Xuanwu pill and Shisue pill were regretful. But when they saw the primary body tempering potion, they were overjoyed again. The only thing that made them feel regretful was that the price of the body tempering potion was marked with limited to 3 bottles per person per day. People who were not short of money grabbed 3 bottles directly, even if the family was not particularly wealthy. After seeing the introduction of the body hardening potion, any family with children who meet the requirements gritted their teeth and bought the body hardening potion. It is worth 5 gold coins. The key point is that ordinary people can also use it. For the sake of their children, they will definitely be more willing to spend money. As for the teleportation scroll, it also attracted the attention of many people, but again, only rich people buy it. If it is not limited to 5 per person, it is estimated that each of them can directly buy 10 or 8, or even buy all of them. As time goes by, more and more people are in the store. Yesterday, Suemo added a purchase limit to almost all the goods. The purchase limit of cheap basic things is relatively high. For example, the primary healing potion and magic potion, each person is limited to 20 bottles per day. The purchase limit for primary swiftness potion is 5 bottles per person per day, etc. For ordinary warriors, as long as they don't commit suicide every day, they usually only need to buy a few bottles of this kind of healing potion to save their lives, and the primary magic potion is more commonly used. Even so, 20 bottles of magic potion are enough for a long time. The purchase limit for intermediate healing potion is 10 bottles per day, and the purchase limit for space scrolls and beast taming scrolls is 5 per person per day. And so on. For ordinary people, it doesn't matter whether there is such a limit or not, they can't afford so much anyway. It only affects some customers with small assets. However, there are not many such customers at present. And if they really want to buy more, there is no way, they can just pay others to buy for them. Afterwards, they can give others a little extra reward, just as if they spent money to buy the limited quantity of others. Suemo will not prohibit it, and there is no way to prohibit such behavior. Having said that, even if she increased the purchase limit, although more people bought things today, the speed of selling out was not much slower at all. The things on the shelves were still sold out early. Suemo watched the popularity rise little by little. Then it was stuck at the embarrassing and helpless number of 994. Just as she was trying her best to figure out how to turn this 994 into 1000 today, she saw that 994 turned into 1024. Host, this is the reward for task 3. I forgot to give it out before. Suemo, I remember you seem to have given out the reward for task 3. Didn't she just use the second level exchange voucher, one of the rewards, before? And it seemed to be used to exchange for a second level martial arts assistant. The system hesitated for a moment, and then said very embarrassedly, it was just a second level exchange voucher. I forgot to add the popularity. Suemo, it's pretty good. You are worthy of it, Tongzi. Chapter 37 Fantasy, War Beast Pill. After a while. Congratulations to the host. The popularity of the grocery store has reached 1000. The store can be upgraded to level 3 for 1000 gold coins. Do you want to upgrade? Wait a minute. Because the customers have not left completely, Suemo slowed down the upgrade time. She can also take a look at what she wants to buy in the level 3 mall. After the upgrade, the system will give 2 level 3 exchange coupons. First of all, because of Lin Onfei, one of the level 3 exchange coupons must be exchanged for the detoxification pill. Detoxification pill purchase price, 15 gold coins/piece. Selling price, 50 gold coins/piece. Introduction. It can remove all toxins in the body and restore the body's normal functions to a certain extent. It is recommended to use it with the Marrow Cleansing pill. Warm reminder, aphrodisiac is not a poison, and taking this pill is ineffective. To be honest, if it weren't for the store given by the system, Su-Emo really didn't believe it. One pill can remove all toxins in the body. This is comparable to a universal detoxification pill. Under normal circumstances, general detoxification pills are 1-to-1. One poison only corresponds to one detoxification pill. Because there may be a conflict between the properties of poison and medicine, they cannot be taken at will. Otherwise, the consequences may be worse. There are 2 redemption coupons, so she can choose another product. What to choose? So far, the mall has opened a total of 4 products, namely, potions, pills, scrolls, spells. But the 3rd level grocery store will open a new product category. Weapons. It's just that this weapon is a little special. It doesn't have a fixed form. For example, swords, spears, whips, or fan bows and daggers. The weapons here are spiritual, and they can change into the most suitable shape according to the owner's preferences. Since they are spiritual, they must have their own ideas. It doesn't mean that customers can buy them just by paying. He still needs to get the approval of the spiritual weapon. What Su-Emo is worried about now is that he will buy a batch of naughty spiritual weapons. If no owner likes them, then it will be a waste of effort. Or if it likes an owner who doesn't have enough money to buy spiritual weapons, it will be a headache. Su-Emo is not so kind that he has to sell things at a loss just to help them. But spiritual weapons are indeed the most suitable things to open up the high-end market so far. But because the products themselves have consciousness, they still need to be carefully considered. After flipping through them, Su-Emo thinks this is a good thing. Battle Beast pill purchase price, 10 gold coins/piece. Selling price, 50 gold coins/piece. Introduction. Can be taken multiple times, each time can improve the qualifications and potential of the Battle Beast. If the fighting strength has reached a bottleneck or peak, it will greatly increase the probability of promotion and help breakthrough. Because of the primary beast taming scroll, any warrior who has come to the grocery store basically has his own Battle Beast. It's just that their strength is limited. For someone like Xi and Wu, who can almost be said to have had dog shit luck, it is very rare that 2 spirit beasts are injured. So most warriors choose to tame a monster they like. And they are all ordinary level fantasy beasts. Anyone who can afford the primary beast taming scroll is unlikely to be unable to afford the war beast pill. And this war beast pill can be used infinitely. The more you eat, the more you will improve. Although in the later stage, after the level of the war beast is increased, the effect of the war beast pill will be greatly reduced, but it is better than nothing. After thinking about it, Su-Emo directly decided on the 2 products of the detoxification pill and the war beast pill. See you tomorrow. Boss Su. Boss Su. I'm leaving first. Please bless me to grab the Marrow Cleansing pill tomorrow. At least the Xuanwu pill will be fine. Su-Emo watched them leave one by one. Although some people did not get what they wanted. But their faces were full of joy, and they were in a very good mood. After the last person walked out of the store, they walked to the door and closed the store door. At the moment the store door was closed, the system began to report today's business situation in a timely manner. Congratulations to the host. Today's store income, 7,452 gold coins. Martial arts assistant used 51 times. Cumulative income, 510 gold coins. Purchase 5 energy stones. Consume gold coins *5. Sell 2 energy stones. Income gold coins *2. Looking at the balance of more than 8,000 gold coins on her body, Su-Emo couldn't help but frown. It still feels a little insufficient. Upgrade. Although it's not enough, it still needs to be upgraded. Confirmed to upgrade the 3rd level grocery store. 1,000 gold coins have been deducted. Suddenly, 8,000 gold coins turned into 7,000 gold coins. Su-Emo sighed. Don't look at her now earning 7,000 gold coins a day. But with a little calculation, it's only about 70 purple gold coins. And she needs 100 million purple gold coins to enter the next world. If it goes at this rate, it will take 4,000 years. Of course, this is definitely impossible. After all, The income in the future will continue to increase with the increase of goods and customers. However, Suemo still thinks that the increase is too slow. The grocery store has been successfully upgraded to level 3. And the reward is 2 level 3 commodity exchange coupons. The level 3 mall is now open, and the daily tasks have been unlocked. Please choose at least one task from the following 3 tasks and complete it. 1. Within 1 week. Sell any level 3 commodity up to 100 copies. 0 out of 100 task reward. Leaflet *1-2. Within 10 days, the cumulative sales of level 3 commodities reach 500 copies. 0/500 task reward. Level 3 commodity exchange coupon *1-3. Within 1 week, the number of new customers increases to 500 people. 286/500 task reward. Open membership card system. Sumo's eyes lit up when she saw these task rewards. Whether it was a flyer or a membership card system, they were both what she needed most now. First, let me introduce the flyer. This is a one-time prop. After using it, an event will be randomly generated. This event will make people who have never known the grocery store come to the grocery store through some means or channels, or hear about the grocery store. It is a bit similar to the rogue advertisements of the past. As for the membership card system, it is similar to the previous world. There are 2 ways to get a membership card. One is to directly charge money to apply for it. The other is to directly give a membership card after a certain amount of consumption. As for the benefits of the membership card, that needs to be customized by Suemo herself. The system provides a lot of open space in this regard. As long as it does not exceed the system's principled regulations, any benefits can be set by yourself. All 3 tasks are accepted. These 3 tasks are upgrade tasks, and the rewards are also useful and good things. And the tasks are not difficult. If you don't accept it, you are a fool. Chapter 38 Fantasy, Point Store. With the current customer flow of the grocery store, it is easy to complete the first task. After the first task is completed, the effect of the flyer can completely drive the completion of the third task. Once the third task is completed, it means that there are more customers. With more customers, sales will increase, and then the completion of the second task is just a matter of time. There is no need for her to refuse the tasks that are linked together. Tongzi, what are the daily tasks? So far, she has only accepted 6 tasks. The first 3 were received when the grocery store was upgraded to level 2, and they have all been completed. The last 3 were received when the grocery store was upgraded to level 3. She thought that tasks were only available after upgrading. I didn't expect that there is a daily task unlocked now. After hearing her question, the system popped up a new unlocking interface. This is the daily task. It will be refreshed once every night at 12 o'clock. There are 5 tasks a day, and the system will automatically accept them. Suemo took a look. There are really 5 tasks. And they are all tasks that can be completed on the same day. But because she has closed the store today, these tasks are doomed to be impossible to complete. Will there be a penalty if the task is not completed? There is a penalty for the upgrade task. It's just that it's not written. The system replied as a matter of course. Of course not. Am I such an excessive system? Suemo nodded with satisfaction. Upgrade tasks are accepted by oneself, and are not forced to be accepted. So if you don't want to be punished, just don't accept it. But daily tasks are different. It is automatically accepted, and there is no difference from forced acceptance. If there is still a penalty for this, it would be too much. In addition, Suemo also found something wrong. Is there no reward for this daily task? What's the point of doing it without a reward? Suemo originally thought that she had read it wrong, but after reading it again and again, there really was no reward. Whether it was gold coins, popularity, or exchange coupons, none. The system thought for a while, and added, every time you complete a task, you will accumulate points corresponding to the difficulty of the task. Points can be used to refresh tasks, exchange things. Before the system finished introducing it, Suemo saw the point store from the corner. Her eyelids couldn't help but jump. Such a small place. If the system hadn't said it, she would have seen it. Complaining aside, Suemo opened the point store and took a look. She found that the rewards here were pretty good. For example, leaflets, shop exchange coupons from level 1 to full level, membership card quotas, and so on. All can be exchanged with points. Although the points required are quite a lot. But the daily tasks are not difficult anyway, you can complete them by opening the store every day. Accumulate for a period of time, you can always exchange for a few things. After reading all the upgrade content, Suemo breathed a sigh of relief. He already had a plan for the future business direction in his mind. But these arrangements still need some time. While Suimo was thinking, he first bought all the anti-poison pills and war beast pills. Then, there was another wave of purchases. More than half of the 7,000 gold coins were gone in an instant. In the end, she did not forget to set a purchase limit for these 2 items. Each person can buy up to 3 detoxification pills per day, and up to 5 war beast pills per day. Lin Anfei, who did not know that the detoxification pills would be available tomorrow, was in the Lin family's study to discuss important matters with the head of the Lin family. With the help of the Great Elder, all the actions of the Second Elder over the years were exposed. Lin Anfei thought that he was just blocking his grandson's way, so he would attack him. Unexpectedly, the Second Elder was quite vicious. There were more than one person who was poisoned by the stone spider. So far, there are more than a handful of young warriors who have a high probability of having problems with their talents. The more they checked, the more frightened they became. Especially the Great Elder, who broke out in cold sweat when he saw the end. He almost knelt down in front of the ancestor and said that he admitted his mistakes and was willing to be punished. It was because he failed to find out in time that the Second Elder was such a despicable and shameless villain, and allowed him to harm the disciples of the clan. He was completely unaware of it. He was even very satisfied with the well-organized and rule-abiding Lin family that he had managed over the years. Thinking about it now, it really made him feel annoyed and angry. He had helped the Second Elder when he was suffering. If it weren't for the clan rules, the First Elder would have even wanted to slap the Second Elder to death. In the end, the Second Elder's family was only abolished of all their cultivation, and then sent to a remote branch. But the Second Elder had dealt with it. What about those who were also poisoned by the stone spider like Lin Anfei? These people were once the geniuses that the family expected. Their experiences were almost the same as Lin Anfei's. Some talents were initially found to be blue, but turned directly to white in a year. It was probably because the Second Elder saw that this boy might threaten Lin Li's position, so he deliberately took ruthless action. There were also 3 times in a row when the talent was found to be green, but the strength had always stopped at the 4th or 5th level of the warrior. These people, they might even have better talents than Lin Anfei. It's just that they have all been harmed by the Second Elder's vicious heart. Perhaps because of the same experience, Lin Anfei felt a little sympathy for these people. After thinking it over, he told the head of the Lin family his thoughts. He wanted to take these people to find Boss Su. Anfei, these people are indeed pitiful, but you don't have to tell them about the Marrow Cleansing pill now. The head of the Lin family took a deep breath. His tone was very heavy. There was a rare disapproval in his eyes. Father hopes that you can win the competition in 10 days. Lin Anfei sympathized with those people because he had the same experience. He could fully understand the feeling of being regarded as a useless person by everyone. In addition, they were all from the same family. If they improved their strength, it would naturally benefit the family. So he chose to tell them about the Marrow Cleansing pill. It's just that the head of the Lin family would see more and be more selfish. He also felt that the matter of the Marrow Cleansing pill should be announced. But not now. At least wait until the competition in 10 days is over. Wait until his son has secured the position of young master before discussing this matter. But Lin Anfei didn't think so. Father, don't you believe that I can beat them? He could indeed hide this matter until after the competition. But he didn't want to. He wanted to become the young master completely relying on his own strength. This was trust in himself and respect for these people. The way of a warrior has always been to respect strength. If he was really defeated by these people, it would not be the fault of others. Chapter 39 Fantasy. As long as you have money, convenient and fast. It only means that he is not strong enough, and he is not qualified to sit in the position of the young master. The head of the Lin family knows Lin Anfei's pride and persistence. He can't beat Lin Anfei. Forget it, you can handle this matter yourself. Although the head of the Lin family looked dissatisfied, he was actually very proud in his heart. He can have such an excellent child, who can have such a pure heart. His mind has not been disturbed by external factors in the past 20 years. If the Lin family can hand it over to him, then he believes that the Lin family will definitely go to the next level. Father, don't worry, I will definitely not let you down. Lin Anfei's tone was very solemn and firm. Lin Anfei knew that he would definitely support him. It's just that he didn't say it out loud because of his face. After leaving the study, Lin Anfei went to find those people who were also poisoned by the stone spider. He first showed his strength that he had been hiding from the outside world. Then he told them about the Marrow Cleansing pill and the detoxification pill. Seeing that they were excited, but also had a bit of doubt. Lin Anfei did not explain too much. If you believe me, follow me to the beast taming forest tomorrow morning. If you don't believe me, I won't force you. He was willing to tell them about the marrow cleansing pill and the detoxification pill, which was very kind. Lin Anfei had no need and no obligation to make them believe. Just like when Lin Si and Lin Lu came to him. He believed. So he recovered now. If he didn't believe it at the beginning, then it could only mean that he didn't have fate and luck. Shouldn't. Nor did he have the strength to know the truth at that time. The same applies to these people. After saying this, Lin Anfei left. Until the next day, he didn't see these people again. Despite this, when he woke up the next morning, he saw that almost everyone had come. 7 people in total. All of them were present. Lin Anfei was still a little surprised to see so many people. But he didn't feel surprised for long, and took out 3 teleportation scrolls, including him. There were 8 people in total, and 1 teleportation scroll could send 3 people. So 3 scrolls were just right. What is this? Is this a teleportation scroll? Young master. Is this teleportation scroll what I understand it to mean? Seeing their novelty and confusion, Lin Anfei spoke up to confirm their thoughts. This is a teleportation scroll. You form a group of 3, and then tear it open. Because of the purchase restrictions, Lin Anfei didn't have many teleportation scrolls on him. Most of them were bought by him with the help of Lin Si and Lin Lu. Just to let these people see the good things in the grocery store, so he took out a few to open their eyes. As a demonstration, Lin Anfei took a random person, and then tore open the teleportation scroll. As the scroll disappeared, the next second, Lin Anfei and another person disappeared from everyone's sight at the same time. The remaining 6 people looked at each other. While being shocked, they also believed Lin Anfei's words a little more. So they also decisively divided into groups, and tore open the scrolls in their hands. The next second, they found that strange energy fluctuations were generated around them. In the blink of an eye, I was in another place. In front of me was Lin Anfei, and another person he had just taken away. This is the grocery store. I only bring you here. It's up to you whether you can buy it or not. Thank you, young master. After they thanked him, they waited outside the door with Lin Anfei. Lin Anfei looked at the store that had not yet opened. He had obviously guessed that this would happen. Although there was a teleportation scroll, in order to ensure that he could grab the marrow cleansing pill, he still called them over in advance. There should be about 3 to 5 minutes before the store opens. Despite this, the number of people at the door of the store has gradually increased. The disciples of the Lin family all saw people coming from the forest. Some people were like them, using the teleportation scroll to teleport here directly. You might look back the next second, and there will be a stranger standing behind you. Time passed by. 1 or 2 of the Lin family members had become impatient. But seeing that the people around him were all used to it, and even somewhat excited, he could only suppress his irritability. At 10 o'clock, the bell hanging at the door of the grocery store suddenly rang. At the same time, the door of the grocery store slowly opened. The old customers had already rushed in, and when the others saw them rushing in, they couldn't help but follow their steps. Hello, Boss Su. Lin Anfei saw the man standing at the door, holding a cub that looked like a saber-toothed tiger in his arms. While he was surprised, he also felt that there was nothing strange about it. With Boss Su's strength, it doesn't seem to be a big deal to get a saber-toothed tiger cub. Right. Su Mo touched Taozi's ear. The detoxification pill is already on the shelf. Lin Anfei's eyes lit up, and he quickly scanned the store, and then saw bottles that he had never seen before. This was a new product. Thank you for your hard work, Boss Su. Lin Anfei smiled gently, and walked towards the detoxification pill. Only 50 gold coins? So cheap? Buy it. Limited to 3 bottles. Buy them all. In a blink of an eye, there were 3 fewer medicine bottles on the shelf. Before he could be happy for long, Lin Anfei's eyes shifted to the Battle Beast pill next to him. Improve the qualifications and potential of Battle Beasts. The more he read the introduction, the more he felt that this was also a good thing. Because of his low strength before, even if he tamed the monsters, he couldn't cooperate well with them. Now that his strength has improved, he can think about the war beasts. It just so happens that Boss Su has the beast taming scroll and war beast pill. This is simply a one-stop service. As long as you have money, it is convenient and fast. But just when he was about to reach out to take the war beast pill, he just found a golden flame lion biting towards his hand. Lin Anfei quickly retracted his hand. Roar! Xiao Huang, get down, otherwise I won't bring you next time. Xian Wu said coldly in the direction of Xiao Huang. Xiao Huang opened his mouth, but in the end, he didn't dare to resist her. He could only pout in grievance, and then jumped, and landed on Xian Wu's shoulder. Then, he rubbed Xian Wu's neck in silence. Xian Wu reluctantly took it down, and then looked at the person, who was almost bitten by Xiao Huang with an apologetic look. I'm sorry. I scared you. This is my war beast. I don't know what happened just now. It suddenly ran towards me like crazy. Chapter 40 Fantasy, Old Beast. Lin Anfei looked at her, and the fiery lion in her hand thoughtfully. Then he spoke gently. It's okay, this is your war beast, it probably wants the war beast pill. After seeing Xian Wu, Lin Anfei understood why the fiery lion was so fierce just now. It is probably because the war beast pill has an inexplicable attraction to war beasts, and whether it is a war beast or a demon beast, it will have a strong possessive desire for such things. This is also the reason why the fiery lion roared at him, and even wanted to bite him, when he saw that he wanted to touch the war beast pill. War beast pill. Hearing a strange name, Xian Wu curiously went over to take a look. Unexpectedly, Xiao Huang was more excited than her. I saw it jump back to the shelf, then hooked its tail, and held several bottles of war beast pill in its arms. It seems that it will never let go. Want it, if you want it? Don't be obedient. You are so bold, you actually dare to attack others here with Boss Su. And I won't bring you here next time. Xian Wu snorted softly, and rubbed its lion head fiercely. Xiao Huang knew he was in the wrong, so he let her ravage him, trembling with fear, and dared not say a word. After all, it was his own war beast. Xian Wu was certainly reluctant to say anything more. Besides, it was the first time she saw Xiao Huang wanting something so much. In addition, the price of war beast pills was not expensive, and it looked quite suitable for war beasts, so she generously bought 5 bottles directly. Xiao Huang was obviously a little dissatisfied. After all, it just swept 7 or 8 bottles with its tail, which meant that Xian Wu wanted them all. Roar! Xian Wu took it down from the shelf, and aimed his lion eyes at the sign below the war beast pill. No matter how you roar, it's useless. The purchase is limited to 5 bottles. Did you see that? Xiao Huang instantly wilted. It also knew that this could not be changed, so it could only accept the 5 bottles of war beast pill. As long as you are obedient, and put in a little more effort when doing the task next time, I will buy war beast pill for you every day in the future. After hitting it with a stick, Xian Wu began to give it sweet dates. Because of Xiao Huang and Xiao Hei's snake, the strength of the Morin mercenary group can be fully upgraded to level 5. It's just that it's still a little short of mercenary points. Mercenary points can be obtained by completing tasks. Because of the existence of these two, they can now accept tasks more boldly. In addition to the teleportation scroll, space scroll and various potions with powerful medicinal effects, they have been completing tasks quickly and steadily during this period. For a time, the Morin mercenary group became famous. There are already many big customers, who will specifically come to them privately to do things. Although there are no points for private orders, but the money will be more. As a result, the people in the Morin mercenary group are now richer than each other. Although Xiao Huang looks arrogant and disobedient, but he has also helped a lot during this period. This is also the reason why Xian Wu is willing to spend so much money on him generously. Roar! Xiao Huang listened to her words, and then nodded with satisfaction. During this period, Lin Anfei saw all the interactions between Xiao Huang and Xian Wu. He thought for a long time, and finally remembered why he felt that the woman in front of him was familiar. Excuse me. Are you Captain Xian of the Morin mercenary group? Big families, like the Lin family, actually have dealings with mercenary groups. Some families even create their own mercenary groups in private. Lin Anfei recognized her because he had met her before. But the two had no contact or communication. They just met. Xian Wu blinked, turned to look at him, and for a moment only recognized that the clothes on his body should be from the Lin family. I am? Is there anything? Xiao Huang turned around restlessly in Xian Wu's arms, and then looked at the stranger in front of him with a gloomy look. It still remembered that the reason why it was scolded was because of the person in front of it. Xiao Huang is a spirit beast after all. Although it looks small and cute now, the instinct and pressure of the spirit beast still exist. Lin Anfei felt a hint of danger and quickly explained. Captain Xian, don't misunderstand me. I am the young master of the Lin family. I need to find a mercenary group to cooperate with recently. What he said was true. Not a temporary excuse. It's just that he is still hesitating about which mercenary group to choose to cooperate with. After screening, he selected 3 partners in total. The Morin mercenary group is one of them. He was originally thinking of finding someone to contact these 3 leaders in 2 days. But he didn't expect to meet one of them today. Cooperation? Xianwu didn't doubt his identity and words. Because she had heard from the members of the group about what happened a few days ago. A warrior was found to have excellent talent by the martial arts assistant in Boss Su's store. But he was poisoned. In addition, Lin Si and Lin Lu were wearing the clothes of Lin family disciples at that time. So it is not difficult to guess that they are all from the Lin family. Thinking of the person in the Lin family who is said to have very poor talent, but relied on his father to sit on the position of young master, Xianwu narrowed his eyes, and had already guessed the course of events in his mind. Yes, Captain Xian. How about we make an appointment to talk in detail? After all, this is Boss Su's shop. There are many people, and it is not a suitable place to talk. And they each have their own shopping tasks. There is no time to discuss other things. Okay. Xianwu nodded. So the 2 of them agreed on a time and place, and then went to buy what they needed separately. On the other side, the few people brought by Lin Anfei keenly discovered that these guests seemed to rush in one direction after entering the door. They looked at each other and prepared to go over to see the situation. Unexpectedly, they saw the 3 big words Marrow Cleansing pill at a glance. According to what Su Mo said yesterday, a total of 20 bottles of cleansing marrow pills were put on the shelves today. Not only that, there were also 20 bottles of black tortoise pills. Almost everyone present was excited. Ha ha ha. Here I come. Black tortoise pills. Don't squeeze me. Hey! It's really good. I got it! You keep going. You keep going. It was also less than 3 minutes. All 40 bottles of medicine were snapped up. 7 people who had never seen such a scene stared at this scene in amazement. An old customer saw that they were unfamiliar, and knew that these people must be new. So he patted their shoulders, and reminded them earnestly, these people are old beasts. If you really want to grab the cleansing marrow pill, you must not care about face or anything. Otherwise you won't be able to grab it. This cleansing marrow pill used to only have 10 bottles a day. And today is the first time that there are 20 bottles. Chapter 41 Fantasy. Random Promotional Events. You mean, there are only 10 bottles a day? One of them finally came to his senses, and his tone was very surprised. The old customer nodded. Yes, if there were not only 10 bottles, why did they try so hard to grab them? It's because they couldn't get them. The 7 people looked at each other, and their faces were as bitter gourds. Because of the magic of the teleportation scroll before, and the madness of these people, they had completely believed that what their young master said was true. But they never expected that. Even if it was true, what would happen? They couldn't get the marrow cleansing pill. I won't talk to you anymore. They said that there are new products today. It seems to be some kind of detoxification pill and war beast pill? Let me take a look. Detoxification pill? They almost immediately recalled what Lin Yunfei had said to them before. Detoxification pill can completely remove the stone spider poison in the body. And marrow cleansing pill can expel all impurities in the body. Even if they can't get the marrow cleansing pill, it's good to buy a detoxification pill. Thinking of this, they also went to the place where the new products were placed. There were also many people here, but most of them were discussing the effects of the new products. And few bought them. This is the same as Su Mo thought before. After all, not everyone can use the detoxification pill. So the poor sales volume is understandable. After the 7 people from the Lin family came over, each of them took at least 1 bottle without hesitation. There were even several people who took 3 bottles directly. Suddenly, more than half of the shelves were empty. Su Mo only put out 50 bottles in total. In addition to the ones that Lin Anfei bought before, and the ones that other people bought, there were actually very few of these detoxification pills left. The onlookers saw this, and they didn't say whether they would use them or not. But those who had extra money on them were thinking, just buy 1 bottle, what if it comes in a critical moment? After a while, the last few bottles of detoxification pills were also sold out. From this point of view, it was the Battle Beast pill that Su Mo was optimistic about that was selling more slowly. But this was also related to the fact that the target of the Battle Beast pill was not the warriors themselves. Although some people now have Battle Beasts, it is still a minority after all, just more than before. But when they find the Battle Beast pill, they will definitely start to consider taming a battle beast themselves. Therefore, Suemo was not worried at all that the battle beast pill would not be sold. Speaking of the 7 Lin family members, after they bought the detoxification pill, they bought a lot of other things. Especially the teleportation scroll, which they used once and found to be extremely useful. In addition, space scrolls are also very popular with them. Although they did not get much family resources because of their lack of strength. They are disciples of the 4 major families after all. And their savings must be much more than ordinary people. Moreover, in order to compensate them, the family specially distributed a lot of resources, especially money, looted from the second elder to them. So they are not short of money. What they lack is the opportunity and resources to improve their strength. I didn't expect there are so many good things here. One of them couldn't help but sigh. At the same time, he felt a little regretful that he found such a magical grocery store so late. It's just too remote here. If the store was in the city center, we wouldn't have discovered it until now. This is not the first person to complain about the location of the grocery store. In fact, many customers are curious about why the grocery store is located in such a remote place. Some of them have asked Boss Sue, but she never answered this question directly. So this matter will become an unsolved mystery in the future. Speaking of which, we still have to thank the young master. If it weren't for him, we wouldn't have known that there is such a place here now. I guess he wants to win us over. Right? After all, the competition will be held in 10 days. What if he loses? What nonsense are you talking about? You also know that the competition will be held in 10 days. In this case, the young master might as well tell us about the existence of the grocery store in 10 days. This way, he can reduce 7 competitors for himself. Hey, don't get me wrong. I don't mean that. This person also knew that he didn't pay attention to the degree of his words, and hurriedly explained. What do you mean by not meaning that? I still don't understand you. You are always judging others by your own standards. The young master brought you here with good intentions, and he didn't even care about the competition in 10 days. And you are making malicious assumptions about him? Just say what he said, don't mention I don't mean that. The young master has always been a kind person, and this is something everyone knows. No matter how they discussed, they could say that they had a much better impression of Lin Anfei. After all, he could have waited 10 days to tell me about it. But he said it today. It was obvious that he didn't mind them participating in the competition and competing with him for the position of the young master. With such a broad mind, they would never start conspiracy theories. The first thing these people did after buying things was to find Lin Anfei and thank him. But they didn't find him, so they could only go back to the family first. After returning, they would naturally start detoxification. Although the detoxification process was a bit painful, but they all felt that their bodies were completely lighter, especially the feeling of nausea in their throats, which made them spit out a large mouthful of foul-smelling black pus and blood. While feeling disgusted, they also felt extremely fortunate. When they thought that such a disgusting toxin had stayed in their bodies for more than 10 or 20 years, they were very angry with the second elder. Oh no, he was no longer the second elder now. They should just call him Lin Gui. They hated Lin Gui to death. If Lin Gui appeared in front of them now, they would definitely want to kill him directly, and make him live a life worse than death. On the second day after upgrading to the 3rd level grocery store, Suemo had already completed the first upgrade task. As soon as she got the flyer, she used it directly. Event is being generated. Event has been generated. Suemo rubbed Tao Zi's fur and began to look forward to what this so-called promotion event was. At the same time, she stockpiled a lot of goods and prepared for the future after the promotion. Pharmacist Zina, come and take a look at this. The apprentice ran over in a hurry with a bottle of medicine. Pharmacist Zina usually likes quietness, especially when refining medicine. He hates being disturbed by others. But the apprentice's footsteps and the volume of his voice obviously affected him. So at this time, he looked up at the apprentice. His face was not very good. Chapter 42 Fantasy, Secondhand Dealer. Didn't I tell you that you should be more cautious in the future? Don't be so impulsive over trivial matters. If you are unstable, how can you make good medicine? The apprentice lowered his head in shame. He stammered for a long time without saying anything. Pharmacist Zina sighed. After all, he was a student he taught, and he didn't want to punish him for such a trivial matter. Forget it. Tell me, what happened? The apprentice breathed a sigh of relief, and then spoke out the words he had just organized. It's like this. There seems to be a very special potion circulating on the market now. It is said that this potion. Before the apprentice finished speaking, he was interrupted by Pharmacist Zina. The efficacy is better than ordinary primary potions, and even reaches the level of intermediate potions, right? After listening to the first half of the apprentice's sentence, Pharmacist Zina had already guessed what he wanted to say. If he guessed correctly, this potion should be the potion from Boss Sue. The apprentice was stunned, as if he had not expected how Pharmacist Zina knew about this. He nodded, and asked directly what he was thinking. Teacher, how did you know? Pharmacist Zina glanced at him calmly, and then opened the drawer. There were rows of primary healing potions and primary magic potions neatly arranged inside. Because I know where these potions come from. The boss of this store is an amazing person. Pharmacist Zina's tone was a little emotional. He unconsciously recalled the contents of the alchemist's notebook he had seen before. In fact, he had already researched the specific materials and refining methods of this primary healing potion. It was just that he had never mastered the technique, so he would fail every time he refined it. The only time he succeeded, although the efficacy was higher than that of ordinary primary healing potions, it was far inferior to the one bought from Boss Sue. If the efficacy of the primary potion on the market is 1, the efficacy of the primary potion from Boss Sue is 2, and the only one he could refine was 1.2-1.5. So that's how it is. The apprentice nodded in confusion. Then, as if he had thought of something, Pharmacist Zina turned around and looked at him with a frown. Just because of this, you are so anxious to come and tell me. Although the apprentice's temperament is more lively. But Pharmacist Zina didn't think he was a person who would show such a look for such a small matter. Of course not. The apprentice shook his head hurriedly. In fact, this potion is not that good. Although the efficacy is indeed very high. People outside are complaining that it is too expensive. Too expensive? Pharmacist Zina looked as if he had seen a ghost. It only costs 1 gold coin for a mid-level healing potion. And only 3 gold coins for a mid-level magic potion. Is this expensive? The price of the previous mid-level potion must have been sky-high. Pharmacist Zina vaguely felt that something was wrong. Tell me in detail. How expensive is this potion? This story started a few days ago. There is a place in the city called the Black Market. Ordinary people often come here to find things they need, but cannot buy on the market. The sellers put the items on the black market because they didn't want to reveal their information, or because the goods were too expensive. In the past few days, a man and a woman suddenly appeared on the black market. They always came to the black market wearing black cloaks, and the things they sold were the same every time. Primary healing potions and primary magic potions. This kind of thing was originally quite common on the market, and there was no need to sell it on the black market. Some curious people asked the two people. As a result, they said that these were intermediate healing potions and intermediate magic potions. The person who asked the question naturally didn't believe it, because the bottles containing the potions were transparent. So everyone could clearly see that the potions inside were the most common primary ones, whether in terms of color or transparency. This person raised questions, and the man and woman were not angry. They directly distributed intermediate magic potions to the onlookers and let them try them themselves. Some people were timid and afraid that they would poison them, so they didn't drink it. The brave ones, who thought that no one dared to kill people in the black market, drank it in one gulp. After drinking it, they realized the power of this potion. Although it looked like an ordinary primary potion, its efficacy was truly that of an intermediate potion. So their potions were sold out, although they sold them at a high price. That was only based on the primary potion. They priced the healing potion at 5 gold coins per bottle, and the magic potion at 25 gold coins per bottle. As mentioned before, the market price of the intermediate magic potion is 20 gold coins. However, because there is no market for it, the price is often much higher. So even if they mark the price so high, there are always people who buy them. Since the two of them appeared, they have been selling 50 bottles of healing potions and magic potions every day. It has only been reduced to 30 bottles in the past 2 days. Even so, they have sold at least 600 bottles of potions. The cumulative amount of money earned is as high as tens of thousands of gold coins. There are also people in the black market who are greedy for money and have good intentions. These people want to know the source of their potions, so they are ready to follow them. As a result, they found that they disappeared when they were halfway through the tracking. The next day, when they went to the black market to buy potions, they received a warning from the couple. They said that if they were followed again, they would no longer sell potions. Although others disliked the potions because they were too expensive. It was better to be expensive than not being able to buy them. So from then on, no one did this again. Listening to the apprentice's words, Pharmacist Zina became angrier and angrier. He never thought that there were such shameless people in this world. He bought the potion from Boss Sue at such a low price, but then he sold it at several times the price. No, he had to tell Boss Sue about this. If the grocery store becomes famous in the future, this incident might become a black shop for others to attack. Because the two people were wearing cloaks, no one recognized them. This made it easy for everyone to think that Boss Sue knew these two people, and then deliberately let them sell things at a high price on the black market. The most important thing is that Pharmacist Zina also found that these two people were still a little scheming. At least they found that the potion bottle bought from the grocery store was marked. So they either erased the mark, or changed the bottle to hold the potion. Chapter 43 Fantasy, Ancient Mythical Beasts. I'll leave the things here to you. I'll go out for a while. With that, Pharmacist Zina left the laboratory in a hurry, leaving the apprentice standing there in a daze. Host, don't sleep. Someone's coming outside. Host. Shut up. Good luck. I wish you good luck. Good luck brings joy and love. Good luck. Suimo, who did you learn to play this song when you have nothing to do? Didn't you say you'll open the door at 10 o'clock? Do you want to be locked up in the dark room again for making noises with me now? Sumo's tone was unkind, and it was obvious that she was in a bad mood. Originally, Towsy made trouble last night and ate a lot of the battle beast pills on her shelf, which made her angry enough. So she threw Towsy out last night to let it forage, and taught it a lesson. After all, it is an ancient mythical beast. It won't die so easily. She can rest assured. But she didn't expect that the system wouldn't even let her sleep well this morning. They are really tough. They are not afraid of her. Right? The system was so scared that its voice began to tremble. No. Host. Listen to my explanation. Suimo had a blank expression on his face, and his tone was very cold. Explain? It's like this. The person outside is the Pharmacist Zina. I don't want to call you, but he looks like he really has something urgent to find you. He has been waiting outside the door for you to open the door. I see that he is quite old. It's not a good thing for him to wait outside the door all the time. Besides, there are a lot of monsters outside at this time. What if he is attacked? He is a pharmacist, not a warrior. Zina pharmacist? Suimo frowned and thought about it, and finally remembered this person. He had been staying here and refused to leave. Later, after I exchanged the alchemist's notes, he stopped pestering me. After he finished reading the alchemist's notes, he rarely came, and I put the notes away. Although he didn't come, there were many more customers during that period. From the system's background data, they should have been introduced by him. Suimo didn't have a good impression of this old man, who was obsessed with alchemy, but he didn't hate him at all. After all, he was at least one of the people who helped promote the store. And he helped a lot. Let Xiaohei open the door. I'll go down later. Suimo pouted depressedly, then climbed up from the bed lazily. By the way, don't let Towsy in. Let it stay outside for a few days. The system said aw. Then the tone was a little distressed and worried. Towsy is still a cub. Won't he be in danger outside? Suimo shook his head decisively. It's much stronger than you. If you had a physical body, you might not be able to beat Towsy. The system, which was still sympathizing with Towsy a second ago, was immediately unhappy after hearing this. The previous worry disappeared instantly. Impossible. How could I not beat a cub? Suimo rolled her eyes and said nothing. Seeing that she didn't believe it, the system began to talk about how good and powerful it was. Downstairs, after waiting for a long time, Pharmacist Zina suddenly saw the door of the grocery store open. He was still hesitating whether to enter the door, but he saw a black shadow walking out of the grocery store. The person who came was Xiaohei. He didn't say anything, but just made a pleased gesture. After Pharmacist Zina entered the grocery store, Xiaohei closed the door of the grocery store. This was also to prevent customers from coming to the grocery store early and finding that the door was not closed, and then going directly into the store. After all, it was not yet time to open the store. Suimo let Pharmacist Zina in because she believed what the system said. I think Pharmacist Zina has something important to do, because she didn't like to keep others waiting. Suimo went downstairs quickly. Boss Su, I have something important to tell you. Pharmacist Zina stood up from his chair as soon as he saw her. Suimo saw that he looked a little anxious, and while she was puzzled, She still asked him to sit down first. You should take a rest first. Perhaps because he was an old man. And he was not a warrior. His health was not very good. He was still a little out of breath after rushing here. Xiao He. Go make a cup of tea. Xiao He responded and went to the kitchen. Pharmacist Zina smiled embarrassedly. He didn't say anything yet. But he just ate a cup of tea. It was as if he was here to eat and drink for free. It's like this. Boss Su. Take a look at this first. Pharmacist Zina took out the potion bottle that the apprentice showed him from his pocket. Because the apprentice only received the healing potion. He only had the healing potion in his hand. Suemo took the potion and squinted at it. Before she could speak, the system started talking in her ear. This seems to be the primary healing potion in our store. But this bottle doesn't seem to be from our store. After hearing what the system said, Suemo almost immediately thought of why Pharmacist Zina came here so anxiously. And the next words of Pharmacist Zina further proved her guess. It's like this, my student saw someone selling the potion from you. Boss Su. On the black market. Pharmacist Zina knew that Suemo did not prohibit second-hand dealers. He also knew that this could not be prohibited. But most customers in grocery stores are still very moral, and would not do such things. If the prices set by these two people were not too outrageous, and the quantity was not huge, Pharmacist Zina would not have come here specially. I know Boss Su doesn't mind, but the behavior of these two people is too much. 1 gold coin thing is sold for 5 gold coins. 3 gold coins thing is sold for 25 gold coins. Even an outsider like Pharmacist Zina felt angry after hearing it. Not to mention Suemo, whose interests were directly invaded. But Suemo was still very calm. What couldn't calm down was the system. Suemo pressed the system, and then turned down its volume, so as not to affect his communication with Pharmacist Zina. How long have they been selling it? Pharmacist Zina was not sure either. He could only judge from the apprentice's words. At least nearly a week. Suemo frowned. A week? Then the time when these two people lowered their daily sales volume just happened to coincide with the time when they limited the quantity. Because of the limit, the two of them could only buy 40 bottles at most, so they naturally had no way to conjure up an extra 10 bottles to sell on the black market. Boss Su. Have you thought about how to deal with this matter? If you need help, I can also contact the people of the Alchemist Association to seal this batch of drugs. It is still very simple to seal the drugs. With the name of the Alchemist Association, they only need to say that there is a problem with this potion. Everyone will definitely choose to believe the Alchemist Association, and it is impossible to believe two people who dare not even show their faces. Suemo thought about it, and felt that this was not good. But she was still very grateful to Pharmacist Zina for coming here specially, just to tell her about this matter. Chapter 44 Fantasy. Blinded by Greed. Thank you, Pharmacist Zina. I have already thought of a solution. I won't bother you anymore. Pharmacist Zina nodded. After saying so much, his mouth was dry. He saw the transparent tea in the teacup on the table, shining with a glittering luster. After taking a look, he couldn't help but stand up and take a sip. It was this sip that made him fall in love with this tea. Boss Su, may I ask what this is? Suemo saw him like this, and knew that Pharmacist Zina must have liked this tea. Just worrying about how to thank him, she simply took the tea bag and gave it to him. This is tea made from tea leaves. If you like it, I can give it to you directly. Pharmacist Zina was reluctant to accept it at first, and was embarrassed to accept it. He felt that he didn't do anything. He just heard the news, and came to remind him. Suemo was the same. She also felt that she didn't give anything. This tea may have been a very expensive variety in the past, but it is much cheaper to buy it in the mall in this world. A few gold coins can buy a large box, which you can't finish drinking in your lifetime. Suemo doesn't like to drink tea, and she only buys this to make milk tea. Then I'll accept it shamelessly. Pharmacist Zina really likes this tea, and he couldn't refuse it in the end. If there is any movement in the black market, I will come and tell you. Suemo nodded casually. Since she knew about this, she would definitely deal with it as soon as possible. But who should she find to solve it? Soon, 2 candidates emerged in her mind. But what she didn't know was that before she could solve the problem, someone had already helped her deal with the 2 people. You mean, someone is selling Boss Su's stuff at a high price on the black market? Lin Onfei frowned, looking a little serious. The man nodded seriously, and then handed him the potion he bought from the black market. This man had also been to the grocery store with Lin Onfei, so he knew that Boss Su sold this kind of potion. So when he saw the 2 people selling what looked like elementary potions on the black market, but were actually intermediate potions. He was very alert. This is what I saw on the black market, young master. Take a look. The logo on this corner has been worn off, but there are still some traces. Lin Onfei took a look and found that the potion bottle in his hand was just as he said. Although there was no trace to the naked eye, but when he touched it with his fingers, he could still feel a little unevenness. If you look more carefully, you can find that this mark is exactly an S with 2 curved arcs. Send someone to investigate these 2 people. Lin Onfei looked at the medicine bottle in his hand and ordered. The subordinate took the order and left. Just as he was about to leave, he heard Lin Onfei calling him again. Forget it, I'll go and take a look. What kind of person can be so shameless? Lin Onfei said with a gloomy face. Lead the way. Yes. Captain, have the things in Boss Su's grocery store increased in price? A member of the team asked with a strange expression. Xianwu was a little surprised why he asked this question, but still shook his head in answer. No. It's still the original price. If the price has increased, how could I buy so much? You know, since she has made money from doing tasks recently. She has been going to the grocery store almost every day to buy all the items in her daily purchase limit. At the end of the day, she has to spend at least several hundred gold coins. Although these things are bought for the entire mercenary group, and the money spent is also from the public account. She still feels distressed. But when she thinks about the practicality of the things from Boss Su, she feels that it is very cost-effective. Although she spends a lot of money, the things she buys are more valuable. But I saw someone selling Boss Su's potion on the black market. A bottle of primary magic potion is priced at 25 gold coins. Xianwu? 25 gold coins. It must be a fool to buy it. If she hadn't just bought a bunch of potions worth 3 gold coins yesterday, she would have really believed it. Did you see it wrong? This was almost what Xianwu said subconsciously. But then she thought, even if he saw someone selling potions from the grocery store, it doesn't prove that he was wrong, or that what he said was fake. Even more, it can't be said that this potion was sold by Boss Su. She thought it was more likely that someone bought something from Boss Su's store, and then sold it on the black market, being a second-hand dealer to make huge profits. No, where did you see it? Take me to see it. Although she saw the primary healing potion on the black market the first time she bought it. But those 2 students were much more conscientious than the 2 people this time. They only had 1 more gold coin to sell, and they never sold it again since that time. But this time, these 2 people went too far. They just took advantage of the seller's market, so they maliciously raised the price. Especially since these things were not theirs, but bought from others. Isn't it obvious that they treated other people as fools? Although they would not buy the things of these 2 people. But the behavior of these 2 people may affect the future development of the grocery store. In order to protect the best Boss Su, Xianwu decided to go there first to see the situation. So without the 2 second-hand dealers knowing, there were already 2 waves. To be precise, more than 2 waves of people eyeing them. Are you going to sell so much today? The woman looked at her companions taking out all the potions they had accumulated during this period, and couldn't help but hesitate. They only sold 30 bottles of potions every day during this period. If they suddenly took out hundreds of bottles today, wouldn't it be easy to attract other people's attention? And the money she earned during this period already made her feel a little unsatisfied. She wanted to earn more. When she thought of so many good things in the grocery store, she felt very excited. Especially the Xuanwu pill and the Shisui pill. If they can get even just one, the money they earn will be enough for them to spend their whole lives. You don't think this business can last long, do you? The man sneered. Looking at her, he guessed what she was thinking. In fact, the man was not unmoved. But he was obviously more rational than the woman, and knew to stop while he was ahead. Now more and more people go to Boss Su's shop. Sooner or later we will be exposed. It's better to sell all the things now, otherwise we won't be able to sell them when we want to. What the man said actually made sense. But people who are obsessed with profit are always not easy to satisfy. Chapter 45 Fantasy, An Unlucky Day. Even after the woman heard what he said, she was still a little hesitant. The man saw this and didn't want to persuade her anymore. He had explained so much. If she didn't listen, what consequences would result, it would have nothing to do with him. If it wasn't for the fact that the 2 of them had worked together for so long, he wouldn't bother to say so much to her. Let's go! Sell this wave quickly. If you still want to make money after selling it, it's better to move to another city. If you stay in this city, the probability of being discovered is too high. When she heard that there was still a possibility of making money, the woman's face looked much better. She helped to pack all the potions, and then sent them to the black market together. As a result, when they walked to the door of the black market, they found that the place where they had always set up stalls was now full of people. The woman was still wondering why so many people came to buy things today, but the man saw something wrong at a glance. "What are you standing there for? Run! Didn't you recognize that woman as the leader of the Morin mercenary group?" The man cursed in his heart. That day when Xianwu bought the space scroll to help Boss Su prove the scroll's effect, he was there, so he recognized her at a glance. Not to mention that there were many familiar-looking people around. This familiarity was not because they were old customers of the black market, but because they were old customers of the grocery store. Since they could see them here, it proved that they had been exposed. The woman also reacted quickly, and the two wanted to leave quickly while they hadn't discovered them yet, but it was still a little too late. Because their outfits were too conspicuous. Both of them were holding a huge medicine box. And they were wearing huge black cloaks. It was so bright in the daytime, it would be strange if they were not conspicuous. "They are there. I saw them. It's them. They are the ones who sold the things to us at a high price. They are going to run away. Go and chase them." With such two big boxes, how many potions did they buy? I'm afraid all the potions in Boss Su's shop will be emptied by them. Don't leave. You have the guts to be a second-hand dealer, but you don't have the ability to take responsibility? Although there were many people who came here to catch people, because the couple had teleportation scrolls on them, they slipped away quickly. These people didn't know where they were located, so they could only stare at the two people who suddenly disappeared in a daze. Anyone who had been to the grocery store just sighed, regretting that they didn't catch these two people. And those who hadn't been to the grocery store began to wonder if they were hallucinating. Otherwise, how could two people of such age disappear just like that? How could they see a ghost in broad daylight? But when they saw that everyone around them looked calm, they suddenly began to wonder if they had seen it wrong. By the way, those two people just disappeared suddenly. Don't you think it's strange? Finally, a young man couldn't help but ask the old man next to him, who looked easy to talk to. The person being asked the question was stunned at first. Then he began to explain in a torrent of words. Because they used a teleportation scroll, what's so strange about that? Oh, you may not have been to a grocery store. Right? What grocery store? The person asking the question didn't expect that he would be asked a question instead. He didn't know how to answer for a moment. The elder brother was very enthusiastic. "I'm going to the grocery store later. You can go with me later." "What is that, grocery store?" "The grocery store is where those two people buy potions. Don't think they are so expensive. In fact, the healing potion they sell is only 1 gold coin in the grocery store." "Only 1 gold coin? Is it fake?" The young man couldn't help but exclaimed. It's not surprising that he was so shocked, because he was also one of the customers who spent a lot of money to buy the potions of the couple. If what the elder brother said was true, then didn't they have been fools for several days in vain, and they were fools who happily gave away their gold coins? The elder brother nodded. Seeing him so shocked, he guessed that he might also be one of the victims. So he looked at the young man with sympathy. "Yes, it only costs 1 gold coin. And the primary magic potion you bought here, which is as strong as the intermediate potion, only costs 3 gold coins." The elder brother finished speaking, and completely ignored the expressions of the group of people who were completely struck by lightning. He continued to say words to attack them. "I heard that the two people sold it for 25 gold coins." The young man, I want to be quiet. He didn't know whether he should be glad that he only bought 1 bottle. He was still happy like a fool, thinking that he had bought the potion that no one else had grabbed. For this, they were happy for a long time. The people around also heard the conversation. Those who also bought the second-hand potion from the couple felt even more regretful after hearing this. Even those who were not short of money felt bad. Although they were not short of money, they did not like to be fooled. "Big brother, I want to ask, is there really a place that sells this potion cheaply?" The big brother nodded decisively. "Of course, I'm going there now anyway, you just follow me." After he finished speaking, a group of people began to follow him unconsciously. And the ordinary onlookers could not help but want to go to the grocery store to take a look, because this matter was quite a big deal. Early in the morning, the Lin family brought a group of people, and a Morin mercenary group also brought people. Not to mention ordinary normal people. Even the black market sent people to investigate the news. Seeing this group of people walking towards the beast taming forest like a tourist, even if they were not seen from the black market, they could not help but want to go up and find someone to find out what happened. So, without Suimo knowing, a large wave of zombies, were moving towards her in a mighty way. At this time, Suemo was still in the kitchen mixing milk tea. After the milk tea was ready, she walked out of the kitchen slowly, with the cup in her hand. Host. Suemo was frightened by its sudden shouting, and her hands trembled. Half of the cup of milk tea was gone. Towsy was angry at night plus woke up in the morning plus the milk tea was scared out of her. Suemo was speechless. She didn't understand. How could all these things happen on the same day? Tongzi, you'd better give me a reasonable explanation. Host. You will know when you open the store. What happened outside again? Suemo put down the cup in her hand and walked towards the door of the store. Chapter 46 Fantasy, Eaters. Eaters' Souls. As soon as the door opened, she was stunned by the huge crowd outside. The most important thing was, she found that most of these people were unfamiliar to her. That is to say, they were all new customers. Looking at the confused Boss Su, Xian Wu couldn't help laughing. This was the first time she saw Boss Su like this. Boss Su. Please let everyone in first, I'll explain to you what happened. Suemo made way. After a while, Suemo nodded in understanding. So that's how it is. She was saying why there were so many new customers today. It turned out that they were all victims who went to the couple. In that case, she had to thank Lin Anfei and Xian Wu. If it weren't for the two of them, then the couple would have run away after buying today. Although they haven't caught these two people yet. But at least it made other victims more vigilant. Since they suffered a loss, they would not let those two people go easily. Unless they were not going to appear in this city again. They might be recognized by their voice, tone, or figure. Sometimes, covering your face is not foolproof. Moreover, from another perspective, he used the flyer. And this happened. Suemo had reason to suspect that this was the publicity effect of the flyer. Although the means of publicity were a bit strange. But it had to be said that it was still very useful. At least it could be seen from the fact that so many guests came today. By the way, isn't Boss Su going to restock some goods? Xian Wu looked at the grocery store that was now empty, with only some scrolls left, and couldn't help but twitch her lips. She was so concerned about explaining that she even forgot to buy things. Suemo shook her head. Only restock once a day, that's the rule. If she had expected this to happen today, she would have definitely bought more goods last night. But since this was an emergency, she had no other choice. Some principled rules cannot be changed. Otherwise, the rules will be broken again and again. Well, I'll go back first. Everything was sold out. There was no point for her to stay here. Wait. Suemo called her. I'll give you something. Xian was stopped in response. She looked back at the empty chair, and couldn't help but look forward to what Boss Su would give her. Task 3 has been completed. Rewards have been issued. And the membership card system has been unlocked. Because of today's incident, Task 3 was completed much faster than Suemo expected. The number of new customers also far exceeded 500. Membership cards are divided into 3 levels: copper, silver, and gold. Among them, after a copper card reaches a certain amount of consumption, and the number of shopping times reaches 10 times, it can be upgraded to a silver card by spending gold coins. The way to upgrade a gold card is, consumption reaches a certain amount, and the number of shopping times reaches 100. Number of shopping times. Any amount of shopping in the store every day is counted as 1 time. More details are waiting for the host to customize. And the initial membership card limit is 10. Suemo took 2 membership cards and walked out of the warehouse. And then gave one of them to Xian Wu. Xian Wu looked at the gray copper card in his hand. And there was obvious confusion in his eyes. This is our store's membership card. It will be useful in the future. She hadn't set up the privileges of the membership card yet. So it was indeed useless now. Although Xian Wu didn't know what a membership card was. She saw the S logo on the card, and knew that it also belonged to the store. So far, nothing in the grocery store was bad. So she nodded solemnly. And then carefully put the membership copper card into her pocket. When she looked up again, she saw that Boss Su was holding a membership copper card in his hand. Do you know young Master Lin? This is for him. I would like to trouble you to pass it on to me. Originally, this kind of thing should be given to him in person. But Lin Anfei didn't know how. And this person suddenly disappeared. He was clearly seen in the store a second ago. Suemo was too lazy to go out. So there was no such thing as door-to-door delivery. And Lin Anfei was busy with the competition recently. And basically didn't come to the store very often. At most, she would send Lin Si and Lin Lu to help buy things. So even if she wanted to wait for him to come over and give him the membership card, that would be 10 days later. By that time, Su Imo would probably have forgotten about it. It happened that she saw Xian Wu and Lin Anfei chatting before, and they seemed to know each other, so she was going to trouble her to help deliver it. Xian Wu hesitated for a moment, and then took the membership card. No problem, I will definitely deliver it. Su Imo responded with a "hm," and then moved a large box of snacks out from below. Just consider it as your labor fee, and how much you can take. Before she finished her words, Xian Wu's eyes lit up, and then decisively took out a space scroll from her bag. Su Imo. She had forgotten that there was such a thing. Xian Wu smiled at her. Boss Su. You don't mind? Do you? Of course Su Imo didn't mind. Originally. She was going to give it all to her, but she was just worried that she couldn't fit it in. One person couldn't take so much. I didn't expect Xian Wu to be so decisive. She took out a space scroll worth dozens of gold coins, and used it to hold snacks worth less than 3 gold coins. After a wave of energy, all the snacks on the counter disappeared. Thank you. Boss Su, I'll come to patronize your business again tomorrow. Xian Wu carefully hid the space scroll filled with great treasures to her in the innermost pocket. It seems that for her, food is more important than money and membership cards. Because in order to hold the space scroll, she even took out her membership card and the money on her body. Su Imo, sure enough, no matter which world you are in, there are foodies. After all, a person who works hard, a soul that works hard, a person who doesn't work hard would not have the face to say that he is a superior person. Thinking of this, Su Imo suddenly seemed to know how to set up privileges for the membership card. With the help of Xian Wu and Lin Anfei. Today, Su Imo was able to close the store more than 3 hours earlier. If it weren't for someone coming to use the martial arts assistant, she could even close half an hour earlier. Similarly, today's revenue also exceeded 10,000. Congratulations to the host. Today's store revenue, 12,510 gold coins. The system began to report today's revenue happily. Although the number of people doubled, the total amount of goods remained the same, so the revenue did not double. But this is enough to prove that the grocery store has unlimited potential. Having said this, the martial arts assistant does not actually need to be placed in the store. Not to mention that it takes up a bit of space, it is also quite inconvenient. This thing can be placed outside the store like the previous vending machine. In this way, even if she doesn't open the door, others can use it. Just do it. Su Imo directly told the system to do its job efficiently. Chapter 47 Fantasy. Membership Card Privileges. Tongzi, move all the martial arts assistants and energy converters to the door. Okay. When the system was in action, Su Imo was also buying product exchange coupons. Now that there are more customers, one martial arts assistant is obviously not enough, so she plans to buy 2 more. There is no need to buy more energy converters, because everyone basically has some energy stones stored, and no one will really use a martial arts assistant once and then convert energy stones once, which is too troublesome. In the following time, Su Imo will start to purchase goods. The purchase limit remains unchanged. Taking into account the capacity of the shelves, the number of customers, and the popularity of various products, Su Imo will replenish the goods in proportion. As for new products, Su Imo is not going to purchase too many new products in the next 2 days. Now the number of basic customers is enough, she needs to slowly stabilize these customers. Using the most basic and most commonly used things to stabilize is the best. Others can't afford things that are too expensive, and she can only sell them to some people. There is really no need to occupy a shelf. After there are more customers, the disadvantage of a small store comes out, because the number of shelves is limited, and the number of goods on display is also limited. She needs to make reasonable use of the limited display space. After the goods are delivered, the display is all handed over to the system. It must be said that although the system is occasionally offline, it is still very useful for such mechanized things. It saves Su Imo a lot of trouble. Next, Su Imo starts to set up membership cards. The first is the way to obtain them. As a boss, Su Imo has a copper card, a silver card and a gold card, all with the number 0. The numbers of the first 10 copper cards are 110. However, the numbers of the copper cards do not represent the numbers of the following silver and gold cards. The numbers of the silver and gold cards are related to the upgrade order. For example, the first person to upgrade to a silver card has the number 1, and the second person to upgrade to a silver card has the number 2. In other words, even if the copper card holder has the number 5, If he is the second person to upgrade to a silver card, then his silver card number will become 2, not 5. After the upgrade, the copper card will not be recycled, and it will still belong to the owner, because the membership card is not transferable. The benefits are not cumulative, so it is meaningless to recycle it or not. It is better to leave it to the guests as a souvenir, although these numbers will not have any additional benefits. They are of great significance. So Suemo is not going to give them out in the usual way, but is going to select 10 people to give them out. She currently has 10 membership cards on hand. 2 of them were given away, and there are 8 left. Among these 8, she is also going to give 2 to Jaeger and Ahi. Although they did not spend much money in the grocery store, they were the first to become fans of the grocery store, and the first to reach 10 points of fame. After all, in the store management interface, Suemo can even see their publicity value. Publicity value refers to, after fans introduce the store to others, the total amount of consumption in the store by others. In this column of numbers, Yage and Ahi, with 3,000 and 4,000 respectively, are firmly in the second and fourth place of the ranking. The first place is naturally Lin Anfei. Although young Master Lin came later, the people he introduced are all children of big families. These people are not short of money, they buy a lot of things, and spend a lot, so Lin Anfei's publicity value is naturally soaring. The third is Captain Xian Wuxin. As for the fifth place, it is Pharmacist Zina. At the beginning, Suemo was willing to give him the alchemist's notebook with the intention of making friends and trading, and Pharmacist Zina is a person of extraordinary status after all. How could he not know her purpose? So the two of them reached an unspoken deal. Suemo gave him the notebook, and he was going to help promote the grocery store. The grocery store had so many customers in the early stage. Jaeger and Ahi were the most important 2 people, and Pharmacist Zina was no exception. It's just that Pharmacist Zina's network of relationships is more complicated than that of students. Most of the people he called didn't come to buy things themselves, so a large part of the publicity value was not counted on him. Otherwise it shouldn't be much lower than Jaeger and the others. Anyway, Suemo quickly made a decision, eliminating some unqualified people, and all 10 cards as candidates. They have made so many contributions to the grocery store, and it is unreasonable not to give them a membership card. After deciding on the candidates, the next step is to customize the content of the membership card. First, you can go to the membership area every week to receive a gift package corresponding to the membership card level. The gift package contains various things that cannot be sold in the store, such as snacks, fruits, drinks, vegetables, etc. These daily necessities are prepared by the system to improve the quality of life of the host. As a result, the system never expected that Suemo would use these things as privilege rewards for the membership card. In addition to food, Suemo also prepared a lot of styles of clothing that might be a bit strange compared to this world. Although strange, they are very beautiful. Not only that, there are also figures and mechas that men like. Women have all kinds of jewelry, bags and cosmetics. These things are not valuable, but Suemo believes that everyone will like them, even if you don't like them. There are also gift packs related to food. Of course, the privilege rewards of the membership card are naturally not just these. Another privilege is that people who hold membership cards have 1 extra purchase opportunity every day. He can use this opportunity to buy any product, and this opportunity will not be recorded in the purchase limit number. For example, the purchase limit of War Beast pills is 5 per day, so holders of copper cards can buy 6. And the 6th pill here is an extra purchase. In contrast, the corresponding extra purchase opportunities for silver cards are 2, and for gold cards are 3. Moreover, these purchase opportunities are only available when the goods are in stock. If they are not in stock, then they can only be replaced with other goods. As for the third privilege, it is the first experience of new products. As for the third privilege, because it takes time to coordinate, it has not been set yet, so let's not talk about it for now. Nevertheless, the first 2 privileges should satisfy many people. Soon, the time came to the day of the Lin family's competition. In addition to the head of the Lin family and his confidants, only the other 7 people, who had also been cured of the poison, knew that Lin Anfei had recovered. They all tacitly concealed this matter, not only for others, but also for themselves. So in the mocking and puzzled eyes of other Lin family disciples, these 7 people all signed up for this competition. Because others didn't know that they not only cured the poison, but also improved their strength. So they were more sympathetic in mocking. Hey Dingzi, if you ask me, you shouldn't participate. It's so embarrassing. Yeah, you said you were all poisoned. Why bother to get involved in this matter? With your strength, you can only beat the young master. Young master, yes, you can only beat the current young master. The family has given you so many resources. You have practiced so much. Don't let the family down. They all spoke in a sarcastic tone. But they were more jealous. They were jealous that these people could get so many compensatory resources. Chapter 48 Fantasy, Family Competition. But they completely forgot why these 7 people got these resources. It was because they were too talented that they were discovered by the second elder and poisoned. If they could choose, I believe they would rather choose not to have these resources, so that they could start over again. They could practice seriously for more than 10 years with a body that was not poisoned. Their achievements would not be worse than now. After several years of sarcasm and ridicule, these people have long been immune to these words. They simply don't bother to say anything to these jealous monsters. These people are actually a group of fence-sitters. They will flatter others. As long as the competition starts later, these people find that they have not only detoxified, but also have greatly improved their strength. They will definitely have another attitude. They don't want to argue with these people. Without even looking at these people, they turned around and left. You have to know that in the eyes of the second elder, these people are not even qualified to poison. By the way, do you know how strong the young master is now? Because of the poisoning, they have become closer. They were all victims. They had the same experience, so there is a tacit understanding between them. I don't know, they all said that the young master has been practicing in seclusion for a while. He detoxified earlier than us, so he should have been a martial artist a long time ago. Right? During this period of time, their strength has improved rapidly. The one with the lowest strength before is now ranked second, and happened to be promoted to a martial artist yesterday. And the one with the lowest strength now has the strength of a 9th level martial artist. The most important thing is that they are not very old. In this way, what is the previous Linley? He is said to be a family genius. The youngest level 10 warrior in the family. But in fact he is nothing. Among the 7 of them, he could only be ranked at the end. No wonder there are so few geniuses in this generation. There is only Linley. It is because the real geniuses have been killed by the second elder. I also think that the young master should be a martial artist. But I don't know what level he has reached. Does anyone know what color the young master's talent is? The other 6 people shook their heads in unison. Among them, there are 3 blue talents and 4 yellow talents. Even in a big family like the Lin family, it is already very good. If they can continue to grow at this speed, the Lin family can rely on this generation to continue to hold the position of the 4 major families, and will not be replaced by other newly emerging small families. Young master should have at least yellow talent. Didn't everyone say that he was only a level 3 warrior, but he was clearly a level 6 warrior that day? He just took the Marrow Cleansing pill, and the remaining true energy in his body can be upgraded to 3 levels. Anyway, I can't do it. I only upgraded 2 levels. I'm only level 1. Although I broke through at a high level. At this time, they didn't know that their heated discussion, in the eyes of others, either meant that they regretted signing up for the competition, or they were discussing countermeasures. Others didn't believe that their strength could change so much in just a few days, even if they have obtained so many resources. But so what? Their current young master is also a pile of good things. He has been a level 3 warrior for more than 20 years. So they just thought that these 7 people started to panic and were at a loss. They didn't know at all that these 7 people didn't take this competition seriously at all. With their current strength, among the younger generation of the Lin family, except for themselves, only Lin Anfei, whose strength is still unknown, can possibly defeat them. The competition started soon. The way to select opponents for this competition is to draw lots. The disciples who draw the same number lot are the opponents. Watching each person draw lots, the tense atmosphere began to spread. When it came to the end, when the results of the draw were announced, they drew someone with lower strength than themselves. Then everyone was naturally happy. Especially after the 7 people found out that their opponents were the 7 people who were poisoned by the second elder, they were even more excited. In their opinion, these 7 people were just here to make up the numbers. They were not even a match. If they were the opponents, they would easily advance to the next match. It was not until the first match that they realized they were wrong. And they were totally wrong. Lin Mu. You? This is impossible. Aren't you a level 4 warrior? The defeated man looked at the young man who showed the strength of a level 9 warrior, with a slightly horrified look. His face was full of disbelief. Lin Mu snorted, and was too lazy to explain. He just stood there, quietly waiting for the result to be announced. Although he won so easily this time, part of the reason was because he underestimated his opponent. But in a competition, underestimating the opponent is a wrong behavior. Since he made the mistake, he should be prepared to accept the mistake. The competition is over. Lin Mu wins. Please prepare the two disciples with the draw number 2 in the backstage. The referees of the competition are the elders of the Lin family, and the head of the Lin family. The elders looked at each other, completely unaware of what was going on. Only the head of the Lin family looked calm, as if he had known that this would be the outcome. Lin Mu won? How is that possible? Isn't he a level 4 warrior? How could he beat a level 7 warrior? Isn't he poisoned at all? Could he have discovered that the second elder, Lin Gui, had poisoned him, so he deliberately concealed his talent? What level 4 warrior? He's obviously a level 9 warrior. He's only 19 years old. Right? He's already a level 9 warrior? Isn't that even better than Linley? The elder narrowed his eyes and shouted. The whole audience suddenly quieted down. The person in charge of shouting wiped the sweat from his head and continued to organize the next pair of disciples to start the competition. It's just that not so many people paid attention to this competition, because their thoughts were all attracted by the previous competition. The people in the audience were talking a lot, and the people on the stage were also performing abnormally. In any case, a winner was still decided. Please ask the two disciples with the draw number 3 to prepare in the audience. Among the people with the number 3, the one on the left is the other person, who was unfortunately poisoned. He is the strongest and the oldest among the 7 people. Although he is old, he is only 22 years old. A 22-year-old first-level martial artist is already considered a young genius. The opponent on the opposite side is only an 8th-level martial artist. Although the gap between them is only 3 levels. But the gap between a martial artist and a martial artist is very large, and it is not just a difference of 1 level. Chapter 49 Fantasy. Master Wei Lin is right. Many places will undergo qualitative changes, so the result of the game is naturally obvious, but everyone is obviously not concerned about the result of the game. They are concerned about why he, like Lin Mu, has made inexplicable rapid progress in strength. How could a person's strength change so much in just 10 days? This is absolutely impossible. Did they drink the enhancement potion? But this is impossible. Because the enhancement potion can only increase strength by 1 level at most, it is impossible to increase 4 or 5 levels at once. And it is directly upgraded to the martial arts master level. No matter how you think about it, this is absolutely impossible. The only most likely possibility is that their strength has reached such a high level. But this is also the most incomprehensible thing for them. Not only these Lin family children can't understand, even the elders don't know the situation. When they saw the calm expression on the face of the head of the Lin family, then they guessed that he might know the truth of the matter. Has the head of the family known about this for a long time? Because the second elder murdered Lin Anfei, the first elder might have felt guilty and wanted to make amends. So, no matter to the head of the Lin family, or to Lin Anfei himself, his attitude was particularly gentle. Even though he was eager to know the truth, his tone was very kind. Today was the day of the competition, so the head of the Lin family had no need to hide it anymore, so he simply told him everything that Lin Anfei had told him before. After a long time, the first round of the competition on the field is coming to an end. Although there are still the second and third rounds, everyone knows that the winner has been decided. Because Lin Anfei has already demonstrated his strength as a 3rd-level martial artist. Unless he deliberately lets him off, no one can beat him. After all, among the participating disciples, the highest level is only a 1st-level martial artist. As for those 9th-level and 10th-level martial artists below, they have no power to fight back in front of a normal martial artist. Everyone did not expect that, in their opinion. The competition for the position of the young master was fierce. In fact, the winner had already been decided. No wonder the head of the Lin family was not in a hurry at all, as if the person who was about to be robbed of the position of the young master was not his son. They all thought that the head of the Lin family had given up, but he had already solved this problem. Everything was under control, and only they were like fools, thinking that they had won. Among them, the 3rd and 6th elders had the ugliest faces. Because after the 2nd elder left, their grandchildren were the 2 most powerful of the younger generation. They all thought that their grandchildren could become the young master. But they didn't expect that they couldn't even beat the other people. But they couldn't say anything. Is it no wonder that the head of the Lin family didn't say this earlier? So they could only swallow their anger. Although they definitely couldn't get the first place. The last few places in the top 10 were still worth fighting for. Because this competition was not only for the position of the young master, but also a normal competition. The top-ranked disciples could also obtain resources rewarded by the family. The competition lasted for 2 days. When the final result came out, Lin Anfei and the other 7 people who were poisoned steadily occupied the top 8. While shocking everyone, they also wanted to know why. After the competition, the elder went up to announce the result and told the whole truth. For a while, the existence of the grocery store was known to everyone in the Lin family. At first, only the Lin family knew about it. Originally, everyone wanted to keep it a secret. But later, for some unknown reason, the other 3 families also knew about it. Let's not talk about the Hao family. As the young master of the Hao family, Wei Lin actually knew about the grocery store a long time ago. But since he went there to cause trouble last time, not only did he lose money, but he was also thrown out with a broken hand. He never went there again. Although his hand had been reattached under the treatment of the pharmacist, he still remembered the pain. However, when he returned home, he was locked up by the current head of the Hao family. The reason was that Teacher Yu Yi directly informed the head of the Hao family about the beast-attracting powder. Even if it was to give face to Teacher Yu Yi, even if the head of the Hao family loved Wei Lin, he had to pretend. Moreover, he really went too far this time, and was actually ready to hurt someone's life. Not to mention outsiders. Even the head of the Hao family himself did not expect him to do this. Wei Lin, who had been locked up for nearly half a month, was finally released. He walked depressed in the garden of his home. Who knew that halfway through, he just heard someone muttering, "Hey, have you heard about it? The young master of the Lin family, he is now a 3rd-level martial artist." Don't fool me, didn't they say he is a 3rd-level martial artist? If he didn't have some talent for business, he would have lost his position as the young master long ago. Why would I lie to you? He is really a 3rd-level martial artist now. I heard it from a friend of the Lin family. If you don't believe me, go ask around. He is still the young master now. I know about this. It is said that this young master Lin found a grocery store in the Taming Forest. I heard that there are many good things in it. He ate the treasures in it, which is why he was able to improve his strength so quickly. There is such a place? Is it true? Hearing this, Wei Lin subconsciously thought of the small store in the Taming Forest. Then, he thought of the man who dared to let someone throw him out of the woman. And the man dressed in black, who was very powerful. He felt a nameless anger in his heart. Of course it's fake. You believe this kind of thing? You are all bored and have nothing to do. Right. Seeing their young master coming out from behind the rockery, these people were shocked. Seeing his face was ashen, they didn't dare to refute his words casually. So they could only smile and say yes. Yes. Yes, and young Master Wei Lin is right. Wei Lin felt that he was a little embarrassed just now. So after a light snort, he turned around and left. And the direction he left was exactly the yard of the eldest young master of the Hao family. Is my eldest brother here? Arriving at the yard of the eldest young master, Wei Lin asked the servants who were serving him. The servants nodded quickly, and then welcomed him in. In the yard. In the room. Wei heard the noise outside, and guessed that it must be his younger brother. He stood up, walked to the door, and saw Wei Lin walking into the room with a gloomy face. Who made you angry again? Wei raised his eyebrows. Speaking gently, it is true that Wei Lin is the most favored young master in the Hao family. Not only does the head of the Hao family favor him, but also Mrs. Hao. He even has a brother and a sister above him, who also indulge him in every way. Chapter 50 Fantasy. Start from the root. This has cultivated his character of being a man of his word and being arrogant. Anyone who provokes him, basically, will not have a good ending. The only people who can make him suffer are Yage and Ah, who are backed by Teacher Yu He, and Su Mo. But he can't do anything to these people. Nothing. Wei Lin's tone was a little depressed. Then he looked at Wei Tai and asked, "Brother, I just heard others discussing the young master of the Lin family outside. It's about his strength improving for no reason." "Yeah." Wei Lin frowned. "Brother, do you believe it?" Wei Lin himself certainly didn't believe it. In his opinion, the Lin family might be deliberately hiding their talents, and then exposing them to others after they grow up. The reason why they said it was the credit of that grocery store, maybe this is some kind of publicity method. I think the store probably reached some agreement with the Lin family. So the Lin family helped it like this. He even suspected that the store might be opened by the Lin family. But Wei didn't think so. Whether it's true or not, I'd better stay at home quietly. Otherwise my father will be angry again. Even if he didn't believe it. Even if there was only a 1 in 10,000 chance. Wei would definitely go to find out. But he didn't say this, because such a small matter was not worth the quarrel between the two brothers. Humph! If you don't want to go out, then don't go out. By the way, big brother, you should be a third-level martial artist now. Right? Yes. I just broke through a few days ago. Thinking of this, Wade felt much better. He has always been proud of his own strength and talent. As the eldest son of the Hao family, Wade has reached the level of martial artist at a young age because of his excellent talent. Therefore, although the position of the young master of the Hao family has not yet been determined, but in fact, everyone knows in their hearts who will take this position. Unless Wade himself commits suicide, he will take this position. Then I congratulate you in advance for taking the position of young master, without thinking about the troubles about the grocery store. Wei Lin looked at Wade with admiration in his eyes. For this kind of look, Wade is very useful. Otherwise, how can it be said that Wei Lin is loved by the whole family? Although he is domineering and arrogant to the outside world, he treats his relatives at home in a completely different way. Then I will borrow your good words. I heard that you like the swords in the weapon shop on the street. I have bought them and sent them to the yard for you. Wei Lin's eyes lit up. He had wanted the silver knife for a long time, but he never had enough money. Although he had a lot of pocket money, his expenses were even greater. So whenever he wanted to buy something, he would come to his elder brother. Thank you, elder brother. I won't bother you anymore. With that, Wei Lin ran over in a hurry. Wade smiled helplessly. After Wei Lin's back gradually disappeared, the smile on his face faded. Taming Forest, the first grocery store. He sat on the chair and began to think. The four major families are Lin family, Hao family, Qi family, and Poke family. As the young master, he also pays special attention to the people of the other three families. Among them, the Har family is the strongest, and the other three families have a tendency to balance. In the past few years, because of Lin Gui's actions, there are not many talented disciples of the Lin family, so there is a tendency to fall behind. It is precisely because of this that the people of the other three families think that the Lin family will be replaced by a small family that catches up later this year. But no one expected that the Lin family only held a competition, and 8 genius-level disciples appeared at once. The major families have to maintain their own status, and also take other families into consideration. So they naturally have a lot of spies in other families. These are almost tacit unspoken rules. Everyone knows, but no one will say anything. What happened in the Lin family this time was spread by the spies. It can be said that he is the second person in the Har family to know the news. The first one is naturally the head of the Har family. When he thought of Lin Anfei, who was already better than him in business, and now had the strength of a third-level martial artist, his heart was in turmoil. Reluctance and jealousy surged in his heart. You know, he is 2 years older than Lin Anfei, but he is only a third-level martial artist now. In other words, from the current point of view, Lin Anfei is stronger than him in all aspects. This is a fact he cannot accept. He has always been used to being the number one and being sought after, so he is willing to let others suppress him in everything. Otherwise, why do they say if you are not from the same family, you will not enter the same door? His idea is exactly the same as Wei Lin's. It's just that Wei Lin is more impulsive, and not as smart as him. So he chose to act directly. And he was going to start from the source. What is this? Wow, the grocery store has new things again. There are so many boxes. Why is there no price? Is there a possibility that this is not for sale? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Seeing that everyone was talking about the gift package or the membership card, Su Imo spoke up to confirm what the third person said. Su Imo, this is indeed not for sale. When they heard that it was not for sale, no matter how curious they were about what it was, they could only sigh and turn away. The packaging was so tight, and they didn't have X-ray vision, it was impossible to see what was inside. Even if they saw it, this thing was not for sale, and they couldn't get it. Let's go. Let's go. It's not for sale. You can get it with your membership card. What is a membership card? Can I buy it? I like this gift pack. Boss Su, what is this membership card? Originally, Su Imo didn't plan to tell everyone about the membership card so soon. But since everyone has already found out, there's nothing to hide. Here is the description of the membership card. Because it was too troublesome to explain one by one, Su Imo asked the system to print all the information such as how to obtain the membership card, upgrade rules, privilege details, etc. on paper. And the paper was just posted on the store's bulletin board. The location is very good, everyone can see it. You can get the gift pack, and the priority to experience new products. Fuck, there's actually an extra purchase opportunity. How do I buy a membership card? I want to buy one. How much is a membership card? I want to buy one too. I've long felt that the purchase limit is not enough. Suemo looked at the slightly messy situation on the scene, and couldn't help feeling helpless. She raised her hand, and called over Xiao Hei to take control of the situation. Chapter 51 Fantasy, Infant Formula. The grocery store has been open for so long, it is definitely impossible that no one makes trouble. Many customers, who have seen Xiao Hei's methods immediately quieted down. Even those who didn't know Xiao Hei, after seeing others shut up, couldn't help but shut up. Suemo, there are only 10 membership cards at present. The first 10 will be given free of charge to those who have always supported our store. When they heard the words free of charge, the people present immediately became enthusiastic. Their eyes were as bright as light bulbs. They swarmed around the counter, asking one after another. No matter who they were. They wanted to get a membership card. Boss Sue. Look at me. Since I found out about the grocery store, I've been coming here to buy things every day. Me too. Me too. I've also asked many friends to come here to buy things together. When I saw Boss Sue's beautiful face, she was so charming, so beautiful. And so smart. Love is always there. Can you give me a membership card? Suemo looked at them with a smile. Don't push, these 10 membership cards have been reserved for people. The following 8 people can go to the membership machine to get their membership cards. The number of the next batch of membership cards is 100, which is expected to be issued within 3 days. The guests who didn't get them today can go to the queue to get a number. She has already accumulated a lot of points for daily tasks. The points mall has a limit of 2 membership cards that can be exchanged for 1 point. 100 cards is 50 points. She now has a total of more than 40 points. If nothing goes wrong, she can reach 50 points the day after tomorrow at the latest. As soon as they heard the word queue, these people stopped wasting time here. They all rushed to the ticket machine on the other side. Huh? Why can't I get a ticket? Is the machine broken? Boss Sue, the machine is broken. Before Suemo could speak, the person who said he couldn't get a ticket stared blankly at the bronze membership card in his hand. Oh, it turns out I already have a membership card, so I don't need to get a ticket. The man who got his own membership card smiled, and waved it in front of everyone. The tone sounded mean. Everyone, I think you're just asking for a fight, if it weren't for the fact that this is still a grocery store. And Xiao Hei was still keeping order on the side. They had wanted to beat up this person, who was still showing off. How could he deliberately irritate people like this? The man who got the membership card was called Qian Wei, and he was the man ranked 5th in the publicity value. Qian Wei got the membership card, and rushed to the gift bag area as soon as possible. There were all kinds of gift packages in there. If there were no labels on the gift packages, he might not be able to tell what was inside. The gift packages were roughly divided into the following categories: food, drinks, clothing, accessories, toys, daily and others. As for what was inside, Suemo herself was not quite sure, because this gift package was not prepared by her. She gave the system a sum of money, and then let the system buy and pack things randomly. As long as the things inside matched the labels, it would be fine. While Qianwei was hesitating, another person, who also had a membership card, came over. This person was Jaeger. I had something to do today, so he didn't spend the day with him. But his membership card was in Jaeger's hand. That means, Jaeger can get an extra gift pack on his behalf. Brother Qian, you haven't chosen what to exchange yet? Qianwei nodded. There are too many things. I don't know what to choose at all. Jaeger didn't have that much difficulty. Although he was a little hesitant, he hesitated for only a few seconds, and then he chose a food gift pack and a beverage gift pack. Since he didn't know what was in the other ones. Why not just choose the ones he was familiar with? He always missed the instant noodles from Boss Sue. The box he brought back last time was already eaten. But he was always too embarrassed to ask Boss Sue for it. Now he finally has the chance to get it, so he will naturally not let it go. What are toys? What are clothes? He doesn't know. Eating is the most important thing. What are these two? Qianwei was surprised to see him choose what he needed so quickly. Jaeger saw that he was really struggling, so he simply recommended him to choose a snack gift package together. Everything in it is delicious. Boss Sue gave me some before, and it tastes really good. He opened his bag, and then took a bag of potato chips and stuffed it into Qianwei's hand. Qianwei wanted to refuse, but was pushed back by Jaeger. Just consider it as a thank you for paying for us last time. Last time they went out in a hurry, and forgot to bring money. I thought they couldn't buy anything, but when Qianwei saw that they were students, he paid for them. Finally, he followed them back to school, and got the money back. Seeing that he said so, Qianwei did not continue to refuse. He tore open the package, and a fragrance came to his nose. The greed in his heart was ready to move. He looked at the oval golden round pieces, and couldn't help but reach out and take a piece to taste. The crispy taste and unique slightly cool taste immediately conquered his taste buds. He couldn't help but reach out and take a few more pieces and put them in his mouth. Jaeger knew that Qianwei must like it at first sight. He thought about it, and continued to add, I remember that Brother Qian has children at home. Right? There is something called milk powder in this snack. It is fragrant and sweet after being brewed with water. Children should like it. The most important thing is calcium supplementation, which is also good for children's health. It's a pity that there is no calcium supplementation in the gift bag in his hand. Otherwise, he would have given it to Qianwei directly. Although Qianwei didn't understand what calcium supplementation was, he also saw Jaeger's pursuit of snack gift bags. So he swiped his membership card and chose a snack gift pack. As the gift pack was opened, a cylindrical tin can was revealed. Is this infant formula? Jaeger didn't expect his mouth to be so clever. He just mentioned formula a second ago. But now he got it. Yes. 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 That's it. There are instructions here, Brother Qian. Just follow what's written on it. For this kind of semi-finished food, there are very detailed production steps specially marked on it. As long as you can recognize the words, you can definitely make it. The main reason for doing this is that they are afraid that these people won't know how to eat. Not to mention wasting food. It would be bad if they get sick. After the two of them, several more people came to receive gift packs. They didn't know what to receive either. But when they thought that the gift packs here could be received once a week, they didn't hesitate. Everyone chose what they wanted, and then opened it in front of everyone. Chapter 52 Fantasy, Spirit Soldiers. Looking at the various items in their gift bags, everyone was very envious. But they also knew that this was not something they could envy. The rich people have begun to ask those who have membership cards if they are willing to sell their membership cards. No one thought of this at first. But after one person started it, they started bidding again. Seeing that the price was about to break through 1,000 gold coins, these people with membership cards quickly refused. No. No. I'm not short of money. I won't sell it either. Don't look at me. Don't even think about it. This membership card is bound to personal information. It's useless for you to take it. When they got this membership card, it was already bound to their fingerprints, voice prints, irises, and other information. Membership cards bound to identity information cannot be sold. Because the above information is limited to the person himself, others cannot use it. These things seem troublesome, but for the system it is a piece of cake. It easily gets all these things done. Moreover, even if they can sell it, these people will not sell it, because they know clearly that the membership card is very useful. Not only that, they also saw the number on the membership card. This number caught everyone's attention. As long as you think about it a little bit, you can think that this represents the serial number of the membership card. If you sell the membership card in your hand, then the serial number will only get bigger and bigger in the future. If you still want the top numbers, that is absolutely impossible. Besides, anyone who can come to the grocery store to buy things basically has no shortage of money, so there is no need to sell membership cards. But these people are also very smart. Although they can't buy membership cards, they choose to buy the things in the gift pack. After all, there is no restriction on the redeemed gift packs that cannot be sold. Since you can't buy the cards, then buying the things inside is the same. Will you sell the gift pack? I'll give you 10 gold coins. I want this gift pack too. How about 15 gold coins? Anyway, you can get it once a week, at most. Each of us can just buy a small sample of items, and it's okay if we don't have the whole gift pack. When these people heard this, they were all a little tempted for a while. Sure enough, as long as the price is right, there are still many people willing to sell their gift packs. I want that white pearl necklace. This one is really beautifully made. My wife will definitely like it. Okay. Okay, I know you have a wife. I want that yellow demon duck model. This model is actually a model of a little yellow duck. But the demon duck in this world looks very similar to the little yellow duck, so what he said is not wrong. This looks delicious, give me a pack. There is only one pack of this, I won't sell it, you can go find someone else, Or take a look at these two. Looking at their busy transactions. Suemo did not stop them. Instead, he was somewhat happy to see it happen. There are still a lot of things in a gift package. If one person redeems it, then only this person can know how good the things in this gift package are. These people split the items and sell them, so more people will use them. After these people use them, they will definitely like the things in the gift pack. Because the gift pack can only be exchanged with a membership card, they will hope to get a membership card. This also increases the importance of the membership card in the hearts of customers. Otherwise, with such a seemingly ordinary card, they probably don't take it seriously. This is why Suemo put the gift pack exchange area in the center of the store. It is to attract everyone's attention. Now the goal has been achieved. Suemo is very satisfied. The speed of closing the store today will be slightly slower than before. Because everyone's attention is all attracted by the gift packs over there, they have completely forgotten what they are here for. Congratulations to the host. Today's store revenue, 28,445 gold coins. Perhaps because everyone wants to have a membership card, so today's purchases are particularly powerful. The turnover directly reached about twice that of the previous day. Of course, this is also related to the fact that Suemo has purchased more goods in the past few days than before. Suemo looked at the popularity column on the store information and found that the number on it had reached more than 7,000. Before, I saw that a store upgrade required a popularity of 10,000, which I thought was quite a lot, but now it seems that it will be upgraded again in a few days. Task 2 has been completed, and the reward has been issued. Task 2 is within 10 days. The cumulative sales of level 3 products have reached 500. The reward is a level 3 product exchange voucher. Suemo took the newly obtained product exchange voucher and began to look for products in the mall that need to be unlocked. As a result, she saw the weapon list on the top row at a glance. Spiritual weapon purchase price, 500 gold coins / handle. Selling price, 505,000 gold coins / handle. Introduction. A weapon with spiritual power, which can know the owner's thoughts, and can change the form that best suits the owner at will. She wanted to exchange this thing last time. But at that time, she felt that the price of this thing was too expensive, so she changed it to War Beast Pill. Now there are more customers, and the quality of customers has also improved, so she can exchange weapons for sale. But the price? Suemo, Tongzi, what's the price of this spiritual weapon? The system quickly gave an answer. The price of the spiritual weapon is determined by the fate and compatibility between the spiritual weapon and the customer. If this spiritual weapon has no fate with the customer, and the compatibility is not high, but the customer must want to buy it, then he must pay the highest price, which is 5,000 gold coins. On the contrary, if the spiritual weapon likes this customer very much, and the compatibility between the two is very high, then he only needs to spend 500 gold coins to buy the spiritual weapon. The higher the compatibility, it also means that the tacit understanding between this spiritual weapon and this customer will be higher in the future. If there is a weapon with full tacit understanding, then the combat power is definitely 1 + 1 is greater than 2. Similarly, if the compatibility is not high, it proves that there is no tacit understanding. Then it can only achieve the effect of 1 + 1 is less than 2. But for a warrior to meet a spiritual weapon with full compatibility in this world, this is originally an extremely rare thing. It can even be said to be completely impossible. More often than not, being able to achieve a compatibility of more than 70% is already very good. Suemo nodded in understanding. Then he turned around and used the commodity exchange voucher to exchange for the spiritual weapon, without any hesitation. The moment the exchange was completed, 5 different auras appeared in the store. Chapter 53 Fantasy, Making Trouble. And these 5 auras are the 5 spiritual weapons given by the system. They are called weapons, but in fact they are just 5 small round balls of light. They look like fireflies magnified hundreds of times, emitting a faint light. Suemo looked at them, and then stretched out her hand. Then, these 5 balls of light floating in the air flew over obediently, and landed on her hand. The palm of her hand was warm, and the weight of the ball of light was as light as a feather. If she hadn't felt a little itchy on her hand, she would not have noticed that these spiritual weapons were actually worn on her hand. Tongzi, separate the area above. The system responded and went to work. Suemo pinched the ball of light, and found that it felt soft and elastic. It felt a bit like cotton candy, and a bit like gummy candy. In short, it looked a bit delicious. Suemo coughed dryly, and swept away all the thoughts related to eating in her mind. You will live there from now on. If you see someone you like, You can tell me. Suemo still prefers to help them find suitable owners. Money is secondary. Anyway, she still has more profitable things that have not been exchanged. 5 balls of light flashed, and some of them changed color. Some were red and some were yellow, and they looked like small light bulbs. Okay, let's go up. The 5 balls of light staggered to the top of the shelf. The system made a small compartment on top according to Sumo's instructions. There were several separate fist-sized spaces in the compartment. 5 in a row. 3 rows in a layer. After the 5 spirit soldiers flew up, they each occupied a position they liked, and then nestled in obediently. They looked like 5 colorful light bulbs. Suemo counted the money on him and bought 5 more spirit soldiers. However, these 5 were obviously more naughty than the previous 5. As soon as they appeared in the grocery store, they jumped up and down. Fortunately, they are essentially intangible. Otherwise the grocery store would have been messed up by them. Spirit soldiers, weapons with spiritual power, which are in tune with the owner's mind and can change according to the owner's mind. Price: 5,000 gold coins per piece. Purchase limit: each person can only buy 1 at most. Note: if approved by the spirit soldier, the price can be reduced to 500 gold coins. 4 lines of small words appeared under the cabinet where the spirit soldiers were placed, in order to ensure that everyone can see it. Suemo also specially asked the system to enlarge the words. Change the font and color. It is guaranteed to be absolutely eye-catching. As long as you walk into the store, you will definitely be able to see it. Looking at the furnishings in the store, Suemo nodded with satisfaction. Just as she was about to say something, a pitiful hum came from outside the window. Woo! Suemo knew who it was without even looking. Turning her eyes, she really saw a touch of golden fur. Looking more carefully, a pair of tiger eyes stared at her pitifully. Come in. Suemo saw that it wanted to come in but didn't dare to come in. And finally she softened her heart. Towsy was happy when she heard this. With a nimble fly, a few easy jumps, and it fell into her arms in a few seconds. Suemo picked up the leaves on it with disdain, and then patted the dust off its body. Go take a bath yourself. Towsy shook her head in grievance, unwilling to leave. Holding Sumo's fingers with her 2 front paws, she shook them. Woo! Suemo flicked her head, and then took her to the bathroom. Towsy squinted her eyes happily. It thought Sumo's attitude had softened, and she was willing to help it take a bath. Unexpectedly, Suemo just put it in the bathtub, and then left. Towsy, QAQ. Wash yourself. The Battle Beast pill is in your room, and you can only take 1 pill a day. Do you understand? After hearing the Battle Beast pill, Towsy had some reaction. It responded happily, and then began to wash itself. The next day, Suemo got up and opened the shop. As the door of the shop opened, she saw the scene outside, and couldn't help squinting her eyes. All the customers were stopped 10 feet away. They all had angry expressions on their faces. There were several completely strangers standing at the door of the store. They couldn't be said to be completely strangers. At least she saw Lin Si and Lin Lu among them. Seeing Suemo open the store, they looked anxious. They seemed to want to say something, but were quickly driven to the periphery by the people guarding nearby. Suemo had a cold face and looked at the people in front of him with cold eyes. You are affecting my business. Wade was stunned. He didn't expect that the young boss Su had such a good psychological quality. Seeing so many of them stopped here, he was not in a hurry. It seemed that he didn't take them seriously at all. The words she said were calm and without any tone, making it impossible to guess what she was thinking. Sorry, we didn't want to either, but since Boss Su is doing business, it doesn't matter who he sells to? Wade showed a hypocritical smile on his face. Suemo didn't even want to look at him. He was a little annoyed. But there were so many people here, he couldn't get angry, so he could only continue to maintain his image as a gentleman. Let me introduce myself first. I am the eldest son of the Hao family, Wade. The Hao family turned out to be from the 4 major families. Suemo pinched her fingers, and had already begun to think about how to teach them a lesson, in order to prevent someone from causing trouble in the future, and causing the situation today. Wade didn't know what she was thinking, and seeing that she didn't speak, he continued to introduce. This is the young master of the Qi family, Qi Shang. Today, we are here on behalf of the Hao family, and the Qi family to buy things from Boss Su's shop. No! Suemo didn't even think about it, and spoke directly. Boss Su. You? Wade frowned. She didn't expect her to refuse so decisively. Suemo raised her eyes. Anyone who makes trouble in my shop will be permanently blacklisted. The shop will not sell any items to people on the blacklist." Shishang sneered. He didn't have as good a temper as Wei, and his image to the outside world was not that of a gentle gentleman. So after hearing Sumo's words, he threatened without hesitation. "You have to think clearly. We represent two big families. If you agree, we can still let you keep your shop open with difficulty, but most of the goods must be sold to our two families. As for the price, we don't ask for much, just 80% off the selling price." The words were extremely arrogant. The guests who were stopped outside were furious. But the place was full of people from the Har family and the Chi family, so they could only hold their anger. Chapter 54 Fantasy, Martial King. After all, they are just ordinary people. There is no way to compare with these family disciples. Moreover, in order to ensure the smooth journey, they brought a lot of people here. Otherwise, they would not have stopped all the guests outside. Shishang saw that Sumo did not speak again, and his tone became more frivolous. "If you don't agree, then don't blame us two families for being rude. You'd better think clearly whether your broken shop can withstand the blow from our two families." As soon as the voice fell, two elderly people came out from behind him. The strength of these two people is extraordinary at first glance. Judging from the pressure on them, they are at least at the level of great martial artists. Sumo didn't expect that they actually thought so highly of him, and even invited great martial artists. And these two people are only from the Chi family. The people from the Har family have not come out yet. It seems that they want to let the Chi family be the first to come out. After feeling this pressure, the guests who were stopped outside couldn't help but tremble. A strong pressure suddenly appeared on his body. The anger on their faces was replaced by tension and fear. "In this case, I don't have to be polite." Sumo took a step back. The next second, a black shadow flew out of the store. It was so fast that people couldn't see any of his movements clearly. Seeing this, the two great martial artists attacked him head-on. Just when everyone was worried about whether Xiao He could resist the attack of the two great martial artists by himself, they were surprised to find that things seemed to be completely different from what they imagined. The two great martial artists, who should have the upper hand, looked pale, and every move was to save their lives. Xiao He was different. The speed of his attack was fast and fierce, and the two people were caught off guard. The great martial artists, who could be beaten, had no power to fight back. And there were two great martial artists. Either this person was of a higher level, or he was not a great martial artist at all, but a martial king above the great martial artist level. The faces of both Wei and Shishang changed at the same time. "You two, come on too." Wei didn't dare to continue watching the show at this time. He hurriedly called the people he brought with him to help. Before they came, they asked a lot of people about the grocery store. They knew about Xiao He's existence, but they all thought that he was at most a great martial artist. Although they didn't know why someone with such strength would be resigned to a small store. But they didn't take Xiao He too seriously. After all, although there were few great martial artists, there were still some. What's more, they were from the four major families, and there were at least dozens of great martial artists in the family. So they each brought two great martial artists, so they had the confidence to come and make trouble. However, seeing that the two great martial artists could not defeat them, they added two more people. But Xiao He was still in a state of ease. It was as if these four people were just his sparring partners. They were always beaten by him. They had no power to fight back. It was the first time for Sumo to see people in this world fighting, so she watched with interest. It seemed that she had no worries at all, and was full of confidence. Tongzi, what level is Xiao He's strength? She had clearly seen Xiao He not so powerful before. She didn't expect that he could fight four people alone, and it was so easy. And he was obviously playing a trick on the other four people. Beat them, but not kill them directly. It was like playing a cat-and-mouse game. When it comes to this issue, the system is very proud, and there is a triumphant joy in the tone. Xiao He does not have a fixed strength. He is strong when the enemy is strong, and weak when the enemy is weak. After all, they are outsiders. Although their strength is absolutely overwhelming in this world, they can't do too much, so Xiao He's strength is actually changing dynamically. His strength level will always be one level higher than his enemy. For example, if the enemy is a warrior, then he is a martial artist. If the enemy is a martial artist, he is a great martial artist. Now he is facing four great martial artists, so his strength is at least above the 5th level martial king. Even if the real martial king comes, he is not afraid. Because at that time his strength will become that of a martial emperor. This can ensure that he completely crushes the enemy when facing it, and it can also ensure that it will not affect the order and balance of this world too much. Suemo's side, it was rare for her to feel that the system was reliable. "Xiao Hei," she called out, indicating that he should solve the problem quickly. After receiving the order, Xiao Hei stopped fighting and quickly ended the battle. At the same time, the 4 great martial artists were directly knocked out. Then the energy shock generated by Xiao Hei's moves also made the people around him feel a pain in their hearts. A kind of needle-like pain came from the heart. Everyone present from the Hao family, or the Qi family, could not help but cover their hearts. Their faces were pale. What happened to them? Is it a heartache? Why don't I feel anything? Fuck. Xiao Hei is awesome. Is he so powerful? Those 4 guys are all great martial artists. Xiao Hei beat them as easily as beating his son. Could it be that Xiao Hei is? I'm brave. I'll tell you straight away. Xiao Hei must be the king of martial arts. King of martial arts. I can actually meet the king of martial arts in my lifetime. Wow, I actually dared to talk to the king of martial arts before. I'm so brave. If Xiao Hei is really the king of martial arts, then guess how strong Boss Su must be to find a king of martial arts as his follower. It has nothing to do with strength. If I were the king of martial arts, then I'd be willing to be Boss Su's follower for free. I admit it. I'm just greedy for the things in the grocery store. Seeing that the situation was basically one-sided, they knew there was nothing to worry about. So one by one, they started chatting directly. No one paid any attention to the ugly faces of the people from the Hao and Qi families. Xiao Hei patted the non-existent dust on his cloak, and then pulled his hood, and walked behind Suemo. The young master and the eldest young master who had been standing in front of Suemo with a haughty attitude before now had livid faces. But they dared not speak. The person that the 4 great martial artists could not beat. That must be the martial king. Not only could they not say anything, they had better apologize now. Provoking a martial king, this is not good news. Boss Su, you are interrupting my business. Suemo once again interrupted what Wei was about to say. Then, Xiao Hei stepped forward and made a gesture of invitation. Although he did not speak, it seemed that he knew he was driving them away. We will leave immediately. Wei gritted his teeth and tried to keep his tone calm. He calmly took out a round, stone-like object from his pocket, and then crushed it with force. Chapter 55 Fantasy, The Proud Peach. Then, he threw the stone hard into the sky. A round ball exploded in the sky. Everyone saw a lot of powder slowly falling from the sky. A strange fragrance filled the air. Let's go! After doing all this, WAT quickly led his people away, so fast that everyone present couldn't react. This rapid escape seemed to have no regard for the Qi family at all. Qi Shan looked at the pale yellow powder floating in the sky. His face was ashen. He obviously didn't expect Wei to dare to do this. And he hadn't told him about this in advance. No wonder Wei had always been full of confidence before coming. Even after seeing Xiao Hei's strength, he was still calm. It turned out that he had already thought of a way out. WAT. You dare to use the beast-attracting powder. He quickly covered his mouth and nose, and then wanted to retreat with his people. But it was still too late. There was a strong vibration on the ground, and the roar of the monsters was in my ears. The extremely impactful sound made people have a splitting headache. In less than a minute, with the grocery store in the center, it was surrounded by monsters. Looking left and right, the jungle was full of monsters with strange eyes, and their madness and bloodlust were exposed. Xiao Hei immediately protected Suemo behind him, and his expression was serious under the hood. The system also began to scream. It can protect the grocery store, and it can also protect the host. But it doesn't mean it can protect so many guests, you know. There are quite a few people on the scene now, and it's unknown how many days it will take for these beast-attracting powders to completely evaporate. During this period, these monsters will definitely not leave. If they don't leave, if these guests and the Qi family don't want to die, they must stay in the grocery store. Because no one stopped them. These guests rushed into the grocery store as soon as possible. They didn't dare to stay outside any longer, fearing that they would be eaten alive by these monsters if they were not careful. Ah, what's going on? Why did so many monsters suddenly appear? Damn it, the people of the Hao family are nothing. If I can get out, I will definitely take people to smash their store. They actually dared to use the beast-attracting powder in the taming forest. That bastard just wanted to destroy the grocery store directly. This behavior is really beastly. He brought people to the door to ask for cooperation without discussion. He used the beast-attracting powder when he couldn't beat him. Don't let me see him in the future, or I will beat him every time I see him. The Hao family? Bah! What kind of good family can give birth to such a thing? No matter how much they said at this time, it was difficult to cover up the fact that their panic and fear were greater than their anger. They said these harsh words. Actually, if these monsters rushed over together, they were afraid that they would not be able to leave a single one alive. If it was an ordinary fantasy beast, they might still have a way to deal with it. But there are more spirit beasts surrounding them outside. Spirit beasts are equivalent to the level of great martial artists of humans. They don't have that many great martial artists here to resist so many spirit beasts. Even though they have seen Xiao Hei's strength, 2 fists cannot defeat many hands. The monsters here are probably numbering in the hundreds. No matter how powerful he is, it is impossible for him to defeat hundreds of monsters by himself. Just when everyone was beginning to despair, Boss Su calmly told everyone to do what they should do, without any tension at all. Don't be nervous. These monsters won't attack. Just when everyone was wondering why Boss Su said that, a small golden fur ball squatted in the open space in front of him. Looking carefully, isn't this the monster that Boss Su has been holding in his arms? It seems. It's called Tazi. Wu Taozi shook her head and began to gesture with her hands and feet. The master said, as long as it drives all these monsters away, it can eat war beast pills tonight. A lot of war beast pills. Guaranteed to keep you full. Now, whenever it thinks of the war beast pill reward Suemo mentioned, the whole beast is excited. Woo woo woo. A slight whimpering sound similar to that of a monster cub came out of its mouth. Then, it ran outside quickly. It disappeared from everyone's sight in a short while. Boss Su, Tazi is so small. It won't be dangerous. Right? Tazi is still a cub. What can it do? Why don't we fight together? Otherwise, staying here is just waiting to die. As soon as the voice fell, everyone saw that the monsters who were just staring at them suddenly knelt down. They made a gesture of surrender. Then, a huge one-horned bull rushed in front of everyone. The powerful pressure of the monster came to them. The brave ones turned pale, and the timid ones even felt their legs go weak. If it weren't for the fact that the unicorn bull didn't seem to want to attack them, everyone would have fled in all directions. Despite this, everyone still had the urge to escape. Wu hearing the familiar sound, they noticed that there was a little golden creature on the unicorn bull's horn. Looking closely, wasn't that Taozi who had just run away? Taozi jumped on the horn, and then patted the horn with her claws. These actions made everyone sweat. You know, the unicorn bull is a 6th level spirit beast, and its strength is comparable to that of a 6th level martial artist. Few people present are its opponents. Taozi is too brave. This, Boss Su, why don't you ask Taozi to come back? If this unicorn suddenly goes crazy, Taozi will be in danger. By the way, didn't you notice that this unicorn seemed to be afraid? Afraid? They weren't afraid. What was a level 6 spirit beast afraid of? They didn't believe it at first. But after a closer look, wow, the legs of this unicorn seemed to be shaking. For a moment, everyone's eyes were filled with obvious doubts. What was it afraid of? It couldn't be afraid of Taozi, right? Although this result was incredible and unbelievable. But it seemed to be the truth. Because next, they watched Taozi slide down from the horns. Then a claw slapped the unicorn's head. Woo! Just this slap almost sent everyone away. Dare to fight a level 6 spirit beast. Moo! But the unicorn bull was obviously not angry. Instead, it knelt down, letting Taozi jump from its body to the ground. Not only did it not have the arrogance of a spirit beast, but it made everyone feel that it was very docile. Am I hallucinating? Is this not a dream? When did spirit beasts become so docile? Everyone felt that their worldviews were refreshed again and again. They couldn't believe what they had just seen. Taozi proudly shook his tail, and then ran to Suemo. Chapter 56 Fantasy, The Recognition of Spirit Soldiers. Taozi now doesn't have the arrogant look she had just now. It changed to an expression of obedient praise, and then rubbed Suemo's leg. Suemo bent down and picked it up, then looked up and said to everyone, "The matter has been resolved, everyone is free to do as they please." As she said that, she took the beast and the man into the grocery store. The group of people were left alone, looking at each other in bewilderment. In the end, they saw that the surrounding monsters really retreated a little, and then they felt relieved. But after being relieved, there was a strong doubt. Isn't Taozi a cub of a saber-toothed tiger? How come even the cubs of saber-toothed tigers are so powerful these days? It can even command all beasts, and let them obey its orders. Even the attraction of animal-attracting powder doesn't work. Is this really something that an ordinary saber-toothed tiger cub can do? There were a few customers who didn't believe in evil and were brave, and they walked out of the store in a swagger. The monsters around them, who hadn't had time to leave, didn't even look at them. It was as if they didn't exist at all. They really didn't seem to attack us. Boss Sue is incredible, Xiao Hei is so awesome, I didn't expect that a small cub like Taozi could be so powerful. It's really strange. I think what happened today, I'm afraid no one will believe it if I tell others. That's right. If they hadn't experienced it themselves, they would definitely not believe it. Hundreds of monsters, there are even countless spirit beasts among them. They were attracted by the beast-attracting powder. But they did not attack them. Instead, they showed a gesture of submission and dispersed. No matter who heard it, they would definitely think it was a fairy tale. Stop talking. What else are you talking about? Have you forgotten why you came here today? There are only 3 bottles of Marrow Cleansing pill and Black Tortoise pill left. If you don't grab them now, they will be gone. And there are only 7 teleportation scrolls left. Fuck. I almost forgot that I came here to buy things. Hee hee. Fortunately, I am smart and bought things early in the morning, and then I will accompany you to watch the show here. A group of people rushed into the store. As soon as they entered the store, they were attracted by the huge sign above. Spiritual soldiers? Is it the spiritual soldiers they understand? Anyone who saw the words on the wooden sign opened their mouths in surprise. Compared to the preciousness of spiritual weapons, what are 5,000 gold coins? In the history of this continent for 10,000 years, there are only a few spiritual weapons that can communicate with their masters and change their forms at will. But what did they see here? 10 spiritual weapons. Although many of them have never seen what real spiritual weapons look like. But this does not affect their guess that those small balls emitting various colors of light are spiritual weapons. Watching these spiritual weapons floating around in their own independent space, looking like fireflies, everyone felt excited. This is a spiritual weapon. Those big families may not have many spiritual weapons. As a result, they can see this thing in their lifetime. And they can see 10 at a time. This trip today is really worth it. Although everyone wants spiritual weapons. As soon as they see the 5,000 gold coins marked on it, they immediately give up the idea. Some people may not even earn 1,000 gold coins in their lifetime, let alone 5,000 gold coins. Spiritual weapons are good. But for them, this thing is a luxury that they can never hope for or reach in their lifetime. It's good enough to see it now, and they don't expect to really own it. However, there are many people who have some money and don't want to give up. Although they don't have as much as 5,000 gold coins, they can still get a few hundred or 1,000. They also saw the words written on the wooden sign, if you get the approval of the spiritual weapon. The minimum can be reduced to 500 gold coins. Although they don't know how the approval here is achieved. But they have a mouth. Isn't it okay to ask, what if I can meet a spirit weapon that recognizes me today, then can I take it home? Boss Sue, what should I do to make the spirit weapon recognize me? Does the spirit weapon have its own hobbies? As long as it is willing to follow me, I can do anything. Because many people have discovered this sentence, there are many people who are surrounding Suemo to ask questions. But everyone is a regular customer of the grocery store, so they all know the rules. If Suemo doesn't answer the question, then they won't continue to ask. Suemo thought about it, and didn't know how to explain it. After all, she is not a spirit weapon. How a spirit weapon finds its master is its own business. So they held it in for a long time and looked forward to it for a long time, and could only hear Suemo utter 3 words faintly. It depends on fate. Everyone, I'm telling you, if you are not Boss Sue, you might get beaten if you say that. Hearing her answer, these people just thought that Boss Sue didn't want to say it. Of course, some people think that it really depends on fate. When fate comes, there might be a spirit soldier who will take a fancy to you. Watching them retreat in defeat, Suemo looked up at these spirit soldiers. She even suspected that these spirit soldiers wanted to stay here. Otherwise, why are there so many customers, but none of them are interested in them? Just as she was complaining in her heart, she heard a shout from outside the door. Boss Sue, I heard that someone came to your place to make trouble just now. Nothing happened. Right? Before Suemo could answer, she saw that the spirit soldier, who was originally quiet, suddenly jumped out. Then he rushed out straight like an arrow from a bow. Xianwu was hit on the head by an inexplicable thing, and she was completely confused. She subconsciously covered her forehead with one hand, and the other hand firmly grasped the thing that hit her. The scene was very quiet for a while. The atmosphere became a little weird. Xianwu felt that everyone was looking at her with envy and jealousy. But she herself had no idea what was going on. After a few seconds, She shifted her gaze to the ball in her hand that was emitting white light. What is this? She looked at this little thing, and felt that it looked more and more familiar. Then the spirit weapon broke free from her hand, and flew to the top of her head, and then fell down. It should be that it regarded her head as its own nest. Feeling the weight on her head, Xian subconsciously raised her head, and happened to see the most obvious wooden board in the store. Spirit weapon? Is this a spirit weapon? Suemo nodded in agreement, although she didn't understand why the spirit weapon chose Xian. Chapter 57 Fantasy, Lucky Man. Congratulations to Captain Xian for getting the approval of this spiritual weapon. If you want to buy it, you can come and test the compatibility between you. The price that the owner who recognizes the spiritual weapon spends to buy the spiritual weapon is determined by the compatibility. The higher the compatibility, the lower the price. The spiritual weapon will only actively choose people with a compatibility higher than 50%. Then 50% is the limit. Below 50%, excluding 50%, the purchase price is the original price, which is 5,000 gold coins. The compatibility is between 50%-55%, the price is 4,500 gold coins. The compatibility is between 56%-60%, the price is 4,000 gold coins. And so on. For every 5% increase, the price decreases by 500 gold coins, until 91%-100, the price is 500 gold coins. That is the lowest price. Xian never thought that he just wanted to come to help, but he suddenly got good luck from heaven. A spiritual weapon was delivered to her out of nowhere. Since she had this luck, she would not let it go. Although she did not have 5,000 gold coins. But this was a spiritual weapon, let alone 5,000 gold coins, even if it was 50,000 gold coins. It would definitely be something that someone wanted. If she had the chance to buy this thing, she would have to buy it back even if she had to sell everything she had. She did as Suemo said. First, she held the spiritual weapon with one hand, then input her own martial energy into the spiritual weapon, and then put her other hand on the instrument to test the adaptability. The speed on the instrument display screen rose rapidly. Finally, it slowly stopped at the number 82 foot. Suemo couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. No wonder this spirit soldier was so excited. 82% compatibility is already 1 in a million. 1,500 gold coins. Suemo posted the price calculation rules next to it, so when everyone saw the number, they opened their mouths and quoted the price. The price of 5,000 gold coins was already very low. Unexpectedly, the final price was not even half of the original price. Xian's eyes lit up instantly. She took out 15 purple gold coins without hesitation and put them on the counter, fearing that she would miss this opportunity. After buying the spirit soldier, you can make a blood contract with the spirit soldier. The blood contract is simply to drip blood to recognize the master. After dripping blood to recognize the master, the spirit soldier will change its form at will according to the owner's preferences. After dripping blood, Xian's white light flashed, and turned into a long whip. She swung the whip with satisfaction, and found that it was very handy. It can be said that this is the most suitable weapon she has ever used. It is worthy of being a spiritual weapon. Boss Su, I also want to find a spiritual weapon to match it. Okay. A smart person, seeing that Xian bought the spiritual weapon at a price of 1,500 gold coins, he couldn't help but start to wonder if he could be so lucky. Although he couldn't take out 5,000 gold coins, but 1 or 2,000 gold coins would still be fine. He looked at the spiritual weapons, which were only 10 in total, and now one of them had been bought by someone, and he couldn't help but feel a little anxious. After all, money can be earned again, and spiritual weapons are something that can only be encountered by chance. Suemo thought about it and said, I won't stop it, but it depends on whether the spiritual weapon is willing. Spiritual weapons are spiritual. She won't make decisions for them without authorization. If the spirit soldiers are willing to cooperate, they can try whatever they want. If the spirit soldiers are unwilling, they cannot force them. However, if the spirit soldiers do not actively choose them, the compatibility is unlikely to be higher than 50%. So even if they are adapted, it is meaningless. But they always hope that they are lucky and want to try their luck. Suemo will not stop them. Seeing that Suemo agreed, they began to try all kinds of ways to seduce the spirit soldiers. However, these spirit soldiers have their own personalities. Only some of the gentle ones will take the initiative to cooperate with a few people. But there are only a few people. They get annoyed after trying too much. Among these people, there are really a few whose compatibility exceeds 50%. But there are not many. and they are just above. Most of them are between 50% to 60%. The highest one is only 58%. Compared with Xi and Wu's 82%. It is still much worse. Despite this, it is also reduced by 1,000 gold coins. If this person wants to buy it, it only costs 4,000 gold coins. But he is obviously short of money. He did this adaptation just to try his luck. And never thought that he could actually measure such a number. Half of the day passed quickly. Even though a lot of time was wasted because of the morning incident. The goods in the store were quickly sold out. The only things left were a few bottles of swiftness potions that were not commonly used. There were also 9 spiritual weapons that no one bought except Xi and Wu. Just when Sumo was about to close the store, Lin Anfei and a few people hurried in from outside the store. Boss Su, I heard that White and Qishang brought people to trouble you. At this point, Lin Anfei felt a little guilty. In his opinion, the reason why the Hao family and the Qi family knew about the existence of the grocery store was because of him. Although his idea was correct, there was no need to blame himself. After all, Sumo had helped him so much with this in mind. But she didn't expect that there would be such shameless people in the 4 major families. Well, it doesn't matter. Sumo nodded indifferently. Seeing that he came with people, she didn't continue to close the door. After seeing White and Qishang bringing people to trouble today, Lin Si and Lin Lu ran directly back to the Lin family to find Lin Anfei. But Lin Anfei was not at home. So this wasted a lot of time. When they found Lin Anfei, they heard that White had gone back a long time ago. Not long after, Qishang also returned to the Qi family with people in disgrace. Although they guessed that the matter might have ended, they still brought people here just in case. Lin Anfei breathed a sigh of relief. Because they came late, there was nothing in the store. So he was ready to take people away. However, before he took 2 steps, his eyes were firmly locked on the shelf above. Spiritual soldiers? Hearing his voice, the eyes of others could not help but shift. Then without saying a word, they took out 50 purple gold coins from their purses and slapped them directly on the counter. Sumo. Perhaps this is the difference between disciples of big families and ordinary people. In the eyes of ordinary people, let alone 5,000 gold coins. It is even possible that even 5 gold coins, 50 gold coins, they need to save money for a long time. For disciples of big families, these 5,000 gold coins may also be a lot of money for them. But this is by no means an amount that cannot be obtained. Well, you can ask them who is willing to go with you. Sumo saw that they had given the money, and said nothing. He just gave the choice to the spirit soldiers themselves. Chapter 58 Fantasy, Mistakes. Including Lin Anfei, a total of 7 people came, and in the end only 4 people got their own spiritual weapons. Among the remaining spiritual weapons, none wanted to go with the remaining 3 people, so they could only take their money back. What surprised Sumo a little was that she didn't expect that with Lin Anfei's strength and talent, there was no spiritual weapon willing to go with him. Lin Anfei was also helpless about this. But he couldn't force such a thing. After all, he couldn't force a spiritual weapon to take away. Since he still wanted to come to help, Sumo comforted him. 10 spiritual weapons will be replenished every day. Young Master Lin can come and try again tomorrow. What if one of the 5 new ones likes him? This kind of thing is unpredictable. Lin Anfei didn't expect that there would be a day when he would have money but couldn't spend it. He sighed. Okay. It's all because of that rude wait. He invited me to go and cause trouble for the grocery store. But when he saw that the situation was not right, he ran away. And before he ran away, he sprinkled a lot of powerful beast attracting powder. After returning to the Qi family, Qishang rushed directly into the room where the head of the Qi family was, and angrily told him what happened. The head of the Qi family was also a little dissatisfied. If it was just the grocery store, he wouldn't say anything. But Wait's behavior gave him reason to suspect that his purpose might not be to take the grocery store. Instead, he wanted to murder his child. That is Qishang. It's just that it's not convenient for him to do it directly. So he has to find an excuse. Find an excuse to ask Qishang out. Don't worry, I will definitely let the Hao family give an explanation for this matter. The head of the Qi family snorted coldly. Dare to harm his child. This Hao family is really arrogant. They really think that they have developed well in the past 2 years, and they regard themselves as the boss of the 4 major families. They don't even look at their own moral character. When the time comes, I will make Hao White kneel down and apologize to you. At this time, They completely forgot that it was they who couldn't resist the temptation, and agreed to take people to the Taming Forest to find trouble with the grocery store. For them, the most important thing now is to go to the Hal family to get justice. The young master of their chief family almost died in the Taming Forest. If they say that Wade didn't do it on purpose, they would never believe it. By the way, father, I think this first grocery store may really be not simple. After discussing Wade's problem, Chi Shang began to talk about the grocery store with the head of the Chi family again. Although he is arrogant and domineering, he is not completely brainless. It's just that he is a little impulsive. Once someone incites him, he tends to act impulsively. Now that the matter is over, he thinks calmly and finds many things wrong. Although Chi Shang has a bad personality, he is flexible. If not, he would not be able to become the young master. The young master is not someone who can be the child of the head of the family. Otherwise, Wade would not be the young master of the Hal family. This is because the child of the eldest elder of the Hal family is as strong as him in terms of strength and intelligence. The two are of similar strength. One has the support of the head of the family, and the other has the support of the eldest elder. But none of this matters. Since Wade dares to harm him, he has the ability to prevent Wade from taking the position of young master, although the four heads of the family do not interfere with each other. But Wade's behavior has already threatened his life. This rule is no longer applicable. The information we investigated before may not be complete. Chi Shang compared what he observed with the information he bought from other people before. First of all, the man in black, it was said before that he was at the level of a great martial artist, but this time he was able to fight four alone, and these four people were all great martial artists. When he said this, Chi Shang couldn't help but feel a little regretful. If he had known that there was such a person in this small shop, he would never have gotten involved in this muddy water. The head of the Chi family quickly understood what he meant. You mean, he is the martial king? Yes. Chi Shang's expression was very serious. There was a hint of fear in his eyes. He still couldn't forget the energy shot that Xiao He released to shock them before. And at least a level 5 martial king. Among the four great martial artists, two are level 8 and level 9 respectively. Both of them are very close to the peak of the great martial artist, and are just a little short of becoming a martial king. Under normal circumstances, if it is only a level 1 martial king, it is also possible to fight 1 against 2. It is just that it may be a bit difficult. Both sides are evenly matched. But he clearly saw that Xiao He showed the 4 words with ease everywhere during the battle. It was as if fighting with these two people was just like a performance, without any pressure at all. There was no flaw either. The whole process was a one-sided crushing. Moreover, 2 great martial artists from the Hal family also joined the battle later. He was still calm and composed, and handled it with ease. It was as if there was no difference between 2 people and 4 people for him. Those who could reach this level, their strength was definitely not just the first level martial king. At least the 5th level, or even higher. Hearing Chi Shang's analysis, the expression of the head of the Chi family also became a little serious and alert. Then this time it was really a mistake. In this situation, he offended a martial king. This is not good news. Although there are martial kings in their family. For example, the 2 clan elders, who are in seclusion. One is striving for the 7th level martial king. The other has just broken through the 8th level martial king not long ago. Although every family has clan elders, they will only take action at critical moments when they are on the verge of extinction. They dare not bother them with small fights at ordinary times. So for them, it is definitely not a good thing to offend a martial king. By the way, a lot of the information he had was actually provided by Wade. For example, the strength of the man in black. Now it has been proven that Wade lied. When he thought of this, Chi Shang gnashed his teeth in anger. Harda definitely did it on purpose. I think he must know the true strength of this martial king. Otherwise, he would not have just watched from the sidelines when the Chi family members came forward to fight, and did not send anyone to fight at all. I think it was also to let him be the first bird to come forward, to attract the attention of this martial king. Not only that, the owner of this shop also raised a monster. When the monster was mentioned, Chi Shang felt very strange. It looked like an ordinary saber-toothed tiger cub. But how could it command hundreds of monsters? Among them, there were even spirit beasts that were more powerful than itself. Chapter 59 Fantasy, Apology. No matter how you think about it, it is impossible. But if it is not the saber-toothed tiger cub that caused all this, then who else could it be? When Chi Shang talked about this, the expression of the head of the Chi family suddenly became a little weird, with a hint of fear in his eyes. It was because he had seen the scene Chi Shang mentioned in his childhood. Until now, it has been hard to forget. It can even be said that it has become an indelible shadow in his heart. When the head of the Chi family was a child, he went to the Taming Forest once, in order to find a suitable monster as his war beast. It was just that it happened to be rainy and foggy at that time. The whole Taming Forest was foggy and hazy, and you couldn't see your fingers when you stretched out your hand. He walked there for a long time, unknowingly, walked into the depths of the Taming Forest, which is where the spirit beasts live. There, he saw countless monsters kneeling and facing one direction. The pressure of the spirit beasts on them was all restrained. This allowed him to continue moving in the direction where they were kneeling. The further he went, the stronger the monsters in front of him became. He even saw the 9th level spirit beast Xianling bird, which was rare in 100 years. What surprised him was that there was nothing in the direction where these monsters were kneeling. It was empty. It was as if they were kneeling in something that only monsters could see. After a while, he saw a very strange-looking monster appear in the open space. The story ended here. Later he fainted, and when he woke up again, he found himself in the Chi family. I only found out after hearing the servant's narration. It turned out that someone saw him outside the Taming Forest, recognized the Chi family disciple's uniform on him, and sent him back. They all said that the head of the Chi family was frightened by the monster beast and fainted. In fact, only he himself knew that he had seen such a terrifying but spectacular scene. That monster beast, I'm afraid it's not a spirit beast, but a divine beast. Because the blood of the divine beast suppresses, it can make all the beasts submit. He even suspected that the reason why he was so lucky to be found outside the Taming Forest was because of the divine beast. The monster beast that reached the divine beast level has fully developed its spiritual intelligence. If it was an ordinary spirit beast, he might have become a meal for those spirit beasts. Only after the divine beast saw him, would it be possible for the other monster beasts to send him out of the Taming Forest. He never told this story to anyone, because they wouldn't believe it if he told it, and it might also cause trouble. This was the first time he mentioned it after decades. Father, what you mean is, that cub is a divine beast? Divine beasts are different from ordinary fantasy beasts and spirit beasts. Fantasy beasts and spirit beasts can improve their levels through training, but only divine beasts. They are divine beasts from birth, with natural blood suppression, and have always been rare. In the nearly 10,000 years of history of the continent, there have been a total of 2 divine beasts. One is the Ice Phoenix, which was seen on the top of Tianlin Peak. The other is the Black Turtle, which is said to have been seen in the Nether Swamp in the south. These 2 divine beasts have never taken the initiative to hurt people, and they will even restrain the monsters in their own area. Of course, if humans dare to attack monsters, they will not be polite. In short, mythical beasts are extremely rare. They are even rarer than the martial kings and martial emperors among warriors. How could that inconspicuous cub be a mythical beast? Shishang couldn't believe it. But I saw that it was clearly a saber-toothed tiger cub. How could it be a mythical beast? The saber-toothed tiger is at most a spiritual beast, and it can't be a mythical beast. The head of the Chi family gave a good explanation for this, because after that experience, he read a lot of ancient books about monsters, which is how he knew so much information. Mythical beasts are more fragile in their infancy, and are easily hurt by powerful monsters. If ordinary monsters want to become mythical beasts, they must eat the beast core of the mythical beast. In order to protect themselves, the mythical beasts in their infancy will disguise themselves. This means that the appearance you see may really be a saber-toothed tiger. But this is just a disguise made by the mythical beast to protect itself. Compared to why there are divine beasts in the Taming Forest, the head of the Chi family is more concerned about why the divine beast is willing to become the pet of this boss Su. According to Shishang, whether it is an ordinary demon beast or a divine beast cub, it is obvious that it obeys the boss's orders, and it trusts and relies on him very much. But why is it like this? You know, demon beasts have their own pride. Some demon beasts would rather die than become human war beasts. If this boss Su is really just an ordinary person, not a warrior, even if it was just a first-level demon beast, it would not be interested in her anyway. Not to mention that even if the saber-toothed tiger cub was not a divine beast, it was at least a spirit beast. The only possibility is that this boss Su is not an ordinary person. Think about it. If he was really an ordinary person, how could he open a grocery store in the beast taming forest where demon beasts are rampant? How could he let a martial king follow him willingly? How could he subdue a spirit beast that was suspected to be a divine beast? So, without Su Imon knowing, the head of the Chi family and Shishang discussed and discussed. and they deified her. Even after hearing Qi Shang's description of Su Mo's appearance as a young girl who looked only in her 20s. The head of the Qi family said without hesitation that she must be a warrior at least at the level of a martial king. Because only warriors at the level of a martial king can ensure that their appearance is always at its peak. Youthful and never aging. No. Let's take the things and go to Mr. Su to apologize now. The more Mr. Qi thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. In the end, he even forgot to settle accounts with the people of the Hao family. His first reaction was to deal with the relationship with Su Mo. After all, he could settle accounts at any time. If he apologized late, it would be bad if the two martial kings held a grudge against him. No hurry. Let's go tomorrow. At this time today, Mr. Su has already closed the store. Qi Shang pulled Mr. Qi and recalled the sign about business hours he saw at the door of the grocery store. Mr. Qi also calmed down and ordered people to prepare the generous gifts first. Compared with the preparations of the Qi family, the Hao family was completely different. Because he didn't see what happened later. And because Wei was always busy dealing with the pressure from the Qi family. He had no time to think about the grocery store. He waited until the next day to find out that Mr. Qi took Qi Shang to the Taming Forest. Chapter 60 Fantasy. 4 Main Cities. Su Mo opened the door again. Once again, she saw a group of people outside the door. If the people outside hadn't been smiling, and the ground was full of boxes that looked like gifts, she even thought that the people from the 4 major families were not in their right minds. They came to cause trouble even in such a situation. She asked Xiao Hei to take action yesterday, and asked Taozi to command the beasts. In fact, they were all for deterrence. It didn't matter to her whether other people understood it or not. As long as the people from the Qi family understood it, it would be fine. She was just showing off her strength. Otherwise, anyone would come to cause trouble in the future, and she didn't have so much time to deal with these things. Now it seems that things seem to be going better than she thought. The head of the Qi family smiled, and apologized sincerely. Qi Shang no longer had the arrogant look he had yesterday, and was as honest as a quail. Boss Su, how about we go in and talk, otherwise it will affect your business. Su Mo didn't expect them to be so self-conscious. So he nodded and let them in. After seeing the people from the Qi family, the guests outside were still very vigilant. They were afraid that what happened yesterday would happen again. But after seeing the attitude of the head of the Qi family and Qi Shang, they understood that these two people came to apologize. After understanding this, they didn't care, and hurried into the store to buy whatever they needed. They were not affected by them at all. What happened yesterday was my son's fault. Today I brought him here to apologize to you. Boss Su. Qi Shang was a little uncomfortable when he knew that he had to come here to apologize to a small boss. But when she thought that the man in front of her might also be a martial king, this awkward mentality slowly disappeared. Apologizing to a martial king. It's not wrong. After all, this world is still a world where martial arts are respected. Boss Su. I was wrong about what I did yesterday. I'm really sorry. Just a few small gifts. I hope Boss Su won't be so polite. Su Mo looked at the things in the box without blinking. The people of the Qi family are really honest. They directly sent her a few boxes of gold coins. A rough glance showed that there must be at least tens of thousands of gold coins in these boxes. There was also a palm-sized box full of purple gold coins. It looked like there were several hundred coins. This sincerity was quite enough. With so much money, she could even buy everything in the store today. I accept the apology, but there is no need for the gift. Su Mo glanced at Qi Shang lightly, and it made him feel cold behind him. He couldn't stop regretting what he did yesterday. The rules cannot be broken. Anyone who comes to the store to cause trouble will be added to the blacklist. Don't start anything. Otherwise, the grocery store will only cause more trouble in the future. They all think that as long as they apologize, the matter will be over. This is impossible. Qi Shang's face turned pale, and the expression of the head of the Qi family was also a little stiff. Boss Su means they have sent people to buy the things in this grocery store several times in private. The potion is powerful. The scroll has a strange function. And the effect of the elixir is also extremely rare. If it is really on the blacklist, then won't their Qi family be able to buy these things? Because of Lin Anfei's previous publicity. And the incident yesterday made a big fuss. So almost everyone in the city knew about the existence of the grocery store. They couldn't buy it, but other families could. If this continued, their Qi family would probably fall behind other families. Although, it was too exaggerated to say that. A family would fall because they couldn't buy things in a grocery store. But from now on, this was the fact. Whether it was the Xuanwu pill or the Shisui pill, these two were things that all warriors were eager to get. They couldn't lose this opportunity. Suemo knew that her goal had been achieved when she saw their expressions. Although it was said that rules could not be broken. But there were always more ways than difficulties, and she wouldn't be so rigid about many things. What I said yesterday was that people who came to make trouble would be put on the blacklist of our store. That means, people who didn't come to make trouble in the Chi family were not put on the blacklist. For example, the head of the Chi family. If he wanted to buy something now, he could buy it. But Chi Shan couldn't. But anyone from the Chi family who came yesterday couldn't. Anyway, she is the boss. And the final right to interpret any rules is in her hands. She can say whatever she wants. System, host. You are so smart. Suemo. I am not very happy to be praised by you. System? The head of the Chi family, and Chi Shan are not fools. They immediately understood the meaning of Sumo's words. Since he couldn't buy anything, Chi Shan didn't stay here to continue to be an eyesore. He left the grocery store. And left with the people who participated yesterday. The head of the Chi family led the rest of the people to start buying things in the store. During this time, they also saw the spiritual soldiers in the store. But because of what happened yesterday, these spiritual soldiers had a very bad impression of these people, so no one paid any attention to them. They were unwilling, and the Chi family naturally could not buy spiritual soldiers. No matter how jealous the Chi family was, there was nothing they could do. In this regard, they could only vent their anger and resentment on the Hao family. They felt that all this was their fault. If it weren't for Wait's initiative to come to the door and lead them to make trouble, things would never have happened to this extent. After this incident, the grocery store became famous. Almost everyone knew that there was a small store called First Grocery Store in the Taming Forest. The owner of the small store was a beautiful girl. Not only that, there was also a man in black with a cloak in the store, and a cub that looked like a saber-toothed tiger. Among them, the man in black was a warrior king-level strongman. Although Boss Su himself did not look like a warrior, but in fact, everyone also guessed that she was a powerful boss. But these are not the main points. The main point is that this grocery store has things that everyone has never heard of. Whether it is a potion that looks elementary, but is as powerful as an intermediate potion, or a space scroll that can replace a storage space device, or a very convenient and fast teleportation scroll. If you want to say what everyone wants most, it must be the Xuanwu pill in the store that can directly improve strength. The Shisui pill that can cleanse the essence and marrow, expel impurities from the whole body, and make the warriors more effective in cultivation. Of course, the spirit soldiers that have their own personality and like to choose their own masters will definitely have a place. On this continent, there are 4 major cities in total. The one where Suemo is located is a major city called Kangu. Chapter 61 Fantasy, Bustling Kangu City. The other 3 main cities are Sedona, Taz, and Silver Moon City. Now, the name of the no. One grocery store has spread throughout Kangu City. It has even begun to spread to the nearest Silver Moon City. At the same time, the annual Lingyan competition has officially kicked off. In previous years, the main city that hosted the Lingyan competition was hosted by the 4 main cities in turn. Last year it was Taz, according to the order. This year it happened to be held in Kangu City. For a while, colleges from all over the continent brought their students to Kangu City. Because there are too many people, so every year when they come to participate in the competition, the main city that hosts it will specially prepare a place for them to live. In any case, every time at this time, Kangu City is always prosperous and bustling. This year is no exception. Students from Zunio College. Come here, don't get lost, you must stay with your team. Students from Monxian College. Look here. Classmate, you've gone the wrong way. This is the temporary residence of Lingxia College, and that's Hanfeng College. Because there are so many people, the city lord arranges many people to maintain order every year, to prevent students from getting lost. Even though everyone is in their teens or 20s, this situation will not happen. In previous years, a student from College A ran to live in College B's place. As a result, the student didn't realize that he had gone the wrong way, and College B didn't realize that it had an extra student. In the end, when the competition officially started, the truth of the matter was discovered. Because of this mistake, the 2 colleges were laughed at for a long time. After the management was strengthened, this situation never happened again. However, there are still some differences this year. For example, Please ask all the team leaders of the colleges to come and collect the supplies belonging to your college. There are 3 kinds of supplies: primary space scroll, primary teleportation scroll, primary magic potion. Each college can only receive 1 supply. After hearing this, the people of Kangu City did not react at all. At most, they just sighed and said, "The city lord really spent a lot of money this time." After all, the price of these 2 scrolls is not cheap. With so many colleges, the number of scrolls that need to be distributed can be imagined. That is not a problem that can be solved by simply tens of thousands of gold coins. The city lord has spent at least hundreds of thousands, or even millions of gold coins to purchase these scrolls. No wonder I found that there are fewer things in the grocery store these days. It turns out that the city lord has bought them all. The city lord must have asked many people to buy these things in the grocery store. I have seen many people wearing the city lord's mansion clothes going to the grocery store these days. How many scrolls must have been saved to be consumed by so many colleges? Unlike the locals. After hearing what these people shouted, people in other main cities can't help but feel very confused. What is a space scroll? What is a teleportation scroll? And aren't things like primary magic potions everywhere? Why do we need you to distribute them? We have them ourselves. With so many colleges and so many people, there must be a few people with social stunts. They saw that the people in Kangu City looked calm, as if they all knew what these things were. So they went forward to ask, "Hello, big brother. I want to ask you something." The big brother took a look at him and immediately recognized that the clothes he was wearing were the uniform of the academy. So he easily guessed that he should also be a student who came to participate in the Lingian competition. "You want to ask what the space scroll and the transmission scroll are?" Before he asked, the big brother had already guessed what he was going to say. The student was stunned for a moment, and subconsciously asked, "How do you know?" The big brother smiled. He pointed to a group of students eating noodles next to him. "Hey, there are too many students these 2 days. You are all here to ask this question." The big brother runs a roadside noodle stall. Because of the good location, it is very conspicuous. So many people ask him questions. After asking the questions, these students smelled the fragrance of noodles and couldn't help but have a bowl of noodles from him. I have to say, because there are so many people, business has been much better these past 2 days. I also made more money. So that's how it is. The student thought about it and realized that since he would ask, others would definitely ask as well. He was not the only one who didn't know what these 2 scrolls were. The elder brother had just finished cooking a bowl of noodles and was free. So he started to introduce them to him. "Let me tell you about the space scroll first. Do you know the storage space device?" "Yes. Although this thing is precious. Basically everyone knows what it is. Even if they have never seen it, they know what its function is." When he heard the name of the space scroll before, his first reaction was to wonder if it was related to the storage space device. However, they also knew how precious the storage space device was. In any case, they would not really think that this space scroll had anything to do with the storage space device. But now it seems that this is the truth? Is the space scroll the storage space device? Impossible? The student opened his mouth wide, with a look of surprise on his face. The eldest brother, that can't be said. This space scroll is a one-time thing. It can only store things. If you want to take it out, you must tear up the scroll. Even so, it's already very impressive. Some people have never seen anything related to space in their entire lives. If there is such a thing as a space scroll, that would be great. The student was a little excited. "Brother, is this space scroll you are talking about real? How big is the space? Is it very expensive?" Seeing him so excited, the eldest brother was not surprised. He had seen many people like this in the past 2 days. This student was relatively calm. "It's true. I remember that every college can get it. It's for you to use to move luggage. The space is 10 square meters in size. As for the price, you can get it for free. If you want more, you can only go to Boss Sue's shop to buy it. One piece is not cheap. It costs 30 gold coins. Such a precious thing is used to move luggage?" The student felt a pang in his heart and couldn't help but feel very distressed. The space of 10 square meters is not small. Not to mention his own luggage, even if there are 10 more. They can all fit in. As for the price, to be honest, 30 gold coins are indeed very expensive. But this is relative to ordinary items. But this is a space scroll. How can it be measured by the price of ordinary items? Only 30 gold coins. This is simply a bargain. Chapter 62 Fantasy. This is such a waste, since the space scroll is real. Then what is this teleportation scroll? Is it really a scroll that can be used for teleportation? The elder brother did not keep him in suspense, and quickly explained it to him. By the way, there is also a teleportation scroll. This thing is quite useful. The teleportation scroll can be located. When using it, you only need to tear up the scroll, and you can return to your own location. You can bring up to 3 people at a time. Student? This should be used to help you find your temporary residence. It is said that the city lord has located the residence of each college. When the time comes, you only need to receive the corresponding teleportation scroll and teleport directly there. This good thing is only used to locate the residents, just to prevent them from getting lost. This is such a waste. The student twitched his mouth and was speechless for a while. If the elder brother had not been serious, and there was no need for him to lie to himself, he would have suspected that the elder brother was joking with him. What is going on in this Kangu city? It has only been a short time since I last came here. How come there are so many new and interesting things here? This teleportation scroll is cheaper than the space scroll. One costs 10 gold coins. If you want to buy it from Boss Su? The student finally realized it. The elder brother choked, and the student took over before he could finish his words. All right, the elder brother responded. After that, he continued to add, in fact, all your things were bought by the city lord from Boss Su. Hearing this, the student had already become very interested in this Boss Su. The elder brother seemed to have predicted what the student was going to say next, and directly told him everything about the grocery store. When the student heard that the efficacy of the primary potion was comparable to that of the intermediate potion, there seemed to be no fluctuation in his heart. Or perhaps, there was fluctuation. It was just that after having heard about the previous 2 magical scrolls, this potion seemed mediocre. Otherwise, such a cheap intermediate magic potion would have caused a sensation on the continent. But now it is no different. In the huge Kangu city, conversations like this elder brother and the student are not uncommon. Almost all outsiders have a strong interest in these magical scrolls, and the Boss Su in the mouths of the locals. If they were not all here to participate in the competition, they would really want to rush to the Taming Forest right now and take a look at this mysterious grocery store. Despite this, there were still many people from the outside city who were not students who went to the Taming Forest after hearing their conversation. The grocery store at this time could be described as crowded with people and bustling with people. Suemo looked at the small store full of people and sighed faintly. Tongzi, how many more levels do you need to upgrade to level 4? The size of the store really affected her speed of making money. The city lord bought a lot of things from her before. She may lack everything now, but not money. In order to meet the needs of almost the entire main city, Suemo now does not deliberately calculate the quantity of goods she purchases every day. Buy as many as you can put out. Anyway, they will definitely be sold out. It can even be described as in short supply. When the system heard her words, it operated a lot, and then burst out a string of data. The current popularity of the store is 9532, there is still 468 points to upgrade, and it is expected to be completed today. As soon as the voice fell, the popularity whoosh and rose by more than 100. The current popularity of the store is 9689, there is still 311 points to upgrade, and it will be completed soon. Okay, when it is completed, tell me when it is completed. Suemo was really afraid of the speed of it reporting every few seconds. During this period of time, in addition to accumulating a lot of funds, she also bought all the unlockable products in the mall, including the intermediate magic potion that she had not bought before, the primary amulet, etc. Although the things in the store are enough to attract people in this world now. But the speed of making money is still not fast enough. Only after the grocery store is upgraded to level 4, she can show her skills. As soon as the thought came to an end, the system excitedly set off fireworks. Congratulations to the host. The grocery store's popularity has reached 10,000. The store can spend 50,000 gold coins to upgrade to level 4. Do you want to upgrade? Upgrade after closing the store. Confirm to upgrade the grocery store to level 4. 50,000 gold coins have been deducted. The store upgrade will be carried out after closing the store. It's not too early now. There's not much time left before the store closes. Suemo asked Xiao Hei to look after the store. She went to the kitchen to make a cup of milk tea. And there was not much left in the store. After the last customer left, she closed the store door. At the same time, the system also began to upgrade the grocery store. Suemo only saw that the grocery store which was originally the size of a classroom, instantly doubled in size. Not only that, she also found that her bedroom had become the 3rd floor, and the 2nd floor had become a newly added empty floor. It seems that a new floor that can be used as a store has been added. The grocery store has been successfully upgraded to level 4, and 2 level 4 product exchange coupons will be awarded. The level 4 mall is now open. Please choose at least one task from the following 3 tasks and complete it. 1. Within 1 week, sell any level 4 product up to 100 copies. 0 out of 100 task reward. Increase the membership limit by 20 people. 2. Within 1 week, cumulative sales of level 4 products reach 500 copies. 0/500 task reward. Level 4 product exchange coupons *1 3. Within 1 week, the popularity reaches 20,000. 10402/20,000 task reward. Pigeon Messenger System. Suemo is now preoccupied with how to set up the store, and has no time to think about the upgrade tasks. She just glanced at it casually. After finding that she should be able to complete them all, she accepted them all. This upgrade has at least increased the space of the grocery store by at least 4 times. In other words, the total amount of goods that can be placed will also increase by at least 4 times. Since there is more space, Suemo can finally do the classified goods space that he had always wanted to do before. First is the 1st floor. She divided the 1st floor into 2 areas, the potion area and the scroll area. First is the area near the counter and the door, where potions are placed. Because there are many types of potions, and everyone's demand is also high, they are placed in the most obvious place. This is also convenient for everyone to buy. As for the scroll place next door, that is because there is a very practical scroll among the 4th level goods, and the price is not high. In addition, the scroll is also one of the most numerous types of goods among all the types of goods. Chapter 63 Fantasy, Restoration Pill. As for the 2nd floor, it is the pill area and the talisman area. Originally, there is only one kind of talisman so far, so there is no need to set aside a separate area for talismans. But because many of the new products added at level 4 are talismans, she also set aside a separate area for talismans. In addition to the 4 areas, she also arranged the area for member gift packages in the corner of the 1st floor with a larger space. After this series of decorations were completed, the grocery store has been completely renewed. The next step is to purchase goods. The first is potions. The most useful potions unlocked at level 4 are undoubtedly advanced healing potions and advanced magic potions. In addition, the advanced strength potions, enhancement potions, and swiftness potions are also unlocked. Among them, it is worth mentioning the enhancement potion and strength potion. Enhancement potion purchase price, 15 gold coins/bottle. Selling price, 50 gold coins/bottle. Purchase limit, 2 bottles per day. Introduction. Below the level of martial artist, it can improve the strength of 3 levels in a long time, and the level of great martial artist can improve the strength of 1 level in a short time, without side effects. The enhancement potion on the market can only help the martial artist and martial artist at most, and it can only improve the strength of 1 level. Because of the insufficient efficacy, it is completely ineffective for the great martial artist. In addition, after using the enhancement potion, the warrior will also suffer from weakness in a short time, because the body bears more martial energy than it can originally accommodate. But the potion produced by the system naturally does not have this side effect. Advanced strength potion purchase price, 8 gold coins/bottle. Selling price, 25 gold coins/bottle. Purchase limit, 3 bottles per day. Introduction. It can greatly enhance the strength of warriors. Multiple doses can stack the effects. Up to 3 bottles can be stacked. No side effects. Strength potions are the same as enhancement potions. Both are potions that enhance the strength of warriors. The advantages are that they can be stacked and have no side effects. That is to say, if there are a lot of potions, drinking a full potion directly can also help you fight against people who are stronger than you in a crisis. After potions are pills. The pills unlocked at level 4 are far more than potions. For example, beauty pills, blood stasis pills, chi-inducing pills, poison-avoiding pills, restoring pills. Anyway, Suemo now has hundreds of thousands of gold coins in hand, and the city lord over there has a batch of orders that are being raised for purchase. She is not short of money at all now, so it is easy to buy all these pills. Beauty pills are actually called anti-aging pills. Anyone who has read a few fantasy novels will recognize this thing. When a warrior is practicing, as his strength increases, his lifespan will gradually increase. When he practices to the level of a martial king, he can ensure that his appearance will always be maintained at the age of 20 or 30. He will never age. However, there are only a few people who can practice to the level of a martial king, so the beauty pill is specially prepared for those who are not very strong, but love beauty. Moreover, the beauty pill can improve the condition of the skin, making it smoother and more delicate. Because the people on this continent are all warriors, most of them live a rough life. Their skin is actually very bad, but they don't care much. Sumo believed that the appearance of the beauty pill would definitely drive all women crazy. The blood stasis pill is actually a healing pill, but it is different from the healing potion. The healing potion is specifically for healing external injuries and speeding up the recovery of external injuries. The blood stasis pill heals internal injuries. All warriors above the level of a great martial artist can cultivate internal energy. Attacking others with internal energy can leave internal injuries in the body that cannot be cured by ordinary means. As time goes by, the internal injuries that have accumulated for a long time will worsen. Once the internal injuries worsen, the blood and chi will block the meridians, which will seriously affect the warrior's training speed and physical condition. In addition, when fighting against monsters or when there is a mistake in normal training, some internal injuries will accumulate more or less. It's just not very obvious, so everyone ignores it. The blood stasis pill can solve this problem. There is nothing to introduce about the chi-inducing pill. After taking it, it can speed up the training speed for a certain period of time. It is more effective for people with low strength. The higher the strength, the less effect. But it is better than nothing. Rich people will never mind spending a little more money to speed up their strength improvement. Poison-avoiding pill means literally, taking it can prevent poisoning for a certain period of time. It has its own advantages over the detoxification pill. One is to prevent poisoning, solving the problem from the root. The other is to detoxify after the incident has happened. It does not mean that you don't need the poison-avoiding pill if you have the detoxification pill. The continent is so vast that there are always some places full of poisonous swamps, or with poisonous haze and poisonous gas. As long as you inhale, you will be poisoned. In this case, it is useless to use the detoxification pill, because you just detoxified 1 second ago, and you will be poisoned again the next second. Only the anti-poison pill can completely restrain the continuous poisoning. The last kind of pill, the resilience pill, can be said to be the most important pill among the 4th level pills. Resilience pill purchase price, 100 gold coin/piece sales price, 1000 gold coin/piece purchase limit. 1 pill can be purchased per day. Introduction, living dead, flesh and bones. As long as there is a trace of breath, it can protect the heart and guarantee that you will not die within 7 days. This is the same as the amulet, both of which are life-saving things. But this one is obviously much more powerful than the amulet. As long as you are still alive, you can be guaranteed not to die. The effect is comparable to something like the 9-turn resurrection pill. Although ordinary people can't afford it, disciples of large families must have one in their hands. Compared with improving strength, saving life is also a very important thing. The reason why Sumo limited the purchase to 1 pill a day was mainly because he was worried that there were too many customers now, and the quality was mixed. It was hard to guarantee that there would not be secondhand dealers. Other things in the grocery store might not be worth their risk. But if something like the Fushi pill appeared in the auction house, it would definitely be sold at a price at least 100 times higher. You should know that 100 times the price is only 1,000 purple gold coins. For some hermits, masters, or large families, this might be just their weekly income. A few days' income, in exchange for a life-saving medicine, is absolutely worth it. However, rich people are not fools. If the grocery store is fully capable of supplying Fushi pills, they would never be so stupid as to spend 1,000 purple gold coins to buy something that could originally be bought with 1,000 gold coins. This is also the reason why Sumo did not set a number of days for the purchase limit. If it really was set that each person could only buy after a certain number of days, it would help secondhand dealers hype up the price. Because in this way, the number of Fushi pills they could buy would be less. It is said that things are valuable because they are rare. And this saying still makes sense. Chapter 64 Fantasy, 16-year-old level 7 warrior. With fewer numbers, the price will naturally go up. If everyone can buy the restoration pill, there is no need to spend a lot of money to buy it. After the pills are the talismans. The talismans unlocked at level 4 are Sound Transmission Note, Illumination Talisman, Beast Taming Talisman, Flying Talisman. The Sound Transmission Note that has been input with true chi can directly call the owner of the true chi. Because the true chi of warriors is different, their true chi is equivalent to their own phone number. If you need to communicate, you can give the sound transmission note containing your true chi to the person who needs to contact you. When using it, just light it and talk. Compared to the sound transmission note, the illumination talisman is much simpler. This thing is simply used for lighting. As long as the martial chi is input, the talisman will glow. The advantage is that the talisman is not disposable. As long as it is not damaged, it can be used repeatedly. There are no things like light bulbs in this world. Everyone uses candles for lighting. Only rich people use things like night pearls. The lighting talisman requires very little martial energy. Even a first-level warrior can supply the lighting talisman for a long time. In this way, as long as there is a warrior in the family, then it can be used, which is still very convenient. The beast-controlling talisman can be pasted on the monster with blood, and can command monsters that are not much stronger than oneself. However, the time is limited, and it can only be used to capture monsters or save lives. The flying talisman is literally what it means, paste it on yourself, and you can float in the air for a period of time. In addition, there are many messy talismans. Suemo looked at them, and bought all of them as long as he thought they were useful. After a while, the second floor's talisman area was already full. As for the scrolls, the 4th level grocery store didn't unlock too many scrolls. But the existing space scrolls, beast taming scrolls, and teleportation scrolls have also been unlocked at intermediate and advanced levels. Intermediate and advanced space scrolls increase the number of uses and the size of the space inside. The beast taming scroll increases the strength of the beast taming. The teleportation scroll increases the number of people that can be teleported at one time. Although there are not many types. A very easy to use and cheap replica scroll was unlocked. The biggest function of this scroll is that it can condense the warrior's moves on it. And you only need to tear it up when using it. The reason why it is useful is that with this thing, even ordinary people can have a little self-protection ability. Their warriors' families can completely hand over the replica scrolls that condense their own moves to those around them who need protection. Of course, in order to prevent warriors with too high levels from hoarding replica scrolls in large quantities, and then using a large number of replica scrolls to influence the world. Suemo also set a level limit for the replica scrolls. The current replica scrolls can only store moves below the Grandmaster level, which is just a moderate level. Time quickly came to the official start of the Lingyan competition. Jaeger clenched his fists nervously. According to the previous draw order, he would be the next one to go on stage. He saw that his fist was about to turn white, and immediately gave him an elbow. Why are you so nervous? The opponents are all level 5 warriors. And you? A level 7. Can't beat a level 5 warrior? It was impossible for Jaeger, who had just been promoted once in less than an hour, to upgrade again. But it was because of good luck that he went to the grocery store early one day and grabbed a Xuanwu pill, which enabled him to break through much earlier. It was also because of this Xuanwu pill that he spent the past half-month consolidating his strength, instead of practicing blindly in a hurry to make progress. Although he was 2 levels stronger than his opponent, he was still nervous. After all, this was a competition for the entire continent. It was not an ordinary college competition. Don't talk nonsense. It will be your turn to compete in the afternoon. Don't be so nervous that your legs will shake. Jaeger didn't believe that he, who was nervous even in the college competition before, could be so calm in the Lingyan competition. He wanted to say something, but the winner of the competition on the stage had already been decided. The referee had already started to let the next group of contestants start preparing. I won't waste my time talking to you. Go and place your bet. Whether you can have a big meal tonight depends on how much you win. Jaeger stuffed the purse into his hand, and then hurried to the preparation area to prepare for the battle. There is an official betting in the Lingyan competition. It's just that betting sounds a bit too harsh, so they all call it betting on winning. In fact, it means the same thing. He shook his purse, and then took out his own purse. There are 2 ways to bet on winning. One is to bet on winning or losing or a draw. The reward for this bet is very small. The second is to bet on the time to end the battle. Each round of the Lingyan competition lasts 10 minutes, and there are a total of 9 betting points here. End the battle within 1 minute, end the battle within 1 to 2 minutes. End the battle after more than 9 minutes. If the time is up and the winner is not determined, then it is a draw. The reward multiplier for correctly betting on the time is very high. If you have the ability, you can even bet on the victory or defeat based on the time. In this way, the reward will be doubled directly. If it is just betting on the victory or defeat, he will naturally choose Jaeger without hesitation. After all, the difference in strength is there. But he is hesitating whether to bet on the time. If betting on the time, then who should he bet on? Jaeger on the stage did not know Ahi's entanglement. He looked at his opponent and performed the martial arts ceremony seriously. Even though he knew that the opponent's strength was lower than his, he did not mean to underestimate the enemy at all. The opponent was obviously more nervous than him. Perhaps, he also felt the strength of 2 levels higher than himself, so his expression was always very serious. The onlookers did not know the fighting power on the field, they just thought they were evenly matched. So the ratio of betting on victory was very average. Basically both sides had a 50% winning rate. When the two really fought, those who did not bet on Jaeger to win side. Level 5 warriors and level 7 warriors. Unless the level 7 warrior lets off the ball. How could he lose? Did I see it wrong? This student from Tianlu Academy seems to be only 16 years old? A 16-year-old level 7 warrior? How is that possible? Yes, the battle data says he is 16 years old. But the battle data also says that he is a level 6 warrior. This report was submitted a month ago. He can't have upgraded from level 6 to level 7 in a month. Right? There are many level 7 warriors on the mainland. But he is only 16 years old. The best of his peers are only level 6, and most of them are hovering at level 4 or 5. Although everyone was curious and shocked, no one suspected that Jaeger had drunk the potion to improve his strength. This is the difference between large-scale competitions and college competitions. For competitions like this, every time before the competition, there will be a physical examination. If you drink a potion to improve your strength, it will definitely be found out. Once it is found out, it will definitely not just be the participating students who will be punished. Even the academy represented by this student will be banned from the competition. Therefore, no academy dared to make any moves in the Lingyan competition. Unless it was too depressed and wanted to destroy itself. Yu Yi, I remember you recommended this student. Right? Why didn't you tell me earlier that there was such a good talent? Although teacher Yu Yi looked calm on the surface. In fact, he was very confused in his heart. He clearly remembered that Jaeger was a level 6 warrior. How did he suddenly advance? Of course. Although he didn't know, he couldn't tell it. Chapter 65 Fantasy. Gugugugu. Because the teacher who asked the question was not a good person. But because he had a backer, and acted cautiously, he was quite sensible, so he was never kicked out of the academy. Only because teacher Yu was strong, she was not afraid of him, so the two of them never got along well. Yu knew that he said these things just to make fun of him. If he knew that Jaeger's teacher was not himself, he would probably be ridiculed again. It might even harm Jaeger. There are many people who want to destroy a genius like him if they can't get him. So he just acquiesced. It's not that I'm afraid of the child's pride, so I want him to continue to settle down. Yu Yu's words revealed the meaning of Jaeger is his student, and all this is arranged by himself. TSK, a 16-year-old 7th level warrior still needs to settle down, then aren't all these students in the academy useless? Yu didn't even bother to pay attention to him. Thinking that out of sight, out of mind, he changed his position directly. The game ended quickly. Needless to say, Yage won. The game took a total of 1 minute and 58 seconds to end. Ah slapped the table excitedly, shocking everyone around him. Without waiting for them to speak, Ah left his seat and hurried over to collect the money he won from his bet. Congratulations to this young man, both bets hit the jackpot. Ah took a handful of purple gold coins handed over by the staff, counted them again and again, and went to the backstage of the game after confirming that there was no problem. Yage was taking a break, and his eyes lit up when he saw the purple gold coins in his hand. How much did you bet? Ah, he threw his share over, and then began to calculate. He divided the gold coins into 4 parts. A total of 300 gold coins. 100 bets on you to win. 50 bets on you to win within 1 minute. 100 bets on you to win within 1 to 2 minutes. And 50 bets on you to win within 2 to 3 minutes. The bets on winning or losing are only 1 times the multiple. And you win as much as you bet. If you bet 100 gold coins, you will naturally win 100 gold coins. The extra 10 purple gold coins are all won by betting on time. If you bet on the time correctly, you will get 5 times the amount. And if you bet on winning or losing correctly, you will get 2 times the amount. In other words, he bet 100 gold coins correctly, and earned exactly 1,000 gold coins, which is 10 purple gold coins. In the final analysis, it was because he knew Jaeger's strength. Otherwise, no normal person would dare to bet on a specific time. Even he almost flipped over. Thinking of this, he felt trembling. It's so thrilling. If you had defeated him 2 seconds later, we would have lost 500 gold coins. He was worried that the other party or Jaeger would make a mistake. Or maybe the other party also had hidden strength. So he divided the time bet into 3 parts. Otherwise, he wanted to bet all the remaining 200 gold coins on Jaeger wins from 1 minute to 2 minutes. Jaeger sighed, and was a little glad that he was in a hurry. Otherwise, if he was really 2 seconds late, he would have lost 500 gold coins. The two chatted for a while, and then prepared to leave, no longer occupying the lounge. When they were about to reach the door, they suddenly heard a strange noise. A white shadow flashed before their eyes. This scared the two people. After a while, they saw a fat pigeon slowly landing on the windowsill, with a space scroll on its back. The pigeon looked at them with an unruly look. Its eyes were full of the arrogant attitude of I am a god. And you are all unruly people. Jaeger? Ah? Such a humanized pigeon made the two people stunned. In the end, it was the pigeon that impatiently cooed twice, which brought the two people back to their senses. Jaeger, are you here to see us? Goo. Yage, who asked you to come? Gugugu. Yage, can we take this space scroll? Gugugu. Yage, can you speak human language? I don't understand what you are saying. Ah, why are you asking so many questions if you don't understand? I thought you went to learn animal language behind my back. The pigeon also looked fooled, angrily scratching his head with its claws a few times. Then it flicked its wings, and directly threw the space scroll off its body. The space scroll fell down, just covering Jaeger's head. Gugugu. I'll watch the pigeon fly away, and a small note fell on the windowsill. New product trial Sue. These simple words made him guess what was going on. This pigeon should belong to Boss Sue. It is here to deliver new products from the grocery store to us. He asked why there was an S tag hanging around the neck of this pigeon. It turned out to be Boss Sue's. Jaeger twitched his lips, reached out to take the space scroll off his head, while taking it. He complained, as expected of the pigeon of Boss Sue's family. What a personality. I looked at him with a strange look. If it weren't for the consideration of friendship, he really wanted to say, you are not much better. Try to talk to the pigeon. Roar. Coo 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 coo. Roar, roar. Coo. Xianwu rubbed his ears, grabbed the running little yellow, and trampled it hard. Early in the morning, what are you arguing about? After being trampled by Xianwu, Xiao Huang has now completely lost the so-called dignity of a spirit beast. It shook its tail, staring angrily at a white figure in the sky. Roar! Xianwu looked up along its line of sight, but she saw a pigeon with colorful feathers on its body. This is... She was slightly startled, and then saw a note slowly falling from the sky. New product trial Sue. Could it be sent by Boss Sue? Xianwu's expression became a little strange. The pigeon saw this, and nodded in cooperation, and then turned around, and showed her the space scroll behind him. Xianwu threw Xiao Huang away, and then took the pigeon with one hand, and let it stand in her palm. The other hand began to untie the rope of the space scroll. Thank you. Goo. The pigeon felt its body lighten, and then rubbed Xianwu's hand with its head, and then flapped its wings and left. Xianwu was so cute by its behavior. Then he turned around and began to question the crime. Xiao Huang, did you just bully the pigeons of Boss Sue's house? Roar. Young master, there's a pigeon outside looking for you. Lin Si hurried over to report. This sentence confused Lin Onfei. Lin Onfei? He was about to say something, but he vaguely heard the sound of pigeons coming from outside. Coo coo coo. Lin Onfei, what the hell is a pigeon? Chapter 66 Fantasy. Full value dodge, full marks for business. Report to the host. All pigeons have delivered the items accurately to the customers. Su Imo nodded. Then he started buying food to feed the pigeons. This flying pigeon is the reward for the third mission of the 4th level grocery store. After the third mission is over, the system of flying pigeon messaging is unlocked. It is called flying pigeon messaging, but in fact, pigeons can also deliver items. But it can't carry much weight. So it can only deliver lighter things such as paper scrolls. If there are more things to deliver, then you can only rely on the space scroll. First, use the space scroll to collect the things, and then let the pigeon carry the space scroll. The target of the pigeon can be anyone who has been to the grocery store. This time, Su Imo used it for experiment. If the experiment is successful, everyone thinks this flying pigeon is useful. Then she will use the flying pigeon messaging system to establish a flying pigeon takeaway in the future. The specific arrangement is to arrange pigeons and space scrolls in various places in the city. Anyone who needs takeout can directly write their needs on a unified form and attach the corresponding money to pack and put it into the space scroll. These papers are takeout orders. Every night, the pigeons will collect the takeout orders. Then the system will calculate and arrange the pigeons to deliver to your home the next day. Unlike the previous takeout, these pigeons have a positioning function. Whoever writes the order, the delivery will be delivered to that person. In addition, in order to prevent malicious sabotage, Suemo also wrote many rules. For example, each person can only write one order per day. The number of goods ordered in an order cannot exceed the purchase limit. An additional 30 gold coins are required to place an order. This is the cost of the space scroll. In addition to the above, there are many other regulations. Suemo reviewed it for a long time, and even pulled the system to check it several times. After confirming that there were no loopholes to exploit, he posted it on the bulletin board. After finishing all this, Suemo suddenly thought of a question. Tongzi, what will these pigeons do if they encounter danger? Will their things be stolen? The system spoke confidently. In the words of the game, these pigeons have a full value of dodge. They will never get hurt. As for stealing things, that's even more impossible. These are professional flying pigeons, full marks for professional level. As long as they don't want to, there will be absolutely no creature that can touch a feather of theirs. Hearing this, Suemo was relieved. Although he also guessed that the pigeons arranged by the system should not make mistakes, it is still safer to confirm it. Now that everything is confirmed to be okay, you can start placing the pigeons. Suemo looked at the map of the city, marked several locations, and then arranged the pigeons to go to the pigeon huts that had been set up at these locations. Suemo asked the city lord to help build the pigeon hut. The condition of the exchange is that Suemo will supply the basic goods needed by the city lord during this period, limited to the basics. It does not include goods such as the Marrow Cleansing pills and the Black Tortoise pills. Of course, the supply is also at the original price. Suemo will definitely not take the initiative to suffer a loss in terms of price. At the same time, in the city lord's mansion, the city lord of Kangu City happily looked at the letter sent from the 3 neighboring cities. The financial officer, who always had a dead face, as if someone owed him 18 million, also rarely smiled. Boss Su has authorized us to do this. What do you think? The city lord of Kangu City put the letter in front of him. The 2 people who also loved money smiled. The financial officer calmed down. He looked at the contents of the envelope, and quickly figured out how to cheat the other 3 main cities. First, the pigeon huts can be built in other main cities, but they will be charged regularly. As for the charging standards and reasons, he had already thought of them. Because the other 3 cities are far away from Kangu City, these fees are regarded as labor fees for the pigeons. There are 2 charging standards. One is that the other main cities will settle the fees once a year, just like rent. The other is to charge according to the number of people. For every person who places an order, the fee is charged. The prototypes of these 2 charging methods have been completed, and the specific values need to be discussed separately. The city lord nodded, looking very satisfied. By the way, have you prepared the money I asked you to prepare before? The city lord has made up his mind this time. He wants to take advantage of the Lingyun competition to let everyone know about the existence of the grocery store. He wants to help promote the grocery store, because the grocery store is located in the Taming Forest of Kangu City. And Boss Su also said that he will not move, because of the space scroll. The cost of the flying pigeon house is too high, so it is destined that only some people can afford it. If ordinary people want to buy things from the grocery store, they must come here in person. In other words, the more people know about the grocery store, the more people will come to Kangu City to buy things. Since they have come to Kangu City, not to mention the entrance fee, they must eat, drink and rest. Right? After all, the distance between the main city and the main city is not close. Whether it is consumption or residence, it is a benefit for Kangu City. The more the residents in the city earn, the more taxes he can collect. It can be said that this is a mutually beneficial process between the grocery store and Kangu City. This is also the reason why he took the initiative to help promote the grocery store. The more famous the grocery store is, the more people know about it. And for Kangu City, it is beneficial and harmless. The financial officer nodded. This is the last 800,000 gold coins. If the mayors of the other 3 cities do not send the funds within a week, then the capital flow of Kangu City may have problems. If he was not stingy enough, He would have saved a lot of money over the years. Otherwise, it would not be enough for the city lord to spend so much. Of course, he also saw the benefits brought by the success of this matter. Otherwise, he would not have gone through so much trouble. In order to prepare these funds, he has lost a lot of hair in the past 2 days. Do you think they might disagree? The city lord narrowed his eyes and smiled, looking like an old fox. It makes people want to beat him to death. The Lingyun competition lasted for a total of half a month. During this half a month, the number of people in the grocery store can be said to be increasing day by day. Even after the flying pigeon house was built, the number of people did not decrease at all. If the grocery store had not been upgraded, it would not be able to accommodate so many people. Su-mo held a cup of freshly brewed milk tea in his hand, and drank it with satisfaction. The rich aroma of milk tea floated in the store, which made many new customers greedy. "Hey Boss Su, what is this in your hand? It looks delicious, do you want to sell it?" Chapter 67 Fantasy, End. Su-mo shook her head. "Not for sale, but there is a chance to get milk tea powder in the membership gift package. Although the milk tea powder is definitely not as good as what she makes herself, but the taste is definitely very authentic." After hearing this, the customer who was still hesitating directly spent 100 gold coins, and then hurried to apply for a membership card. Anyway, it's not a loss to apply for a membership card, and you can get things for free. If you don't apply for it, you're a fool. As time goes by, Sumo's points are increasing, plus the points given for completing tasks. She already has a lot of membership card quotas. So she had already opened the conditions for obtaining membership cards a long time ago. 1. Cumulative consumption of 100 gold coins, and the number of shopping times has reached 5 times. 2. Cumulative consumption of 10 gold coins, and the number of shopping times has reached 20 times. The second condition is mainly to take care of old customers, who often come to the store to buy things, but whose family conditions are average. Membership cards are meaningful only when someone applies for them. She is not interested in setting the steps for obtaining membership cards too high. Otherwise, the membership card will become a symbol of the rich. This is what she doesn't want to see. After statistics, the current number of copper card members, 1,021 people, the number of silver card members, 15 people, the number of gold card members, 0 people, the total number of members, 1,036 people. Suemo was a little surprised. She didn't expect that without knowing it, there were already more than 1,000 members. Then how many guests are there in total? The number of guests who have shopped more than 3 times, 5,126 people, the number of guests who have shopped less than 3 times, 2,016 people, the total number of guests, 7,142 people. Suemo thought for a moment, and found that this number would be slightly less than she expected, but it was still reasonable, because of the existence of the flying pigeon house. The number of customers who come to the store to buy things will indeed decrease. Purchasing things by placing orders to the flying pigeon house will not be counted in the number of purchases. However, through the orders placed in the house, Suemo can gain popularity, which is quite good. Otherwise, Suemo may not be able to earn the popularity of some people in his lifetime. Have the data of the flying pigeon houses in the 4 main cities been counted? After the statistics, do we need to record the superimposed data? The superimposed data refers to people who have come to the grocery store to buy things before. But because the flying pigeon house appeared, they started to use the flying pigeon house. Such people will be recorded in both the flying pigeon house and the number of purchases, resulting in a large number of people. Then generate both sets of data. Okay. The number of people using the flying pigeon hut in Kangu City, 1536 number of new customers, 618 the number of people using the flying pigeon hut in Inwes City, 1105 number of new customers, 829 the number of people using the flying pigeon hut in Taz, 1251 number of new customers, 941 the number of people using the flying pigeon hut in Sedona, 1145 number of new customers, 854 the total number of customers, 10384. The number of new customers generated by the flying pigeon hut, 3242. Since Sumo's grocery store is in Kangu City, there are already many people who come to buy before. This also leads to the fact that although the number of people using the flying pigeon hut is the largest, the number of new customers will be far lower than that of other main cities. But none of this is important. The data is just a reflection of the customer trend. As long as the goods are good, the grocery store will never lack customers. Suemo just wanted to see how much the appearance of the flying pigeon house could contribute to the grocery store. In just less than 3 days, It has contributed more than 3,000 new customers, which seems to have great potential, although this data will gradually decrease in the future. According to the city lord, the Flying Pigeon House has not been fully built yet. After it is fully built, this data may continue to soar and reach a terrifying peak value. As Suemo guessed, even after the Lingyun competition, the number of customers in the store did not decrease at all. And many people came here because of its reputation. Because almost everyone knows that in the Lingyun competition, a genius warrior appeared in an academy that did not even make it into the top 100. He is only 16 years old, but he already has the strength of a 7th level warrior. According to him, the reason why he can achieve such success is because he bought things from the first grocery store. First, the primary magic potion with the efficacy comparable to that of an intermediate potion. It helps me maintain a state of full martial energy for a long time to practice. Then, there is the cleansing marrow pill. It helps me cleanse my essence and marrow, remove all impurities, making the path of practice more unobstructed. Finally, there is the black tortoise pill, which saves the time of the warrior's enlightenment. As long as your foundation is solid, and your practice has reached a bottleneck, you can use the black tortoise pill and break through directly. His words almost caused the students of all the colleges to go crazy, and even the teachers of these colleges could not remain calm. They have been asking about the first grocery store, but they heard that the Flying Pigeon House has been built in their main city. As long as you have a need, you can buy things in the grocery store through the Flying Pigeon House. Marrow cleansing pills, black tortoise pills, body tempering potion, space scrolls, teleportation scrolls, and other items that seem incredible but actually exist can all be bought here. On the 5th day after the Lingyun competition, Suemo found that the data of the Flying Pigeon House began to surge. It was not a 1-time or 2-time increase, but a dozens-time increase. The increase was so large that Suemo was a little surprised. It seems that I still underestimated the pursuit of martial arts in this world. After all, she is not from this world, and her thoughts cannot adapt so quickly. But these are not a big deal. Anyway, the result is good. I should be able to leave soon. Time flies. In a blink of an eye, Suemo has been in this world for 2 years. And Suemo has successfully upgraded the grocery store to the maximum level of level 5. At the end of the first year, the first grocery store really became the #1 grocery store in the world. Just like its signboard. On this continent, you may not know which academy is the best, what the 4 main cities are called, and what the names of the city lords are. But you must know that in the depths of the Taming Forest in Kangu City, there is a mysterious grocery store, the first grocery store, because the things here can be said to be of good quality and low price. And their reputation is well deserved. If they say it is the first, it is the first. Not only that, there are 2 people in the grocery store that you must know. One is Boss Su. So far, no one still knows where Boss Su came from and how he got so many things. Everyone has greed, but no one dares to put greed on the grocery store, because there is also a man wearing a black cloak guarding the grocery store all year round. Chapter 68: The End of the World. At first, everyone thought that his strength was only that of a martial king, until a few blind families joined forces and tried to kidnap Boss Su and take over the grocery store. Everyone knew this man with an ordinary name and a very inconspicuous dress, his strength was far more terrifying than they imagined, because he was actually beating more than a dozen martial kings by himself in a completely crushing state. What does this show? He is definitely not a martial king, not only a martial emperor. The only one who can have such strength is the legendary martial saint, who has been unattainable by everyone in the history of the continent for thousands of years. Not only that, when someone was preparing to attack Boss Su, they also found that the spirit beast she had been raising, which seemed to be just a saber-toothed tiger cub, was actually not that simple. Everyone knew these things, but no one brought them to the table. Anyway, as long as they didn't cause trouble, whether it was Xiaohei or Boss Su, they were easy to talk to. Congratulations to the host, you have completed the final mission, and successfully run the grocery store into the best grocery store in the world. The mission has been completed, host. Please choose the next world. Hearing the familiar but unfamiliar prompt tone, Sumo's fingers paused slightly. She pinched Taozi's ears, looking at the lively and joyful scene in the grocery store. She felt a little reluctant inexplicably, but this reluctance was quickly wiped out by her. If I leave this world, what will happen to this store? After 2 years, this store has taken root in this world, and has become a part of this world. It is impossible to disappear rashly. Doing so will have a significant impact on this world. The system did not expect her to ask this question. It thought that, with the host's personality, after hearing that he could leave, he would be very excited. Suemo seemed to have guessed what it was thinking and sneered. It's as if I can go back after leaving this world. Why are you still excited? The system coughed dryly and quickly changed the subject. After the host leaves, this store will definitely still exist. It's just that there will be an acting boss to manage it. The host can come back anytime he wants. If you don't want to come back, you can also remotely control the previous grocery store through the system. Suemo nodded and felt relieved. She looked at the information of the 3 new worlds provided by the system, and after thinking for a moment, she chose one of them. Teleport when the store closes tonight. Yes. We'll leave tonight. A little boy who looked about 10 years old said seriously to the little girl beside him. The girl was obviously a little scared. She held her brother's hand tightly and couldn't help swallowing. She spoke softly. Brother, if we leave, what will we do if we encounter zombies? We will die. These days, unless they are superpowered, an ordinary middle-aged man may not be able to beat a zombie. Not to mention the 2 children, who are only 10 years old. I'm afraid they are not enough for a zombie to eat. The boy obviously struggled for a long time before making up his mind. You mean, even if we don't leave, we will die anyway. Their names are Tanghe and Tangin. They are a pair of siblings. When the end of the world came, their mother was unfortunately infected with the zombie virus and turned into a zombie. Because their father was protecting them, he was also scratched by the zombie. Fortunately, Tang's father turned a disaster into a blessing. Not only did he not turn into a zombie, but he became a rare superpower. It is precisely because of this that he was able to protect the 2 children in the end of the world. But the pressure on one person is still too great, so Tang's father took Tanghe and Tangin to join a small team. In this team, although it is not very free, the looted things need to be handed in for unified distribution. But at least life and safety are guaranteed. After all, there is strength in numbers. The captain of this team is also a superpower. The team is relatively large, but most of them are family members. In a team of dozens of people, there are less than 10 superpowers. During an operation, Tang's father died in order to escort supplies, leaving only Tangin and Tanghe. Just when they were about to be kicked out of the team, the captain said that he would keep them for Tang's father's sake. At first, Tanghe was very grateful to the captain. After all, in the end of the world, the 2 children who could not provide any help were actually a burden. They only ate, did not work, and the key point was that there was no work for them at their age. Until later, Tanghe found something wrong. One time when he got up at night to go to the bathroom, he accidentally heard the conversation between the captain and another psychic. Captain, why do you still keep those 2 children? Are they useful? They still need to be fed every day. Hearing this, Tanghe felt complicated, but he was not very angry. After all, what this person said was true. Until he heard the captain's answer. You know Dona Base, right? Dona Base? Who doesn't know this? In the world now, the 3 largest bases are Guangming Base, North-South Base, Peace Base. This Dona Base is just one of the other inconspicuous small bases. The reason why it is so famous is that it is a bad name. The apocalypse has lasted for more than half a year, and all the food that should be eaten has been eaten. But Dona Base still has meat to eat every day. Some people were curious at first. Later, they found out that they eat human flesh. Speaking of which, the manager of this Dona Base is also a beast. Before the apocalypse, he was a gigolo, and he relied on his wife for food, drink, and defecation. As a result, when the apocalypse came, in order to survive, he even ate his own wife. However, why did the captain mention this? Captain, what do you mean? The psychic widened his eyes, and a terrifying idea emerged in his mind. The captain, who used to be gentle and polite in the daytime, showed a cruel smile. Yes, that's what you think. He had already negotiated with the Dona Base. Send them 2 children, and they will pay the crystal core. One hand gives money, and the other hand gives goods. Anyway, these 2 children are no longer useful. Why not let them exert their last bit of energy and make some contributions to the team? The psychic frowned slightly, as if he wanted to say something but hesitated. Although he couldn't stand the 2 children eating and drinking for free, he just wanted to leave them behind. But he never expected that the captain would do something more ruthless than him. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. Goosebumps all over his body. Because it was night, the light was dim. So the captain didn't notice his changes. Not only that, the two of them didn't notice it either. One of the masters of the topic they were discussing was watching them from behind. Chapter 69 Hope Grocery Store. Captain, no matter what, Tangsi died to save you. This is not good. In the end, the psychic still felt guilty. He tried to persuade him a little, to change his mind. The Tangsi he was talking about was Tang's father. In fact, what the two children didn't know was what they heard from others: your father died to protect the supplies. In fact, it was all false. This psychic said that Tang's father was to protect the captain, which was actually a good thing. Everyone who participated that day knew that Tang's father was dragged away by the captain to take the bullet. Otherwise, it would have been the captain who died that day. They all saw it, but they didn't dare to say it, because they were afraid of the captain's strength. They were just a group of ordinary people, or level 1 or 2 psychics. But the captain was a level 3 psychic. What's more, their supplies were in the hands of the captain, so they didn't dare to tear their faces easily. Hearing what the psychic said, the captain sneered. You are acting like a good person now? You took a lot of supplies when you collected them, although the looted supplies need to be handed in. However, anyone who goes out to participate in the looting of supplies can get an extra share. Tang's father died, and his share should have been for the two children. But they all tacitly concealed the matter. The supplies that belonged to Tang's father naturally fell into the hands of others. This psychic was one of them. He was speechless. The captain snorted. We will reach the Dona base in 3 days at most. The people there are really crazy. They are addicted to eating human flesh. And they actually use normal food and crystal cores to exchange for people. And they say that children's meat is tender. The psychic was silent. The people in Dona base are crazy, yes, but they are crazy in the open. The most terrifying thing is never the danger in the open, but the poisonous snake hidden in the dark, give you a fatal blow when you are caught off guard. If he hadn't come to see the captain tonight, I am afraid that the two children would disappear in 3 days, and he wouldn't know what happened. Remember to keep an eye on those two brats. Don't let them run away. Tang he couldn't listen to the next words. He stumbled back to the resting place. He covered his sister's mouth when she asked him why he came back so late, for fear of waking up others. When she heard that the captain was going to sell them to the ogre, Tang Yin's eyes were full of fear. If her brother hadn't been by her side, and she also knew that it was night time, and it was very quiet everywhere, if she made a sound, it would definitely attract everyone's attention. Tang Yin would have screamed by now. Even so, she covered her mouth with both hands, and there were a few crystal tears in her eyes. She didn't know why the captain who looked gentle could be such a person. Then let's go, she stammered. But where can we go? Although leaving would save them from being given to the cannibals by the captain. But if the two children met zombies outside, they would still be eaten by zombies. The world is so big, but they felt that they had no place to stay. Tang he touched her head. Don't be afraid, brother has found a place. There is a sister there, who is very nice. She is very nice. Suemo's sister is resting on the sofa, like a salted fish. Seeing her disappointing appearance, the system dared not speak out. Although it did not set up the grocery store in a remote place like last time. Due to the special nature of this world, humans dared not go out casually. Even if they went out, they would definitely go out for a purpose, and would not just wander around. In this way, fewer people would be able to find this place. Now there were no customers in the store, so the host could do whatever she wanted. I don't know how long it took. Suemo got up from the sofa and stretched. Then he opened the system interface to check the tasks of this world. Task details: time and space, Doomsday playing goal, reputation reaches 100 million unfinished. 100 million points unfinished. Initial resources, grocery store *1. Commodity exchange voucher *3. Points *100, which is basically the same as the previous world. But because this is a Doomsday World, the transaction currency is not gold coins, so it is replaced by points by the system. Points are obtained from crystal cores. There are 5 levels of crystal cores. Level 1 crystal core equals 1 point, Level 2 crystal core equals 10 points, Level 3 crystal core equals 100 points, Level 4 crystal core equals 1000 points, Level 5 crystal core equals 10,000 points. In the grocery store, there is a machine that allows you to get corresponding points by investing a crystal core. Overall, it is quite convenient. But Suemo still wants to complain. In this case, it is better to trade with crystal cores directly. What a mess of points. Host, give the store a name. Seeing that she finally woke up, the system quickly asked her to work. I was afraid that I would forget about it later. Suemo thought about it. In order to match this world, she changed the name of the grocery store to Hope Grocery Store. Although it was very rustic, it was very appropriate. Because this grocery store would indeed become the only hope for mankind in the future. Although the system saw that Suemo did nothing. But she had already looked through all the malls, and made plans for the future operation of the grocery store. Since it was the end of the world, the most important material must be food. Because of land pollution, before humans have developed corresponding things to reduce pollution, they can only eat up all the land. Even if there is soulless cultivation technology, it is just a drop in the bucket. So the first commodity Suemo exchanged must be food. The system may also know this. So among the many commodities unlocked at the first level, more than half are food. For example, the most common rice, buns, steamed buns, bread, etc. These are the most basic things that can fill your stomach. In the end of the world, it is good to be able to fill your stomach. So these things look simple. But if one of them is put outside, it will be snapped up by others. In addition, the first level mall has also unlocked the ordinary set meal. Ordinary set meal purchase price, 5 points / portion sales price, 15 points / portion introduction, contains 1 meat and 1 vegetable, plus a portion of rice. Ensure the combination of meat and vegetables, and balanced nutrition. If this kind of set meal fee was placed before the end of the world, it would definitely be despised. After all, there are only 2 dishes. Who are you looking down on? But now, it can be said to be an absolute delicacy. In addition to the ordinary set meal, Suemo also saw the deluxe set meal, and the supreme set meal. Chapter 70. Does your drink quench your thirst? But those are all unlocked in the second level mall. Suemo is not going to exchange for a set meal for the time being. Even the most ordinary one. Because people nowadays may not be able to afford it at all. And it would be a waste to exchange it. 1 meal costs 15 points. Which means 15 crystal cores. There is only 1 crystal core for 1 zombie. Killing 15 zombies in exchange for a meal is not cost effective no matter how you think about it. Everyone is frugal in the end times. So they won't waste money like this. With food, there are naturally drinks. The first level mall only unlocks the simplest mineral water. A bottle of 500 milliliters. In addition, there are 2 products classified as special. Energy drink purchase price, 2 points / bottle sales price, 5 points / bottle introduction. It can quickly restore physical strength and superpowers. The more you drink, the more you recover. The higher the level of superpowers, the less they recover. Perception candy purchase price, 2 points / piece. Sales price, 5 points / piece. Introduction. After taking it, you can clearly sense the number and specific location of zombies within a radius of 10 miles within 10 minutes. Because there are only 3 commodity exchange coupons. So Suemo thought about it in the end. Still from so many shops, choose steamed buns, mineral water and energy drinks. Steamed buns purchase price, 1 point / piece. Sales price, 2 points / piece. Introduction. An ordinary steamed bun, soft and delicious. Mineral water 500 milliliters purchase price, 3 points / bottle. Sales price, 10 points / bottle. At the final settlement, Suemo vaguely found something wrong. It seems, there are 2 things that are drinkable. Energy drink is 5 points for 300 milliliters per bottle. 2 bottles is 600 ml, which is just more cost effective than mineral water. System, host. What are you thinking about? The system saw her staring at the mall, and couldn't help asking. Suemo blinked. Tongzi, does this drink quench your thirst? The system didn't know why she asked that. But when it saw that she exchanged the energy drink and steamed buns, but left the mineral water untouched, with its understanding of the host, it quickly understood her thoughts. Then, there was a silence of 10 seconds. Suemo guessed the answer from its silence. Then she decisively gave up the mineral water, turned around and exchanged the perception candy. System. Help! How can this host still find loopholes? Although the thirst-quenching effect of energy drinks is not as good as that of mineral water, it does have the effect of quenching thirst. In other words, Suemo guessed right. The result of guessing correctly is that she can directly save a first-level exchange voucher to exchange for perception candy. The steamed buns, candies, and drinks exchanged are all placed in sealed packaging bags. Cleanliness and hygiene are absolutely guaranteed. The most important thing is that as long as the goods in the grocery store do not leave the grocery store, they have an unlimited shelf life. There is no such thing as mold. deterioration or expiration. This is the point that Suemo is most satisfied with. Otherwise, she will have to calculate the sales volume every day in the future to prevent food from expiring, which is too troublesome, because the food in this world is also a commodity. So Suemo can no longer buy food at super low prices like in the previous world. But in order to ensure that the boss would not starve to death, the daily store sells the legendary Biga pill. Just one pill can ensure that you don't need to eat for 10 days or half a month. In this regard, Suemo felt that it was useless. Anyway, she could go back to the previous world at any time. At most, she could just use the previous world as a canteen. On the first day of arriving at the apocalyptic plane, there were no customers as expected. With the experience of the previous world, Suemo was already used to it, so she was particularly patient at this time. Anyway, this is not an isolated place. Even places like the previous world can be found by people, so there will always be people who can find it here. Suemo guessed correctly. Someone did come. It was just 2 children. These 2 children were Tang He and Tang Yin, who escaped from the team. Suemo squinted and thought about it, and finally remembered what happened. On the day when she first came to this world, this boy accidentally broke in. For some reason, Suemo agreed to take him and his sister in. But she didn't take them in for nothing. They also need to work. Tang He pinched the corner of his clothes nervously, and finally mustered up the courage to speak. Sister Su, is it true that you said you could take me and my sister in? Tang Yin looked around. Her eyes were full of envy and emotion. How long has it been since she saw such a complete and clean building? When her eyes moved to the shelves, she was immediately attracted by the white big steamed buns and bottles of drinks in tin cans. Because of the long-term hunger, she couldn't help swallowing. Gurgle. Her stomach also gurgled at the right time. Tang Yin was afraid that she looked too embarrassing and would make Suemo dislike her. So she lowered her head quickly and stopped looking at the things on the shelf. As a result, she saw that her black shoes, covered with dirt and dust, had stained the clean and tidy floor of the grocery store. She was even more embarrassed, and her fingers grabbed her brother's sleeves. Tang He felt her movements, so he lowered his head and saw the stain under his feet. He quickly raised his head to apologize, fearing that he would see the disdain or contempt in Sumo's eyes. But Sumo's eyes were calm and indifferent. There was no emotion in his eyes that Tang He imagined. You can take me in, but you have to help me do things. Tang He looked at her with surprise, and even Tang Yin was relieved from the previous embarrassment. Tang He, I can do anything if it's dangerous. Then I can do it alone. I can do twice the work. Tears welled up in Tang Yin's eyes. She shook her head frantically and said without thinking, No, I can work too. If my sister has anything to do, I can do it all. Suemo half closed her eyes and silently complained in her heart, Do I look scary? System? Suemo, I am an 18-year-old beautiful girl after all, and it's normal to open a store and sell things. Why do they think I need 2 children to do anything dangerous? System. Hee. Suemo just complained casually, and didn't really expect the system to give any answer. It's not a dangerous thing, you just need to help in the store. It's even better if it's not dangerous. Tang He and Tang Yin breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Name. Tang He. Tang Yin. Suemo nodded, and motioned for them to follow him. She took 2 steps forward and found something was wrong. She looked back, and saw that the 2 of them were actually taking off their shoes. Chapter 71 Towsy is here. When she turned around, she had already taken off her shoes, revealing 2 pairs of not particularly white feet. It was probably because the 2 kids were worried about dirtying the floor. That's why they did that. Suemo didn't say anything, just asked them to follow. Here, a bathroom? Tang He exclaimed, and Tang Yin also stared with round eyes, and opened her mouth. If it was just a bathroom, they wouldn't be so surprised. What really surprised them was that there was water in it, and it was clean, usable water. There are 2 bathrooms here, you can all use them. I'll put the clothes on the rack outside later, you can take them yourself. Suemo will go to the previous plane to buy clothes later. This is what she just discovered. As long as it's not too much, she seems to be able to buy it from the previous plane. Of course, she definitely can't bring the elixir, spell scrolls, and other things from the previous world. After all, they don't belong to this world at all. Tang He licked his dry lips, and his body began to tremble. Water? This is all clean water. So many people, they can't even drink water. But here they can take a bath with clean water. Who is this boss Su? Brother? Tang Yin saw Su-Mo leave the room. So she pulled Tang He's sleeve, who was in a daze. Tang He came back to his senses and looked at his sister, who was full of worry and confusion. He exhaled and tried to calm himself down. No matter who this boss Su is, she is willing to take them in and take out such precious water resources for them to take a bath. Then she is a good person. He need. Go take a shower. I'm next door. Call me if you need anything. He touched his sister's head. Let her feel at ease. Tang Yin nodded. Okay. Waiting for the two children to take a shower, Su-Mo went back to the fantasy plane. When she came back, she found that there seemed to be something extra on her feet. She looked down and saw a golden little tiger, which was obviously much bigger than before, was pulling at her ankle. Towsy, how did it get here? The system screamed, and the whole system panicked. Every string on its body was telling of fear and terror. A mythical beast from the fantasy world ran to a doomsday world full of ordinary humans. What is it doing? I'm afraid it's going to poke a hole in the sky. Host. Send it back. The system screamed with its head in its hands. If Towsy was just an ordinary fantasy beast, it would be fine. But it's a divine beast. How can a divine beast run around? This feeling is just like when the Monkey King pulled out the Dinghe Shinten from the East China Sea. Su-Mo also knew the seriousness of this matter, so he put the clothes he brought on the table, and then bent down to pick up Towsy. Towsy seemed to know that she was about to be sent back, so her two claws tightly grabbed Su-Mo's hand. Woo! Not only that, in order to make Su-Mo give up this idea, it also desperately started to act cute. Su-Mo couldn't do anything about it. The system couldn't do anything about it either. So the man and the tiger could only stare blankly. I don't know how long it had passed. There was a noise in the bathroom. Su-Mo pulled the corner of his mouth, threw Towsy aside, and then sent the clothes to the two children first. What should I do? What should I do? What should I do? Stop yelling. The world hasn't been destroyed yet. Just control Towsy, and don't use its abilities recklessly. Towsy was originally just a cub. Although it is a divine beast, its body and strength are still limited. Its only ability is to command all beasts. But there are no messy monsters in this world. At most, there are a group of flies, cockroaches and mice, and at most chickens, ducks, geese and pigs, which can't cause any trouble. The system immediately withered. What else can it do? These two are ancestors. If you can't afford to offend one, you can't afford to offend the other either. Towsy, who was left behind, groaned. It jumped off the table, and slowly followed Su-Mo like a big boss. The system had a headache, but there was nothing it could do. After putting the clothes away, Su-Mo began to teach Towsy a lesson. Since it came here, it should be obedient, or Su-Mo would send it back directly. First, there is no war beast pill here. So you won't have anything to eat when you come here. If you want to eat, go back now. Towsy hesitated for a moment, then shook her head decisively. Even if she didn't eat the war beast pill, her determination to stay here was very obvious. Second, food in this world is very precious. So you may not be able to eat enough. Of course, the not being able to eat enough here does not mean not being able to eat enough in the true sense. The correct meaning should be not being satisfied with eating. Su-Mo would never abuse Towsy. It's just that Towsy is an ancient mythical beast, and the most greedy one. It never eats because it is hungry, but simply wants to eat. In the previous world, Su-Mo would indulge it. But it is not so easy in this world. It is a picky eater. It may not even like to eat the fasting pill. Some things should be made clear in advance. Roar! Towsy nodded like pounding garlic. It didn't even eat the war beast pill. So how could it care about other ordinary food? Seeing that it was so obedient, Su-Mo didn't have the heart to mention other conditions. She stretched out her hand. Towsy jumped up happily, and then nestled in her palm, and acted like a spoiled child. Su-Mo hadn't stroked its fur for several days, and she really missed it. Just when the man and the beast were enjoying a wonderful leisure time, a horn sounded outside the door. It's the end of the world, and people who can still afford to drive a car must be extraordinary. Only the system has no entity. Otherwise it would definitely rush out to solicit customers. However, the people outside didn't seem to need it to solicit customers at all, and walked in by themselves. If Tang He and Tang He were here, they would definitely find out that the man who came here was the captain who killed their father, and was planning to sell them to the cannibal. Brother Long, when did a store appear here? Why don't we go in and take a look? A charming woman, wearing a revealing suspender skirt, said to the people around her in a steaky voice. Her voice was sweet and gentle, and the listeners had goosebumps all over their bodies. The person called Brother Long was the captain. Brother Long stopped the car because he saw a brand new store here, so he naturally would not refuse. Of course, in order to coax the woman, he naturally did not say that. Okay. Listen to Cece. Like by she. Brother Long also had a sticky vibe when he spoke. Only he was handsome. Otherwise, if someone with a different appearance said this, it would be greasy. The people around them were obviously used to the two of them getting along like this, so they were not surprised. Chapter 72 African Son and European Father. Because there were too many people in the team, there were only 5 people who actually went in. Brother Long, Bai Qian, and 3 other superpowers. Bai Qian held Brother Long's hand and walked into the Hope grocery store first. The smile on her face disappeared instantly after she saw Suemo. Because she had hooked up with Brother Long, although she was not a superpower, she had always lived a comfortable life. She had the conditions to wash and dress up, so her 5 points of beauty before the end of the world also increased to 7 points after the end of the world. But she saw Suemo. Sumo's appearance was naturally gorgeous. It's just that because of her unique temperament, others generally ignore her appearance and are attracted by her aura. But in Bai Qian's eyes, Suemo is a threat. No matter how she dresses up, after all, she has lived in the end of the world for more than half a year. In this living environment, even if a delicate flower can survive, it will become a carnivorous plant. The skin was rough and dark yellow, not as smooth and fair as Sumo's skin. Who ate well, drank well, and slept well every day. Feeling Bai Qian's hostility, Suemo raised his eyelids. Except Bai Qian. The other 4 men couldn't help but stare at him for a moment. Brother Long. Bai Qian bit her lip and shook his hand unwillingly. Brother Long came back to his senses, ignoring Bai Qian's dissatisfaction, and showed a self-proclaimed gentle smile on his face. Miss. Suemo interrupted him directly without any hesitation. Just call me Boss Su. I don't accept small talk if you want to buy something. Please go ahead if you don't want to buy. Leave. Brother Long was choked by Sumo's words and was speechless immediately. He had nothing to say. But Bai Qian was happy. She raised her eyebrows and walked to Suemo in a domineering manner. As a result, she felt as if she was tripped by something before she took 2 steps. Fortunately, she held the table in time, avoiding the embarrassing scene of falling flat on her face. What the hell? Bai Qian roared in anger. She wanted to teach this woman a lesson. But now, she was the one who made a fool of herself. Suemo chuckled and waved to Taozi. Taozi jumped from the ground onto the table and came to Sumo's side. At this time, the 5 people saw clearly that it turned out that it was a tiger cub that tripped Bai Qian just now. Naughty. Suemo pinched Taozi's ears, and the smile on his face disappeared in an instant. Did you raise this tiger? After seeing the tiger, Bai Qian screamed and quickly stepped back several steps. Brother Long was obviously very unhappy with her fussing. Suemo didn't even look at her. She turned her head and looked at Brother Long and the others. If you are not here to buy something, please leave. Taozi doesn't seem to like you very much. He just forced a smile on his face, and then recalled what Suemo said before. No chatting, please buy something. So he had to put away the idea of chatting. The eyes of several people moved to the surrounding shelves. Suemo has never had the habit of hoarding goods. So at this time, the shelves were the same as before, only 5 big steamed buns and 5 bottles of drinks plus 5 candies. These were given as gifts for the first exchange. If they saw the steamed buns, these people would not have any reaction, because steamed buns are indeed one of the most common foods at present, until they saw drinks and candies. In the end times when resources are scarce, all these things that need to be processed and produced have stopped production. Even if there are, they must be the leftovers from the production before the end of the world. After more than half a year, whether it is drinks or snacks such as biscuits, candies and potato chips, they have long ceased to exist. But this store actually has drinks and candies. They only care about the goods themselves and don't pay attention to, or don't believe the effects of drinks and candies written below the introduction. They just think it is a sales method. 2 points for steamed buns? 5 points for candies and drinks? What are points? One of the blue-clothed superpowers couldn't help but ask. Although they have eaten a lot of steamed buns, the steamed buns in this store are bigger than an adult man's fist. And they look white and soft, and the taste must be soft. Although there is a protective film between them, it seems that the aroma of steamed flour has been smelled. Suemo pointed to the points exchanger beside him. 1 first-level crystal core can be exchanged for 1 point. Everyone was startled, and then carefully read the paper next to the points exchanger several times. Even Bai Qian, who disliked Suemo, couldn't help but tremble her lips when she saw the content on the paper. If 1 first-level crystal core can be exchanged for 1 point, then wouldn't such a big steamed bun only need 2 first-level crystal cores? The breathing of the 5 people present began to increase. You know, now the ability to produce food such as steamed buns is basically a large base. The price offered by a big base like this, the cheapest one needs 5 first-level crystal cores to exchange for a steamed bun, and it's not even as big as the steamed buns here. If 2 steamed buns are compared together, then it must be the difference between an African son and a European father. One is black and small, the other is white and big. Are you lying? Bai Qian stared at Suemo in disbelief. You 5 people, are you afraid that I'm lying? Suemo raised his eyebrows and asked back. Bai Qian was speechless. Suemo was right. There are 5 of them now, and she is only one. Not to mention that there are several cars of people outside. If Suemo dares to lie, then she will definitely not have a good end. Brother Long took a deep look at Suemo, then took out 6 second-level crystal cores, and put them into the points exchanger. Ding! 6 second-level crystal cores have been detected, which can be exchanged for 60 points. With a crisp sound, 6 silver-white coins rolled out from the bottom of the points exchanger. The front of the coin is a number 10, which means 10 points, and the back is an S pattern. We want all these things! Brother Long put all 6 coins in front of Suemo. Suemo took a look, then nodded, and took all the coins. Then they took all the things on the shelf. Because there were few things, only the 3 psychics who followed him were allowed to take them. Brother Long and Bai Qian would definitely not do anything. After finding out that it was true that he could buy goods at such a low price, Brother Long's eyes flashed with a strange light. Hello! Boss Su, I want to ask, are these goods still in stock? We want to buy some more. Suemo glanced at him. Although he was just looking at him normally, Brother Long felt a chill in his back for some reason. It seemed that his thoughts were completely seen through by the woman in front of him. Chapter 73 Fooling a Fool. Then, Suemo retracted his gaze. We only receive goods once a day. Today's goods have been sold out. If you want to buy, please wait until tomorrow. Receiving goods? It's already this time. Where else can we get these things? This woman must be fooling a fool. Brother Long smiled lightly, but in fact, he sneered in his heart. In that case, I won't bother you anymore. After saying this, Brother Long took the other 3 people, and the reluctant Bai Qian away. When they reached the door, Bai Qian held Brother Long's hand coquettishly. Brother Long, why don't we stay here tonight? There are no suitable conditions for camping nearby. In addition, they originally planned to leave tomorrow, so they didn't plan to camp tonight. Since they didn't plan to camp, then they could only sleep in the car tonight. The car was small, and there were many people, so she naturally didn't like it. Brother Long sneered, and said, Cece, just wait. But he was interrupted by someone, who suddenly ran over before he finished speaking. Brother Long. Those 2 kids are gone. 2 kids? Brother Long narrowed his eyes. Are they the 2 kids from the Tang family? Yes. The person who came was the superpower who had talked to Brother Long that night. He knew that Brother Long was going to sell people. So when everyone else was gloating and saying, those 2 kids are finally gone. We don't have to keep those useless people who eat and drink for free. He was the only one who breathed a sigh of relief. It's good to run away. What if he survives? He would definitely not survive if he stayed in the team anyway. Although he was thankful, he still had to tell Brother Long about his escape. Lest Brother Long think that he deliberately let the 2 children run away. Just 2 children. Why did they run away? Could it be that they have a better place to go? Brother Long seemed to have thought of something, and his eyes suddenly stared at him. Shaoli, I know you are soft-hearted, but if you have anything to discuss with me, you can discuss it with me. Shaoli broke out in a cold sweat. He knew that Brother Long suspected that he had told the 2 children about the selling of people, so the 2 of them ran away. Under normal circumstances, 2 children in their early teens, in the crisis-ridden end of the world, they would never be able to escape from the organization. Luckily, this was not done by him, so he did not feel guilty when he refuted it now. It's not me, Brother Long. You can ask other people. I haven't seen the 2 children in the past 2 days. What Shaoli said was true. In fact, he had not seen Tang Yin and Tang He in the past 2 days. But this was not a coincidence, but he deliberately avoided them. He did this mainly because he was afraid of feeling guilty. Whenever I see them, I feel bad, and can't help wanting to tell them the truth. I didn't expect that my behavior of avoiding the condemnation of my conscience would become evidence that I didn't tell the truth. Brother Long looked at him seriously, and seeing that he was telling the truth, he laughed. This chuckle sounded like a devil's laugh to Shaoli. I know. I definitely believe you. Let them run away. Then I hope they don't meet zombies outside. Shaoli lowered his head and didn't speak. His mind was gradually empty, and he didn't know what he was thinking. Tang He watched Brother Long and his group leave, and after Boss Su closed the door of the shop, he dared to walk out with his sister. Su Mo heard the footsteps, looked back, and saw that the two children had washed themselves clean. The clothes she prepared for Tang He and Tang Yin were ordinary short-sleeved trousers. Tang He wore a white shirt and black pants. Tang Yin wore a pink shirt and white pants. After washing, the two children still looked very clever and cute. They didn't look like street kids at all. Boss Su, did those people come to buy things just now? Tang He hesitated for a moment and asked. Su Mo took out the food prepared for them, put it on the table, and then waved to the two of them. Well, they came to buy things. Let's not talk about this, come and eat first, and then discuss your work after eating. Tang He and Tang Yin looked at each other. In the end, Tang He pushed his sister and pushed her to sit on the chair. I'm not hungry, Yin. Just eat. Boss Su, is there anything you need me to do? Although Tang He said he was not hungry, he could not help glancing at the table. Su Mo prepared a bowl of vegetable porridge for each of them, plus an egg and a plate of pickles. Although it looked simple, the vegetable porridge was thick and fragrant, the egg was nutritious, and the pickles were crisp and refreshing. It's not that Su Mo didn't want to give them something good, but these two children didn't eat much on weekdays. Humans in the last days basically didn't eat meat, and oil and salt were rare. If you suddenly eat too stimulating or greasy food, it will be bad for your stomach. This seemingly simple meal, in the end of the world, is simply a luxurious delicacy. Tang Yin saw that her brother didn't eat, and she didn't dare to pick up her chopsticks. Su Mo thought for a while, first rubbed Tang Yin's head, and then pulled Tang He to sit on the chair. Eat first, you can't work when you're hungry. What if you faint from hunger later? She knew that Tang He was in charge of the two children, so she said all these words to Tang He. After seeing the hesitation on Tang He's face, she continued, this meal has been recorded in the account. You will have food to eat every day in the future. If you do well, I can give you extra points or crystal cores as salary. Hearing this, Tang He didn't continue to refuse. Even if he could go hungry, he didn't want his sister to go hungry. Thank you, Boss Su. I will work hard after dinner. Tang Yin moved her lips, and finally stammered. I will work hard too. Su Mo nodded, because she felt that they would be nervous when they were here. So Su Mo took Taozi to the recliner behind the counter to rest. Host, what kind of work are you going to let them do? The system was actually very curious before. It originally thought that the host was just joking when he said he would take them into work. But it turned out to be true. However, it really didn't think that there would be any work for these two children in this store. Su Mo pondered for a moment. Let them help me write flyers, and then help collect money, introduce products, etc. It was just some odd job she usually did. It wasn't tiring. She could do it herself. But now that there was someone, she could relax. Flyers? What flyers? Chapter 74 Free Water. Just a normal flyer. Write the address here, and say that there are food for sale here, and it's very cheap or something. If it was the previous world, then there would definitely be no need for such means. The main reason is that the background environment of the world is different. The things she sold in the previous world were not necessities, whether people bought them or not. It would not affect their normal lives. But this world is different. She sold food in the early stage, and the most lacking thing in this world is food. People will die if they don't eat. If you want to use the same method as the previous world to get people to promote it, it's impossible. There is no other Yage and another A in this world. Moreover, in order to monopolize the food in the grocery store, they must wish that they were the only ones in the world who knew about such a place, so as to monopolize the food resources here. Even in the late stage of the previous world, aren't there still many people with ulterior motives who want to occupy the grocery store? In this world, the ideas of these people will only be better. The system thought about it, and felt that there was nothing wrong with it. One reason is that the humans in this world would not actively promote the grocery store. Another reason is that this world is too dangerous. They would not risk their lives to come here to check whether the grocery store here is real for no reason. Just for a piece of news that they don't know whether it is true or not. Distributing flyers is just a means of screening. You don't believe it. And you don't want to take risks. There will always be desperate people who are willing to come here to try their luck. But what does this have to do with taking in these two children? System. Host, I can actually print flyers. Suemo. She used herself in the last world, and it was quite convenient. She let herself do everything. Big or small. Why did this world suddenly change? She even let others do something as small as a flyer? Could it be that she finally found her conscience, knowing that it was wrong to enslave the system, so she wanted to treat it well? The more the system thought about it, the more it thought. So, without Sumo's knowledge, the system's thoughts had already gone astray by at least 800 dimensions. And, actually, you can also let Xiaohei do the work of collecting money and introducing products. Suemo. Although Xiaohei's job is essentially a bodyguard. But as long as it is Sumo's order, he will do it. The more the system thought about it, the more it felt wrong. Until it found that its host had not spoken all the time, and his eyebrows and eyes became cold, it seemed to guess something. In fact, asking for help with work is just an excuse. The host may really just want to take in these two children. Although she took them in, she didn't want the two children to think that they could eat and live for free, so she arranged these jobs for them. Thinking of this, the system was silent. Then it knew what was going on, and didn't ask any more questions. The not-so-small grocery store was silent. The only sounds left in the air were everyone's breathing, and the sounds of Tang He and Tang Yin eating. Tang He ate very quickly. After eating, he also helped to wash all the dishes and chopsticks. Tang Yin's eating speed was not slow. Because in the end of the world, if you don't eat the food quickly, it may not belong to you in the next moment. So they all developed the habit of eating the food at hand quickly. Are you full? Yes. Not only are they full in their stomachs, but they are also full in their spirits. Both children now feel that the fragrance of food is still lingering in their mouths. Can you read? Can you write? Tang He and Tang Yin nodded actively. Yes, my sister and I can. Although they are only in their early teens, they would have been in the 3rd or 4th grade of elementary school before the end of the world. But because their parents are teachers, they have always had good grades. Not only can they read and write, but they can recognize many more words than their peers. And their handwriting is also quite beautiful. Suemo handed them a flyer that he had already written before, and then gave them a stack of paper and a pen. This is your job today. This is the store's flyer. This is the number you need to copy today. The stack of paper is quite thick, looking like there are at least 200 sheets. There are not many words on the flyer. The general summary is the store name, location, and slogan. According to the normal writing speed, one sheet takes about 1 or 2 minutes. One person has 100 sheets, and it only takes about 2.5 hours to finish them all. Compared to fighting zombies outside and running around everywhere, this job is indeed very easy. After receiving his task, Tang He was obviously relieved. Just copying words. This is too simple. Is it just these that need to be copied? I can write hundreds more. Suemo did not continue to give them paper. If you write continuously for too long, people will get tired. That's all you need today. Since Suemo said so, Tang He and Tang Yin sat down on the chairs with paper and pen in their arms. Halfway through writing, Suemo saw Tang He suddenly approaching. She thought he was tired and wanted to take a break, but he actually came over to talk to her. Boss Su, are you writing flyers to post to promote your store? Just like the small advertisements posted on the wall before. Suemo nodded. She thought it would be best to post the flyers all over the 2 streets nearby. In this way, as long as someone passes by here, they will definitely see it. And if more people see it, someone will believe it. I have a suggestion for promotion. You say. Suemo really wanted to know what his suggestion was. Tang He thought for a while, and said, just now when I was taking a shower, I seemed to see a label on the water inside saying, it's unlimited supply. Right? It's unlimited. Not only water is unlimited. The electricity here is also unlimited. Because the grocery store is not connected to this world, but to the system. As long as the system has energy, basic resources such as water and electricity are unlimited. Tang He was a little surprised. He didn't dare to believe that what was posted there was true. How could there be unlimited water in this world, however? When he took a shower, the water flow did not decrease after a long time, which made him believe it. Especially now that he got a positive answer from Boss Su. He cleared his head of other doubts and continued, What do you think? Boss Sue, if you give a glass of water to every customer who enters the store, will it attract more people to come to the store? Suemo thought about it, and felt that there was nothing wrong with Tangy's suggestion. Even before the end of the world, if someone said that a place was giving away free things, there would definitely be many people who would rush to receive them. Chapter 75 Night Raid. Not to mention that what is being given away now is the most scarce water resource in the end times. This value, before the end times, it can be said to be worth a fortune. As long as there are some words, like a cup of water for free when entering the store on the flyer, then the publicity effect will definitely increase exponentially. Your suggestion is very good, you can write it on the flyer. It's just giving away water, it's not a big deal. And it only said to give away a cup, and didn't say the size of the cup. Besides, she can't sell non-commodity items for money, so it's a good choice to use it to attract customers. Anyway, she has done this kind of thing in the last world. If you have a membership card, you can receive a gift package every week, which is the same as the means of giving away water now. When he heard that his suggestion was adopted, Tangy smiled widely. The thought of finally helping slowly appeared in his mind. Then, the smile on his face quickly disappeared again. There is one more thing, about those people who just bought things. Tangy told Suemo all the details of how the two of them escaped and why. Then a worried look appeared on his face. The captain is a level 3 psychic, and there are several psychics and dozens of people in their team. I am worried that they will attack Boss Sue and the store tonight. When Brother Long left today, Tangy saw the strange look in his eyes. He still breaks out in a cold sweat when he thinks of that look. In the end times, killing and robbing, and occupying the magpie's nest are not uncommon. Boss Sue is just a weak woman, and there are so many attractive things in the store, it is hard to guarantee that she will not be targeted by Brother Long. After finally finding a place to stay, Tangy didn't want anything to happen here. Otherwise, he and his sister would have nowhere to go. What if Brother Long found their tracks? He might capture them, and force them to be sent to Dona base to be sold. Suemo nodded thoughtfully to Tangy's words, indicating that she understood. Then, she stuffed Towsy into Tangy's hands. Tangy looked at the tiger cub in his hand, with a confused look on his face. For a moment, he didn't know whether to hold it or throw it away. Towsy seemed to be taking things as they come. It turned over lazily, and then closed its eyes to rest. This is Towsy. It will accompany you to rest tonight. So, Tangy held Towsy in his arms, and went back to the chair. Late at night, a group of people squatted restlessly at the door of the grocery store. Damn it! Why can't I pry it open? A yellow-haired man cursed inwardly, and then threw away the iron needle in his hand. Brother Long, I can't pry open this door. The yellow-haired man was a habitual thief before the end of the world, and his lock-picking skills were quite excellent. It was also for this reason that, although he was not a superpower, he was treated quite well in this team. Whenever he encountered a lock anywhere, he would pry it open. This was the first time he encountered a lock that he couldn't open. It was really strange. You can't pry this open, Brother Huang. You can't do it. Another man sneered and joked. The yellow-haired man glared at him, and then took several steps back. Brother Long frowned, and felt that something was wrong. The yellow-haired man could even pry open the safe in a bank, so how could he not be able to pry open the lock of an ordinary grocery store? Could it be that the lock of this grocery store is more powerful than that of a bank? He didn't want to waste any more time, so although he had many doubts in his mind, he didn't continue to think about it. Then let the metal superpower come over. As long as the door is made of metal, there is no way to resist the control of the metal superpower. It's just that the noise will be louder. In order not to attract attention, that's why Brother Long asked the yellow-haired man to pick the lock first. A strong man responded, and then began to use his superpower on the door. As time passed, the door finally showed a trend of being opened. But because the speed was too slow, some people have begun to look for other ways to break through the grocery store. Finally, some people found a water pipe at the back of the grocery store. The physical fitness and other aspects of the superpowers in the last days have improved a lot, so they climbed up the water pipe directly with nimble hands and feet. Then they quickly went up to the second floor. They tried to push the window, and were surprised to find that the window was not closed. Brother Long, the window here is not closed. I'll go down and open the door for you later. After hearing what he said, they went to the front and waited. After a while, the door of the grocery store slowly opened. They rushed into the store excitedly. They looked around for the light switch, as well as the drinks, candies, and steamed buns that Brother Long mentioned. As the last person walked into the grocery store, there was a bang, and the door closed instantly. The next second, The lights came on. Everyone saw a man and a woman standing in front of them. The woman was the boss Sue they had met this morning. The man was dressed in black and had a hat on his head. The brim of the hat covered most of his face, making it difficult to see his appearance. It was so late, if they hadn't come to cause trouble tonight, Sue Imo would have been sleeping soundly in bed. She raised her hand with a little impatience. Xiao Hei flew out and knocked down the nearest few people in front of him with lightning speed. "What are you standing there for? Hit!" Brother Long roared. Then the remaining people quickly came to their senses, and several people immediately fought with Xiao Hei. And Brother Long's goal was to rush towards Sue Imo very clearly. "Boss Sue, we could have had a good chat, but who told you to start first?" Sue Imo snorted coldly. What's wrong with starting first? He was thinking of coming in and stealing, and he wasn't allowed to resist? He was really the most despicable person in the world. Brother Long looked at her standing there motionless, and thought she was scared and didn't know how to dodge. Who knew that when he was still a long distance away from Sue Imo, he suddenly felt that he couldn't move at all. Then, he felt a pain in the back of his neck, and then his eyes went dark, and he fainted instantly. Xiao Hei patted the dust off his body, and then looked at Sue Imo, as if waiting for her order. "Tie them up, and get some rest early." As she said that, she yawned, and tears welled up in the corners of her eyes. After receiving the order, Xiao Hei took out a bunch of hemp ropes as thick as 3 fingers from somewhere. Then he tied up all the people on the ground. The next day, Tangyin got up early in the morning. At the same time, Tazi, who was sleeping next to her, opened her eyes. "Good morning, Tazi." She touched Tazi's head, and then held it, and prepared to go downstairs. As soon as she opened the door, she was startled by the person lying at the door. Chapter 76. The coolie who came to the door. "Isn't this?" Tangyin leaned forward and saw the man's face, and was immediately shocked. This man was one of the superpowers in the team they were in before. Tangyin's face turned pale, and she rushed back to the room with Taozi in her arms. She pushed her brother awake. While pushing him, she called him in a crying voice. "Brother, the captain and the others are here." In less than 10 seconds, Tangyi sat up suddenly, pulled her to the door. He was almost tripped by the person on the ground. "Isn't this Zhang Yu? How could he be here?" Tangyi looked down, and saw a familiar face. Looking more carefully, there seemed to be several obvious claw marks on the man's face. And in their cognition, the only one who could cause such damage currently is Taozi. Roar! As they looked at themselves, Taozi also roared in cooperation. "Taozi, that's right, I did it, praise me." Taozi hummed proudly, then walked in front of Zhang Yu, and pressed a claw directly on his face. The claw marks on his face were exactly the same as Taozi's claw marks. This person was the one who climbed up the water pipe last night. The water pipe was connected to the window of their 2 children's room, so when he climbed in, he was discovered by Taozi, and then knocked down by Taozi. Taozi was a divine beast after all, and it was very easy for him to deal with an unsuspecting person. In order not to affect their rest, Taozi even dragged this person out of the door. Just at this time, Sue Imo also yawned and walked out from the next door. Seeing that the 2 of them woke up, he even said hello. "The captain you mentioned yesterday came last night, and was knocked unconscious by Xiao Hei downstairs. Do you want to go and see him?" Although the 2 of them didn't know who the Xiao Hei that Boss Su mentioned was, it didn't affect their eagerness to go downstairs to see what was going on. Especially Tangyi. He wanted to rush down and kill Brother Long right now. If it weren't for him, his father wouldn't have died at all. Sue Imo took the 2 of them downstairs. As soon as they got downstairs, they saw people lying on the ground. They were all tied with very thick hemp ropes. This was also to ensure that even if they woke up, they couldn't break free. After seeing Brother Long, Tangyi's eyes turned red. His pupils were filled with a flame called anger. He rushed directly to Brother Long and punched and kicked him. But the child's strength is limited, and he is a 3rd-level psychic with thick skin and flesh. So the damage and pain he caused may not be as severe as when Brother Long accidentally fell while walking. Seeing this, Tangyin also stepped forward and kicked him twice. Although it didn't hurt, it still woke Brother Long from his coma. "Why are you 2 here? Long Yin, you are a bastard. Why did you use my father to block the knife? And you lied to us that he sacrificed voluntarily. You even want to sell us to Dona and those ogres." Tangyi was a little scared when he saw that he woke up. But when he saw such a thick rope still tied to Long Yin's body, he felt as if he had a safety guarantee. The next moves were all fierce. "Tangyi, what are you doing? How could I do such a thing?" Long Yin wanted to dodge in pain, but he was tied up like a caterpillar and could not move at all. So he could only change his way of speaking and explain gently. Did someone instigate you and say something to you? Uncle Tang is an old member of the team after all. How could I deliberately hurt him? Long Yin was smart. He only said that he did not deliberately hurt Tang's father, and did not mention the matter of selling them. Seeing that he still did not admit it, Tang he bit his arm directly. Long Yin screamed like a pig being slaughtered in pain. Seeing this, Suemo pulled him away directly and said lightly, "Don't bite everything, it's dirty. The end of the world is full of germs, and these people may not take a bath for a long time. It is said that diseases come from the mouth. Who knows if this person has any messy microorganisms and bacteria on his body?" Tang he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. "That night, I heard your conversation with Brother Li. What else is there to quibble about?" Long Yin stared at Tang he, finally understood why the two kids ran away. It turned out that he had overheard the conversation that day. "Okay, you two go eat first, you haven't done today's work yet." Suemo called Xiao Hei over, and gathered all these people in a corner. Tang he frowned, and wanted to say something, but was stopped by Suemo. Since they dared to attack the grocery store last night, they will have to pay the price. She was just worried that no one would help her post flyers. This is it. A laborer who came to my door. It would be a waste if I didn't use him. It's a good opportunity for Xiao Hei to have a rest. Otherwise, this job would have fallen on him. Suemo motioned Tang he to look around. He turned his head, and found that his sister had hidden behind the table without knowing when. And her body was shaking uncontrollably. She was terrified. If I guess correctly, she must have been frightened by his appearance just now. He quickly turned back to comfort his sister, and took her to wash up and eat after she was comforted. "Tell me, you broke into my store deliberately yesterday, and even destroyed things in the store. How are you going to compensate me?" The group of men were very aggrieved at this time. They never thought that they would fall into the hands of a little girl. They are superpowers. For so long, they have never suffered any grievances. But now the situation is special, and they can't do anything about it. Let's be frank. Since we've been caught by Boss Su, we'll accept it. Just tell us what's going on. This Long Yin is a man who can let go easily. He's also very sensible. It's a pity that he didn't use his clever ideas. You don't have to do too much. Just help me post flyers today. Suemo handed them the flyers that the two children had written yesterday. There are at least a dozen people tied up here, and 200 flyers don't seem to be enough. So Suemo asked the system to print out another 800 flyers, making a whole number of 1,000. This will be enough for them to keep busy for a while. 2 streets nearby, all covered. Everyone was stunned. They never thought it would be such an easy and simple job. No, it's not particularly easy. This street is okay, but there are quite a few zombies on the street next door. If you want to post flyers there, you have to clear the zombies. Or they have to stick it when the zombies aren't paying attention. But the zombies have sharp hearing, so the latter situation is basically impossible. In other words, they have to find a way to get rid of the zombies themselves. Chapter 77. How can you be so absolute? Long Yin thought for less than 2 seconds, and agreed directly. What is there to refuse, anyway? Since this woman wants them to help post flyers, she must untie their ropes. Since they can't beat her, the worst that can happen is that they run away. Only fools would really work. The above content is almost everyone's idea. Unfortunately, they were wrong. Before untying their ropes, Xiao Hei put a black bracelet on everyone's hand. It looks like rubber material, and it's quite elastic. But the strange thing is that, no matter what method they use, they can't take the bracelet off their hands. Sumo watched them doing useless work, kindly reminded them. Don't waste your energy, unless you cut your hand off, otherwise you can't take it off by yourself. How could it be possible for them to break free so easily with the system's things? The faces of these people were a little ugly. But they thought that it was just a bracelet, it didn't matter. Until they heard Sumo's next sentence. With your own bracelet. You can't use your superpowers. So don't think about anything messy. Understand? Everyone looked at Suemo in disbelief. How could it be possible? How could such a broken bracelet restrict them? They didn't believe what Suemo said. But when they really started to use their superpowers, they found that there was no reaction. They seemed to have returned to half a year ago, when they were still ordinary people who did nothing. Don't worry. As long as you work hard, I will take off the bracelet for you. Suemo smiled, and watched a group of people leave with flyers and glue in their arms. When Tang He and Tang Ying came out after lunch, They saw that there was no one in the grocery store. Tang He opened his mouth. But in the end, he didn't ask anything. The two of them were just like yesterday, writing flyers on the table obediently. At lunchtime, Tang He and Tang He were so tired that they shook their hands. They wrote from 8 in the morning to 12 o'clock. A full 4 hours, which normal people couldn't stand. Not to mention that these two children were stubborn and didn't rest even when they were tired. Sumo's persuasion was useless, so she could only prepare a more sumptuous meal for them at noon than yesterday. At the same time, Long Yan and others, who had finally posted more than 1,000 flyers, smelled a strong fragrance before they entered the store. Braised meat, pickled fish, and the smell of seafood soup. After working all morning, they were already starving. They could actually smell the aroma that they could only smell before the end of the world. Is it an illusion? As they walked into the store and saw a table full of sumptuous food, they realized that it was not an illusion. Seeing Sumo and Tang He eating with relish, they couldn't help swallowing their saliva. For more than half a year, their stomachs, which had never been full, rumbled like thunder. Compared to the greedy expressions of others, Long Yan felt cold in his heart. Endless regrets surged in his heart. Perhaps he shouldn't have brought people here to cause trouble yesterday. Being able to take out so many drinks and candies at this time, and also eating a sumptuous meal that could be considered rich even before the end of the world. This is obviously not something that ordinary people can do. This boss Su, and the man in black last night, are not ordinary people. When he thought about how he had provoked such a person, Long Yan felt regret and annoyance from the bottom of his heart. Sumo finished her meal and wiped her mouth. Done? There's more. Go on. She was not a good person, let alone a saint. She could not sympathize with those who tried to harm her, even if they did not succeed. But some things could not be forgiven just because they did not succeed. If the owner of this store was not her, but someone else, the women would be treated as playthings by them, and the men would be sold to the group of ogres at the Dona base. Sumo believed that Long Yan was capable of such a thing, so she was not prepared to let him go easily. Besides, it is the end of the world now, and there are no laws. Even if she went too far, what does it matter? It was just posting flyers for a morning. What's that? Is it as bad as them sneaking into other people's homes late at night and trying to rob and occupy them? Long Yan gritted his teeth and said with a breath, Boss Su, don't be too ruthless. You asked us to post flyers, and we have already posted them. You can't let us help you post flyers for the rest of your life. Sumo raised her eyebrows, and her mouth was slightly curved. She was obviously a beautiful girl, but in the eyes of these people, she was like a devil. It was just asking you to post flyers for a morning. How can you be as ruthless as you are? Long Yan opened his eyes wide, as if he guessed what she wanted to say. He wanted to stop her, but was stopped by Xiao Hei, who suddenly appeared. Not only did you use the child's father as a shield, but now you are planning to sell the child to the Dona base. In terms of ruthlessness, I admit that I cannot compare to you, because when Tang He was scolding Long Yan before, the others were not awake, so they did not hear what he said. Hearing Sumo's words, everyone looked at Long Yan in shock. Selling Tang He to Dona base? Doesn't the captain know what kind of lunatics are in Dona base? No. He must know. It is because he knows that he will sell them. Most of the people present knew that the captain used Tang's father to shield him. Although they felt uncomfortable, they were far less uncomfortable than now. When they thought that they were following such a cruel and beastly person, they felt a chill on their backs. Most of the people present also had their own wives and children. How could they hope that if they died one day, their families would be sold to cannibals? For a moment, the hearts of the dozen people standing in the store were all confused. They did not doubt what Sumo said. First, because she had no need to lie to herself. And second, because Long Yan did not refute at this time. And it was obvious that he was guilty. Of course, the most important thing was that Tang He and Tang Yin escaped. They had never figured out the reason for their escape, but now they finally knew. The relationship between the teammates that had been established for more than half a year fell apart under Sumo's words. Everyone was calculating in their own minds. Under the seemingly peaceful and quiet surface, there was a storm that was about to be set off. No matter what, they could be suspicious as much as they wanted, but the work still had to be done. Sumo forced them to post flyers for 3 whole days. Even the street next door was covered with flyers. How did these ordinary people without superpowers post flyers in the face of so many zombies? That was their business. Chapter 78 A Little Smarter Than You. After posting flyers for 3 days, Sumo kept his word and directly untied their bracelets. On the day of untying them, they all left. When they left, Tangy stood at the door and watched for a long time. Sumo walked over and rubbed his head. What? Don't you want me to let them go? Do you want to kill Long Yen with your own hands to avenge your father? Tangy shook his head. How could he think that? Boss Su has done enough for them. Boss Su, you have destroyed the relationship between their team. Long Yen will not have a good end. Thank you, Boss Su. The system today. I didn't expect this kid to be so smart. Sumo, well, I think he is a little smarter than you. System? Why do you have nothing to do with it? Sumo chuckled. She looked at Tangy and gave him a brain slam. Don't think so much, kid. Tangy touched his head and smiled foolishly. He wanted to say something, but was quickly interrupted by another voice. Hello? Hello? I want to ask. I saw the flyer outside saying, is it true that water will be given when you enter the store? Looking in the direction of the voice, there were 2 people standing at the door. A man and a woman. The man was about 20 years old, and the woman looked like she was in her 40s or 50s. Because of the similarity between their eyebrows, Sumo guessed that the 2 were probably mother and son. Tangy, Sumo called out. Tangy quickly responded and ran into the bathroom to get some water. Tangin, who was sitting in a daze, also jumped down from the chair. After a while, the 2 of them walked to the door, each holding a glass of water. The woman and the man obviously didn't expect this to be true. They just came to try their luck. In the end times, any resource is precious, especially the water called the source of life. Here, the 2 of them handed the water to the woman and the man. The cup was not big. It was a small disposable plastic cup, with a diameter and height of less than 5 centimeters. And the water was not completely filled. Only 2/3 of the height. Try to calculate how many milliliters of water this cup has. Despite this, the 2 people were still very excited. After all, this is a free thing. It's good to have it. How can you care about how much? Thank you. Thank you. I didn't expect it to be true. The woman's hands were shaking with excitement. But she had to try to control herself, fearing that she would accidentally spill the water in the quilt. Gang, drink it quickly. She stuffed her cup into her son's hand. 1 cup each. Don't force it on me. Because he knew what kind of person his mother was, and guessed that she would definitely give him the water. Gang was prepared. He gave his cup to his mother, and then drank the cup she handed to him in 1 gulp. Seeing this scene, Tangy and Tangin couldn't help but miss it. Because when Tang's father was alive, he was like this. He would give them all the food every day, and he would only eat a little. But in the future, they would never see each other again. Sumo keenly noticed that the 2 children were in a bad mood. For a moment, she felt helpless about the responsibility of being both a father and a mother. She broke the inexplicably sad atmosphere by speaking directly. Since you 2 are here, why don't you take a look at the things inside? At this time, the woman and the man also remembered that they were still standing in front of someone else's store. Hearing Sumo's words, the woman's mouth moved. They had nothing on them. What could they buy? But someone had just given them water, and now they just left. Wouldn't it be a bit inappropriate? Even if Sumo couldn't read minds, she could guess what she was thinking. Most of the people who were attracted by the flyers came here to get the water for free. She didn't expect too much from them buying things anyway. She had already prepared herself mentally. It doesn't matter if you don't buy, you can just take a look. Knowing that Sumo was giving them a way out, the woman smiled awkwardly. Then take a look. Gang hadn't said much the whole time. When he heard that his mother wanted to go into the store to take a look, he walked in with her. When they saw a whole row of white buns on the shelf, they were completely stunned. Gang quickly came to his senses. His eyes fell on the drinks and candies. While he was shocked, he couldn't help but start to calculate. Is it true? Gang pointed to the paper with the ratio of crystal cores to points and asked. Of course it's true. Someone bought it yesterday. The person who said this was Tangin. Tangy looked back at her in surprise. He didn't expect that his sister, who had always been more reserved to outsiders, would actually take the initiative to speak. Even Sumo couldn't help but look at her more. Hearing that it was true, Gang hesitated for a moment, then took out a handful of crystal cores from the innermost layer of his clothes. It was said to be a handful, but in fact, there were less than 10. He counted them, and then threw them all into the points converter. Ding! 7 first-level crystal cores have been detected. which can be exchanged for 7 points. A few seconds later, 7 coins with a face value of 1 rolled out from below. Except for the change in the numbers on them, the other details were exactly the same as the 10-point coin. I want to buy a bottle of drink and a steamed bun. Suemo motioned Tang Yin to take the points. She took 2 steps forward, and then stretched out her hand. Gang was stunned at first, but then he gave her all the 7 coins in his hand. Tang He walked to the shelf, took down a steamed bun and a bottle of drink, and handed them to him. The 2 brothers and sisters divided the work and cooperated, which was almost what Sumo expected. Gang looked at the things in his hand, and his eyes lit up with excitement. If he remembered correctly, he seemed to have heard that one of the leaders of the North and South bases liked to drink beverages. It was precisely because of this that the North and South bases had signs for purchasing beverages all year round. The price of a bottle of beverage had risen from the original 5 first-level crystal cores to the current 20 first-level crystal cores. But he only spent 5 first-level crystal cores to buy this bottle of beverage. This is a full 4 times the profit. Moreover, even if the North and South bases did not buy it, the other 2 bases also bought various foods. Things like energy drinks that were almost out of production could at least be sold for at least 10 first-level crystal cores. After all, he would not lose money. Although the woman did not know why her son spent money to buy a bottle of beverage, she did not say anything. Although in her opinion, it would be better to buy 2 big steamed buns than to buy this thing. Gang carefully put away the energy drink, and then broke the steamed bun in his hand into 2 equal sizes. Then he gave half of it to the woman. Then, before she could refuse, he pulled her out of the store. Chapter 79 The Ability to Recover Quickly. After walking out of the store, Gang excitedly said, "Mom, we've made a fortune." The woman looked at him blankly. Because they drank water and ate half a big white steamed bun, the 2 of them still had some physical strength. Especially Gang. As long as he thought of the 21st level crystal cores, he was even more motivated. The 2 of them walked for more than 2 hours, and finally arrived at the gates of the North and South bases. "Stop! Who allowed you to come in casually? Where's the pass?" The gatekeeper saw Gang and the woman and immediately stopped them. "Now, whenever you enter the base for the first time, you need to hand in something. Either hand in food, or hand in crystal cores. After handing in the things for the first time, you will get a pass. The pass is like an identity certificate. With it, you don't need to hand in anything when you enter this base again in the future. The rules of the 3 major bases are the same, but the passes are different. The pass of a certain store can only be used in that store, and it cannot be used in another store. Big brother, please help me. I heard that you accept drinks here. Right? How about this one of mine?" Gang sneakily showed a corner of his clothes, and showed the guard his hidden drink. The guard's eyes lit up. It just so happened that their person in charge was in a bad mood these days. If I could get this bottle of drink. Gang knew that he had made the right trip when he saw the guard's eyes. 10 first-level crystal cores, I want them. The guard said without hesitation. Gang thought things would turn around, but he didn't expect the guard to ask for such a high price. It takes 20 first-level crystal cores to purchase inside, but here we give 10 first-level crystal cores. He just talked a lot, and earned 10 first-level crystal cores. What a wishful thinking. Brother, you are not being kind. I can sell 20 first-level crystal cores in other bases. And the next base is closer than here. If it wasn't for selling more, he wouldn't waste all this effort. According to what he said, the 2 hours were wasted. The guard frowned. The price of 10 crystal cores is already very high. Don't go too far. Usually, these people give gifts to enter the base. As a guard, he naturally receives gifts. Now, he has developed the habit of making money. He cut the price in half directly. If it was a soft-tempered person, he would probably accept it. But Gang is not such a person who is so easy to fool. In that case, I'll go ask someone else. Gang sneered, turned around and prepared to leave. The guard glared at him. Unexpectedly he actually left. But he couldn't bring himself to call Gang, so he could only watch him go. While watching, he thought in his heart that this man was probably just pretending. He would definitely come back later. Who knew that after Gang left, he really didn't look back. Because he had met a suitable seller on the way. "Brother Chun, there really is no beverage recently, you should be patient." The man called Brother Chun scratched his hair in annoyance. You know, he used to drink beverages as water. It can be said that he was completely addicted to drinking. But since the end of the world, beverages have become a non-renewable resource. He drinks less and less frequently. This feeling is just like the feeling of a long-time smoker who has not even smelled cigarettes for 10 days or half a month, let alone smoked. Brother Chen exhaled and tried to calm his anxious mood. How is the information exploration next door going? I heard that a new large shopping mall and hospital that no one has ever been to was discovered in the Highland district next door. When the time comes, we will go in and take a look. If there are beverages, we will definitely bring them back for you. Hearing the conversation between the two people, Agang's eyes lit up. He didn't expect his luck to be so good. He actually ran into the legendary person in charge of the drink addiction. Agang asked the woman to wait on the side, and he walked over with a blue can. Hello. I want to ask, do you need this? A bottle of energy drink? Although there is still a little difference between energy drinks and beverages. But in the end times when supplies are scarce, there is nothing to be picky about. Don't worry, this is not expired, you can drink it. Agang was afraid that they would not buy it, so he added another sentence. Since Brother Chen saw the energy drink, he has been staring at it intently. The people around him knew what he was thinking at a glance, so they quickly took out a few crystal cores from their pockets. How about 3 second-level crystal cores? 3 second-level crystal cores, that is equivalent to 30 first-level crystal cores. The price is half higher than what he originally expected. Okay, here you go. Agang happily took the 3 second-level crystal cores, and then ran to his mother's side. Brother Chen skillfully opened the pull ring, and then took several gulps. He was about to sigh, and then he found that the superpowers in his body were flowing at a rapid speed. Then it slowly increased. Could it be? Qin-wen. Go and stop that man. Suemo looked at the shelves that were still full, and she had long been accustomed to it. Only Tang He and Tang He were still excited and moved a small stool to sit at the door. In their opinion, there were so many good things in the grocery store, and it was impossible that no one would come to buy them. The main reason was that the flyers had been posted, so they had nothing to do now. If there was nothing to do, they could only find something to do. For example, if they wanted to help with the cleaning, they found that the grocery store was very clean, without a single speck of dust, and it looked completely out of place in this world. They also wanted to help restock the shelves, but these tasks had been done by the system last night. It was okay to greet customers or introduce products, but there were no customers at all. In the end, they could only sit at the door in a daze and bask in the sun. No one came until closing time, and then they sighed with regret. Someone is coming. Tang He just moved his small stool and saw a car driving in this direction not far away. He shouted excitedly, especially when he saw the car parked at the door of the grocery store. He quickly put the stool aside, fearing that it would block the way of customers. 3 men and 1 woman got off the car. They recognized one of the men. It was Agang who had just bought drinks and steamed buns from them. The other 2 men were Brother Chen and Qin-wen. The woman's name was Lin Shi, and she was a space ability user. Is it here? Qin-wen got off the car and saw the grocery store in front of him at a glance, which was obviously completely inconsistent with the style of the surroundings. Chapter 80 Tool System. Yes, it's here. I was attracted by the flyers here. Qin-wen and the other 2 looked around. Sure enough, they saw advertisements all over the wall. They picked one up at random and saw the words free cup of water when entering the store on it. Finally, they knew why Ah Gang was attracted. Not to mention Ah Gang, even they were a little tempted. Hope Grocery Store, it's a good name. Qin-wen walked into the store with interest, and then was stunned. Why are there only 2 children? Tang He had a stern face, like a little adult. Boss Su went in to get some water. Qin-wen raised his eyebrows, somewhat surprised. Are you really giving away water? I thought it was fake. Ah Gang smiled awkwardly, and subconsciously dodged, for fear that the 2 children would think he was coming to get some water again after seeing him. It's like this big brother likes to drink beverages. Do you have any more here? Agang half squatted down, then pointed at Brother Chen and said. Tang He nodded. There are still a lot. Several people entered the store together. Agang looked and found that this is not a lot. It is clear that except for him, no one else has come to buy. Right? Su-mo bought 10 pieces of each item yesterday. As a result, there are still 9 steamed buns, 9 bottles of beverages and 10 candies on the shelf. Brother Chen's movements were very fast. He walked directly to the shelf of beverages and read the introduction below carefully. After seeing the words he expected, a glimmer of understanding flashed across his eyes. Boss Su, can you tell me where the things here come from? Suemo held the water, smiled at him, and the meaning was very clear. It's not convenient, I can't. She handed the water to these people. Ah Gang had been here once before, so he didn't get a share. Brother Chen exhaled and looked at the perception candy again. Can it restore superpowers? It must be fake. Qinwen also saw the familiar blue can drink, and when he saw the introduction below, he couldn't help but muttered something. But as soon as he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Brother Chen. It's true. Ah? Qinwen was a little stunned. He looked at the people around him in disbelief. Brother Chen took a look and said lightly, "Why do you think I was so anxious to ask you to stop people? It was because I found this drink special that I wanted to find out the source, and wanted to get more." Qinwen couldn't help rolling his eyes. He thought Brother Chen had a rare chance to drink the drink, and wanted to get more to drink. He didn't expect it was because of this. While the two of them were discussing, Lin Shi, who came with him, had already taken 5 secondary crystal cores, and put them into the points exchanger. Ding! 5 secondary crystal cores have been detected, which can be exchanged for 50 points. After taking 5 coins, Lin Shi directly cleared out the candies on the shelf. As a sweets lover, she had long been craving for candies. A candy was thrown into her mouth, and the familiar yet unfamiliar taste filled her mouth. Lin Shi narrowed her eyes happily. Then, her face froze. Qinwen saw it, and couldn't help but ask with concern, "What's wrong? Is there something wrong with this candy?" Lin Shi looked around suspiciously. There was nothing, but she seemed to have imprinted all the traces of zombies nearby in her mind. For example, on the shelf in the fitting room of the clothing store next door, she could feel that a zombie was resting inside. There is also a zombie squatting under the second table on the left side of the hot pot restaurant opposite. The specific locations of all zombies within a certain range appeared in her mind completely. She originally thought that the description written on this perception candy was fake. Unexpectedly, Qinwen saw that she had not responded, and couldn't help but feel confused. At the same time, he was a little worried. Fortunately, Lin Shi quickly came back to his senses. This perception candy can actually see the locations of all zombies nearby. What? Just when Qinwen thought that the energy drink that his brother Chen said could restore superpowers was already magical. Unexpectedly, Lin Shi told him that this perception candy was also real. You will know if you try it yourself. Although he was reluctant, Lin Shi still took out 2 candies, and put them in the hands of Qinwen and Brother Chen. During this time, Lin Shi did not forget to look at other things. As a result, he regretfully found that in such a large store, besides these 2 products, there were only steamed buns. Although this steamed bun looks sweet, it is just an ordinary steamed bun. It has no special functions. As it turns out, the text description is still too insufficient. Only after personal experimentation can we know how powerful this candy is. With this thing, when they go out to search for supplies in the future, their safety will be greatly guaranteed, because in this way, they can see clearly where there are zombies. There is no need to be afraid of zombies' sneak attacks. You can also find a way to plan your route in advance, avoid places with zombies. The 2 people who felt the power of this candy immediately became excited. They stared at Su Imo with their eyes. The hot eyes made Su Mo's body covered with goosebumps. By the way, are you still buying things? If not, I'm going to close the shop. Bye. As he said, Brother Chen took out a bunch of crystal cores, without counting, and threw them directly into the machine. Ding! 7 second-level crystal cores and 6 first-level crystal cores have been detected, which can be exchanged for 76 points. A rustling sound rang out. A pile of coins fell at the bottom. I want all the steamed buns and drinks. I must buy all the drinks. Although steamed buns have no special effects, they are also food, and they look delicious, and the most important thing is that they are cheap. If you have this opportunity to buy, you'd better buy them. 9 steamed buns plus 9 bottles of drinks, a total of 63 points. Tang Yan's crisp voice rang out. Brother Chen motioned Lin Shi to put the things away, and he counted 6 10-point coins and 3 1-point coins, and then handed them all to Tang Yan. Tang Yan carefully took the coins, and then threw them all into the box. Boss Su. Look! I still have 13 points. What can I buy? Brother Chen tossed the coins in his hand, and looked at Su Imo. Su Imo shook her head. Today's things have been sold out. Please come back tomorrow if you want to buy. Seeing her firm attitude, which seemed unchangeable, they had no choice. Even if they wanted these things again, they could only wait until tomorrow. Congratulations to the host. Today's store income, 120 points. With the experience of the previous world, the system has now learned its lesson, and is only responsible for being a tool system for broadcasting information every day. Chapter 81 Are You Human? It no longer thought about giving the host any advice or suggestions, because it had its own plans. Suemo now had some extra points. Like the previous world, this world can also buy commodity exchange vouchers, which requires 100 points. And the synthesis rules are the same. But at present, there is nothing worth exchanging in the first level mall, so Suemo is not going to buy exchange vouchers. The most urgent thing is to quickly upgrade to the second level. There are several commodities in the second level mall that Suemo particularly wants to exchange. For example, the most scarce medicine in the end of the world is the commodity of the second level mall. In the next few days, Brother Chen and his friends will treat this place as a time check-in point. They come here every day, and buy everything as soon as they come. At first, Suemo didn't have any other opinions. Until the reputation of several of them has reached the upper limit, she will take measures to stop this behavior. Like the previous world, each person can only get a maximum of 10 points of reputation. The three of them could only provide 30 points of reputation at most, which was far from enough for upgrading. A second-level grocery store required 50 points of reputation. Even if a gang and Long Yen were included, there were only 41 points of reputation so far, and there were still 9 points to go. I don't know if it was because she was unlucky. Anyway, except for a gang and his mother, no one else had come to these two streets. Otherwise, how could there be no one who came to take advantage of the water? Just when she was puzzled, Shinwen gave her the answer. Although his way of speaking and communicating is really strange. Boss Su, are you human? Hearing this, Suemo looked at him with a strange look. No, now that she sells something. People are beginning to doubt her race? Shinwen saw her look and scratched his head foolishly. Isn't it because the things Boss Su took out are really too strange? I always feel that they are not things that humans can take out, let alone anything else. Even if these drinks and candies have no special effects, Boss Su's identity is also worthy of suspicion. How can a normal person supply so many steamed buns, drinks and candies for a long time? In addition, each person is given a glass of water every day. Boss Su is a weak woman. Even if she hoarded things before the end of the world, it is impossible to hoard so much. And these steamed buns are freshly made at first glance. They are still warm when you hold them in your hands. If they were steamed buns that had been stored for more than half a year, they would have been hard and smelly. How could they be so white and soft? They actually had doubts about Boss Su's identity a long time ago. But they were worried that if they asked too many questions, Boss Su would run away. This would be a loss. So it was better to play dumb and be happy to have something to buy every day. Suemo, she is a human, but not a human from this world. If Shinwen said she was an alien, it would actually be correct, because she is indeed a human from an alien planet. Shinwen was obviously relieved, which made Suemo speechless. She thought he was joking. She didn't expect that he was really asking her this question seriously. It's good that he's human. Have you ever considered making a contribution to humanity? After Shinwen got the answer he wanted, he began to test Suemo indirectly. Suemo laughed. Contribute to humanity? Isn't she making a contribution to humanity by opening this store? It's just that these humans don't know there is such a place. Could it be that she sells things cheaply, and they want her to deliver them to their homes for free? Or maybe she simply doesn't sell them, and gives them away for free? Suemo dares to guarantee that, if Shinwen dares to reveal any of the above-mentioned thoughts, she will directly let Xiaohei throw him out, and then put him on the blacklist. You can be a saint, but no one can control you. Being generous to others is the most disgusting thing. Tang Yin looked at the two adults talking in confusion, and then pulled her brother's sleeve. Brother, why does this person want Boss Su to make some contribution to mankind? Tang He was in a daze just now, so he didn't hear the conversation between Suemo and Shinwen at all. After hearing his sister's words, after thinking for a moment, his face became a little ugly. Brother Qin, don't you think that Boss Su is making a contribution to mankind by opening this store now? There was no one in the store, and Tang He's voice was quite loud, so his words almost filled the entire grocery store. There was even a faint echo. Shinwen was startled, and then he realized how ambiguous his words were. Looking at Suemo again at this time, the gentle smile on her face had completely disappeared. No, I don't mean that. Boss Su, don't misunderstand me. Shinwen wiped the sweat from his head. He is not a fool. Nor is he a fool. How could he possibly think of asking Boss Su to give things away for free? Seeing that misunderstanding was about to occur, he had to tell all the reasons for his visit today. It's like this. In the past few days, we found traces of a large number of zombies moving in the northeast region. Several small bases closest to there have sent messages for help. We found that the message for help was sent a week ago, but for some reason, it was delayed for 3 days before it was delivered. In the end times, 3 days is enough to change a lot of things. It is also enough for the Zombe Tide to directly flood and destroy those small bases. Although the north and south bases are one of the 3 major bases, it is only because there are more people and more superpowers. They are also human beings, not supermen. They are also powerless to solve problems that other humans cannot solve. In any case, everyone is a compatriot, and they cannot do things that they just stand by and watch. So, they organized a group of people to go to the northeast region tomorrow morning to investigate the situation there. If the number of zombies is small, and the situation is not serious, then they will lend a helping hand. If the situation has reached an irreversible point, they can only retreat. This matter has almost spread everywhere, and only Suemo, who does not go out, does not know about it. Similarly, it is precisely because of the Zombe Tide that no one has been going out recently. No one reads the many flyers posted by Suemo. After all, people do not go out, and these flyers cannot be directly flown in front of others for them to see. In order to ensure the safety of this group of people, we want to buy more energy drinks and perception candies from you, Boss Su. We guarantee we will definitely buy at the original price and will never ask for a discount. If Boss Su feels embarrassed, it is also okay to increase the price appropriately. Chapter 82. There are better things. Shinwen's words were very sincere. He almost swore to the sky. Suemo couldn't help feeling speechless. So she didn't like beating around the bush with others, nor did she like others beating around the bush. It was too troublesome and easy to be misunderstood. Why didn't you just say you wanted a lot of drinks and candies earlier? Didn't you buy a lot of drinks and candies during this period? Isn't it enough? Not to mention a lot, the drinks and candies they bought in the past few days must be hundreds. So although the reputation of the grocery store has not been rising, the points have really earned a lot. Shinwen's expression was a little serious. Not enough. This time, they organized more than 500 superpowers. And the drinks and candies they bought were only more than 180. Not even half of the people could get them. The amount of candy doesn't need to be much, just a few people need to eat, and then they are responsible for the investigation. But drinks to restore superpowers and physical strength are a must. At a critical moment, this thing can directly save a person's life. When Shinwen heard Sumo's question, he knew that there should be something to discuss. So his eyes became more diligent and sincere. Actually, I have something better. Suemo looked at him with a smile. Brother Chen. Brother Chen is back. As soon as the voice fell, Shinwen hurriedly pushed the door open. Brother Chen put down the things in his hand and looked at him anxiously. How is it? What did Boss Su say? Shinwen didn't even have time to take a breath. And he repeated what Boss Su said. After listening to the whole content, Shinwen's mood changed from solemn to slightly relaxed. Did she really say that? Shinwen recalled, and then nodded affirmatively. You know, he was also surprised when he heard that Boss Su actually had medicine. He thought that there were only those 3 things in that small shop. Otherwise, if there were really other things, why not sell them together? Not only medicine. Boss Su also said that she had gasoline. No. She said it was called universal oil, which can be directly supplied to cars or any other machines that need oil, without any processing. Under normal circumstances, oil needs to be separated and processed to produce gasoline. There are many other substances in oil that cannot be used directly in cars. But Boss Su said universal oil, as one of the most important energy sources before the end of the world. Oil has been exhausted as early as a month ago. In addition to resisting zombies, they are also looking for new places to mine oil recently. Without oil, many of their machines cannot be used. The most obvious one is the car. Without a car, they can only walk. Fighting zombies is a physical job, and walking consumes physical strength, which is too much for even the strongest people. Not only that, the lighting, cooking, food preservation, heating and other functions in the base all rely on oil energy. Then why are you still standing there? Go buy some. Brother Chen slammed the table, stood up, and was about to call Lin Shi and other space ability users to move things. However, before he took 2 steps, he was stopped by Shinwen. Brother, My brother, don't get excited, Boss Sue said that. She has these things, but she can't take them out for the time being. Whether it's medicine or universal oil, they are all things from the second level mall. Suemo is stuck at a certain level now, and really can't take them out. So she just released the news of these things to attract more people to the grocery store. With more people in the grocery store, she can upgrade. After the upgrade, these things will be available. If you don't have them now, then isn't that just empty talk? Brother Chen's face was dark. If he didn't know the special functions of energy drinks and perception candies, Brother Chen would have suspected that Qinwen was fooled. Yes, Boss Su said that as long as we take 10 people who have never been to the grocery store to consume today, we can get these things tomorrow. Qinwen himself didn't believe this, but he had no choice. Anyway, that's what Boss Su said. He also asked the reason, but he didn't get it. Now they have no other choice but to do it. Qinwen actually still had some faith in Boss Su. Mainly because she had no need to lie to herself, and it didn't seem like she was lying to herself. It was just to take 10 people with her. It wasn't like he was giving her so many resources or crystal cores to exchange. Even if they took people with them, they wouldn't lose anything if there were no medicine and universal oil tomorrow. It would just be a waste of a few people's time. Then go and call 10 people now. Brother Chen took a breath, suppressed his doubts, and didn't look for the space ability user again. Anyway, they wouldn't get the things until tomorrow, so there was no need to look for people now. Suemo didn't expect Qinwen to be so fast. If she remembered correctly, he had just left for less than an hour. Including the round trip, this speed must have been achieved by speeding all the way. Because he was in a hurry to go back to pass on the message, Qinwen didn't buy anything today. The shelves were still full. Everything was in 30 copies. As soon as the 10 new people entered the store, the system began to report that Sumo's reputation had reached the upgrade conditions. Congratulations, host. The grocery store's reputation has reached 50. The store can spend 100 points to upgrade to level 2. Would you like to upgrade? Upgrade after closing the store. Confirm to upgrade to level 2 grocery store. 100 points have been deducted. 41 points of reputation, plus 10 points from the 10 new people, exactly 51 points. Suemo squinted with satisfaction, and began to select items from the level 2 mall. She bought the goods from the previous day and the next day. In other words, she still has the number of times to buy goods. But since she said that she would have new products tomorrow, she would not change them at will. Under Brother Chen's organization, everyone took 3 steamed buns, 3 bottles of drinks and 3 candies, and then started to settle the bill. Because Tangyin was there. She was basically the one doing the checkout. Suemo saw that although she was small, she was accurate and fast in calculating. So she just let her do it. And Tangyi would also watch from the side to prevent Tangyin from making mistakes. It must be said that with the help of these 2 children, Suemo could really be a salted fish for a while longer. In a blink of an eye, another 20 points of reputation were credited. The others left the grocery store with their things. And Qinwen also went out to arrange for them to sort out their things. Brother Chen stayed behind. Is what Boss Su said to Qinwen before true? Suemo knew that he was referring to the matter of universal oil and medicine. She nodded in agreement, and did not keep her in suspense. There will be new products tomorrow. Brother Chen looked at her deeply. Although I am very curious about your source of goods. Boss Su. Chapter 83. Do you still have a conscience? But for the sake of harmonious transactions in the future, I won't ask any more questions. Suemo looked at him with a smile. Although Brother Chen said he would not ask, he still asked the question. This world is not like the last world. In the last fantasy world, no matter what strange phenomena or items appeared, they would think they were treasures left by ancient predecessors. For example, when the grocery store developed to the later stage, some people suspected that Suemo was actually a millennium-old monster. He was bored and brought his inventory of treasures to open a store to benefit mankind. Although this statement is a bit outrageous, there are really many people who believe it. But this world is different. Although the end of the world has come, there are superpowers and zombies. But the things in the grocery store are still too unscientific for them. Humans are always full of fear of the unknown. It is normal for Brother Chen to be curious. Mr. Chen, you don't have to doubt so much. Just treat this place as an ordinary grocery store. The more people there are, the more goods there are, the greater the traffic, and the more varieties of goods will be richer in the future. Suemo didn't know how much of her words this Brother Chen had heard. Anyway, she didn't plan to brainwash them. If they want to doubt, let them doubt. As long as it doesn't affect their own business. After listening to Sumo's words, Brother Chen seemed to understand her purpose. There are many people, and the traffic is large. Isn't this hoping that she can help promote the store? Indeed. He has also thought about occupying this Hope grocery store. This occupation is not a complete occupation, but to make this grocery store a store exclusively for the North and South bases. Other bases are not allowed to come to buy items, because in comparison, the North and South bases are indeed the closest bases to the grocery store. The nearby small bases cannot compete with the North and South bases. Anyway, whoever buys it doesn't matter, as long as he can provide enough crystal cores to buy goods. Boss Su should not refuse? But he found that Boss Su obviously didn't think so. She wanted everyone to know the existence of the grocery store. Without Boss Su's consent, Brother Chen could not take the grocery store for himself as a private store for the North and South bases. Otherwise, it would be bad if he displeased the boss. In a short period of time, his thoughts had turned back and forth countless times. If Boss Su can really provide what we need tomorrow, I believe there will be more people and more bases who will come to buy things from you. A few words. A transaction was completed. Sumo will provide them with the energy drinks, medicines, and universal oil they need tomorrow. After getting the things, Brother Chen will help her promote her grocery store to everyone and all bases. After sending these people away, Sumo closed the store. The grocery store has successfully upgraded to level 2, and will be awarded with one level 2 commodity exchange coupon. The level 2 mall is now open, and the task system is unlocked. As the system sounded, the grocery store began to undergo earth-shaking changes. First, the space became larger, and there were more shelves. Then, there were 2 more points exchangers, and the function of small points exchange was also provided. For example, a coin with 10 points can be exchanged for 10 coins with 1 point. In addition, Sumo also found an air conditioner above the grocery store. After trying it out, she found that this air conditioner has both cold and warm air. This made her start thinking about some problems. A faint smell of food wafted out of the kitchen. Sister Su, it's time to eat. The previous meals were all finished products that Sumo brought back directly from the previous world. But since Sumo found that Tangy not only likes to cook, but also has a high talent, she can make a good dish just by looking at the recipe. So she replaced the finished product with raw materials. The kitchen provided by the system is very considerate, and all the kitchen utensils are of a style that children can use. And it is very safe. So Tangy now not only helps with the cash register in the store, she also works part-time as a cook. Host, you let such a young child cook, don't you feel guilty? The system spoke faintly. Sumo rolled his eyes. Then you arbitrarily bound a weak woman to such a dangerous other world to open a store. Do you still have a conscience? System. After arguing with the system, Sumo went to eat. After lunch, Sumo taught the 2 children as usual. Both of them were 4th graders, so it was particularly easy for Sumo to teach them. And both children were smart and learned quickly. After the class, Sumo took out a tablet for them. If you want to take any class in the future, you can find it here. Although the children were smart, Sumo was not a teacher after all, and was not qualified in teaching. The tablet was bought from the system mall. It has many online courses recorded by teachers from other worlds. From elementary school to junior high school and high school, it has everything. After getting the tablet, the 2 of them couldn't let it go. After saying thank you loudly, they held the tablet and clicked on a math course to study. Sumo only took a look and didn't care about them anymore. On the contrary, Taozi had become familiar with them in the past few days. Now seeing that Sumo looked busy, she stayed by Tang Yun's side and accompanied them to study together. Host, please choose at least one task from the following 3 tasks and complete it. 1. Within 1 week, accumulate the sale of 500 first-level products 0/500 task reward. First-level product exchange coupons *12. Within 1 week, accumulate the sale of 300 second-level products 0/300 task reward. Second-level product exchange coupons *13. Within 1 week, the number of new customers reaches 100 0 out of 100 task reward. Reputation plus 50 extra. Before seeing Sumo was about to eat, the system considerately did not disturb her. Now, as soon as she saw that she was free, she set out the tasks. Sumo took a look at it as usual, and then accepted all of them. In her opinion, these upgrade tasks are actually for giving benefits, and it would be a waste if you don't do them. The next step is to start shopping for goods in the second-level store. Among the goods unlocked at the second level, there are only 3 most important things. Random medicine box purchase price, 20 points/piece. Selling price, 50 points/piece. Introduction, when opening. Silently recite the name of the medicine in your mind, and you can prescribe the medicine you need. If you don't have any idea in your mind, then you can prescribe any medicine at random. You can't prescribe medicine that doesn't exist in the world. Bandage purchase price, 5 points/roll. Selling price, 15 points/roll. Introduction, the best choice for healing trauma, can effectively stop bleeding and prevent infection. Universal oil 1L purchase price, 15 points/barrel. Selling price, 40 points/barrel. Introduction, ordinary gasoline can be used for cars and any machine that needs oil. Chapter 84. Only fairies can use magic. In addition to these 3 items, the deluxe set meal and the supreme set meal were also unlocked. But since Suemo is not going to exchange these 2 items now, let's not look at them for now. Random medicine box, bandage, and universal oil are the 3 second-level commodities that Suemo is going to exchange. She counted the points on her body, and always felt that it might not be enough, because she still needs to spend points to buy 2 second-level commodity exchange coupons, 1 for 300, 2 for 600. After accumulating for this period of time, her points have reached about 1,700, and 100 has been deducted from the previous store upgrade. This way, there are only 1,600 left, and 1,000 points left after buying the exchange coupon. After counting several times, Suemo still exchanged all the items. Ding! 600 points have been deducted, and 6 first-level commodity exchange coupons have been obtained. In a blink of an eye, 6 first-level coupons turn into 2 second-level coupons. Random medicine box unlocked. Bandage unlocked. Universal oil 1L unlocked. Next is the time for a big purchase. 50 steamed buns, 150 bottles of energy drinks, 20 perception candies, 10 random medicine boxes, 10 rolls of bandages, 20 barrels of universal oil. Total consumption points 940. Watching the 4-digit balance turn into 2 digits in a flash, Suemo felt a sense of urgency to make money. However, as long as he thought that he could sell all these things tomorrow and exchange them for points again, this sense of urgency slowly disappeared. Evening. The 2 children, who had been studying for an afternoon, rubbed their eyes. Tanging jumped off the chair and wanted to get a glass of water, but was shocked by the scene in front of her. Brother! Look! The store seems to be different from before. Tanghi turned back in confusion, and saw the store that had changed a lot, and the shelves that were already full. They had been at the counter, and had not heard any strange noises. But these strange things happened. It seems, it's really different. Tanghi looked at the strange and familiar store, and couldn't help muttering to himself. Tanghi exclaimed with amazement. Brother, do you think Sister Sue is a fairy? She must be a fairy. Only fairies can do magic. Only fairies can make so much food, have unlimited water, and make tablets for them to teach. The kind fairy must have pitied them. So she took them in. Children's minds are always full of beautiful fantasies, and they are vivid and jumpy. Tangine is no exception. No matter how much she has experienced, no matter how mature and sensible she looks. But she is only a 10-year-old child now. Even Tang he couldn't help but start to think about the possibility of what his sister said. After a few seconds, he couldn't help but laugh helplessly again. What's going on? Fairies don't exist. How could he be led by Yin Yin's thoughts? Although he knew that Ba Su was not a fairy, Tang he could also guess that she was not simple. How could normal people not have these seemingly mysterious means? Yes, Ba Su is a fairy. As long as we listen to Ba Su, you will also be a fairy when you grow up. It was obviously a coaxing sentence, but Tang Yin seemed to take it seriously. Tang he didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he saw the cute fist-clenching look. When the store opened the next day, Su Emo saw people outside the door as soon as he opened it. In addition to Brother Chen, Xinwen and Lin Shi, who he had already met, there were many new people. Su Emo was not surprised at all, but just made room for them to enter. The new products are on the left. Brother Chen paused, and then walked towards the area on the left that she mentioned. There was a whole row of cross-shaped medicine boxes on it, which was particularly conspicuous. The only pity was that there were only 10 medicine boxes in total. Random medicine boxes? There is such a thing? Xinwen said in surprise. What do you mean by silently reciting the medicine you need? Could this thing read minds? This made him curious. He directly took 50 points to buy one and prepared to try it. When he was about to open it, Brother Chen held his hand. Don't waste it. Based on Brother Chen's understanding of this man, he must have thought of something to experiment with. If this medicine box is really useful, but it turns out to be a laxative or sleeping pill, wouldn't it be a waste? Forget it, I'll open it. Brother Chen felt that he was unreliable, so he decided to open it himself. He took the medicine box, and thought of the medicine that was most in short supply and needed in the base. A crisp sound of unlocking the medicine box sounded, and everyone held their breath. Even Tang Yin and Tang He couldn't help but come over to join in the fun. As the lid opened, I saw a whole box of cold medicine inside. Qin Wen looked at Brother Chen in astonishment, although he didn't know what Brother Chen was thinking. But if it was cold medicine, then he was at least 90% sure that it was correct. Because the weather suddenly turned cold a few days ago, many people in the base caught a cold. But because of the lack of medicine, they could only keep warm and sweat or drink ginger water to regulate. However, these methods were obviously not very effective, so those people are still sick until now. If Brother Chen was allowed to choose, there was a great probability that he would prescribe cold medicine. Now this whole box of at least 10 boxes of cold medicine can be said to be timely rain. Brother Chen closed the medicine box, took a deep breath, and said, Lin Shi. Take the money, the space ability users are ready to collect things. We want all of these. Sure enough, Qin Wen and Lin Shi's eyes flashed with a look of understanding. It seems that what he was thinking about was indeed cold medicine. Lin Shi's mind moved, and piles of crystal cores, like small hills, appeared on the ground. Qin Wen helped her put all the crystal cores on the ground into the points exchanger. Ding! 34 second-level crystal cores have been detected, which can be exchanged for 340 points. Ding! 163 first-level crystal cores have been detected, which can be exchanged for 163 points. Ding! First-level crystal cores have been detected. The sound of the machine was as crisp as a wind chime. Although these people didn't say anything, but Suemo was obviously getting more and more troubled. Tongzi, can't you do something more convenient? Crystal cores exchange points, not to mention the waste of time, and the weight of the coins exchanged is also very heavy. Otherwise, why did they use paper money before, and then change to digital currency? Isn't it because of the trouble? System, host. What suggestions do you have? Either you can do a face scanning payment, or you can just use crystal cores as currency. Chapter 85 all this. For example, when exchanging points, as long as the person stands there, an account will be automatically created based on the person's face. All the points exchanged for the crystal cores invested will be automatically deposited into the account. The same is true for payment. Pay directly with the account corresponding to the face. If the crystal core is used as currency, it won't be so troublesome, because the last one directly adopted the currency of that world. When people pay with gold coins and purple gold coins, Suemo doesn't think it's so troublesome. Only in this world, I don't know what the system is thinking, and it has to create a points system. System, stop scolding. Stop scolding. System, I'll create an identity account right away. Suemo, how about before creating an identity account, tell me why you want to convert currency into points in this world. System, I'll go create an account first, and talk later. Such a poor technique to change the subject. It really deserves to be called it. Suemo rolled his eyes in his heart. Suemo had just finished communicating with the system, and the number of crystal cores had been calculated. The total number of points was more than 1,700. Although it looked like a lot, it was not enough to buy all the things. But it was just right. Brother Chen did not plan to clear out all the things today like he did in the past few days. 100 bottles of energy drinks, 5 medicine boxes, 5 rolls of bandages, 10 barrels of oil. We want these. As soon as he finished speaking, the middle-aged man who had been standing next to him laughed. Then he mocked, Deputy Chief Chen. This is too real, isn't it? Just now, he used a drink that could restore superpowers that he had developed at some point to fool us. And now he is pretending again? Suemo originally thought that this person was also from the North and South bases. As a result, when I heard him say this now, I could tell something was wrong. The middle-aged man glanced at Suemo, and greed flashed in his eyes. Even if it's true, Deputy Chief Chen is a little too stingy. He only left this little for our 2 bases. How can we divide it? Brother Chen rolled his eyes. If it weren't for the harmonious relationship between the 3 bases, he really wanted to beat up this idiot who was talking nonsense. This time, The North and South bases sent 500 superpowers to the Northeast District for reinforcement. May I ask if Pigeon Base has sent anyone? Brother Chen sneered, and his tone was full of disdain for the middle-aged man. This middle-aged man is one of the senior managers of Pigeon Base. He is just the most useless one. As for why he became a manager, it has something to do with his sister, who made his sister follow the deputy leader of Pigeon Base. Brother Chen was very dissatisfied that Pigeon Base actually sent such a useless waste. He kindly reminded them, since they didn't believe it, it would be fine, but they actually let such a jerk come to join in the fun. They deserve that they couldn't get the things from Boss Su. They will regret it later. I'll leave first. The matter in the Northeast region can't be delayed. As he said, he asked Lin Shi to pay the money directly. Then the space ability users in the North and South bases waved their hands, and all the things they bought were put into the space. The middle-aged man was speechless because of his just scolding. At this time, his face was livid, and his hands were tightly clenched. Brother Chen completely ignored his expression. He turned his head and said to the other person he brought with him, Zhang Sun, it's fine if he doesn't believe it, but don't be stupid. If I didn't want to leave some for you, I would borrow crystal cores from someone, and I would buy the rest. Zhang Sun nodded to show that he understood. He is not from Pigeon Base, but from Guangming Base. Although there is a subtle competitive relationship between the three bases, they are still very united when facing the common enemy of mankind. He does not think there is anything wrong with Qin Lin buying most of the things. They sent out 500 superpowers to investigate the Zombe Tide. It would be strange if they did not bring more things. Similarly, he would not suspect that Qin Lin was deceiving them. He had drunk this energy drink before. He also ate the perception candy. He knew whether it was useful or not. Only the person in Pigeon Base, who had no sense and no brain, would speak such nonsense. Since Mr. Zhou does not believe it, I will assume that Pigeon Base does not believe it. And the rest of the things will be bought by our Guangming Base. The Mr. Zhou mentioned by Zhang Sun is the middle-aged man. His full name is Zhou Kai. Zhou Kai opened his mouth, and just as he was about to speak, he was blocked by Zhang Sun. Xiao Qiao, take out the crystal core. Xiao Qiao responded. Because he was not a space power user, he brought the crystal core in his backpack. There was another round of ding-dong noise, and more than 1,300 points were obtained. Zhou Kai could only watch the people from the bright base buy up all the remaining things. Not even a steamed bun was left. As the last item disappeared from the shelf, Su Mo began to drive people away. Zhou Kai was embarrassed by 2 people in a row, and now he was very embarrassed. He didn't want to stay here any longer. So when Su Mo showed a little intention to close the store, he turned around and left the store angrily. The things have been bought. Let's go. Have you found the speed-type mutants I asked you to find yesterday? Qinlin got in the car and asked while distributing supplies. Qinwen nodded quickly and pointed to the car next to him. We found 3, and the perception candies have been given to them. As long as they leave this area, they will eat 1 every 10 minutes. The reason why 3 people were arranged was that they were worried that there were too many zombies in the northeast area, and 1 person couldn't handle it. And they had a lot of candies, so there was no need to take risks to save a few candies. Why are they all in the same car? Qinlin frowned. Let 1 person come to this car, and the other 2 people. 1 sit in the last car, and the other sit in the car on the far left. Qinwen heard his instructions, and quickly made arrangements. According to Qinlin's arrangement, the 3 people who ate the candies would be in an inverted triangle position. In this way, the location and range that can be surveyed will become larger invisibly. They all had walkie-talkies, so there was no need to worry about communication problems. Lin Shi, have you counted the number of drinks? Lin Shi, there are 317 bottles in total. Hearing this number, Qinlin couldn't help rubbing his head. Not enough. Really not enough. But there was no other way. Boss Su did prepare 150 bottles for him. But there were no more low-level crystal cores in the base that could be used for exchange. Chapter 86, The Fallen Northeast Area. The function of the crystal core is to allow the superpowers to absorb and enhance their superpowers. The higher the level of the crystal core, the more it can be enhanced. Similarly, the higher the level of the crystal core, the more precious it is. As one of the important strategic materials of the base, the high-level crystal core cannot be exchanged casually. The large-scale purchases in the past few days have almost used up all the first-level crystal cores in the base. If not, he would never be willing to spend the second-level crystal core today. As the material management personnel in the base, Lin Shi naturally knows what Qinlin is worried about at this time. Brother Chen, I don't think you need to think so much. As she spoke, a bottle of energy drink appeared in her hand. One bottle only needs 5 first-level crystal cores, but the superpower value that can be restored by this bottle can kill far more than 5 zombies. In other words, every time they drink a bottle of energy drink, as long as the number of zombies killed is more than 5, they will make a profit. In this way, they can use the crystal cores obtained from killing to continue to buy energy drinks. This will achieve a cycle. Chinlin sighed. I also understand what she said. But this is the most ideal state. They are now most likely facing not scattered zombie groups, but a Zombe Tide. Facing a Zombe Tide, humans have no power to fight back. After all, there are more zombies than them, and they are fearless. And they also need to be careful to prevent themselves from being bitten or scratched. They can win countless times, but they can't afford to lose even once. Don't think too much, you go and distribute the drinks to each team, 6 bottles per team. The 500 superpowers dispatched this time are divided into teams of 10 people, exactly 50 teams. Each team has 6 bottles, which means 300 bottles. So, they only have 17 bottles left. Also, have someone send the cold medicine and the other 2 medicine boxes back quickly, and we only need to keep 2. This trip will take at least a week. If the cold medicine is not sent back now, I'm afraid that by the time they arrive, the condition of those people will have worsened. Yes. For this trip, they have made all the preparations. Northeast District. Before the end of the world, this was also a prosperous and bustling city. It's a pity that it has become a wasteland now. Not only that, there are groups of zombies wandering everywhere on the street. They roar, like zombies, like demons crawling out of hell. In an unknown supermarket, dozens of people are hiding here. They are always on guard, for fear that if they don't pay attention, a zombie will break in from the supermarket door in the next second. The young children looked at this gray and colorless world with their ignorant eyes. Their eyes were full of fear and terror. But because their mouths were tightly covered by the people around them, they could not make any sound. Here, even breathing might be a luxury, because zombies rely on the sounds, breath and smells of humans to determine their location. Leader, how long do we have to stay here? Didn't we send a distress signal to the north and south bases? Why haven't they come yet? It's been a week. If they wanted to come, they would have come a long time ago. They might not want to help us. Impossible. We are all human beings. How could they abandon us at this time? Shut up. Do you want to die? Are you afraid that you can't attract zombies? Tianjian scolded softly, making everyone quiet down. A dispute has not even started, but it has already ended. Everyone is holding their breath, or rather, they no longer have the energy to get angry. They have not had any water for a long time, and their nerves have to be alert all the time, which has already brought them to the brink of collapse. Most of these people have pale or dark complexions. Only a few children, who have been taken care of by everyone, have a slightly better complexion. Unlike them, they can just put on some hair and shine to pretend to be evil spirits. The man called the boss is a sturdy man. He is Tianjian, who just scolded everyone. He was originally the leader of a small base. It was also the base that sent a distress message to the north and south bases. The remaining dozens of people present were all from his base. Here, old, weak, sick, disabled, and young, it can be said that everything is available. Most of the other superpowers had already fled long before the Zombe Tide came, when there were already signs. As the leader of the base, he naturally couldn't abandon the others, so he was delayed. Otherwise, with his strength, he could have left together. Accompanying him, there were 3 other superpowers. In other words, among all the people present, only the 4 of them were superpowers. In order to protect these people, they had spent a lot of effort. They barely found such a hiding place. Then, relying on the supplies brought out from the base, and some things left in the supermarket, they barely survived until now. If today, reinforcements don't come, Tianjian clenched his fists weakly. Rather than waiting to die here, he might as well rush out with these people. What if he can survive? After all, waiting here will only lead to death. Tianjian already had a plan in mind at this time. He looked at everyone and whispered his thoughts. If reinforcements don't come today, we will rush out directly. Everyone's breathing stagnated. Some people were thinking after hearing Tianjian's words. Others refused without hesitation. Forget it. It's too dangerous. How about, let's wait a little longer. What if the people in the north and south bases are just delayed by something? Leader, It's not that I don't believe you. But the four of you really can't deal with so many zombies. There are still children and the elderly. How can we outrun the zombies? Tianjian looked at the people he was protecting. His eyes were dead silent. When he was about to leave, a group of them cried and shouted to follow him. They said that they would listen to whatever he said, as long as he takes them with him. They will definitely obey any of his orders. But what about now? They are all shirking their responsibilities. But if that's the case, it's fine. What does it mean that you four really can't handle so many zombies? Aren't they human? Could it be that the protection he and his three brothers have given them over the past few days has made them feel that they can only be responsible for escaping all matters related to the battle? Leave them to them? It's okay for children and the elderly. There is no shortage of strong men among the dozens of people present. So many men. But not one stood up. Chapter 87. It is right to be protected. If every one of them just picked up some weapons like wooden sticks, iron sticks, kitchen knives, etc., they could still kill zombies. Otherwise, how did humans survive in the first half of the year? Although humans at that time also had superpowers, they were not at a high level, so their superpowers were very low, and they would fall into a state of exhaustion after using them a few times. Didn't humans at that time still rely on ordinary people to kill zombies with weapons? Why is it that killing zombies and protecting ordinary people now have all become the work of superpowers? Several men with good physical fitness felt a chill on their backs when they were looked at by Tianjian. They couldn't help but feel guilty. But when they thought of those terrifying zombies, and what would happen if they were accidentally injured by zombies, the guilt turned into a comfort for self-protection. They just want to live. Anyway, these people are superpowers. They should protect ordinary people. The superpowers are so powerful, it's only right that they kill more zombies. Thoughts like these emerged in their minds, constantly comforting themselves. Tianjian sneered. If that's the case, then there's nothing to say. His eyes scanned everyone one by one. When he finally landed on the other three superpowers, his eyes were filled with a bit of guilt. After a few seconds, the guilt turned into determination. Tomorrow morning, if reinforcements don't come, the four of us will leave. If you want to come with us, follow us. If you don't want to, stay here. If we can get out, then we will definitely find someone to save you. The three superpowers who followed him were all good brothers before the end of the world. All the decisions he made were unconditional trust. If he was alone, he could still obey everyone's wishes and stay to protect them. But now he is not alone. He has no reason to let others make the same unpaid sacrifices as him. Look! It is clearly the end of the world. But how do they protect these ordinary people? They accept the protection of others, as a matter of course, and still want to dominate others. The burst of blind sense of responsibility made him unable to move forward. It's decided. Don't forget, when you followed me, you said that you would obey any orders. As soon as Tianjin said this, the crowd began to get restless. Some people opened their mouths. But after seeing Tianjin's cold eyes, all the words were swallowed back. Late at night, the elderly and children were resting. Tianjin forced his eyelids to keep watch. After a while, he heard some movement. Looking in the direction of the sound source, he found that someone had gotten up. What are you doing? Thank you for your hard work, Chief. I'll go to the bathroom and be back soon, Tianjin replied calmly. Looking at the man's back as he walked away, Tianjin vaguely realized that something seemed to be wrong. But because it was late at night, it was dark everywhere. Without even moonlight, he couldn't see clearly at all. He suppressed his irritability and stopped thinking about it. 1 minute passed. 5 minutes passed. The man didn't come back. Tianjian had a bad feeling in his heart. He wanted to check the situation, but because everyone was asleep, he didn't dare to leave without permission. I didn't sleep all night. Until dawn, the man didn't come back. There was a rustling sound behind me. Everyone woke up gradually. Tianjin's heart was slightly relaxed, but he heard a scream. Before he could scold her, he turned around and saw a woman angrily cursing at the half-empty material storage area. Who is it? Who stole the food? Tianjian's face darkened, and he had a vague guess in his mind. They didn't have much food, only 10 packs of bread and 6 bottles of mineral water. They were all saved by everyone tightening their belts. They could even drink 1 bottle of water for 3 whole days. But now, there were only 6 loaves of bread left, and only 3 bottles of mineral water left. The rest of the things disappeared. As for who stole it, Tianjian had already made up his mind. But others didn't seem to think so, because the night watch was always Tianjian and the other 3 psychics. The suspects of these people were immediately transferred to the four of them. Chief, can you explain? It was you who was on night watch last night. Right. Chief, you can't steal our food just because we didn't agree to go with you yesterday. Tianjian frowned. Before he spoke, another psychic couldn't stand it. You are talking nonsense. How could the boss steal your food? Didn't you notice that one person was missing? The person who spoke was Yusan, an ordinary power psychic. Hearing his words, Tianjian felt warm in his heart. Then, he was aroused by what everyone said. It seems that Li Hu is missing. Could it be that Li Hu took it away? How could it be that Li Hu took it away? Where can he go with these things? He is an ordinary person, and any zombie can kill him directly. Leader, it is not you and Li Hu who stole the things together. Right? The four of you, including Li Hu, are all leaving today. Right? Tianjian couldn't help it this time. Everyone should know who he is, and whether he would do such sneaky things. And Yusan also mentioned that someone was missing. But these people just wouldn't give up. He understood that even if they found out that he didn't steal the things, they would definitely put the blame on him. As for why they did this, what do you want to say? Looking at the people whose attitude had completely turned cold, everyone felt cold in their hearts. The faces that were gentle to them in the past were now cold. They all regretted it for a while. But when they thought of the things they had lost and the umbrella of protection that was about to be lost today, they mustered up their courage again. Chief, why don't you stay here today? Yes, we don't blame you for stealing. If the three of them want to leave, let them go. Only if you stay, we will have a backbone. Chief, look at these kids. They are so young. Without your protection, how could they survive? Yusan was so angry that he was shaking all over. The same was true for the two people around him. These people said nice things, saying that they didn't need the three of them. To put it bluntly, they saw that the three of them would definitely not leave the boss. They actually didn't want to take these burdens with him. But because the boss was always soft-hearted, he couldn't stand others begging and crying. So he accepted these people. Although before this, the boss had said countless times that the three of them could leave first. Chapter 88. This thing is really not suitable for people with trypophobia. No need to stay and take care of these people with him. But they naturally couldn't really do that, although they had resentment in their hearts. But they also knew that it was because the boss was so upright and kind-hearted that they were willing to follow him. Only such a person was worthy of their following. Don't look at the boss's soft heart before, working hard without complaint. But they all knew that the boss's heart was also clear about gratitude and resentment. These people are now framing and humiliating him, which will only hurt the boss's heart. In this way, he can completely break off with these people and leave with peace of mind, without any guilt. Speaking of which, Yusan should thank these people for their ruthlessness, otherwise, if the boss really takes them away later, he may regret and feel guilty for a while. Just as Yusan guessed. Now the last bit of softness left in Tianjian's heart has completely disappeared. He looked at these people coldly. Of course I have to leave, why not? I stayed to protect you and work like a slave for you. But I was framed by you for no reason. As a man, you have no sense of responsibility, you just know to shrink back. What's wrong with you being an ordinary person? Who is not an ordinary person? Everyone muttered to themselves. No one knew what to say. A group of people could only mutter in a low voice. The words they said were simply unpleasant and harsh in Tianjian's ears. You don't have to say that, you are our leader. How can we treat you like a slave? Yes, if it wasn't you who stole it. You should have just said it. And even if it wasn't you who took it, you were the one keeping watch yesterday, you should have kept an eye on the things. Now the things are gone, there's no point in saying anything. Tianjian took a deep breath. He felt that he was really stupid. It was already so late, and he was still thinking about explaining and arguing with them. What was there to explain? Just leave. You blame me for not keeping an eye on the things, but you were all sleeping soundly, and didn't think of keeping watch with me. I'm not going to pursue this matter any further. The things were taken by Li Hu, and he probably stole them last night when he got up and used the excuse of going to the toilet. I didn't notice that he took the things, that's my problem, so we don't want our share of food, and the rest is yours. To put it more clearly, in fact, most of these foods belong to the four of them. Only a small part belongs to these people. If he really wants to reason like this, and make it clear, they are still the right party. Let's go! With that, Tianjian stood up. Yusan and the other two psychics also stood up. The four of them walked out of the supermarket together. Now these people were really panicked. But they did not regret their actions. They still complained in their hearts why Tianjian actually left them behind. Didn't he promise to protect them before? But they didn't remember it all. They also promised to listen to everything Tianjian said. They would not have any impact on him, and would not be a burden to them. But they did not do anything, and even tried to morally blackmail Tianjian to stay to protect themselves by framing him. Some people wanted to follow, but after being glared at by Yusan, they stopped again, watching the backs of the 4 people leaving. They could only shrink in the corner and hug themselves. Not long after, they started a new round of quarrels over food. What are you taking? Why do women eat so much? Bah! What are you talking about? If you hadn't talked nonsense, how could the leader leave us and leave? Women can't eat, but men can? Are you men still useless? Go out and kill zombies if you have the ability. It's all your fault. The food was placed next to you. When Li Hu took it away, you didn't notice anything? I don't believe it. You must have colluded with Li Hu to steal things together. Wow. Behind them were the quarrels of men and women, the crying of children, and the 4 people who left were upset. Yusan saw that the boss didn't look back and knew that he should have let it go completely. As the eldest brother, I am sorry for you. I gave them your food without permission. Not taking the food from these people may be Tianjian's last bit of kindness. Yusan shook his head quickly. What kind of person is the boss? We 3 brothers? How can we not know? I think you just sympathize with those children. But to be honest, I think the food will not end up in the hands of those children. Tianjian was silent for a moment, and had to admit that Yusan was right. With those people around, how could the food not fall into the hands of the children? Another superpower looked at the boss' silence, fearing that he would think too much and turn back, and quickly said, Boss, you have done everything you can. There is no need to force the rest. Yes, we have protected them for 7 days, and we have done our best. Hearing the words of his brothers, Tianjian felt really bad. Look at what he did before. Yusan and the others actually thought that they would go back to help those people. Your boss is not a good guy. How could he go back after being scolded like that? Let's not talk about this. Let's find a place to observe the surrounding situation. It would be best if we can find a way out directly. Deputy Leader, there are zombies in the clothing store on the left and the jewelry store on the right. A young man said with a pale face and a trembling voice. In other words, he only knew that eating this candy could see the location of all the zombies nearby. But he didn't expect it to be so detailed. If it needs to be described, then his mind is now like a sesame cake. Not only is there sesame on the front, but also on the back. And the sesame on top represents zombies. Densely packed. This is even more terrifying and scary than facing a zombie in person. Fortunately, he doesn't have intensive phobia, otherwise he would faint directly. In other words, this thing is really not suitable for intensive phobia. Tell me the number. Jinlin was not satisfied with his imprecise statement. The young man frowned, trying hard to see the scene in his mind clearly. As a result, his lips turned visibly white again. There are about 40 zombies on the first floor of the clothing store, 50 on the second floor, and the third floor is full of zombies. There are probably hundreds of them. There will be fewer zombies in the jewelry store, only a dozen on the first floor. And I didn't see any signs of zombies on the second floor. There are no zombies on the second floor. Jinlin said a few words to the driver. Then he picked up the intercom to contact the other 2 people who ate the candy. Chapter 89: Inedible Stones and Metals. After understanding the entire situation nearby, Jinlin began to contact everyone to change the direction of advance. Under normal circumstances, zombies tend to move to higher floors. If there are zombies on the first floor of the jewelry store, but not on the second floor, I suspect there may be people on the second floor. The main purpose of their trip is to save people. Human life is above all else. Even if this is just a guess, they have to go over and take a look. It just so happens that there are fewer zombies over there, so it should be safer to go there. After hearing Jinlin's command, all vehicles changed directions in an orderly manner according to the previously arranged sequence. The sound of the car attracted the attention of many zombies, even though they had slowed down the car as much as possible. When the car was halfway through, there were more and more zombies around. Jinlin quickly ordered everyone to stop the car, and then all the combatants got out of the car in unison, starting the first round of battle. Because this is only the outskirts of the northeast area, there are not many zombies yet. They quickly cleared all the zombies. The last 5 teams will stay to clean up the battlefield and stay, and the rest of the teams will follow me. All teams have their own numbers. The last 5 teams are naturally teams 4650. The crystal cores in these killed zombies are important materials and cannot be wasted. So they need someone to stay and take away all the crystal cores. If they are not taken away and are discovered by other zombies, the zombies will devour each other's crystal cores to upgrade. Everyone obeyed the order and went about their own business. Don't drive. Walk over. When you get to the jewelry store, leave the last 5 teams 50 meters ahead. Because there are zombies everywhere. They need to be on guard everywhere. The more people left behind, the better. Nor the fewer the better. They need to disperse slightly, so as not to attract the attention of the zombies. They also need to maintain a certain number of people, so as not to be easily attacked by zombies. The best way is to leave some people at a certain distance. They have walkie-talkies to communicate, which makes it easier for them to support each other. A group of people should have been walking forward in a mighty manner, but it was precisely because they did not dare to make too obvious noise, so as not to attract the attention of the zombies. So there were obviously hundreds of people, but they seemed timid. The jewelry store was not far from here. It took only a minute, and 5 teams stopped. After walking another 50 meters, everyone stopped. Their eyes all turned to Chinlin, their deputy leader. You 3 take a look at the situation inside. The first 5 teams, follow me. After we clean up the first floor, everyone come in. Remember to keep in touch with the 2 groups in front. There are a total of 400 psychics here. Although the jewelry store is not small, it is impossible to accommodate so many people at once. Moreover, if there are too many people, it is easy to get into trouble. So Chinlin only brought 50 people in. Deputy leader. There are 2 zombies behind the door, 3 under the glass counter, and 2 hidden in the curtain on the right. They had never experienced it before, so they didn't know how useful the perception candy was. Now that I have used it, I know that the effect of this candy is no worse than that of energy drinks. With it, no matter how the zombies hide, it is useless. It is almost the same as running naked under their noses. After hearing this person reveal the specific locations of all the zombies in the jewelry store, all the psychics secretly memorized it in their hearts. When entering the door, the zombies behind the door were killed immediately. And then a fire-type psychic threw a fireball at the bed curtain without mercy. The remaining psychics pulled out the zombies under the counter, inside the compartment, and under the table one by one, and then killed them all. It's amazing. Not a single one is wrong. After eating this candy, you can actually see the location of all the zombies. After this operation is over, can the deputy leader give me one to try? Fuck. It's so scary. If I hadn't told you in advance, I would definitely be scratched by the zombie hiding under the table. The exclamations of the crowd came one after another. Although on the way here, the 3 people who ate candy also helped everyone to survey a lot of zombies and avoid a lot of risks. But it was precisely because they avoided those zombies that they didn't really see the zombies. So they still had a certain degree of doubt about the effectiveness of this perception candy. Until now, they clearly heard this person reveal all the hiding places of zombies. And there was no mistake. Everyone realized the power of this perception candy. Okay. What are you doing with all the noise? Chinlin was also inexplicably excited. But he was the leader after all, and he couldn't be as inconsiderate as them. Please confirm again. Are there any zombies in the jewelry store? If not, go and call the people outside to come in. Yes. The young man responded, then closed his eyes and looked carefully around the jewelry store. No. I'll go call them in. Hearing that there were no zombies here, everyone was relieved. Although they drove here these days, because the car was small, no one had a good rest. Now it was rare to come to a spacious and absolutely safe place. Everyone couldn't help but relax. You guys come with me to take a look upstairs. Chinlin pointed at a few people, and then carefully went up to the 2nd floor. The rest of the people rested, and those who needed to dig crystal cores dug crystal cores. The division of labor was quite clear. The 2nd floor should have been an area for placing jewelry, but it was almost destroyed. Not to mention the dust and garbage on the ground. There were even broken glass and some gold and silver jewelry that had not been taken away in time. Large gemstones and diamonds were scattered on the ground. Before the end of the world, this was an expensive luxury. After the end of the world, this was just an edible stone and metal. Deputy leader, the door here seems to have been damaged by humans. The reason why it is considered damaged is that only the door lock was broken. The whole door is still intact. If it was broken by zombies, they would break in directly, and would not just damage such a small place as the lock. In this way, there is a high possibility that there is someone in this room. This lock was deliberately broken by them to protect themselves. But as for whether the people inside are still alive, that is unclear. Is there anyone inside? We are the rescue team of the North and South bases. Chapter 90. I saw it. Eat slowly. Don't choke. Lin Shi looked at the children, who were eating recklessly with heartache, and finally sighed helplessly. Brother Chen, what are you going to do with these 3 children? Lin Shi took a bottle of water from the space and gave it to the 3 children, so that they wouldn't choke. She then stood up and looked at the people behind her. These 3 children were the ones they had just found on the 2nd floor of the jewelry store. According to them, they were originally from a small base. When the Zombe Tide came, the leader of their base distributed all the supplies. Everyone has the supplies here, and the quantity is the same. Some people saw that the 3 children were easy to bully, so they had bad intentions. At first, they pretended to be their children, used themselves to gain sympathy from others, and then followed the original leader of the base shamelessly. Later, these people had a quarrel with the leader, and slandered the leader for stealing. Then, the leader took the psychics away, and those people regarded them as a burden. They said they were taking them away, but in fact they robbed their food and locked them up here. If it weren't for a slightly older child, who was smart and secretly hid some food, they would have starved to death. Even so, when Shenlin found them, they had already fainted from hunger. If they had come a day later, they might have seen 3 corpses. Let them stay here first, and arrange a few teams to guard here later. We still need to go inside today. After hearing his words, one of the children tried hard to swallow the bread in his mouth. Brother, are you here to save us? The speaker was a girl who looked only 7 or 8 years old. Facing the child, Shenlin restrained his momentum and was very gentle. Well, do you have anything to say? The girl thought about it and hesitated for a moment. Her fingers nervously grasped the steamed bun, and the soft bun had sunk deeply, leaving a fingerprint for tomorrow. Can I just tell you? Shenlin was stunned. He didn't expect that this girl was so brave. Generally, in such a situation, wouldn't she feel safer with more people? And Lin Shi was also around. She was a woman, and as a girl, she should trust Lin Shi more, instead of just wanting to communicate with him alone. Brother Chen, then I'll take these 2 children outside to wait. Looking at the girl's serious eyes, Lin Shi felt that she didn't seem to be joking. So he took the other 2 children out with the other superpowers. The door lock of this room was broken, so there was no way to close the door. But the girl didn't mind. She ran to the corner quietly and waved to Shenlin. Shenlin cooperated and walked over. You can't go in anymore, because there are advanced zombies inside. You will die. Shenlin. Seeing the strange expression on Shenlin's face, the girl thought he didn't believe it. So she grabbed one of his sleeves anxiously. I'm telling the truth. I saw it all. Shenlin's mood was a bit complicated at this time. He didn't know whether he should believe what the girl said. If it was really as she said, there were advanced zombies inside the Northeast District, then they might not be able to beat them. The most outstanding thing about high-level zombies is not their strength, but they can command other zombies. Their intelligence is like that of real people. With its command, for zombies, it is simply more powerful. Originally, the reason why humans can kill zombies so easily is because they can't think. Their IQ is like that of a baby. But once high-level zombies join, they are like having a think tank. The zombies will make up for their last flaw and become impeccable. Where did you see the high-level zombies? Do you remember? Since the girl said so, even if Shenlin believed it 10%, he had to be 100% prepared. He didn't want this trip to go from saving others to burying himself. The girl frowned as if she was a little uncomfortable. After about 7 or 8 seconds, Shenlin saw her pointing at her head. I don't know, but I just saw it. I saw a lot of cars coming, and there were a lot of people in the cars. They stopped here, and then one person was bitten by a zombie hiding under the table. Later, these cars drove very deep inside. As they walked, countless zombies kept pouring out behind them. In the end, these cars and people were surrounded by zombies. The girl spoke very slowly and intermittently. It was as if she was searching for any information and clues she knew from her memory. She had no idea how much shock her words had caused to the people in front of her. A lot of cars? Didn't that mean them? Bitten by a zombie under the table. Although this did not happen. Just now when they were on the first floor, they did find a zombie hiding under the table. If it weren't for the perception candy, the person closest to the zombie would indeed be injured. But how did she know? The girl in front of him was only 7 or 8 years old. Qianlin did not doubt what she said. Nor did he want to doubt what she said. Before he could speak, the girl suddenly made a puzzled sound. That's not right. When did a store appear? There was obviously no store before. So you need a crystal core to cultivate the girl with the ability to predict, Suemo said lightly. This sentence directly summed up all the content of what the system had just said. The system responded in embarrassment. Originally, this ability to predict was not hers. But the person who was originally selected accidentally bound to another system. And now has gone to another world. Suemo couldn't help but feel a little speechless. There were too many points in the system's words. And she didn't know what to say. System, they have no choice but to find another person who is completely suitable for this ability, but they didn't notice the age of this person. A child who is less than 10 years old. Even if she can hold back her fear and read the content she predicted. How much can she say completely? So they can only find a way to train her. She is the most critical link in this world. Without her, humans will fall into many crises. Suemo didn't want to find out who the they in the system's mouth were. Anyway, now he just needs to figure out why the system did this. His most important task is to run this small shop well. The system saw that the host did not ask any more questions. And he was relieved. Otherwise, if she really asked, he really didn't know how to answer many questions. After all, there are some things that humans cannot know. Although the system has always felt that his host is strange and doesn't look like a normal person at all. Chapter 91 Dangerous Mission. Back to Qianlin. Because of the girl's words, a bold idea emerged in his mind. Although there has never been a precedent before, and he has never heard of it. But this does not affect Qianlin's suspicion that the girl in front of him may be a superpower. And a superpower related to predictive information. She herself led a large group of convoys to rescue. She also knew that there was a zombie hiding under the table on the first floor of the jewelry store, and almost heard a person. The most important thing is that he heard information about Boss Sue's grocery store from this girl. Not many people know about the existence of the grocery store so far. The main reason is that it has only existed for less than a week. And the fall of the Northeast District also happened a long time ago. If you count carefully, it was almost a week ago. So it is impossible for this girl to know the existence of Hope Grocery Store before the fall here. It is more likely that her precognitive ability told her. But all this is just Qianlin's guess. Whether it is true or not, he is not 100% sure. He could only try to slowly get information from the girl bit by bit. And then organize and judge it by himself. Suddenly, the girl held her head and squatted down with a painful expression. It hurts. My head hurts. Woo-woo. Qianlin was startled and squatted down. Did you see something scary? I won't ask you anymore. Don't think about it. He just wanted to get more information. But he forgot that the person in front of him was not an adult. She is just a little girl. Before the end of the world. She was only in the first grade of elementary school. Her psychological endurance is far inferior to that of adults. Lin Shi. Qianlin went outside to call for help. Lin Shi had been waiting outside the door. When she heard his voice, she walked in directly. What's wrong? Go see her. I will explain other things to you later. Comfort her and tell her not to think too much. Because he was nervous and concerned about the girl's condition. His words at this time seemed a bit out of place. Lin Shi looked at him with a strange look. Brother Qin. You are not. Qianlin glared. As if he was about to hit her. Lin Shi laughed dryly. Knowing that he had just thought wrong. How could Brother Qin do such a thing? After all, there were so many beauties in front of him before. And he didn't even look at them. How could he be interested in such a young girl, who is dirty all over now? Why don't you go in? Yes. 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 Lin Shi saw the girl huddled in the corner, and hurried over to comfort and take care of her. After helping them close the door, Qianlin went downstairs. According to the girl, there was a high-level zombie inside. Not only that, this high-level zombie could already control the thoughts of all zombies in the Northeast. Now it seemed that there was only one way for them to leave. As the girl said, going forward was undoubtedly a dead end. But Qianlin still had a glimmer of hope. According to her, the originally injured person was not injured. She also saw a shop that had never existed. Does this mean that Boss Sue's Hope Grocery Store is the key to changing all this? No matter how smart the zombies are. No matter how many there are. There is only one high-level zombie. The power of a high-level zombie is limited. It is impossible for it to control too many zombies. Otherwise, The human beings in this world might have been extinct long ago. It must have its own limitations. Just as they also consume their superpowers. They are not unrestrained. After 1,000 twists and turns of thoughts, he has made up his mind. Scene 1. Go and call the 3 speed superpowers over. Because the 3 of them have special tasks. They have been waiting outside. Qinwen just went out and shouted. And the 3 of them walked in. Deputy Leader. Qinlin's eyes swept over them. Now there is a task for you 3. I need you 3 to go deep into the northeast area alone, and through sensing candy, to survey the distribution of zombies inside, and then bring out the news. Because this mission is very dangerous, you can refuse, and I won't blame you. And I also need to make it clear to you that there is a high possibility that there is a high-level zombie inside. High-level zombie. These 4 words undoubtedly hit the hearts of the 3 of them like a heavy blow. Although they have never seen high-level zombies. But they also know the ability of high-level zombies to control. Facing thousands of zombies with IQs similar to yours, humans have no hope of winning. It is precisely because of this that Qinlin chose speed-type mutants as the surveyors. In the case of complete overpowering, running away to save life is the best option. And the speed of investigation can be faster. The 3 of them almost unanimously ignored the 4 words highly likely mentioned by Qinlin. In their opinion, with the rigor of the deputy leader, he would not shoot without purpose. If it is said to be highly likely, then it must be possible. There is almost no doubt about it. Think about it. If you want, you can come to me at any time. Qinlin values every life. So he will respect everyone's opinion. If none of the 3 people are willing to go, then they will retreat. He was originally very afraid of the words "you will all die" said before the girl. He didn't want a warning to become the final result. In addition, he didn't believe that there would be any human beings surviving in the place where high-level zombies existed. So even if he retreated, he didn't have any psychological pressure. The 3 speed ability users looked at each other. Their faces were not very good. After all, what they were facing were not the ordinary zombies, with no IQ in the past. The air was frozen for a moment. The whole scene was very awkward. And the air was silent. 5 minutes passed. The first psychic came over. Deputy Leader, I'll go. If anything happens to me, I'll have to trouble you to take care of my mother. His words seemed to make the other 2 psychics' wavering hearts make a choice. They also came over, and said the same thing as him. It's just that the people who need to be taken care of are different. In their opinion, speed psychics have always been the most useless existence. It's not easy to make a little contribution. Even if it's not for themselves, for their families, they will do it. Don't think that today's Zombe Tide has only spread to the northeast area. If things here are not sorted out and resolved one day, maybe the next time this happens, it will be their own base. Chapter 92 Lessons. Seeing that they all agreed, Qinlin's mood not only did not improve, but became even heavier. Everyone bring 6 candies and 3 bottles. No, bring 5 bottles. You should all know the effect of this drink. No need to save, drink when needed. With the perception candy in front, although they have never drunk energy drinks, they absolutely believe in its function. When they thought that they could bring 5 bottles, they felt that their hope of survival was greater for a while. Although they said heroic things. But if they can survive, no one will die in vain. Only by living can you take better care of your family. Yes. In an hour, ordinary people may not be able to walk far. But for speed-type psychics, without external interference, this world is more than enough. What's more, these 3 people are all second-level psychics. If they try their best, the speed will probably be faster than the vehicle. Each of the 3 of them carried a bag. Although they were only going for an hour. In order to avoid being trapped inside, in addition to candies and drinks, they also prepared some food. But they didn't bring much. Too much weight would only affect them at a critical moment. After a short preparation time, the 3 of them had made up their minds and didn't hesitate. They left directly with their bags. Sister Sue, that bad uncle is here again. Tanging curled her lips in dissatisfaction. There was disgust in her eyes. The bad uncle she was talking about was Zhou Kai from the Pigeon base that Qinlin mistakenly brought that day. Ever since he was humiliated by Zhang Sun and Qinlin that day, he came to the grocery store every day. He didn't buy anything, but just stood there, looking at Suimo and Tang Yin with lustful eyes. Because she had been well-fed during this period, Tang Yin's originally dark yellow and thin face became rosy and white. Although she was still young, she could already see some of the beauty of a grown-up from her eyebrows and eyes. Suimo had a strong aura and looked difficult to mess with. so Zhoukai didn't dare to do anything to her, at least so far. But Tang Yin was different. She was still young. And even with a cold and fierce look, she looked very cute. Suemo had let Xiaohei teach this lustful ghost a lesson when he tried to violate Tang Yin's wishes and touched her hand last time. He didn't come for several days. Suemo thought he had stopped. Unexpectedly, he came again today, and it seemed that he brought a lot of people with him. And they all looked like psychics. Most likely, he suffered a loss last time, and he wants to get back at his enemies this time. Don't be afraid. He mean, go play with Taozi. Suemo rubbed her head. Then he pulled back Tang He, who was angry and wanted to hit him. Just at this time, Zhoukai walked into the grocery store in a careless manner. But before he took a step, he was stopped by Xiaohei. Seeing the man who beat him up before, Zhoukai's face was very bad. But when he saw Suemo coming over, he smiled and said, "Boss Su, I see that you work so hard to run the store every day. Why don't you come back to Pigeon Base with me?" He was a first-level psychic with no ability, and he couldn't beat Xiaohei. So, he went back to get some helpers. He called all these people. In the Pigeon Base, everyone knows that his sister is the wife of the deputy leader. He just said it casually, even if it was just to curry favor with him. There were many people willing to work for him. "Boss Su, don't be silent. I brought a lot of people here today. You have to think about it carefully, whether your bodyguards can beat so many people. If you don't want to cause trouble, why don't you go back with me?" Suemo didn't want to pay attention to her, and directly let Xiaohei do it. When encountering such unreasonable people, only fists are the hard truth. Seeing this, Zhoukai hurriedly retreated, and asked the people he brought around to fight. To be on the safe side, he called 7 superpowers this time. 4 of them were level 2, and 3 were level 1. He didn't believe it. This way he couldn't deal with the man in black. But not long after the fight started, the roar of a car came from behind again. Suemo was not worried about Xiaohei's strength at all. So she looked back distractedly. She did not recognize this car. And it looked a little strange. It did not look like a car from the North-South base. Nor did it look like a car from the Guangming base. It could not be a car from the small base or the Pigeon base. Right? Suemo saw the car stopped. And a strong man with a beard got out of the car. As soon as he got out of the car, he yelled at Zhoukai, "Zhoukai, what are you doing? Is this how you abuse the rights I gave you?" After a while, another person got out of the car. Suemo recognized this person. It was Zhang Sun from the Guangming base. As for the man before, although Suemo did not know him, judging from the content and tone of his words, he was probably Zhoukai's deputy leader's brother-in-law. Suemo originally thought that this man knew everything Zhoukai did. That was why he indulged him to do whatever he wanted. Unexpectedly, Zhoukai was quite courageous and had been doing bad things without telling anyone. "Hey, why is the brother-in-law here?" Zhoukai smiled awkwardly, and then quickly asked these people to stop. After hearing Zhoukai's words, the 7 superpowers were also shocked. "Why is the deputy leader here? Didn't they say that the mission this time was requested by the deputy leader?" But when they heard the tone of the deputy leader, they always felt that something was wrong. Suemo guessed correctly that the person who came was the deputy leader of Pigeon Base, and Zhoukai's good brother-in-law Mai. Mai had no time to deal with Zhoukai, and walked to Suemo at the first time. But before he got close, he was stopped by Xiaohei. After all, he didn't manage people well, so he didn't get angry, but just apologized with a smile. "Boss Su, right? I heard Zhang Sun talk about Zhoukai's matter. I didn't manage people well and caused you trouble." Suemo nodded lightly. Then he looked at Zhang Sun behind him. She asked why someone came suddenly. It turned out that Zhang Sun called him. It was probably because Zhoukai made too much trouble. First, he wanted to please her. And second, he was afraid that she would close the store in anger. But Zhoukai was from Pigeon Base after all. And it was not easy for him, a person from Guangming Base, to intervene. So he went to find Mai. After all Zhoukai's power and arrogant capital came from him. As long as he showed up, Zhoukai's matter could be easily resolved. I don't want to see him again. Although Zhoukai was disgusting and hateful, he had received the lesson he should have before. As long as he doesn't continue to do anything, Suemo won't do anything to him. Chapter 93 Moving. As for how Mai will deal with him after returning, that is their own business. No matter what, Zhoukai cannot appear near the grocery store in the future. It affects the mood too much. And it will also affect Tangin. Suemo does not want this person to leave any psychological shadow on Tangin. Ma Yi was stunned, as if he did not expect Suemo to be so easy to talk to. He looked up, and met her cold eyes, and his heart trembled immediately. If Boss Su is not satisfied, I will let you deal with Zhou Kai how? He said this because he thought Suemo was not satisfied, so he was going to hand Zhou Kai over to him directly, so as not to implicate the Ping and base. Boss Su, you can deal with him however you want, neither I, nor the Ping and base, have any objections. Ma Yi said while feeling regretful. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame him, because he was not in the base when Shenlin came to find him. Those people pushed Zhou Kai out for his sake. This also led to Zhou Kai directly messing up Shenlin's plan to introduce the Hope grocery store to the Ping and base. He knew what kind of person Zhou Kai was. If he knew about this, he would never let Zhou Kai continue to come to the grocery store to cause trouble. It would be fine if he displeased Boss Su, but he actually lost so many good things. When he thought of Zhang Sun coming to see him, and showing off so much oil and medicine to him, Ma Yi felt a pang of heartache. Although Ma Yi wanted to completely separate Zhou Kai from the Ping and base, Zhou Kai naturally disagreed. Ma Yi, what are you doing? I am your brother-in-law. My sister has been with you for so long, and now you want to push me out for an outsider? What do you mean? Ma Yi wanted to tear Zhou Kai's mouth apart for his angry rebuke. You deserve this. Who told you to stir up trouble? I have warned you many times before. Don't do whatever you want by relying on my power, otherwise you will bear the consequences. I will talk to Xian. I believe she will understand me. The Xian mentioned by Ma Yi is his sister Zhou Xian. He really likes Zhou Xian, and the two of them really love each other. But this does not mean that he can condone all Zhou Kai's misbehavior. He believes that, in the past 6 months, he has done enough for Zhou Kai. And everything is for Zhou Xian's sake. Xian doesn't like her brother, and even wanted to sell her for money before. She can endure until now, all because of her parents. Zhou Kai only saw that he was sold out by Ma Yi. But he completely forgot that he had done so many things before. And that Ma Yi had helped him clean up the mess. Otherwise, how could he live comfortably until now? Sumo didn't want to see the two of them dealing with housework in front of her store, which would affect her business. So she asked Xiao Hei to drive them both away. Although Ma Yi was very concerned about Sumo's attitude, he was afraid that she would implicate Zhou Kai with the Ping and base. But he also knew that now was not the time to talk about these things. So he could only leave with Zhou Kai angrily. And the few superpowers that Zhou Kai brought with him looked at each other. And all left in disgrace. Boss Su, I want to discuss cooperation with you. What do you think? The troublemakers finally left. And Zhang Sun walked forward with a smile. Suemo glanced at him. And then nodded. Of course. You can't discuss things standing at the door. So they all walked into the grocery store. The others Zhang Sun brought were responsible for buying things. And he began to talk to Suemo about what he called cooperation. Before talking about cooperation, I would like to know first whether Boss Su can guarantee the long-term supply of ordinary food. The ordinary food here refers to steamed buns, mineral water, and set meals, which are only foods that can satisfy hunger and quench thirst. A few days ago, Suemo had expanded the variety of goods. Although he didn't buy the luxurious and supreme set meals, which were too exaggerated, but the ordinary set meal with 1 meat and 1 vegetable was unlocked. In addition, mineral water, the source of life, was also unlocked. Of course, the grocery store only has a limit on the number of times it can be purchased, but not on the quantity. Theoretically, as long as she has enough points, she can buy 100 million steamed buns. Hearing Sumo's words, Zhang Sun's face lit up. In fact, there is nothing to hide about this matter. Recently, due to the influx of refugees from the northeast, the Bright Base is short of supplies. So we want to reach a cooperation with the Hope grocery store to buy large quantities of ordinary food. Although Zhang Sun's attitude was very good and sincere, but Suemo still refused. If the grocery store continues to be contracted by the base official, then she will never leave this world in her lifetime. In the final analysis, it is because of the inability to improve reputation. If Boss Su has any opinions, you can also raise them, Zhang Sun said helplessly. Seeing Sumo's refusal, Zhang Sun felt a little regretful, but in fact, this was also expected. He would not give up so easily. He believed that Boss Su would not refuse without reason. If there is any problem, we can all solve it together. You can let them come to buy. Suemo thought so at the beginning. But in this world, this is actually more difficult to do. Because the location of each base is different, the distance from the grocery store is also different. The most important thing is that the outside of this world is dangerous. Not everyone can go out without worry. Most people work in the base, and then exchange for meager base points, and then exchange for what they need. Even if they are superpowers, they will go out to do tasks after forming a team. This, Jong Sun was a little embarrassed. If it was other suggestions, it would be fine, but this one is obviously unlikely to be realized. Suemo also knew. But she would not say anything she was not sure of. The grocery store will move tomorrow. She had wanted to do this for a long time. It was not until yesterday that she finally finalized it with the system. It spent a little energy to help the grocery store move to a new location. That location was basically the same as the location of the 3 major bases. According to the speed of the psychics, it would take about a few hours to get there. If there was a car, the speed would be faster. Generally speaking, it was already very close compared to before. Of course, the move was not in vain. She needed to earn an extra 20 million points in this world to offset the energy consumed by this move. That is, to earn an extra 20 million first-level crystal cores. Jong Sun? Looking at Jong Sun's instantly confused face, Suemo did not say much. Anyway, this kind of thing could not be explained clearly. Everything would be known tomorrow. The next morning, Jong Sun and his men rushed to the location that Suemo had decided yesterday. When I saw the Hope grocery store standing on that empty lot, which was obviously out of place with the surrounding style, but didn't seem out of place at all, I was completely stunned. Chapter 94 Stealing. Hello, I want a steamed bun. I want a bottle of water. And another steamed bun. I want a set meal. Can it be cheaper? 15 points is a bit too expensive. Tangin skillfully and politely rejected the bargaining of the last person. Sorry, this store does not accept bargaining. 15 points is actually very cheap. The portions of food in our set meal are very large. A portion of rice is enough for 2 children. Even an adult man can eat to his heart's content. The meat and vegetable dishes are also prepared in equal proportions. If someone has a slightly smaller appetite, it can even be enough to eat for most of the day. The last meal can only be filled with a steamed bun. Okay. Originally, the bargainer was just asking casually. Seeing that Tangin, a child, refused the bargaining request at this time. And she was polite. She didn't know what to say. She took the bag of set meal and went to the cashier in front to pay. The way to check out now has become pay with face recognition. It is exactly what Suemo discussed with the system last time. While it is convenient and fast, it also makes everyone feel like they have returned to the pre-apocalyptic world. Anyone who enters the grocery store, as long as they don't look at the scene outside, will feel that they have left this horrible apocalypse back to their previous life. Boss Su, I want to ask, do you have milk for sale here? I want to buy some for my child. I also want to ask, is there anything suitable for children here? Milk powder, milk, or cereal, these are all fine. I also have children at home. Almost all the milk powder before the apocalypse is expired, even if it is not expired. I can't afford it. If Boss Su has cheap ones here, I also want to buy some. Suemo looked at the mall, and found that the second-level mall did have milk and milk powder. It was just that she had not paid attention to food products after unlocking the secondary mall, so she had not exchanged them yet. She looked at the prices of the two and found that they were a bit expensive. The price of milk powder was almost twice that of milk. Moreover, milk powder needed to be soaked in water to drink, which further increased the cost. In comparison, Suemo chose milk without hesitation. Milk 250 milliliters purchase price, 2 points / box sales price, 8 points / box introduction, pure milk. Suitable for drinking by all ages. Can improve human immunity, enhance calcium absorption, and make the body stronger. If they can accept it, it is not impossible for me to exchange it. Yes, but it is more expensive. One box requires 8 points. 250 milliliters of box milk, Suemo said, and exchanged the milk. Although 8 points are 4 steamed buns, it is equivalent to the daily meal money of an adult man. This can indeed be said to be a very expensive price. But these people don't seem to mind. Nodding like pounding garlic. Because no matter how expensive it is not as expensive as the one sold inside the base. The same milk. The price inside the base is the same as 10 or even 15 first-level crystal cores. And the volume is only 200 milliliters, which is also not as good as here. Can I buy it now? I want 2 boxes. I want 1 box. Not expensive. Not expensive. Much cheaper than the base. Suemo pointed to the sign next to him, which clearly read 1 stock per day. Please wait until tomorrow if it is sold out or new products are put on the shelves. The milk will be on the shelves tomorrow, and those who want to buy it can come back tomorrow. Hearing that the milk will be available tomorrow, these people couldn't help but sigh with regret. But after thinking about it, it was better than not being able to buy it. Suemo saw that they had no objection, and saw that Tanghe and Tangin seemed to have encountered some trouble. So she prepared to go over and take a look. Who knew that before she took 2 steps, she heard a sharp and piercing female voice. Why are you pretending? If you have the goods, just put them out for sale. The price is expensive, and you still want us to wait. Don't you know that customers are God? As soon as these words came out, everyone turned their eyes to the old lady who was speaking. There was astonishment and surprise in their eyes. The old lady was a little guilty when she saw so many people staring at her. But when she thought of her grandson, who was crying for milk all day at home, she felt more confident. What are you looking at? Am I wrong? I promised my grandson that I would bring him milk, and he is still waiting for milk. Now we have to wait until tomorrow. If you open a store, just open it properly. Why mess around with it? Suemo raised his eyebrows. It's not like she hasn't seen this kind of unreasonable and unruly old woman before. But she didn't expect that. It's already the end of the world, there are still such people. Perhaps it's because the old lady's words are too harsh and unreasonable. So before Suemo could speak, someone had already spoken for her. The problem is that Boss Su didn't say there would be milk today. Isn't it your own problem that you promised your grandson? It's easy to drink milk today. Go to the base and buy it. I don't think the old lady is short of crystal cores. The base is not without milk and milk powder. You can buy as much as you want. The old lady choked and suddenly didn't know what to say. She was originally planning to buy it at the base. But when she heard that the milk at the grocery store was cheaper and the quantity was larger, she naturally didn't want to suffer a loss. But she didn't expect that she was attacked by everyone for just a casual complaint. Young people are just ignorant. They don't know how to respect the elderly at all. What a good grandson. Your son is lazy and gluttonous, and he is not clean. He steals all day long. And your daughter-in-law works hard at the base all day long. I work so hard to support your family, but I only earn so many crystal cores a day, and you don't even want to give her a meal. I thought you really had no money, but now you have money to buy milk. Seeing that more and more people were watching, someone suddenly said this. This made the old lady, who was originally preparing to leave, stop immediately. Who is talking nonsense? My son is fine. How could he be so sneaky? You are not afraid of getting a bad mouth for talking nonsense. The old lady cursed angrily, and her eyes swept in the direction of the sound source. However, because there were too many people, she did not realize what she had just said. However, the man did not intend to hide himself, and walked out directly. I am telling the truth. So why should I be afraid of getting a bad mouth? Your son just stole something from the shelf when the 2 children were not paying attention. I saw it all. His family lived next door to this old lady, so he was quite familiar with their family affairs. Except for her daughter-in-law. None of the family members were good people. Chapter 95 Black Shop. As a mother, she only knows how to pamper the 2 men in the family. Her grandson has been wild and rude since he was a child. His son is also not ambitious and idles all day long. He even tried to take advantage of his wife several times. If he hadn't come back early last time, he would have succeeded. Later, he heard from his wife that the woman next door was beaten up in order to stop his husband's behavior, which delayed a lot of time. This is why he said that only the daughter-in-law in the family is a good person. But even if she is a good person, it's useless. Her personality is too soft and easy to be bullied. If his wife suffered this injustice, he would have let him pack up and leave long ago. It turned out to be you. Your own wife is not decent and seduces other men, and you dare to beat my son, I bah. Suemo frowned and stopped the old woman, who was about to continue to insult. No trouble is allowed in the store. Please leave if you don't want to buy anything. You still have time to talk nonsense here. You should go out and take a look. Your son just stole something. But he was tied up and left outside. The man sneered, not taking the old woman's words to heart at all. He deliberately told her what had just happened with a sarcastic tone. The old woman panicked after hearing this, and ran to the door while cursing. As expected, she saw a person tied up tightly with hemp rope in the corner outside the door, with a rag stuffed in his mouth. She cried and rushed over to untie the rope for him. While untying it, she cried and shouted to slander and denounced the grocery store's dishonest behavior. Oh! This store is a black shop. Where would you kidnap someone like this? What are you looking at? This is a black shop. It specifically bullies an old woman like me. They won't sell the things they have. They have to drag it out. Isn't it just to raise the price? You can't afford to buy things. But you discriminate against us poor people. You just tie people up and throw them out because you can't afford to buy. Because she shouted loudly. And the uninformed people saw that this rare person was indeed tied up. So they still believed what she said for a moment. This made many people who were about to enter the grocery store stop involuntarily. Until a little girl rushed out. Can you steal if you can't afford to buy things? You are right to steal things? Since you said this is a black shop. Then don't come here anymore. You are not welcome here. The person who rushed out was Tangin. The man just stole the steamed buns in the area she was responsible for. So she still blamed herself. If Xiaohei hadn't seen it, she would probably have been kept in the dark until now. At this time, she heard that the old woman dared to discredit the store. And she became even angrier. Even Tang he couldn't hold her back. And she ran away. The old woman was immediately unhappy when she saw that a little girl like her actually told the truth. She swung the rope in her hand, turned around and raised her hand to hit Tang Yin in the face. I just saw that this girl was restless. She is indeed a child without parents. She has no education at all and can tell any lies. Tang Yin was so scared that she was stunned. But her palm didn't fall on her in the end. The old woman felt a pain in her wrist. And her hand was grabbed by Suemo. She had never expected that a woman's hand could be so strong. Suemo looked very thin. Suemo glanced at her and was not going to let this farce continue. Xiaohei. Send them both out. Yes. Xiaohei held the old woman with one hand and lifted the thief from the ground with the other hand. This arm strength surprised everyone. Although the food in the end of the world was not good, the man was not very heavy. But he was a big man after all. After all, it was 100 pounds. But this man was holding him like a chicken. Is he a power-type mutant? Congratulations. You too have become the blacklist of our store. People on the blacklist cannot consume in the store. So you don't have to come in the future. After Suemo said the last sentence to the two people, Xiaohei took them away. Everyone couldn't help shrinking their necks when they saw the swift and decisive look. They were already a little in awe of this mysterious grocery store, and now they didn't dare to cause any trouble at all. They were afraid of ending up like those two people. After watching the whole process, those who didn't know the truth understood what happened. They were wondering how this grocery store, which seemed to be pretty good, suddenly became a black shop. This incident didn't affect everyone shopping at all. Except that Tang Yin seemed to be in a bad mood, everything else seemed to be the same. After closing the store, Suemo even went to talk to Tang Yin. From her, Suemo learned that the reason she was in a bad mood was not because she was scared today. It was because she almost didn't notice that something in the store was stolen. Because of this incident, she blamed herself for almost an afternoon. Suemo touched her head. Why do you blame yourself? It's him who is wrong. Not you. Tang Yin was a little confused. She felt that Suemo seemed to be right. But, you are not wrong. You are very good. Suemo is not someone who can comfort children. And she can only say so much. But just like this, it is enough. After all, she didn't know that she was like a fairy in Tang Yin's heart. Whatever she said, Tang Yin would believe it. After a simple chat with Suemo, Tang Yin's mood soon improved slowly. She turned around and ran to play with Taozi, as if nothing had happened. But Tang He came over after she left. Boss Su, I just saw a letter outside. It seems to be sent by someone from the north and south base. Suemo took it and opened it. He found that the sender's name was Chenlin. Speaking of Chenlin, Suemo recalled that he hadn't seen him for more than 10 days. Since he took 500 superpowers from the north and south bases to the northeast district that day, there has been no news for a long time. They obviously brought so many energy drinks and perception candies with them. Suemo thought that nothing would happen. But this time it took a long time. If I hadn't heard that they came back yesterday and saved a lot of people, Suemo would have doubted whether they really had something wrong. The content of the letter was not much. And it mainly said two things. One was to thank her for providing so many drinks and candies, which ensured their safe return. In this regard, Suemo didn't think it was a big deal. Anyway, it was an equal exchange between them. The second thing was that he would bring someone over tomorrow. Chapter 96 Instant Noodles are the Eternal God. Sumo thought about it, and for a moment, she couldn't guess who he was going to bring, which would be worth him deliberately arranging someone to come and deliver a letter to her. If he wanted to bring someone, he could just bring him directly. Sumo didn't take it to heart. After closing the store, she counted the goods in the store. After finding that there was no problem with the quantity and income, she looked at her abundant points balance and began to arrange for the purchase of new goods. Since the move, the grocery store's business can be said to be getting better day by day. It is closer to the 3 major bases, and the flow of people is also larger. Of course, the most important thing is to thank Zhang Sun for his publicity. On the day he just moved in, Zhang Sun didn't even buy anything, but went back to his Guangming base to promote it. Although Zhang Sun is not the deputy leader, but because the deputy leader is his father, the leader is his brother-in-law. In addition, Zhang Sun himself is reliable, and his behavior is very credible. The shortage of resources inside the base was obvious to everyone. So on the first day, many people in the base believed him, and followed him to buy things. As for the things in the grocery store, as long as you buy them once, no one will think they are bad. The food is delicious, cheap, and there are drinks that can restore superpowers and candies that can detect zombies. Even if these people didn't believe it at first, the prices of candies and drinks were not particularly expensive. So even if you buy them back and drink them as drinks, or eat them as ordinary candies, there is no problem. As long as you use them once, they will believe that the drinks and candies here really have the functions as described. Although it is magical, it is even unbelievable. But all this is true. This has led to the grocery store, which was originally used by ordinary people to buy food, suddenly becoming the favorite place of superpowers. No one else. Most of the tasks of superpowers are to kill zombies, so they are not short of crystal cores. Their spending power is simply several times higher than that of ordinary people. The drinks and candies provided by the same grocery store speed up the efficiency and speed of superpowers killing zombies, so the number of crystal cores increases, and the number of crystal cores increases, their spending power increases. It can be said that a good cycle has been achieved invisibly. With superpowers as a new source of customers, this is also the reason why Sumo has been earning points so fast during this period. At present, the staple food in the grocery store is only steamed buns, rice, ordinary set meals. The thirst-quenching things are the most common mineral water, and at most a milk that has just been unlocked. The medicines are random medicine boxes and bandages. Because of the special nature of the random medicine box, these 2 things already cover all medicines, and no additional additions are needed. Special products that can enhance the ability of the psychic include energy drinks and perception candies. Finally, there is universal oil as an energy source. Universal oil is generally purchased by the official base, or by some powerful people with cars, and ordinary people can't use it at all. In the previous world, humans pursued strength, so any product that can enhance strength will become the object of their crazy pursuit. But this world is different. Ordinary people account for the majority of this world, and all they want is to survive. To survive better. So the products that Sumo should pay more attention to should be food, daily necessities, and everything that can improve the quality of life. Therefore, after Sumo opened the store, the first thing he exchanged was 2 foods. Spicy meat sauce 200g purchase price, 2 points / bottle sales price, 5 points / bottle introduction, spicy and fragrant. Just 1 bite will whet your appetite. The best choice for eating was steamed buns. Spicy meat sauce is meant to go with steamed buns and rice in the grocery store. Many people are reluctant to eat set meals, and generally choose to buy steamed buns to fill their stomachs. If they have the conditions and want to eat a little better, they will buy set meals. Then, buy a few more servings of rice, and eat the 2 dishes for a day. There are still very few people who eat set meals for 3 meals a day. Now that there is spicy meat sauce, the sales of set meals will definitely decrease to a certain extent, but the sales of steamed buns and rice will definitely increase. However, overall, Sumo will suffer a small loss. But this can indeed improve the quality of everyone's food. The second food can be said to be well known. You can imagine its fragrance when you see it, and you will want to eat it when you smell it. Random instant noodles purchase price, 2 points / pack. Sales price, 5 points / pack. Introduction. Instant noodles produced by Hope Grocery Store, absolutely authentic. It contains large pieces of fresh vegetables, large pieces of solid meat, which will definitely make you eat to your heart's content. Sumo took a look and found that the outer packaging of this instant noodle is all the same. It is printed with the 5 characters Hope Grocery Store. The biggest difference from previous instant noodles is that it does not indicate the flavor. For example, braised beef noodles, sauerkraut beef noodles, golden soup beef noodles, etc. are all here. It's just that you have to wait until you tear open the package to know what the flavor is. Suemo looked at the instant noodles that she had torn a little, and couldn't help but recall the taste of the instant noodles. It happened to be dinner time. Tangin washed her hands and prepared to go into the kitchen. She saw the instant noodles on Sumo's table at a glance, and her eyes lit up. Eating wants to eat? Suemo also happened to see her like this, and couldn't help laughing. Tangin blushed in embarrassment. They ate ordinary meals, and had never eaten instant noodles. So she could guess that this should be a product from the grocery store, and not their food. Although she really wanted to eat it, she was too embarrassed to say that she wanted to eat something that was sold. No, I just took a look. Tangin denied it decisively. But what she didn't know was that her expression had completely exposed herself. Let's have instant noodles tonight. I just tore off a few packets, which I can't sell, Tangin exclaimed. Ah, as if she was hit by a huge surprise. It took her several seconds to come back to her senses. Really? Hearing the excitement in the little girl's tone, Suemo couldn't help but curl the corners of his mouth. Well, come and get it. After saying that, Tangin trotted over. She saw at a glance a packet of instant noodles that had been torn open on the table. There was only one packet. There were not several packets, as Suemo said. What else could she not understand now? In fact, Sister Sue said so because she saw that she wanted to eat. I thought about it. And my brother and I should have dinner. Sister Sue wants to eat instant noodles. I'll go and cook for you. As she said that, she picked up the packet of instant noodles that had been opened. It's not that she doesn't want to eat instant noodles. She just knows that what she did is not enough to make her qualified to eat. Many people outside can't even eat ordinary meals. They are very happy if they can have enough food and drink 3 times a day and sleep in a warm and soft bed. Chapter 97: The Child with Precognitive Ability. Tangin has always been very well behaved and sensible, and she would not ask for more. She never felt complacent because Suemo took them in and treated them so well. She would not think that she should be paid so much for her work, because she and Tanghi always knew. Even without them, Suemo could run this place well by herself. So she has been doing her best to help the grocery store do everything. Perhaps only in this way, she will feel that everything she eats, drinks and lives in now is valuable. Suemo can also guess what they are thinking, and she is very relieved in her heart. If you want to eat, take 2 bags, and then deduct it from your salary. This is not the first time Tangin has heard the word salary. Suemo had said before that she fed and clothed them, asked them to help the grocery store, and she cooked every day. Doing these things, actually, they are paid. But Tangin always thought that Suemo said this because he didn't want them to feel stressed here. This time was no exception. Suemo knew at a glance that she didn't believe it. She raised her eyebrows, and directly pulled Tangin to the points inquiry machine. The machine scanned the face, and directly displayed the corresponding account information. Name, Tangin. Gender, female. Points balance, 52. Tangin's eyes widened in surprise. She never thought that she actually had points, and there were so many. She looked at the machine again, and even rubbed her eyes in disbelief. The number 52 foot was clearly displayed on the screen. Suemo explained again. Not only do you have it, your brother has it too. It's just that Tanghi's points are not as many as hers. Most of Tangian's points come from cooking, which Suemo rewards her with. And Suemo also deducts corresponding points for their daily meals. But it's not so strict, just a few points after a few days. They still eat a lot of meat and fish, with a combination of meat and vegetables. Suemo is too lazy to even calculate the trivial things of daily necessities such as clothes and shoes. You should know how to buy things. If you want to eat, just take the food and pay for it yourself. Tangin was so excited that she almost jumped up. She responded happily. Then she took 2 packs of instant noodles and paid for them. Then she went into the kitchen with the instant noodles. The system looked at it with envy. It seriously felt the host's favoritism from this scene, who is not a child, you know. It has only been more than 500 years since it was born. In a system that has existed for thousands of years. They are considered children. Host, I find that you are really good to these 2 children. There was a strong envy in his tone. Suemo snorted and said nothing. Then he continued the purchase that had not been completed just now. Now the daily purchase quantity of the grocery store has almost reached more than twice the first day of moving. Because after the people from Guangming base came, People from Pigeon Base also came to the grocery store one after another. As soon as he asked, he knew that this was promoted by Ma-yi. It is said that after he brought his brother-in-law Zhou back that day, he directly taught him a lesson. I wanted to bring him to Su-mo to apologize. But then, I remembered that Su-mo said she didn't want to see him. So I had to give up the idea. Fortunately, they found that Boss Su didn't seem to be involved in Pigeon Base because of Zhou matter. They still bought whatever they wanted. And they felt relieved. In contrast, the North and South bases, which were the first to discover the grocery store, were the last to popularize the information about the Hope grocery store. Because of the cooperation of the three major bases, many people knew about the existence of the Hope grocery store. In this way, word spread from 1 to 10, and from 10 to 100, and more people knew about the grocery store. Even some small bases far away heard that a grocery store had opened in a place. The grocery store not only had food and drinks, but also very cheap prices. There were even magical drinks that could restore superpowers, and candies that could see the specific location of zombies. What attracted the officials of each base was the medicine and oil here. There were also drinks and candies. What attracted ordinary people was the cheap and delicious food here. For a while, Hope grocery store was in the limelight. And it was unique. It was a new day again. Su-mo had just opened the store and saw Chen-lin, who had been waiting at the door, and a little girl standing next to her. Su-mo was slightly surprised. Boss Su, long time no see. It seems that business is good now. Chen-lin smiled and said jokingly, looking at the scene in the grocery store with a crowd of people. Chen-lin couldn't help but feel a little shocked. He seemed to have not seen this scene for a long time. The last time he saw it was before the end of the world. Only in the shopping malls and supermarkets before the end of the world can such a prosperous scene be seen. It can be said that if the grocery store is not really here, the floor he is standing on is the floor of the grocery store. It is really hard to believe that there is such a place in the end of the world. I hope that the grocery store is as precious as an oasis in the desert for the end of the world. Yeah. Su-mo nodded, and then looked at the little girl beside him. Is this the person you brought to see me? Almost at the moment of seeing the little girl, Su-mo had confirmed her identity. She was the girl with predictive ability mentioned by the system. Although she still didn't know why she was with Chen-lin. She didn't know why Chen-lin brought her to see him. This is Xiaoyun, the child I rescued in the Northeast District. Su-mo nodded and motioned to go in and talk. Tang Yin and Tang He were watching the store outside, and Xiao He was guarding beside them. So she didn't have to worry at all. After entering the inner hall, the door was closed, and the sound of everyone outside was cut off. There was a table, and a few chairs in the small space. I know that Boss Su doesn't like to waste time, so I won't keep you in suspense. Although he didn't have much contact with Su-mo, Chen-lin also understood Su-mo's personality, so he directly told her the purpose of his visit. It's like this. I found that Xiaoyun's ability is precognition. Su-mo raised his eyebrows slightly, looked at him, and then looked at Xiaoyun. Because of the special nature of the ability, Xiaoyun was arranged by Chen-lin to be taken good care of by Lin, since she was brought back to the North and South bases, fearing that something might happen to her. At this time, she was the same as Tang Yin before, although she was neat and clean, and looked petite and cute. The unnatural thinness on her face, and the dull and dark yellow hair proved that she must have had a very bad life before. With the help of Xiaoyun's ability, we successfully rescued the people in the Northeast District, and successfully killed the high-level zombies there. Chapter 98. The butterfly effect is not always a bad thing. It was thrilling. At that time, the 3 speed-powered people who were in charge of the survey had all returned. 2 of them could be said to have narrowly escaped death. Several times, they were exhausted from using their powers, and were almost caught up by hundreds of zombies behind them. If they hadn't brought drinks, they really wouldn't have been able to come back alive. An hour later, all 3 of them came back, but their clothes were messy, and their bodies were covered with all kinds of dust and dirt, although they looked very embarrassed. But fortunately, they were all alive, and came back intact. They were not scratched, nor bitten. As soon as they came back, they provided a specific zombie distribution map inside the Northeast District. After research, they locked on to several locations where high-level zombies were most likely to be hiding. They also locked on to several blank areas without zombies. Generally speaking, there are people in these blank areas who need to be rescued. With the map, their actions went more smoothly. They followed the order, cleared all the zombie dens one by one. After later calculations, they found that at their peak, They killed more than 3,000 zombies a day. At the end of the killing, almost everyone was numb. It seemed that all they saw was white mixed with red brain matter and blood. They rescued all the trapped and still alive people in the northeast area. When leaving, Xiaoyun suddenly said that he was afraid. If it was just an ordinary child saying that he was afraid, Qinlin would at most comfort him a few words, and would not pay much attention. But since these 2 words came from Xiaoyun's mouth, it seriously attracted his attention. Xiaoyun, don't be afraid. Calm down. Tell me what you saw. Okay? Xiaoyun pursed her lips in grievance, and her fist was shaking constantly. I saw a lot of zombies in front of me, and they were all listening to the zombie on the left. Wow! As she spoke, Xiaoyun suddenly burst into tears. With a voice mixed with a forced calmness, she described everything she saw in a discontinuous manner. Everyone is dead. All dead. We used the perception candy to investigate. And then we found that the number of zombies was actually much more than we imagined. It's just that the high-level zombies ordered them to hide, so we could easily enter the depths of the northeast area. Even though it had been several days since the incident, Qinlin couldn't help but feel his pores trembling as long as he thought of the densely packed zombies in front of him and behind him. This feeling of being surrounded by wolves in front and tigers behind was so intense that it gave me goosebumps all over my body. Later, we found a zombie hiding alone in a residential building on the left, because of Xiaoyun's words, and the situation Tangwa had found out. Qinlin was almost 90% sure that this zombie was a high-level zombie. Facts prove that he guessed right and bet right. The strength of high-level zombies varies, and some are even worse than ordinary zombies. Their greatest ability is to have human-like thinking and intelligence, and to control zombies. So they unexpectedly solved the high-level zombies easily. After solving the high-level zombies, these ordinary zombies were like a pile of loose sand. Although there were many of them. But because they did not have the IQ and thinking of normal people, it was much easier to deal with them than before. Although this trip was very tiring, it took a lot of time, but the result was good after all. After listening to the whole process, Su-Mo felt a little emotional in her heart. But that was all. She still didn't quite understand whether Qinlin just wanted to tell her what they had experienced on this trip. It couldn't be just that. According to Xiaoyun's prediction, those of us should have died there, but we all came out alive. After talking for so long, Qinlin finally got to the point. Su-Mo was still silent, and continued to listen patiently to what he wanted to say. I know very well that if it weren't for the drinks and candies bought by Boss Su, we would have been dead on this trip. So what does Mr. Chen want to express? Su-Mo finally understood what he meant. Because of the existence of the perception candy, they found the hiding place of the high-level zombies, which allowed them to eliminate them and escape. He probably suspected that he had known that there might be high-level zombies in the northeast area, so he took out the perception candy. In fact, Xiaoyun said before that there was a grocery store that didn't exist originally. This was almost a clear indication. Qinlin had begun to doubt the origin of the grocery store, although he had suspected it before. But at that time, his idea was that the prices here were cheap anyway, and the things were good, as long as they were harmless to humans, then there was no need to care. Who doesn't have a secret anyway? I hope the biggest secret of the grocery store is the source of these products. But since I heard Xiaoyun's words, I don't think so anymore. Su-Mo seemed to be thinking, but actually he was already chatting with the system in his mind. After a while, the butterfly effect is not only bad, right? Qinlin paused, and then nodded. Boss Su is right. He had to admit that Su-Mo was right. At least from the current point of view, the results are all good. People who would be injured were not injured, the rescue that should have failed did not fail, and people who were supposed to die did not die. Instead, they cleaned up the northeast area. So these problems are not important. Su-Mo glanced at Xiaoyun. Seeing that she was a little nervous, he also took a bottle of juice for her to drink. Xiaoyun blinked, and said thank you crisply. So, the conversation between the two ended with a bottle of juice. Qinlin suppressed the doubts in his heart, and left with Xiaoyun. When he left, he did not forget to buy a lot of food. Especially his favorite drinks, he bought more than a dozen bottles at a time. Although it seems a bit wasteful to drink directly at worst. We can go out together to clean up the zombies later. After leaving the room, the familiar and lively voices flooded into his ears. The milk, spicy meat sauce, and instant noodles that were put on the shelves at the same time today are undoubtedly the top 3 most popular products. Especially instant noodles and spicy meat sauce. Even though Su-Mo purchased a total of 1,000 packs yesterday, it was still the second to sell out. The first to be announced to be sold out was spicy meat sauce. Then came steamed buns and rice. Finally, I don't have to eat dry and tasteless steamed buns. I love spicy meat sauce. It's amazing. Look at this spicy meat sauce. There is actually meat in it. Such a big piece of meat. I thought I saw it wrong. It's over. I'm drooling just looking at this bottle. Chapter 99: The Sudden Change of Weather. Oh my god, why do you have to make the bottle transparent? I can't afford it. I don't want to see what's inside. How can you not afford spicy meat sauce with 5 points? The most basic cleaner in the base can buy a bottle with a day's salary. A bottle is 200 grams, which can be eaten with steamed buns and rice for at least 10 days or half a month. It's a good deal. It's really a good deal. These are people who are crazy about spicy meat sauce. They almost have a bottle in their hands. The more powerful one can have several bottles in his hand. Not only that, they also took a lot of steamed buns. Cut the steamed buns, and put spicy meat sauce in the middle. The taste is no worse than the set meal. Tangine and Tangy were busy. On the one hand, they had to watch if anyone was stealing things, and on the other hand, they had to stop others from grabbing things and cutting in line. When they met unreasonable people, they just called Xiao Hei to stand by, and these people immediately became honest. Soon, the shelf of spicy meat sauce was empty. Those who didn't buy it could only leave with regret. However, when they saw the instant noodles on the shelf next to them, they were caught in a new round of rush buying. Although there was no spicy meat sauce, the soup of instant noodles was delicious when used to dip steamed buns, and the taste of instant noodles was delicious, almost everyone knew. Before the end of the world, fried food, which was seen everywhere, and was considered by everyone to be junk food, had no nutrition and high calories, has now become a rare delicacy. Because the price of instant noodles is the same as spicy meat sauce, those who didn't buy spicy meat sauce originally turned their attention to instant noodles. Random instant noodles. Is there such a thing? I like sauerkraut beef noodles. Please pray that I can open a sauerkraut one. Braised beef noodles are the best. My favorite is braised beef noodles. Speaking of which, the random medicine box can be recited in the mind. Whatever you want to open, why can't this instant noodles be used? It's edible. It's good to have something to eat. Where do all these messy conditions come from? I just want a mushroom stewed chicken noodles. The good thing about random instant noodles is that there are few varieties of products. Sumo doesn't have to think about how much to import for each flavor. But the disadvantage is that no one can accurately eat the flavor they want. But this does not affect their intelligence. Since they can't open it themselves, then others can always open it. Right, at worst. They can change it, anyway. This instant noodle has a double layer of packaging. Tear off the outer layer. The seasoning packet and the noodles inside are also clean. They just need to exchange the seasoning packets they like. In addition to these two items, the milk that they asked Sumo yesterday if she had any in stock also sold well. But milk is not a necessity after all. And many people are reluctant to buy it. Only those who have a little extra will buy it home for their children to drink. I am sure I can't bear to part with it. Sumo was worried that not many people would buy it. So she didn't buy too much milk. But when the store closed, the last box of milk was sold out. Sumo always felt that these people were richer than she thought. She thought most people would only buy ordinary steamed buns. After thinking for a while, she finally came up with a reasonable explanation. After all, it was because of the energy drink that the number of zombies that the psychics could kill was more than before. So the number of crystal cores also increased. The first level crystal cores were not very useful except for the first level psychics to absorb them. So the extra ones would circulate everywhere. In the end, they all came to her. Thinking about it this way, Sumo originally thought that she would spend several years in this world. Now it seems that it may not be as difficult as she imagined. In the blink of an eye, another half a month has passed. I don't know if it's Sumo's illusion, but she always feels that the weather has become hotter in the past few days. Since the end of the world, this world seems to have lost the change of seasons. The temperature has always been balanced, neither cold nor hot. This should be a good thing, because in this way, humans will not get heat stroke, and they will not need to find warm clothes and quilts because of the cold weather. These things are extremely rare in the end of the world. But now is the 8th month of the end of the world, and the weather is gradually getting hotter. And it is even hotter than any previous summer. Sumo looked up at the sky. The dazzling sunlight flashed in her eyes, making her eyes sting. She lowered her head and recalled the sun she saw. Why does this sun always seem to be brighter and bigger than before? Sister Sue, it's too hot outside. You better come in. Don't get heat stroke. Tangine shouted from behind. Tang He wiped the sweat off his head and began to serve water to every customer. Originally, after moving, the previous flyers were no longer valid. But because the weather today was too hot, many people blushed terribly, and their lips were dry and flaky. After Suemo saw it, she asked Tang He to serve a glass of water to everyone who entered the store. Just like before. Only one glass. If they want more by moral blackmail, then I won't be polite. These people will be added to the blacklist directly, and will be invited out by Xiao Hei. Suemo walked into the grocery store, and in her heart she was communicating with the system, Tongzi. There will be air conditioning when the grocery store is upgraded to level 2. Does this prove that you knew this day would come? The system was speechless. The system, right. Now it was Sumo's turn to be speechless. She thought about it, and turned on the air conditioner in the grocery store. So, in a place that no one noticed, the small blue light of the air conditioner lit up. It's so cool, so comfortable. How did it suddenly cool down? This is so comfortable. I couldn't sleep last night because it was so hot. I was wondering why it cooled down. It turned out that the air conditioner was turned on. This air conditioner is so comfortable. Air conditioner? No wonder. I haven't used the air conditioner for a long time. It turns out that this is what it feels like to use the air conditioner. It can only be said that it is worthy of being a system. It is fast, no sound, and has a very good cooling effect. At first, the people in the grocery store only felt a breeze blowing, accompanied by a slight coolness. In such a hot time, it was like a fairy. I originally thought that it would be better if there were more such cool breezes. Unexpectedly, before they knew it, they actually found that they were not hot anymore. The pores all over their bodies revealed a comfortable feeling. The hot and dry feeling before disappeared instantly, and a slight cool breeze followed. Chapter 100 Free Air Conditioning. After turning on the air conditioner, everyone calmed down and started shopping as usual. But after buying things, they did not choose to leave, but still stood there motionless. These people undoubtedly disliked the hot weather outside, so after buying things, they planned to stay and use the air conditioner. It was fine at first, but later, more and more people came. The grocery store was already a little crowded. The people before were reluctant to leave, and many more came later. There were even many people who did not come to buy things. But after finding out that there was air conditioning inside, they could not help but come in to cool down. If you only go in but not out, no matter how big the place is, it will be filled sooner or later. When there are too many people, friction is inevitable. There are already many people who are very dissatisfied with others, who are unwilling to leave because they are using the air conditioner, and they end up occupying the seats for nothing. Haven't you already finished shopping? Why are you still here? No one outside can come in. I'm just here to see what's going on. I still need to buy something later. I haven't finished shopping yet. Why are you squeezing me? Don't squeeze the things in my hand off. Otherwise, I'll make you pay for it. You guys who are using the air conditioning for free. Do you have any shame? This is a grocery store. A place where things are sold. Just leave after you've bought something. You're occupying the toilet without doing anything, just to use the air conditioning for a while, but no one else can buy anything. You're really uncultured. Who are you scolding for being uncultured? Boss Sue didn't say anything, but you have an opinion. Boss Sue has a good temper. She doesn't want to bother with uncultured people like you. You're affecting her business. Understand? Seeing that another quarrel was about to happen, Suemo turned off the air conditioning without saying a word. Now, no one can use the air conditioner, and everyone is forced to be satisfied even if they are not satisfied. No one dared to ask Suemo why he turned off the air conditioner. No one would say such shameless words. Seeing this, people who had bought things could only leave awkwardly. People who originally just wanted to use the air conditioner and did not buy anything were even more embarrassed to stay. So they also left. More than half of the seats in the grocery store were vacant in an instant. Tang Yin and Tang He breathed a sigh of relief. If it were the two of them, they really didn't know how to solve this matter. If only one or two people shamelessly used the air conditioner, it would be fine. More than half of the people did this, and they couldn't let Xiao Hei throw them out directly. Besides, in essence, they didn't make trouble. At most, they could only scold them for being thick-skinned, although it affected the business of the store. If people insisted that they had something to buy, they couldn't do anything. After all these people left, the people who couldn't enter the store due to insufficient internal space finally squeezed in. The people outside were curious about why all those people left. They came to buy things, but they heard that there was air conditioning here, so they were ready to come in and take a look. But they found that, after coming in, it seemed no different from being outside. When they looked up again, the air conditioner light that was originally on blew dimmed, which meant that the air conditioner had been turned off. Although they felt a little regretful and dissatisfied, they couldn't say anything. At most, they complained about why those people had to stay, otherwise Boss Sue wouldn't have turned off the air conditioner directly to solve this problem. After all those who didn't buy anything left, Sue Mo turned on the air conditioner again. This operation really made everyone stunned. Looking back at Sue Mo, she had a calm expression and didn't say anything. She was flipping through a book in her hand. It was as if she had just accidentally touched the air conditioner's off button. After the previous experience, no one was shameless enough to stay and use the air conditioner. Everyone left after buying. At most, they stayed a few seconds longer. As long as there were more people outside, they left immediately. No one dared to continue to affect the business of the grocery store. In their opinion, it was good enough that Boss Sue just turned off the air conditioner to warn them. If they really made a fuss, it would not be worth it if they were added to the blacklist. They were reluctant to use a few more seconds of air conditioning to exchange for the qualification of not being able to buy things in Hope grocery store in their lifetime. The happiest people were those who came to the store to buy things when the store was about to close. Because there were few customers at this time, they could use the air conditioning in the store without worry. Sue Mo just glanced at their behavior but didn't say anything. In this way, they were relieved. After this incident, everyone knew that although the owner of the Hope grocery store, Sue, was very cold and looked difficult to approach, as long as she didn't violate the store's rules and didn't do anything that affected the store's business, she was still easy to get along with. For example, she would give everyone water to drink, turn on the air conditioner to cool everyone down, etc. The key point: don't affect the business of the grocery store. When it was time to close the store, these people hurriedly left the store. Tanging went to close the store door, while Tangy was sweeping the floor. These garbage were actually dirt and dust under everyone's feet. Sue Mo had never cleaned the floor before, because these things were done by the system. Unexpectedly, after Tangy came, the system became much more idle. Someone was doing the cleaning. Someone was doing the restocking. It can be said that the last bit of value of it as a system was just to purchase goods. Oh! It also reports the income. Congratulations to the host. Today's store income, 18,025 points. Although Sue Mo seemed to have earned nearly 20,000 points today. In fact, the cost was more than 7,000. In other words, the net income was only a little over 10,000. At this rate, it would take her at least 30 years to save up 120 million for travel expenses. Sue Mo glanced at the goods in the High-End Mall. If she really had to wait for 30 years, it is estimated that mankind would have escaped from the end of the world. What would she have to do by then? It seems that she still needs to speed up a bit. She had to at least save up most of the travel expenses before the grocery store was upgraded to level 4. For her, points were crystal cores, and travel expenses were crystal cores. If she wanted to make money faster, she had to make money. What she had to do was to improve the strength of humans and provide them with protection. With improved strength, they would naturally kill more zombies. With protection, they would dare to kill zombies with confidence. Fighting without worries and fighting with worries are completely different. Sue Mo thought while browsing the mall. Unfortunately, she did not find what she wanted in the second level mall. However, she did find a product that could be used at the moment.